A rift has occurred in the world, making it no longer safe. In order to save humanity from the possible consequences of the rift, a new organization was created with users who had enough power to become the leaders of humanity. Families were recruited to work with the leaders, helping them as well as training the hunters. In this way, they earned honor and respect among the people. But also many such families started to appear who were hungry for power, and among them were the worst. The old man stood in the hall and asked the fighters their main creed, the creed of the divine sword family Beck. They unanimously answered him that their creed was strength above all, orders above all. The guy who was sitting on the ground listened as a group of guys shamed him for being of the divine sword Beck family, since he was lucky to be him. But just think about it. He was considered the weakest of those studying here. They asked him if he knew their family creed, to which he replied by reciting the family motto. They laughed at him and showed him a letter from the elder, which said that he had been expelled from the family because of his lack of talent. The consequence of this banishment was the removal of a vein from the boy's right arm and heart aura. The guy told him that there was no place for such a talentless and useless person like him, because he was relatively trash, and the proof is that only 3 people were against his expulsion. Then the guy who was mocked realized that his father, the elder, whom he worshipped and was proud of, had personally ordered his expulsion. The abuser said that he himself had volunteered to carry the letter to his son, which made the lad furious at what he heard. The boys continued to mock him, calling him a talentless chump, whose place was to work on the street and not study with them. There was no point in him continuing his studies since he had reached the first rank by the age of 24, while Mockingbird had reached it by the age of 14. He gave the command to start, and while the boy didn't understand anything and screamed to be let go, the company grabbed him under their arms and held him. They had no choice but to take away from the boy what made him part of the family he didn't deserve. The guy asked what they were going to do, and the ringleader reminded him of 2 rules. The first is the vein on his right hand, with which he holds the sword, and the second is the heart aura. The boy started to actively resist, shouting that he wouldn't let them do it. He knew he was weak, but always tried harder than anyone else in the class, so he wouldn't embarrass his family. Despite the fact that he was treated like a nobody and the fact that he had no talent, he always did his best for his family. But the boys were stronger than him, and after silencing him so that no outsider would hear his cries, they went about doing what they had been ordered to do. So it was nothing personal. They set about carrying out their orders, and decided to start with the heart aura. The boy's scream could be heard behind the closed doors of the room. Events carried forward a year. A huge house was overrun by flames, and the people in it were screaming for help. But it wasn't just the fire that was the problem. There were monsters in the building with people who were hunting them. They were coming right at the people, and people were running away through the fire, screaming in panic. The guy remembered what he thought was the most horrible thing about this expulsion from the divine sword Beck family. He couldn't think that such horrible events could be compared to anything less horrible than these.
Yes, it's definitely a terrible day. It started out as usual.
And the guy was spending time on the streets like a regular loser when suddenly a huge rift appeared in the sky over Korea of a size never before seen. Not even the association could have foreseen the consequences the rift would entail. And the rift was of imposing proportions. People ran away surrounded by chaos, and the guy hurried to run as well, so nothing would happen to him. He ran down an alleyway, and suddenly he heard a terrible smell that made him cover his nose with his hand. He froze when he realized what the smell was. The whole road was littered with the bodies of dead people. The boy thought he had no luck in choosing shelter when suddenly he heard footsteps behind him. When he turned around, he was horrified to see a monster standing behind him, a huge ogre. It swung at the guy and wanted to crush him, but he was able to dodge it. This creature came out of a rift, and it was very strong as the impact left a huge dent in the ground. The guy wondered if he could survive being exiled in such a situation until the association arrived. The scars on his arm were visible. He knew that if he tried to run away, the ogre would catch up with him immediately. He dodged the monster's attack again, bouncing back the other way. Without a vein in his arm and an aura, he could not kill this monster. He could only wait for the association to arrive. He tried to attack the ogre, but failed. He threw the guy right against the wall. The ogre was too fast. He stood there and looked at the guy with red eyes, preparing to kill him like the others. The guy didn't want to die. He had to get revenge on the Beck family for everything they had done to him. So he pulled himself together and ran as fast as he could around the ogre, swinging an iron stick at him. At that moment, he began to remember how he had been humiliated at school, and especially he remembered the words of the gang leader, Woojin. As the ogre destroyed his skull, the boy remembered how he had been called a trash and a loser who dishonored their noble Beck family, with his presence at school. He didn't know where that power came from about him at the moment, but if he had the chance now to be where he was a year ago, a voice began to sound in his subconscious telling him that he had begun the passage of the 1,000 swords, and that she had earned the title of magical sword wielder. After a while, the guy opened his eyes. He was in some place in a bright room, and was surprised that he hadn't been killed by an ogre. He recalled with horror the last images he had seen before he lost consciousness, and it was the huge ogre that the boy thought had killed him. But was it all a dream? He didn't understand what was going on, and when he looked at his right arm, he noticed that there were 2 scars missing. He was horrified because he didn't know what it meant and where his scar could have disappeared to. He looked around and realized that he was in the room where he had lived before his exile. What was strangest was the feeling of power that came from the vein in his right arm and the aura of his heart. Suddenly he heard a notification on his phone. The guy saw a number and realized that he had regressed back 10 years, and he was in the building of the Beck divine sword family. Jin panicked. He couldn't even relate to everything that was going on with irony. He was once again part of the family that had once taken everything he had from him, and it was the most horrible moment of his life. He didn't know how it all happened. He was punching himself in the face, thinking it was all a realistic dream now, but he still felt everything like it had once been, and it felt absolutely nothing like a dream. Suddenly, the man behind him frightenedly asked him if he was crazy as he continued to slap his cheeks. The guy turned around. The man behind him said that this time he was caught by some stupid and strange gentleman. But anyway, the contract was in force, so it wouldn't hurt them to get acquainted. The man's name was Blackstone, and he's the magical sword that flipped royal families. It was hard not to believe that Blackstone was a magician and was standing right in front of him, because there was just no one here. But what a contract and a magic sword. The guy had never been involved in anything like that. He didn't understand how it could be 2020 years now at all, and generally thought he was dead. Blackstone looked at him thoughtfully, because usually everyone throws tantrums, but this guy was pretty calm. So he thought he had a good head on his shoulders, and went right ahead and told them what was going on. All souls are bonded through a magical sword contract, and now the guy has become his master, whom Blackstone has to supervise for his growth. He asked the guy to say aloud the phrase of the status window. The boy didn't understand what it all meant, so he asked the servant to say it again, and he repeated it to him. He retold Jin literally everything he had said earlier, but as soon as he talked about the status window again, the young man turned around and walked away toward the bed. He was definitely asleep. This can't be real. Blackstone did not understand why he had such a reaction, because he thought it was some kind of hallucination after death, when the soul goes to the other world, and it is not real and all life passes in front of his eyes. And Blackstone just imaginary hallucination that now tells him about some swords and contracts. Blackstone resented he wasn't human, but he didn't expect the new master to react this way to the information. He insisted the lad say the phrase, and then he would understand. But Jin had already burrowed into bed, deciding that this was another ploy by his enemies, Baek Woojin, to have him fooled and made a fool of again. And then Blackstone, hearing the name, asked the boy if it was his enemy. Is this the man he wants to avenge his shame, and the one he must defeat? He could help him with that. So Jin got out of bed and asked if it was possible. Baekstone assured him that that was what the contract was for. All he had to say was a code phrase and a condition to trust him. The boy wondered if he was telling the truth, because his regression made no sense. But it happened nonetheless, and this chance he'd had all along. He desperately needed it. He remembered all the injustice he had suffered when he was humiliated by Woojin, and the day they took his power away from him. He didn't deserve it because it obviously meant more to him than they thought, but now he had a chance to get back at the Baek family for everything. He told Blackstone that he didn't trust him completely, but if he did what he told him, then he would believe him. The servant agreed with him. Then Jin said the status window and got all the information about himself in front of him. He was 15, with no traits or skills, but had the status of a magic sword wielder. His results were paltry. Absolutely every category was at the lowest rank. Blackstone thought so, but nevertheless Jin's intelligence category was at an average level, and that wasn't bad anymore. And Jin noticed that Blackstone's appearance had changed. He explained these changes to the boy by saying that so he was weak. His servant would look the same and thus make him stronger and more confident. He showed him that his original form was a small dagger, and the strength he had in him was reflected in his appearance. Jin wondered how the man abruptly transformed into a small sword. Then Blackstone said that he could only regain his appearance and powers when he raised the level. Those were the terms of the contract. Jin called this ridiculous, for he thought he would die of old age even before Blackstone regained his old powers, for he had no talents or skills skills at all, but the servant told him that was the reason he liked him. It is no fun at all to meet gentlemen who are already strong enough. It is much more interesting when clients weak like Jin show up and teach them everything from scratch. He has to suffer to try and overcome to achieve his goals. Blackstone suffered for 200 years in the void, so he was not intimidated by the difficulties of life. Jin wondered if it could be that he survived to take a second chance. He told his servant that he agreed to perform a magic contract with him, and the servant was pleased with this. He decided to get right down to business by giving his master a task called Endurance is a National Strength. Jin didn't expect such a thing. It reminded him of a computer game with levels and tasks, and it looked strange, but Blackstone said it was the way to keep the guy informed of his progress and achievements. Though it all seemed outdated, but still there have always been ways to notify, and this one fits this timeline. Once upon a time, the owners received letters, once upon a time, books, and the level of growth of the master did not matter, as it remained unchanged from day one, continuously and without rest, pushing the boundaries. And if Jin would listen to his servant, even a dumbass like him would be considered a genius by people. Jin wondered why among all the people they had chosen him and contracted him, because there are quite a lot of people like him, almost all of them. And then Blackstone told him that the reasons for the contract and the desire for a magic sword. He would tell him after the assignment. Jin was wary, but the servant hurried him because the time to perform the task was coming. Blackstone constantly chided Jin for not knowing how to place his body in the proper position during training, for forgetting how to breathe properly, for not bending his knees properly during a run. Jin was just told to run and he made so many mistakes. The servant told him that he misunderstood what was expected of him, that his job was to make his master stronger and more resilient, and that he should listen to his advice to push his personal limits if he made too many mistakes. The lad was clearly not ready for this, but Blackstone was not going to listen to his whining, and went on to admonish him about body position, hands, knees, and breathing. If he didn't change anything, this workout wouldn't count. But Jin didn't want to hear any more rebukes and continued to do as he pleased, thinking that he could do it this way. Blackstone looked at the boy and saw his stubborn nature. It made it more and more interesting to watch him, though he didn't understand why his skills were so low when his intellect was clearly high. Jin continued to run, and Blackstone joked that he was walking as if he could see his legs, which made his master angry, and he tried his best to run even faster. Blackstone observed him with a very strong determination toward the task at hand. He could definitely relate to that Baek Woojin, but with horror, Blackstone noticed that a feeling of hatred was overwhelming Jin's body. How could so much hatred fill the body of a 15-year-old boy? How could there even be that much hatred in a man? Blackstone thought about what he thought was strange about Jin's behavior when he met him. Jin, tired and tortured, ran up to the servant and said that he had finished his run. It's hard enough running with all his strength, but also 15 more laps. He almost didn't die pushing his limits. Blackstone knew there was something special about the guy. One quality he was sure of in himself was pride and mindset. But the servant countered by saying they were two different things. Jin didn't like that look. He knew he was trying his best and that was his limit, and if he did less, then there would be no effect. And if he did more, then he would get hurt. But he could look at his limit at any time, all his results and threshold of possibilities. So he looked at his status window. Yes, he was wrong pride and thinking was at a high level, and he realized for the first time that this could be his greatest talent, though he never could have thought of it. And he reached out for his award for the first time, but Blackstone said the training was over. Jin didn't think so and wanted to run some more, even though his servant told him his body was already exhausted. He stood his ground. He said he felt no pain in his legs and body, as if he had new strength in him. Blackstone wondered how it was even possible to increase his level so much in half a day. He immediately began to talk the guy out of it, even though his abilities had risen to level 15. No one knew what could happen to his body with this kind of exertion. It was unpredictable. They were connected to Jin, but he didn't understand what was going on. He only knew his tasks and had no idea who was giving them to him. His soul was connected to someone-made sword, and because of that, he knew all the skills and techniques. He asked Jin about the strange part of his personality that he noticed behind him, a feeling of extraordinary hatred within him. This emotion had been growing within him for 15 years. Their souls were connected, so he knew what he was talking about. Then he could know why he came back and what he wanted. But would he want to help him then, after learning the truth, after being underground for 200 years? He started to talk to Blackstone. Suddenly, the guy behind Jin told him that Kyu-hyun was right about him. This guy annoyed him with his talk before he waved his sword too loudly. That voice reminded him of someone. The guy said that this little jerk was running around. This guy was humiliating him even before he came back. Jin had flashbacks from the past when he was humiliated by a whole bunch of guys stronger and more talented than him. Baek Woojin said he would be interested to see the result of this pathetic training. Here he was. He had to do roll call. Baek Woojin told him that he was his Hyungnim and asked him why he still hadn't bowed his head before him. He ordered him to bow down before he killed him. He bowed down, but the guy kept mocking him, saying he only understands orders when he's being told off. And why wasn't he training now? Was he tired? Blackstone didn't understand who the freak was, and Jin explained to him that he was the 6th child of the Beck family. The servant realized that this was the freak the contract said he was. He looked bored, and so Blackstone thought Jin would deal with him soon, only if he followed directions and practiced. Blackstone was invisible and coming up behind Baek Woojin. He began to touch his cheeks and eyes, making his face look ridiculous, which caused laughter in those around him. He started to tell Jin not to laugh or he would beat him up, but a voice from outside told him to be quiet. His father would be coming soon, and he must not hear such talk. It was the direct heiress of the divine sword, Baek Kyung's 2nd child. She also addressed Jin, saying that he would be having an aura manifestation ceremony, so he wouldn't dare embarrass them all there. It was on this day that he had the opportunity to return, which didn't make him happy at all. Suddenly, it was announced to everyone that an elder was coming. Everyone knelt in front of him and greeted him. He walked past all the students, and Blackstone asked Jin if it was his father, and he said it was. Blackstone admired such a strong and intelligent man as an elder, but the boy said that he wasn't the only one here. There were plenty of people like that, except for Baek Woojin. The servant told him not to worry. This was only his first assignment, so since he had handled it pretty well, it would help him go on. So he shouldn't forget that the journey of 1,000 miles begins with just one step. Jin began to do strange things that surprised Blackstone. He reasoned that he was trying not to relax and train even now, especially when there were already advantages, and especially he needed to do the best he could before the aura manifestation ceremony began. No sooner had Blackstone explained to him that this was impossible than the boy took off and started running. He wanted to become strong enough and complete all the tasks as soon as possible. He wanted to start doing everything in order to overtake Baek John. Blackstone thought he was crazy. He didn't listen to him at all. The consequences couldn't be foreseen. Suddenly a window appeared, which, although it said that the student was not listening to his teacher, he had increased his physical abilities and his stamina was even higher. He couldn't believe he could do it in such a short time. Blackstone has seen many different masters in his life, but this is the first time he has met someone as dedicated as Jin. He surely knows his abilities, but there was also the alert that their proximity to Blackstone was heightened. Jin looked at him and the servant said it was one of the rules of the contract, to be as connected to the master as possible. This system reminded the guy of a dating simulator, so because of this ridiculousness, it just might be his deathbed dream. Suddenly the scoreboard showed that due to the observation of Blackstone's reaction, Jin had been added 200 more points. Blackstone was shocked by this. It had never been possible for a guy to get so many points in such a short time, but he didn't realize it himself. His magic sword honor had dissolved so quickly, but Jin had told him that it had dissolved when Blackstone was still small. He earned 500 points for this task. He could put the points he earned into something, and Blackstone said they should be used to increase his physical rank. The rest of the points could be saved. As soon as he did all this, the screen showed an excess to his stamina and physical capabilities, and something strange began to happen to his body. It seemed to grow from within, causing Jin not the most pleasant sensation, his body and appearance taking on an appearance in line with his rank and accomplishments. The pain he felt stopped, and he changed. It meant that he was weak enough before, but strong enough at the same time, since he could endure it all. Then Jin realized that if he hadn't been able to endure the pain, it would have ended badly. You could see it in the look on Blackstone's face. Evening came, and the elder gathered all the heirs for Jin's aura manifestation. Yonghu's first child failed, and everyone should know why the 5th child was Baek Sohee. The 4th child, Stiela Bakson. Jin immediately set about the task, and he was good at it to begin with. He remembered that before the regression to the same ceremony, he had been unable to do anything at all. Now that everything has changed, he is much stronger and he will be able to do it. He is now more powerful than ever. Suddenly, a task popped up in front of him that shocked Jin. It said to manifest his aura not through his heart, but through the dantan. Blackstone told the boy to be brave enough to do what he was asked to do, because he had an aura appropriate to the owner of a magic sword. This path will be different from the others, but nevertheless, experts usually follow their own path. Jin understood that he had to do the assignment, if only because it would affect his growth. He began to do the assignment the way he wanted and follow his own path, and everything began to repeat again. He saw again that the aura had to be activated through dantan, and Blackstone was telling him that it was his personal path that would be different from the rest. After a moment, the room was filled with black smoke that emanated from the orb. All the members of the royal family were shocked by the color of the aura. It meant that there was a demon inside of Jin. They ran away to the side. Baek Woojin said she didn't know how that happened, but if there was a demon inside him, it would kill Jin. She immediately lunged at him with her sword, but Yonghoo's older brother prevented her from doing what she intended, through which she too received death threats. The black aura spoke of Jin getting it from a demonic family, but the brother said it didn't matter. It was just the color of his aura, and that was it. Jin was shocked at what was happening. He had contracted with Blackstone. No demon magic sword. What could it all mean? Yonghoo was still keeping his furious sister from killing their little brother, keeping her from going near him, and convincing her that it must not be what she thought it was. Their father watched everything and turned to Baek Woojin, asking what she was up to and if he'd let her draw her sword. They bowed before him, but the elder was very angry about everything. He didn't give permission to kill his own son, what Baek Woojin wanted to do. The aura of the third child may have been different. It may indeed have been demonic, but that is not the case in this case. It is a huge amount of power, trained and pure aura. Baek Woojin begged her father's forgiveness, but he told her that because of her hatred of demonic families, she would soon lose her head. As punishment for pulling her sword, he ordered her to go meditate for the next 6 months. And she obeyed. Jin understood that her father encouraged everything for his daughter, clothing attitudes and punishments. If he had been in that situation, he would not have been treated as gently as Baek Woojin. Therefore, he needs to become even stronger in order to overpower this family. Jin was approached by the elder. He congratulated his son on the manifestation of the aura he had never seen before. Jin shied away. The father asked why his son kept the magic in dantan, and everyone wondered. Jin knew he had to answer something to please his father so he wouldn't destroy his aura. He told him he was different. He wasn't like his siblings because he didn't have the inherited talent of Beck. He was weak, so his heart was very bad at using magic, and he does it through the dantan. His father told him that he could inherit the fate of the excluded, since they do not let magic through their hearts, and he would become exiled trash. But Jin said that by doing so, he would become stronger than ever before. And these were not empty promises. He would soon show everything in practice. At first his father laughed, but then he said that even though he sounded cocky, that's what he liked about Jin. He was going to be better than all of his older brothers, and reach the highest sword of the Becks. And if he didn't, he would either die or live a horrible life. He said he would keep an eye on Jin, then announced that today's ceremony was over. Yonghoo looked over Jin's hands, telling him that it was amazing, the ceremony, and that he managed to manifest an aura so black at all. Except, of course, that his sister wanted to kill him at the time. He asked his brother if he had ever trained an aura through dantan, but the guy couldn't believe what Jin had done. He noticed a dramatic change in his body and character. He was clearly more physically sturdy and stronger. Jin said that he wasn't training with a sword, he was training for endurance. Yonghoo didn't know it was possible to do so much endurance training and have such results, but nevertheless, he wished his brother wouldn't give up and keep practicing, because he couldn't do anything like that at his age. Jin had already promised this to his father, and then before he left, his brother gave him a gift, a camille stone that would help Jin stabilize his aura in case of emergency. The stone was expensive, but his brother gave it to him because Jin trains hard, and this is his reward. Suddenly, Jin was called by Baek Woojin, and he said that Jin had surprised his father very spectacularly at the ceremony by showing everyone his special aura. But nevertheless, he's still a weakling who can't do much more than that, because he can't get the magic through his heart. He wanted to force Jin to follow him, but he wasn't going anywhere and wouldn't obey. Then Baek Woojin threatened him with a beating like last week. Suddenly, Jin had a new assignment to get even with his abuser right now. He didn't expect it to be this close, something he had wanted to do for so long. Blackstone said that such assignments would come up occasionally, and they should be done since there's a pretty high reward of 300 points and a surprise. Baek Woojin still stood his ground, and Jin thought that in a past life, this would have looked different. Baek Woojin told him that maybe he had once pitied him, but Jin replied that maybe he was the one doing it. Then his brother got even angrier at him and punched him in the face with all his might.
He told him to decide where and how he would pass out.
In the warehouse because of the workload, or here, when he beat him up. He told him Jin was saying stupid things to his father back then, that he would get stronger with his method, but that would never happen to a loser like Jin. Then the boy asked his brother what he even knew about life. Blackstone wondered if the Lord really knew what he was going to do, or if he was just bluffing. Baek Woojin really was acting like a little upstart, but were their strengths equal? Already the edge of an enraged Baek Woojin decided to teach his brother a lesson for his insolence. He started throwing punches, and though Jin covered himself, he was still stronger and punched him, saying that he shouldn't object and sass or he would have to pay for his words. The fight continued, and when Baek Woojin was about to land one last punch, Jin grabbed his leg and punched his attacker. He clearly didn't expect to be punished for his actions in the same way. Jin was angry enough to finish the fight, but suddenly he saw Baek Woojin standing motionless. Apparently Jin had disarmed him, knowing where to hit him, and now that he couldn't do anything, he could get back at him for all his insults and humiliation. He's added 300 points for the assignment and a surprise. Blacktown wasn't expecting something like this, which was evident on his face, but he complimented his master. He was amazed that Jin was waiting for the right moment to strike, because things looked very different, but the bastard would definitely be looking for Jin when he woke up. But Jin thought his brother had too much pride and too many fears. He wouldn't seek him out for revenge, so now it would be quiet for the near future. Blackstone asked Jin that if he understood correctly. The whole family had magic in their heart, and he didn't understand why they didn't store magic in the energy core like he did. He replied that this storage of power was found to be the most efficient, everything being in one place. But nevertheless, Jin chose this particular path. He said he had no choice. He explained that he didn't want to make the mistakes of the past and wanted to be determined to change his life rather than destroy his energy core. Blackstone thought that maybe he was glad that his life had been useless, and this time he got a better one. He asked Jin again about the aura, and he repeated about the energy core in the past. Blackstone didn't know that and was shocked. Jin was only now telling his servant that he had lived 25 years and died, but he had regressed to 15. Blackstone couldn't believe it. Jin had been bullied since he was a young boy into thinking he was a mistake, and now he had a chance to avenge everyone for past humiliation and prove that he was worthier than all of them put together. He told them that he had been stripped of his powers and banished, and then wandered the streets, where he had once been killed by a huge ogre. Now everything was taking on a logical explanation for Blackstone, which is why the guy was making it so easy to get things done. He asked him what his goal was. For now, he had such a strong and loyal ally as Jin had never had, and he thought about his goal. He gathered his thoughts and said he wanted to become the greatest swordsman, to replace his father and become an elder. Then he would change this family from the inside. Blackstone had expected such an answer. He liked it. That's exactly what his master should be. Regression had nothing to do with his contract, but it had already happened. It would help his master become not only stronger than his abusers, but the strongest of all his family and all the swordsmen of this world. It was all up to him to kill to carry out his instructions and the tasks he was given. He was more than ready. He had already begun the journey toward achieving his goals. It was a good attitude. He told Jin again that as his assistant he would serve and teach him, which would make him the greatest swordsman in the world. A new task appeared. Trust your luck and choose one from the cards provided. This was the reward for the surprise task. The reward for the aura would come later when Jin was sufficiently trained. The task was unexpected, so the reward had to be chosen that way. It was like a computer game. He was choosing blindly. Blackstone's past masters had always had bad luck with these rewards. Jun chose, and then the whole room glowed, and in his hands was a balloon. It's a power perception pill. Blacktown was shocked because this pill gave a lifetime of susceptibility to magical power, and a wretched man like Jin just took it. He explained to him that this ability gave him the power to better perceive the power of others, and thereby increase sensitivity to his aura. If he ate the pill, he would increase his aura several times over. He asked the servant if the pill had any side effects, but Blackstone resented how such a great thing could have side effects. But he remembered getting injured after the physical enhancement. Blackstone said it was because his body condition wanted better, and Jin, seeing no obstacle, quickly swallowed the pill. Suddenly he felt exactly nothing. It was because his susceptibility to the Force was at a rather low level, but that would change next. Anyway, Blackstone complimented the lad on the work he had done today, and told him to rest today and they would continue tomorrow. Jin objected to the servant again, infuriating him with his stubbornness and his desire to get everything at once. It wasn't for nothing that he thought he could still, for he clearly had more strength than he once had, so Blackstone shouldn't call him names and just keep training him. They didn't notice the man watching them through the window, sitting in a tree and clearly suspecting something. The doors opened. Moon-Juyun saluted the elder. He had come to tell him of the incident he had witnessed. The elder listened intently. He told him that Jin had defeated his older brother today without weapons or anything else. His father was surprised at what he heard. Baek Myung-kun was strong enough and Jin couldn't even use his aura properly. But the subject said that Jin succumbed to his brother at first, but chose the right moment and overpowered his opponents. The father decided that the younger son had simply outsmarted the older son, and thus won. After the unsuccessful fight, Baek Myung-kun shut himself off from everyone. His father called him a coward because he didn't even order his son to isolate himself, and he had already done so. While Jin was practicing in his room, Elder thought he would be bored by this showdown, but things were getting more interesting. He ordered Baek Myung-kun to be brought here, and the servant listened to him. Meanwhile, the loser brother was thinking about how he could get back at Jin. The next day, Jin was talking to the servant about opening the aura. He had been thinking about it all night, and had a plan to do it faster. Blackstone asked what he meant, and Jin put down the Camille stone his brother had given him and took a hammer. There was one method he wanted to use. He smashed the stone with the hammer. Blackstone understood that Jin hated his family, but that to break the stone his brother had given him wasn't too much. Jin said that he loved his older brother, and he broke the stone not out of hatred, but to try to do something. Magical power began to flow from the stone. He explained that the power now surrounds him, and when he would train, he would absorb this power and Camille's stone, which hovered in the air. It was a rather bizarre method. He tried to breathe it in. The screen showed him adding points to his characteristics. Blackstone didn't understand why he told him there was such a method. If the screen wrote it was the first time it had been used. It could have been because now was the relative past, and in the future, where Jin had already died once, this method was more common. Now its aura would grow rapidly. Blackstone rejoiced at this. For now, his restriction was removed. What restriction is he talking about? Blackstone's first seal was lifted, and now he becomes a sword. Not as big as he wanted, but when Jin worked even harder, it would go from a simple dagger to a full sword. He asked Jin to swing it. It was the first time he'd ever held something like that. Suddenly, he felt his aura drain away. Blackstone said that he is not a magical sword for nothing, for they are bound to the master. Jin needs to become even stronger to handle the sword and his magic. After all, as a rule, with great power comes great responsibility. He barely flicked the sword away, and Blackstone became human again. The first unsealed seal doesn't make up for half of his abilities, so they'll have to train harder. It's not that he couldn't swing his sword yet, but he could barely hold it, because everything comes with time and everything needs to be learned. He was just beginning to discover his abilities. Here, he had already obtained an inventory, a kind of pocket bag with the things he needed and the items associated with his aura. It was already a level higher. Right now, the size of the inventory was small, but the further it would get, that was fine. Jin wanted to train like crazy to wield a sword. He was an unusual sword, but a magical sword. He opened the status window and saw that he hadn't completed the task, even though he had opened his aura. It might be because he wasn't strong enough yet. So he prioritized completing the unfinished task. At that time, the elder asked Baek Myung-kun what happened to his face. He didn't know how to answer his father, and it made him angry. He already knew for sure about the shameful defeat, but he immediately began to justify that he had simply let his guard down and missed the punch without expecting it, and that he surely would have defeated his brother if he hadn't tricked him. This excuse was pathetic, because he was defeated by a rank lower opponent. And now he excuses himself for just missing a punch, even though he was beaten unconscious. The son immediately started to apologize, but the elder asked what he did after he lost the fight. He replied that he was gathering information about Jin. His father was angry because it seemed ridiculous. What other information? Then Baek Myung-chun shouted that he knows that his older brother gave something to Jin, but his father didn't want to hear anything. His son went the way of the scoundrel and selfish man again. He immediately chased Baek Myung-kun away. But as soon as he started to leave, his father asked him how about getting Jin to surrender, because they know very well the credo of the divine sword family. Force and orders are paramount, and he should force his brother to surrender. Then who knows what might happen, and perhaps with that kind of pressure, Baek Woojin will stomp his way to the elder's seat. Jin and Blackstone watched from their window as Baek Woojin stood motionless beneath their window for hours. Jin said he wouldn't come to them anytime soon, but apparently he talked to his father. Even in his past life, his father had turned them against each other, and in this situation, so surely he had a hand in it. The more so because he was defeated by his younger brother, and his father couldn't let that go. He always reprimanded the older one for such a display of weakness, and Baek Woojin came to Jin more than once after his father talked to him and humiliated him. It wasn't long before they were fighting him again, but it was surprising how everyone in this family was willing to fight each other at any moment. Jin thought this was a great opportunity for them, as he could vent his anger on his abuser at any moment and teach him a lesson. So parenting was not insignificant. He continued to train and not focus on the scumbag, especially since the training was also affecting Blackstone in a good way. He was getting stronger too. He asked him to concentrate again, and then the result would be better than the first time. He told him to concentrate on the power that comes to him during his meditation, to have it not only in his heart but in his whole body. He told Jin that this is a method to train Kane's aura. The power is like a waterfall in his senses. He felt something similar long ago. It overflows his body and everything around him. This man Kane, very much like someone, he resembles Blackstone, because it was Blackstone. Jin came to his senses abruptly and realized that it was already dark. Blackstone complimented the gentleman even though he was distracted by other thoughts while he meditated. The status window showed that he had put stability into the energy core and successfully completed the task. He couldn't believe that he had done it, that he had finished the task that he had failed to do before. Blackstone marveled at Jin's success. He was smart, but that he would learn aura training so quickly. He was special. He was added another plus 100 points for Blackstone's amazement, but he denied that anything of the sort had happened. Jin asked the servant to be surprised more often. It didn't usually work so foolishly, especially when he first met Jin. The boy was pleased with his results and asked if this was Kane's method, the way he meditated. Blackstone answered that it was, and Jin realized that his aura came from Rasadum. Blackstone didn't know who it was. It was his first time in this world, and the only thing he knew was that Jin's stats were high. Blackstone thought that if the boy was lucky, it was thanks to him that Jin had accumulated a lot of points, and Blackstone suggested that he invest them in one thing. The result would be special. Then Jin decided to invest some points in fencing, a decision that surprised the servant. He didn't understand why he did it. It looked useless, but still he didn't defy his master. Jin had few points and could not raise all his characteristics. How could he train wisdom? For that, he needed to improve his strength and aura, so he began to train immediately. Blackstone asked if his older brother wasn't targeting him right now, but the boy argued as always that he wouldn't go to him now, but would wait. But it wasn't all that solid, since he needed to boost his aura, in which case he had the perfect punching bag. By punching bag, he meant his brother, whom he wanted to go in search of right now. Blackstone understood that the guy was 24 years old in real time, but his powers, they were just a little above his brother's. Their clash could be dangerous. But Jin knew what he was doing and told Blackstone to just watch. He really went crazy. Baek Woojin saw his brother and immediately got into a fighting stance and was ready to attack. But it was his sister Nuna. She was surprised to see him and asked if he was ashamed. He didn't know what she meant. Then she said that she had already heard that he had lost to his younger brother, which was shameful considering their ranks. He had taken too long to see Jin as a threat, and he paid the price for it. Mocking him, she walked away. The guy was incredibly pissed off, and that's when Jin appeared behind him. He laughed at the appearance of his brother, who clearly wasn't used to this position. Baek Woojin immediately told his brother that if he didn't shut up, he would kill him. And to his surprise, Jin had no intention of backing down, but instead offered to fight right away. This shocked the guy. What happened to his brother, who had never been a fighter, who was weak and couldn't stand up for himself? It was as if another man stood before him, and he was frightened and cornered. It had only been a few days since he had mastered the aura. What could have changed him so drastically? Jin said his brother wouldn't need a sword. He should slay him with his bare hands. Baek Woojin snapped out of his seat. He would not let himself be defeated this time, but no matter how many times he attacked, Jin dodged him. He said he could feel his strategy. It hadn't changed since their last fight. He was aiming for his head like he attacked then and defeated him. Jin then took the lead in the fight and started throwing punches that his brother couldn't dodge, using all the new skills he'd learned in days of hard training. He surprised his brother with it. Baek Woojin didn't understand how this was possible. By the end of the day, he had slayed his brother, and this time he was knocked out. Jin was glad he put his new abilities into practice, and Blackstone thought this was definitely the craziest gentleman he'd ever met. After a while, they were in town. Those huge houses reminded the servant of a concrete forest. He asked the guy why they were here, and he told him that now that he was making full use of the aura, he needed to register. All aura users must be registered with the association. Jin and Blackstone came to the center. Jin said that he wanted to register as a user swordsman. The girl let him fill out the first rank swordsman form and said that she would check his aura level after a while. As Jin began to fill out the form, the girl looked at what he had written in surprise. She asked him his name again, and asked if she understood correctly that the guy was a member of the royal family of the divine sword Baek. Jin laughed, saying that he had just written that last name on the form. Then the girl told him that a member of the Beck family had already come here last month, and he was a very unpleasant man. But unfortunately, she didn't remember his name or what he looked like. It was the first time she had seen him, but Jin was completely different from this family. He was very kind and handsome and just couldn't be related to them. Jin was embarrassed, and Blackstone asked the boy if he cared about his origins, but it was still the same old way. He still wanted to destroy them all. His certificate was registered, and now he had to enter his aura data, and he thanked the employee for her help. Walking back, Blackstone noticed that his master was very happy. The reason was that in his previous life, Jin had received his first certificate at 24. Blackstone said that the boy acted like a 15-year-old, but there would be more surprises next. So it was too soon to be surprised. Everything was still to come. Suddenly, they heard someone calling out for Jin. It was the receptionist. She had barely caught up with Jin. She wanted to talk to him for a bit, and told him that a dungeon had appeared not far from here, and there was a swordsman missing. She ran after him to propose the job since there might already be those willing. Besides, people with an association, and this job would help him practice. They both realized that her being so friendly was due to the fact that Jin had also spoken ill of the Beck family. Since he would now have talent, it would be nice to test his abilities in real life. There were vine moles that weren't a problem. Very different from his past life. He agreed to go. It was a chance to test himself. After a while, he went to his destination, where he was met by people from the association. Hong In-soo said that the guy was very lucky to get into the dungeon on his first day, and Jin said that he would try very hard. Then Hong's partner Young-hoo asked him why he was talking down to the guy since he's from the Beck family, but Hong didn't think that a real family member would come here to work in the dungeon. He told Yeon to quickly finish preparing everything. Hong asked the guy if he was really from the same family, and Jin just replied that he didn't like those people. Hong immediately asked the guy not to say such things, because he obviously didn't want to get in trouble if someone happened to overhear these conversations and not report back to Beck. Blackstone admitted that he didn't think their reputation was that bad. Then Jin noticed a girl not far from them. He thought she reminded him of someone, but he couldn't figure out who exactly. But then he remembered that it was Jak Yong-hwa from the Thundercloud formation. She was the youngest daughter of the cruel Red Lotus Jak family. Red Lotus and Divine Sword were feuding families. Young-hwa was talented, but was also hated because she trained on her own without the help of anyone from her family. She was called because everything was ready. She approached Jin, and he introduced himself to her. She did the same in turn, not suspecting that he already knew her, but she gave her last name incorrectly, hiding her origins. Hong told them to hurry since they were already waiting for them, and they all went into the dungeon together. Hong argued that even though moles pose little or no threat, you have to be careful. You could hurt yourself on something or get lost, so you have to be very careful. Jin explained to Blackstone that the vine moles are different. They live here and might be around here somewhere, and they're just huge. They're so big that they dug this tunnel. Blackstone was wary. Suddenly they felt a tremendous vibration that swept through the entire cave. Han ordered everyone to be on their guard. They saw huge monsters above. They were sitting and watching the people. Young-hoo said that dealing with these creatures would be very difficult. Even if they tried to run away from them, the moles would still catch up to them. Even though they were almost blind, their hearing and sense of smell were much better than humans. Even if they managed to finish off at least one mole, their giant claws were still a danger. The vines around their necks looked very stiff, so they would have to go elsewhere. Jin drew his sword, preparing to take the fight. But in this environment, it was not the best option. Jin already had experience with moles in his past life. Suddenly, one of the monsters jumped at them, but Young-hoo was able to fight it off. There were so many moles and they were everywhere, literally surrounding the team. They attacked and snarled at them time after time. The mole jumped in their direction but missed, which created a lot of dust, which enveloped the entire space and limited visibility. There were no wounded among the team, but still their job was complicated. Jin had to be especially careful. He had no practical experience, and though he was strong, the moles were still dangerous enough for him. Blackstone shouted to the boy to duck, and if possible, wait for another moment to strike. But Jin wouldn't listen to him. He thought he knew better, for he had experience fighting them. At that moment, he had the Black Wind Rasadam aura added to him. This ability would soon be activated. The mole's weak point was his soft neck, which was covered by a vine, and all he had to do was find a place where there were fewer vines. The rest of the mole's skin was rough, so the neck was the best place to aim. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind Yonghoo and was about to attack him. As Yonghwa came to his aid, she disarmed the monster with a punch and saved her partner. She looked at Jin and asked mockingly, "Is it true that you only have to aim for the neck to defeat them? After all, you can defeat them simply by using force?" They disarmed most of the monsters. The moles attacked them as soon as the team entered the cave. But common sense was not to be expected from these monsters. Yonghoo told Jin that everyone tries to avoid the vine moles, so there's almost no information about them. Then how did he know about the monster's weakness? He said he had been told about it once in class, and he was just looking for something about moles before he went down into the dungeon. He wouldn't tell Blackstone more, as he thought he already knew enough about his past. Everyone was surprised at how aggressive and very strong the moles were. It was a surprise to everyone. Han wondered if the skin of the moles had become very rough. It was suspicious. They stopped. There were two ways to go next. They were lucky the association told them to kill the moles, and now they could split into two groups. Suddenly they saw a huge mole that was looking right at them. Its forehead had the boss's seal on it. It seemed to be the reason the moles were so strong, but it was unclear what they were exploring here. Jin told Blackstone that this mole was the guardian of the dungeon, and though the association's work for such hardships also pays, but because of such situations, the cleanup is much harder. The higher the rewards, the harder the labor and tasks. But this dungeon is hardly inferior to rank 2 in difficulty. Yonghoo told the team not to worry about the boss. She would do everything herself, and they would have to deal with the other moles. So she hid in one of the tunnels, and the team didn't know what they should dom. They thought about Yonghwa having enough skills, but at the same time sending her in there alone. Jin argued that he shouldn't worry about the ringleaders in these dungeons. He'd read about it, but no one believed him because it was the first time he'd been here. Yongwoo suggested that Hong leave the guy here so they could handle everything in the meantime. He thought about it and decided that they should help Yonghwa. He told Jin to run away right away if he saw he was in danger, and they would deal with the moles, and he immediately took off. Blackstone asked him why he volunteered to help, and Jin said he had to take down the mole personally to get the reward he was promised. He then got a surprise mission to defeat the mole boss before anyone else could do it. Jin was pleased with such a task. It was just in time. He was willing to risk his life to complete it. To risk his life at a time when he'd already died once was like that. Blackstone had never seen or heard of these moles before, but he considered them rather peculiar creatures nonetheless. These monsters are new here, but they are much weaker than they look. They have long legs, they make wide steps, so they get tired very quickly. They are easy to catch, so no one really looked for any weaknesses. 10 years ago, before the strategy was created, the moles were a bit different. But Jin has also changed. He has become stronger, and now he has the strength to overthrow the Baek family. At that moment, he saw Yonghwa had already met the two moles, and he breathed a sigh of relief. She hadn't gotten to the boss yet. He quickly ran past her, and she saw this. She called out to him and asked him where he was in such a hurry. He told her he was going to the mole boss, to which Yonghwa repeated that she would deal with the boss herself. It's very dangerous here, and if Jin wanted to offer her help, she would refuse. Jin replied that he wasn't going to help her. He was going to kill him himself. Yonghwa was shocked by such statements, but on the other hand, she thought that if the guy just got his first rank today, he probably just didn't understand everything, and this wasn't all a game. He came here in plain clothes with no training whatsoever, and he's also being selfish. So he's asking to be killed. Blackstone asked the boy how he was feeling after all that had been said, but Jin decided to propose a wager with Yonghwa. She thought she was imagining things, but Jin explained what he meant. He'll fight the main mole first, and if he doesn't defeat the boss in 3 minutes, then it'll be her turn. As an added reward, the winner has the right to ask for something from the loser. The girl thought Jin had hit his head, since he thought that amount of time was enough to defeat such a monster. That wasn't even enough for a third-rank user. The boss was already here, so she didn't have time to think. She agreed to all of Jin's suggestions. She didn't care because she didn't believe he would slay the monster, and in the meantime, she had time to rest. Even Blackstone doubted Jin's abilities, but he was more confident than ever. According to his personal experience and calculations, even 1 minute should be enough, which was hard to believe looking at the mole. Younghwa couldn't understand how he would make such an absurd wager, if it was to get her attention. Now she understood why Jin was looking at her so strangely. Blackstone told Jin that she started looking right at him without taking her eyes off him. The guy explained it by saying that he was messing up her plans, but the reason seemed to be something else entirely. At that moment, the mole took off his vine and started trying to strike with it. Jin dodged and for a moment was able to get close to the monster. He was at a suitable distance from it and was ready to attack. Yeonhwa was watching all of this. The mole was making big movements, so it was much better to dodge him, and he was getting tired. At this point, his reciting aura was activated, and the target's movements were slowed by the black wind. Jin took advantage of this new skill and took aim at the mole in the neck. Younghwa was shocked by what she saw. She didn't understand how he could do it, as it took him about 30 seconds to overpower the monster. He won the bet, plus he got 200 points and a surprise. Yeonhwa couldn't believe that he was a rank 1 swordsman. How could he defeat the boss with his skills? She was asking him a lot of questions because she couldn't understand what had just happened. Jin asked if she wanted to know how he did it, and she said of course she did. But Jin said that he would never tell her about it, which made Younghwa very angry. He asked her himself, and now he's just joking with her. No idiot would tell his secrets to anyone. Now that he's won, she's by the rules to comply with his request. She admitted that she underestimated him, thinking he was weak, and Jin understood that. He said that she was the red lotus of thundercloud formation, and he would defer his wish for later. She asked him how he knew she wasn't who she said she was, and Jin only said he guessed. There aren't many warriors right now. Younghwa looked at him, and she felt like she was losing to some brat. She got mad at him and said that he was just like his divine sword Baek family. Jin immediately said that he didn't like his family, and could easily not pick up words talking about them. Blackstone had noticed that the guy was mocking Younghwa with his expressions, but he knew he would. Younghwa calmed down. Pulling herself together, she told Jin to look at the mole. There appeared a reward for completing the task that was promised to whoever defeated the boss. It was a ring, and taking it, Jin thought he should check the ring with the appraiser. Blackstone said he had that ability and could do it. They saw that the ring of the vine mole exceeds all the basic characteristics. Yeonhwa congratulated the guy on winning. She had only made this bet because of her hasty conclusions, but nevertheless she didn't like what he said. At this point, they were approached by people from the association who were surprised that Yeonhwa did well. It was amazing that she defeated such a strong opponent, even though they were worried about her. Younghwa said that she didn't do it, but Jin did. Hong looked at the guy in surprise. They all couldn't believe he was the only one who did it. Younghwa decided that next time she wouldn't let herself be beaten so easily. Jin was in a good mood, because the first task was quite easy and the people were good. He was rewarded for killing the mole boss, but ended up winning twice. Blackstone told him not to be too sure that it ended so easily. Younghwa is unlikely to forget everything that happened and get away from Jin. Blackstone heard Jin say in his and Younghwa's conversation that he wasn't from the Baek family, but the guy had swiped that he never said that. He only said that he didn't like them. It was like that, but Jin was still a little annoyed with Blackstone's behavior. Suddenly, Jin saw 2 young men who apparently he knew were here to accompany him. One's name was Young Jun Hyuk, and the other was Moon Ju Young. Blackstone said that having servants at that age is already a success, but the boy wasn't happy about it. Jin told them that today was too late, so he had to go and they would meet tomorrow. But the servants told him that as of today, he would be staying at the Beck monastery on the 8th floor. The owner of the house ordered him to move there. For such merits as Jung deserves, he should live in the ancestral home. The elder also gave this decree. Jin was shocked by this news, but he would go inside for a while. He ordered his servants to wait for him outside. Once inside, he opened the doors of his room. It was large and empty. Finally, he was living in the ancestral home. Blackstone thought the guy was so happy he was about to cry, but Jin said he was trying to control his composure. Blackstone told him that he was dwelling too much on his past. He needed to move on with his life. Jin took it differently. He had dealt with Baek Myung-kun, now there were 6 other people left. Jin reflected on the fact that having so many people in their time is already old-fashioned, and even at an age like his father. Blackstone took the conversation in another direction, asking Jin if he knew the 2 who were now his servants. Moon Ju Young was familiar to Jin. He had been told to watch him. In his past life, he didn't even know it, but now he could sense his presence thanks to his sensitivity. He didn't understand why his father had black sword-level fighters assigned to him. They were something akin to elite guards, so he had his father's attention, and they should probably leave now. They went downstairs and Jin thanked the servants for their work, and said they could be dismissed for the day, but stopped Muncheong suddenly, telling him to keep his distance the next time he was watching him, because everyone should have their own space. He didn't expect to be seen. Blackstone tried to reason with Jin not to make hasty moves. Then he didn't listen as he always did. It was about a father Blackstone did not know as a man at all, but Jin did. What would happen if the servant told him that he had caught him spying on him? He would certainly be glad that his efforts had been noticed. Baek would never be able to understand this family. Jin offered to open the reward for the mole boss right now. Since he had such good luck, why not? The cards appeared in front of him again, and Blackstone asked the guy to choose responsibly. But it's just like a game whose outcome you can't predict. He might not win anything, or he might hit the jackpot with such a random choice. Jin decided he would just take the card that caught his eye, and that was it. After choosing a card, he came across some kind of mask, which caused Blackstone's emotions to run wild, though the mask looked like the most ordinary from the most ordinary workshop. Blackstone shouted for him to take a closer look at this unusual mask. Again, the system lavished him with gifts, and Blackstone just couldn't believe the guy was so lucky. He explained to Jin that he wasn't crazy. It was a demonic transformation mask whose rank was legendary. Jin was now also shocked. Apparently now he can even change his appearance thanks to this mask. He wouldn't be able to change his height, but he could change everything else within reason. He could fool anyone if he wanted to. He decided to test it now. When he put it on, he answered a few questions, chose an aura color, and decided to try and transform into Munjuyong. And in a moment, he was an exact copy of the guy. It was amazing. Blackstone advised him to check if the color of his aura had changed, and checking it, he saw that it had changed. It no longer looked as cheap as the boy had originally thought. He was grateful to Blackstone for making him choose his card carefully, and he dreamed that one day Jin would heed all his advice. But Jin asked him if the name of Kane's empire had been mentioned. It was the name of his training method. What was it all about? Blackstone was dumbfounded by what he heard. He could not say that the mask had nothing to do with them. Everything he studied is connected, and it is the source. He would soon find out for himself, but he should not get into all these matters. And anyway, why would Jin want to use the mask when he is already the son of such a powerful family? Unless he wants to do something not very legitimate. He really wanted to use it tomorrow. Blackstone wondered and asked why he wanted it, but didn't get an answer to his question. Later, they were at a reception with an elder who had already heard that Jin had been in the dungeon yesterday. He already knew about it, even though Jin was not being followed. Father had eyes everywhere. Perhaps he had even been told about it by the association. And then the father said that he had heard that his son had made the same bet there. Blackstone had noticed how the elder knew all the news without leaving the palace. The father wondered if Jin knew who he was betting with, and he answered that he did. That, he said, was the main reason for his action. He wanted to show the daughter of the feuding family that he was stronger than her. The father was told that Jin had hidden his origins, but he said that Young Hua had drawn such conclusions herself, and when she found out who she had lost to, he would want to see her face. The father liked that answer, and she said that he would let his son use all the available funds of their family, which means that if anything happens, he can use his family name to solve some problems. He is allowed to enter the various rooms of their family. He has finally achieved the same thing as the others. He thanked his father, but before he could finish speaking, he saw a new task appear before him, telling him to choose his personal path. Why had this assignment appeared at such an inopportune moment? Blackstone explained to him that it was because things had gone differently since he had met. He really was where the others were now. So now he had to make a choice. His personal path or change his principles. He would either be like all the other swordsmen, or he would have his own personal path. If he tried to cheat, he would fail this assignment and get nothing. His father thought his son was refusing, but Jin assured him he was not. He wondered if it made sense for a man without much skill to try to catch up with his sisters and brothers, who were at a fairly high level and were very strong. He made his choice and failed the task. He went to his father, telling him that he had gained enough skill in single training and wanted to continue it with his permission. His father said that if Jin had a trainer with him, he would learn much faster, but he refuses. Jin said it was his personal choice. His father didn't hesitate long to agree to give him 2 months, and then he would give him a test. And if he didn't pass, he would be punished. He asked if he was okay with that, and Jin decided to prove his point. Meanwhile, Young Hua practiced burning off her anger on the pair she ended up ruining. It was new and expensive, and her father would have a conversation with his daughter. But Young Hua said she wasn't in the mood to talk right now, and ordered the boy to get lost. He didn't understand why she was so rude and kicking him out if he had information about the man she was looking for. She immediately turned to him, and immediately took a piece of paper with something written on it. It had Jin's name on it and his age. They were the same age. And then she saw his background and became furious. He had dared to fool her. Her brother rushed to reassure her. This information was hard enough to get, and she wanted to tear this sheet apart. It was ungrateful. She told him that if Jin registered for the dungeon raid, she should be registered there, too. She should be ready to get revenge on him because he shamed her. And besides, their families were feuding. She should kill the next mole boss and not him. For the first time, she was so concerned about someone else. Their confrontation seemed quite interesting. They came to practice. They were back where they started relatively recently. Suddenly, they saw Baek Woojin. In a past life, Jin would not have allowed himself to say hello to him. But now when he did, Baek Woojin ignored him, and that made sense. Because why would he say hello to a man who beat him up when he met him? He needed to put it all aside and move on. Blackstone began coaching Jin in his own way, telling him to first draw his sword, then hide it, and then immediately draw it again. Jin asked what the point of this was, and he told him that he wanted to see how the boy did with it, to see what he could do with it next. He immediately went about his tasks and couldn't hold his sword. He swung it and didn't hold it, causing it to fly off somewhere in the direction of almost injuring the others, which was worth proving. He was inexperienced. Baek Woojin turned to him, calling him a pathetic cheat. How could he not have enough skill to demand so much attention to himself? He would have been better off as before and not bothering anyone at all. How could he even beat Baek Woojin by being like this? But Jin didn't pay any attention to them. Blackstone said he should train to reach the same level as those guys on the court. He suggested another exercise to the guy. He should aim his sword at a line on the simulator. Then he could learn the art of the sword. Jin thought that if he had slayed vine moles before, this task shouldn't be difficult. He struck the wooden structure with all his might. He again made trouble for the others, because this simulator flew off exactly where the others were training. It wasn't the most pleasant situation, but he didn't do it on purpose. Blackstone was surprised by Jin's attitude towards his brother. They were still supposed to be practicing underground, but it seemed clear that Jin had already started earning experience here. Let them all tell him to his face what they thought, not behind his back. When one of his brother's coaches approached him to sort things out, he was already being watched. He was really hiding his talents by cutting the pole in two after just one punch, with the fact that this was the first time he was training this technique at all today. Jin heard they were having a sparring competition tonight. He'd like to join in. The trainer thought about what he said, even though it was silly after what he had done on the training ground. He looked at Baek Woojin and thought he would let Jin join. He would put him in competition and ask the guy if he could handle the workload. Jin assured him he would, and then the coach told him to wait a little while. They were setting the stage for him because they weren't all his friends and didn't like him much. And if you say bad things behind other people's backs, bad karma would befall you. Blackstone knew the boy wouldn't listen to him, so he told him to do what he wanted. Jin wanted to fight with them. The trainer introduced them to the new competitor and asked if they minded if he participated, and everyone was fine with that. He asked who would like to fight him, and then just as many people expressed their desire to fight the guy. What surprised Blackstone was the popularity. Jin decided to pick an opponent, and it was Kim Woon-sik. Jin told Blackstone to look into his memories and then he would understand his choice. He saw that this guy had bullied Jin in the past, humiliating him and calling him names. Now Blackstone understood and wanted Jin to deal with this crazy bastard quickly. He should get the sword, and he'd do the rest on his own. They introduced themselves to each other, and Kim immediately asked why the guy was using the naked sword technique. But Jin said he shouldn't care. But he went on to say that by using such a technique, one could make a mistake and then the opponent would strike. Jin didn't care about his monologue, and then Kim started to attack him. But Jin shattered Kim's sword without much effort, or Blackstone did. He won and cheered over the loser, following Kim's words that his opponent could strike if he failed to attack him. Hit Kim. It was a shame he couldn't do more. Since it was only a sparring match, Kim had no idea that the guy could wield a sword like that, and burst into tears over his loss. The trainer didn't know how to refuse him after what he had seen, and was afraid to say the wrong thing. And then Jin chose his own opponent, the guy who raised his hand for the first time. So Yeonho. Blackstone realized that this bastard had also beaten Jin in the past, and was now his older brother's servant. He was brutally beating the guy even when he didn't have the first rank. And he repeated everything after Baek Woojin. He asked Jin not to let the bastard go until he got even with him for all the wrongs. By nightfall, Jin had beaten almost all of his opponents. He told his teacher it was easy, or the opponents were weak, but still there was only one candidate left, and he challenged his brother to a duel. They hadn't fought him in a long time, and now was the right time to rectify that. Master wanted to dissuade him from this venture, but he said he would defeat his brother despite the fact that he had defeated all his previous opponents. He wasn't going to run away from someone as pathetic as Jin, who only knows how to provoke people. But Jin asked him then who had defeated all the opponents just then. They decided to disregard the rules of decorum and start fighting right away. His brother had also switched, was quite strong and talented, but he knew his habit habits and techniques like no one else, so he could easily anticipate them. Suddenly, he intercepted and blocked Jin's punch, which startled him. He knew he had underestimated his little brother, but now he would fight him properly. He used his aura to fight him. He wanted revenge and wanted to teach his younger brother a lesson for the future. Jin defended himself. Baek Woojin said he heard about the bet between Jin and his father. This fight would be a demonstration for his father to see how pathetic Jin was, but Jin tried to keep an indifferent tone when talking to his brother. He wouldn't even let him swing his sword, which made everything critical. At one point, he knocked it out of Jin's hands. Blackstone shouted to Jin to stay calm and use his aura, and he did so. He activated the black wind and decided to take his sword. Baek Woojin said that he would use his aura as well. Jin got his sword back, and their fight continued with renewed vigor. Suddenly, Baek Woojin fell to the ground, and Jin struck him down. The trainer was shocked by what he saw. Jin's hands were shaking, losing was very close, and though he tried to stay calm, he couldn't lie to himself. Blackstone praised the guy, saying that he was on top of his game. His movements and decisions were better than before, but Baek Woojin was strong too. Everyone in this family is talented. The teacher came up to him and said that this was not the outcome he had expected. He apologized for thinking he was weak because his skill level was high, and now he respected him. Jin smiled at that statement and said he would like to continue tomorrow. The teacher was clearly not happy that this would all happen again tomorrow, but he himself had once said that no matter what the result, one should continue to train. He wouldn't listen to the coach's excuses and left. Suddenly he saw that he had completed the task, taking away his enemy's rivalry with him. He didn't remember such a task, but Blacktown assumed that the guy got those points for being able to surprise him. He could use it whenever it suited him. A servant rushed over to them to give Jin a letter from the administrative office. This organization dealt with documents, missions, and errands for their family. But what did they want from him, since they had never touched him before? But when he opened the letter, he saw that it was not really a letter. It was a request even outside of the family. It was an association, and their request had been sent through the administration because Jin didn't look at his phone. He hadn't used his phone since registering with the association. The servant suggested he go to the administration for details. His training was already over anyway. He turned to those he had defeated and advised them to clean up, because tomorrow they would do it again. His phone was right there on the bed, but it was almost out of charge, so he couldn't hear the notifications. Blackstone asked if the guy had any friends he corresponded with, and he replied that he chatted with him. Besides, it was strange to hear something like that from someone who had never had any friends and had been locked in a sword for millennia. He decided to see what the request was, and when he opened it, he saw that the association was asking for help in defending the 1st Legion District. The Legion District was a place where monsters were constantly appearing. It was not much different from a dungeon. It could be a great place to train since there would be monsters there all the time. It makes sense, but it's not a popular place. And since he got lucky with the reward for the mole boss, it might not lead here. It was Hong In-soo who asked, and the name sounded familiar. It was the man who commanded them in the cave with the moles. He must be helping him because of what Jin said about his family. Blackstone suggested that next time he would cuss out his family even more. Maybe it would help even more. If Jin hadn't been snitched on every day, he would have expressed himself that way. The petitioner was Suina, and Jin wondered why she would go there. She was the only daughter of the leader of a magical guild. This guild was associated with manufacturing and made good quality things. They fought for 1st and 2nd place in that, but Suina came to the Legion District and died. Everyone she was with also died. Then the guild searched for the culprits, but alas found none. He's not supposed to go there because it sounds dangerous, but if he can save them, he'll go there for Soina and Hong In-soo. He's good to him, and Jin didn't expect that. It would be terrible to stand aside. Blackstone showed him that a new assignment had come in that said tied fates. It was risky, but Jin had no other choice, so he accepted the assignment. They were outside, and Blackstone asked the guy how he was going to cheat this time. Jin didn't want Blackstone here. He took Moon Ji-young and all of their family's weaponry with him. Hong told Jin that they hadn't called Young-hwa, but she came anyway. They didn't understand why they were seeing her again on missions, but they couldn't help it. She didn't come here in her past life and was alive until Jin died. She came up to him and said she knew he would be here. A nice coincidence. He asked her what she was doing here, and she told him that she wouldn't tell him everything. Blackstone said that everyone was here for one thing, and he was asking stupid questions. At this point, they were approached by Soina, who said that not many people would agree to such a mission, but she honored their bravery. She wanted to tell them their purpose. Her purpose was research. She had heard that somewhere around here there was something called black barbed grass. Blackstone asked if it had caused her death in the past, but Jin said no. He didn't know why that was because the weed wasn't a threat. and there were no people here who could do any harm. They decided they would figure out the reason when things were already starting to happen. They could handle it. They went through a portal and found themselves on some lawn. Swana told them that it was unknown when the monsters would appear, so they had to be careful. They would start here. 2 were guarding and 2 more were ready to defend themselves if anything happened. Suddenly, Blackstone called out to the guy and said he seemed to understand the reason for that tragedy in the past. There was a timer above them, showing that the boss was 10 minutes away. He showed up as soon as they arrived. Jin wondered if that was the cause of the death of the explorer and the entire group. Here was Hong, who was very strong and could protect them. He wouldn't let this happen, as he had been a user for decades. He would order everyone to flee at the very least. The monster could not go beyond the borders. It would be strange because even from the hands of a huge boss could save at least 1 person, and then all died. Suddenly, a man came out of the bushes and greeted them. Hun was just as kind to him, and said that they were guarding a man who was looking for black grass here. The man was surprised as he thought there was no such growing here, but wished them good luck and left. Hun also said goodbye to him. He was a strong man, about the 4th rank by our standards, and he wielded an axe. Time expired. The entire sky was covered in red clouds. A huge monster goblin berserk came out to them. He came out of nowhere unexpectedly. They immediately began to think what to do, but Sona said that they should run away because the monster is very dangerous. But Hong said not to worry because the goblin is not as strong as it seems. Besides, they are all skillful and strong here. Yeonhwa asked the girl to stand back and not worry. She had already defeated goblins and would do it again. Now Jin realized that Swaina didn't die at the hands of the boss. They all died after their encounter with the goblin. They began to fight, and Yeonhwa began to help Hong topple the goblin to the ground. But she couldn't. He was too strong, and Jin was confused. The goblin roared, which meant he was about to go on the rampage. He attacked Hong, but he repulsed the attack. But they didn't count on the goblin being that strong. Yeonhwa devised a plan to get as close to the goblin as possible, but she needed Jin's help to do it. But he was already standing near the monster and preparing to fight it himself. He thought that Yeonhwa severely underestimated the boss. Even if she knew monsters well, it wasn't a guarantee that she was right. He instantly sliced the monster in half. Yeonhwa didn't understand how he knew this trick since he was only rank 2. Hong, on the other hand, praised Jin for his speed, which was amazing for someone as young as Jin. Yeonhwa was jealous of him. She once again couldn't get ahead of the guy. Then he asked her if she wanted to know how he did it. She wondered because the last time he tricked her. Jin laughed. Then Soena ran up to them and said that she found something. Right next to the dead goblin was black, prickly grass. This meant that the mission was completed, and they could go back. It was pretty hard. There was a bounty near the monster. They were all happy about it and didn't expect such a surprise. Suddenly, Moonjuyong shouted to Jin to step back. At that moment, something flew into the tree near them. It was an axe. They recognized it as the same axe that the man who had been approaching them had. He came out to them and said that next time he would not miss. He was the one responsible for Soina's death in the past. The reason he attacked them was the goblin bracelet and the black grass they were looking for. He came back for them. His name was Sajinu. Everyone was horrified because they had heard of him. He was a crazy killer who didn't care who to kill or why. He was just doing it for nothing. Moonjuyong said that he would deal with him himself, because this lunatic was the 4th rank. But Jin wouldn't let him do that, because his father would find out. He would do it himself. He didn't come here to die a senseless death. But if things get too bad, his assistant will intervene. Jin was glad that he had such a chance to fight such a strong opponent. He ordered Yeonhwa to take care of the others and he could handle himself. She urged him not to do it because he didn't stand a chance. But Jin said they would all die if he didn't fight Sanjin. He asked her to cooperate with him for the good of the others. Sanjinu laughed at him and attacked him. Jin activated the black wind and managed to block the blow. The psycho was surprised by this and taunted the guy, saying he would chop off his legs. They fought, and at one point Sanjin struck Jin's sword, breaking it. At that moment, everyone screamed. Sanjin said that the boy was destined to die today. He jumped over the guy, and at that moment, Blackstone turned into a sword and asked to fight with it. He said that to activate it, you had to say the curse of the crunchy knight. He activated the sword and blocked Sanjin's blow at the last moment. His aura weakened. He ordered his servant to protect everyone, so it wouldn't happen like that time in the past. He lost consciousness.
A staff member ran into the office and called for the director.
He shouted that Sanjin was dead. The bastard was hiding in Legion territory. That's why they couldn't find him. It was a huge area. The problem was that Shin Baek's special man caught him. The director said it wasn't a big deal if it wasn't a known family. But then he realized who he was talking about. But he's 10 or 12 years old. How could he do that? He didn't know what to do, now it sounded absurd. He could have written that a rank 1 teenager defeated a rank 4 psychopath killer. That's shameful. He couldn't believe it himself at first. But even Younghwa testified and confirmed that it was true. The director asked if Jin was able to get close to the criminal, and the staff member replied that he had thrown him to the ground and used the chi sword. The director was going crazy. This just couldn't be done by a teenager and with a chi sword. But if this is true, then the most gifted swordsman in history has come into the family. He had strange dreams again with a man he didn't know, but as if he had seen once. He felt the power emanating from him. He woke up and saw Blackstone in front of him. Jin was brought to his room when he lost consciousness after the fight. He had been in a coma for 2 days. A cheerful servant came to his room. He had cared for him when he was unconscious. He asked how he was feeling. Jin had a headache. It was because the guy was abusing his aura, but it would pass. He was worried about Jin, but not as much as some people who were even waiting today. He called Yeonhwa and Soina into the room. They came to thank him for their rescue. They all survived because of him. He saved everyone. Soina thanked him on behalf of the entire secret guild. Jin was surprised that she was so grateful, but she shouldn't have been since she had hired him herself that day for her own safety. She couldn't stop thanking him. Apparently she was very scared at the time. Younghwa said that the psycho had killed about 10 people, but Jin put an end to it. But Soyin also thanked the guy for getting the black weed. She was working on something and couldn't tell him everything now, but she would tell him first when she was done. She decided to give him a gift. Jin refused, but she insisted it was a necessity. His sword was broken, so she gave him a new one. It was a sword binding radiance, designed to bind light together. He could use its energy. It was a useful gift. It was a very valuable sword, so he asked Soyin if she really wanted to give it to him. Her father insisted on such a gift, and if the boy didn't accept the gift, she would be in trouble. He obviously asked it out of politeness. She left him to rest. She went to the Legion without telling anyone, so she is grounded. She was only allowed in to check on Jin. She offered to meet him later. Blackstone swiped that her family at least cared about their children, while Baek didn't care. Younghwa gave Jin the goblin bracelet and some box her brother told her to give her. She would help Jin with the treatment. She asked the guy why he lied to her. He is Baek's direct heir, but didn't tell her that. Jin told her he never said that. She misunderstood his wording. He just hated them. But that didn't mean he wasn't a member of their family. Younghwa saw that this family was just full of jerks. Even this guy was like that. He's not weird, he's stupid. She, with a sense of accomplishment, decided to leave his room. She left with the thought that next time, she shouldn't let him win. She would overtake him. She walked out, slamming the door loudly. He had completed the task. Jin was glad it was over. He doubted himself again. He thought he was going to die. It was especially scary when his sword broke. Blackstone laughed. It's okay he even got bonuses. But Jin noticed that he gets them when he touches the feelings of others. Jin must like the system, since none of Blackstone's previous masters had ever received such bonuses. He thought about practicing, and got extra points for his trainer's surprise. Mun Chuyong went to the elder and began to report what had happened in the Legion that day. He told him that the guy got a mission from Soina in the Legion. Then an assassin showed up. He was strong, and his target was black grass and a goblin bracelet. He ambushed Jin. He wielded axes, though they used to be swords. He was looked for all around, but he was hiding. The elder was interested. The servant told how the elder's son overpowered the outlaw with a black aura he had never seen. He wasn't sure if it was a sword aura. Even though Jin had a black aura, the sword had a different one. He had never seen anything like it before. It was stronger than the sword's aura. This boy would never bore the elder. He was pleased that the feuding family and the secret guild were indebted to his youngest son. He had never praised Jin before. In the meantime, the test was 22 days away, and the elder thought of what it would be. He ordered that Jin be brought to him. Blackstone stood together with Jin from this day forward. The guy would have to do 2 things. He had chosen the path of his sword, as he absolutely disliked his teacher's training. Now he must practice a lot, put all of himself into the art of sword wielding, even if he only swings his sword once. This action should also carry a certain meaning. Jin thought about these words while looking at his sword. A meaningless sword is the same as a sword that is not used. Jin's second task would be footwork. This was strange, since he had been learning another method of his family, and Blackstone had seen the guy use this method. It had been passed down to him from his family as an inheritance. Was this the method where he balanced using his back and then carried forward? Jin replied that yes, it wasn't bad, but this method didn't suit him. It had no place in any skill from the Baek divine family. Jin was shocked by Blackstone's statement like that. He roughly understood what he meant. The sword art that Jin was studying now had a high degree of freedom. For this reason, it could be used in any situation, but his family's skills were too standardized. He could use them at any time, but one had to repeat them. until one embodied the chosen movements and swordsmanship. So there was no point in them, it wasn't something that suited him. Blackstone agreed that the guy was thinking right. If he studied the techniques Blackstone advised him here, he could dodge the axe that was flying towards him. When his sword broke, in those seconds, he couldn't move. Blackstone said he would teach the guy everything. The technique was called unknown footwork. Jin creates it with his movement or desire. First, he has to set his feet shoulder-width apart. It doesn't matter which foot he takes the first step with, but he has to understand which side the sword is pointing. He felt his steps felt much lighter. There are predetermined movements, but among them in all likelihood, there are also non-constant movements naturally connected to each other. This meant that no matter where he was, he would always be able to attack with his sword. Taking out his sword, he chopped the trainer, this technique of footwork. He decided that Blackstone was right. He would be able to use this technique in any situation. But this was entirely Jin's merit. He could control it and was capable of creating it himself. Jin thought about his abilities. At that moment, he was called out by Moonju-young, who was approaching him. He told Jin that he had something to tell him. The elder ordered him to bring him to him immediately. It looked like the time had finally come. The elder made a decision about the test, and in a moment, he was in front of him. After greeting him, his father ordered Jin to stand up, which was to prove it. He didn't care about what was going on around him. The elder said that Jin should know why he was called here, and he told her that he remembered that he had to take the test. The elder decided to briefly tell her what the test was about. At that moment, he called out for someone to come in. Jin turned around and saw some guy walking towards them. He greeted the elder. Jin couldn't believe his eyes. There would be a competition in 3 weeks, and the elder advised him to use his third-rank aura to defeat the opponent. This guy was Baek Woojin. To pass the test, Jin needed to defeat his older brother. Jin said he would do the job. Baek Woojin would not allow him to use aura above the 3rd level, and if Jin broke the rule, he would lose. Baek Woojin said that he wouldn't let that happen. So the elder decided to ask Jin a question, asking him what sword aura he used during his task. After all, the father had heard that his son had defeated Sajin with only 1 aura strike. Jin was frightened by such a question. He said he couldn't tell the elder. This made his father angry, but Jin replied that since they had a bet, he didn't have to tell him anything. Jin said that he thought his father had some plans for him, since he said he would determine his type after he took the test, and he saw what he was capable of, so he agreed to it as a bet. He can't tell his opponent about his weapons, because of what he said. The elder laughed. Such statements were insolence on Jin's part. He was already looking forward to the winner of this bet. They both left their father, and Baek Woojin told his brother that he didn't think the opportunity to beat him would be so near and fast. But Jin also said that he was waiting for this opportunity since now he has the chance to humiliate Baek Woojin to the fullest. His older brother told him that the guy has a great talent for making people want to kill him. He should try harder, because if he doesn't win this bet, he'll be in big trouble. But Jin said the duel won't happen today, so his brother needs to cool down. They would still have time to see him, but he was actually worried since even Baek Woojin was a worthy and strong opponent. He didn't have a plan, so he was thinking about it now. Blackstone suggested that since you couldn't use a 3rd-rank aura, and Jin had a 4th-rank aura and still lost, it might be easier for Jin to defeat his brother, who had a 3rd-rank aura. But Jin replied that even though his brother was a rank lower than the past villain, he was still stronger. His green aura was very strong and his sword technique was very precise. Because he changes his technique often, people call it the withering flower technique. In addition, his brother in his past life hated him for no reason, and in the end, just took everything away from him and threw him out on the street. For that reason, he should defeat him no matter what. He asked Blackstone if he had any idea about that, and he told him that maybe he should just destroy the entire planet during the duel with the Crystal Knight technique. First, Jin needs to practice with what Blackstone taught him. Putting all his will into the sword was a very difficult task. Blackstone asked what kind of energy Jin wanted to put into the sword, and he said he wanted to be strong and fast. This, according to him, would lead him to victory. But Blackstone thought the guy was crazy, since 1 wish would be enough, and he wants to put 2 wishes into the sword. He shouldn't be greedy and pick 1, but Jin told him that he wouldn't change his mind since he had made up his mind. He just wouldn't get another chance like this ever again. Blackstone tried to calm down. He said it was his business and let him do what he wanted, but suggested he just imagine putting his will and desires into it. Jin concentrated on it and felt some kind of power in the sword. Blackstone saw that the boy apparently understood what needed to be done, and that wasn't a bad thing. 2 weeks later, in the great tournament hall of the divine Beck family, all of the Baek family's children were present, and the talk amongst the common people was that there was no point to this fight. Since Jin had defeated a 4th-ranked opponent, he would still not be able to defeat the invincible Baek Woojin. The heirs were thinking how much of a waste of time it was. What was their father thinking? It was time for the duel, and the two men entered the arena. Baek Woojin was on the left side. He told his brother that he had chosen the perfect place to bury him. But Jin replied that they hadn't even started the fight yet to start throwing threats. He was on the right side of the arena. Baek Woojin wanted to threaten Jin further, but he advised him to win first and then say such things to him. He was really trying hard to piss off his brother, making him go crazy with hatred towards him. The elders announced the exit, and absolutely everyone present bowed to him and greeted their ruler. He told them that he was attending a duel of peer-to-peer opponents that would be of great importance to everyone else. Therefore, the fight would continue until one of them surrendered. He would allow all attacks and methods. He announced the start of the duel. The fight began, and the two of them looked at each other, ready to convince. Baek Woojin told his brother that after this duel, he would be out of their family. Jin activated the Black Wind. Baek Woojin saw the black aura for the first time since the ceremony. He sarcastically asked Jin not to lose too quickly, as it wouldn't be fun at all, and the audience wouldn't like it. He couldn't wait for the battle to start. Baek Woojin started to attack, but Jin successfully blocked his punch, which his older brother didn't realize at first. Jin didn't realize what was going on, because the slowing down effect was supposed to work. But for some reason it didn't. Baek Woojin asked him if he was going to defeat him with just these things. Because even if he didn't use a 3rd-rank aura, Jin would never be able to defeat him. But Jin was evasive and told his brother that he was talking too much. Blackstone watched all of this and advised Jin to get closer to his opponent with his famous footwork. Otherwise, this fight would never end. Jin thought he should probably do it. His abilities were imperfect, but if he understood how Baek Woojin attacked and struck, then he could understand how to dodge. This was a chance. Jin tried to remain calm. Even if his skills were so high, it would surely be hard for him to react if he moved unpredictably. After thinking about it for a while, he decided to stick to this plan, so he got behind his brother and unexpectedly elbowed him, causing him to lose his guard for a while. Now he should use the next technique of exposing his sword. But Baek Woojin was not himself with anger that his brother had hit him so meanly. He used his aura, which surprised Jin. Blackstone said that even though the guy was only a level 3, he still looked pretty intimidating. Of course, it would be much harder to get close to him now. The only chance for Jin to win was to stop his brother from using the withering flower sword. He was rooting for the Lord and wished him luck, because he had been training and preparing for this for a very long time. He just had to attack right now and not give up. After a while, Jin realized that he wouldn't win through stamina alone. He needed to break his opponent's stance. Baek Woojin recognized his younger brother's talent, but he asked him to understand that he and Baek Woojin were on different levels. At this moment, Jin saw his brother using the withering flower sword. He was afraid of this very thing. He realized that if he showed weakness or made any mistake now, he would be finished. He was already seriously injured, but all his thoughts were that he needed to properly bear his sword. At least this time, there was no way he would back down. Baek Woojin saw that Jin's condition was very weak, so he decided to end at this point. Blackstone shouted to the gentleman to back off, or he might lose his arm. Jin then decided that he too had something to answer his brother on this. The desire he has to put into his sword, to make it stronger and faster, and his long-cherished dream of crushing the Baek family. He did so, but Baek Woojin was not appeased, and was still just as hungry for revenge. Even though Jin was able to block that punch, he would have to do it again, squeezing every last bit of strength out of him. Suddenly, he noticed the opportunity window, displaying the information that he had been given the ability of 1,000 swords. Because of his extreme training, he had entered the mode of super concentration and focus. Baek Woojin thought that his opponent was about to fall, when he suddenly noticed the black aura that was emanating from Jin. Gathering all the power he had, he used his new ability, the Emperor's Core. Baek Woojin tried to block this strike, but as soon as he did,
He noticed that his aura was collapsing.
at some point there was a huge explosion, and as soon as the dust disappeared, everyone saw Baek Woojin lying on the ground. He didn't understand how his younger brother had managed to do that. Everyone looked at this and couldn't believe that the young lord had lost to his brother, who was ranked below him. Jin himself realized that he had lost too much aura. He was very tired and injured. Blackstone praised the Lord for his efforts and victory. He had definitely just reached the heights. Jin joked that he had never heard such words for himself before. He turned to his father, saying that he had completed the task and defeated the opponent, as the rules stated. The elder smiled and told him to do what he wanted. This reaction alarmed his children. The elder got up from his seat and announced to the audience that the duel was over. With a fleeting glance at Baek Woojin, who was lying on the ground, the elder looked at Baek Woojin and thought how pathetic he looked right now. Sometime later that same day in the Beck family's monastery, Jin looked at his shaking hands and thought about whether he would always look like this after using the Dark Emperor projectile. Blackthorn had told him that the whole problem was that he had failed to get his aura under control in time. So he should rest, and once he resumed the power of his aura, practice controlling it. Jin understood his friend's instructions. But before all that, he would like to check his rewards. In front of him appeared a whole list of awards for the completed task. In total, he received 700 points, which cheered him up a lot. It was also noted Blackstone was happy. He also received 500 extra points for shocking a large number of people. Blackstone was now surprised by this amount of points, but Jin took the reward for granted. He thought that this was a pretty useful system with points for surprising people. It would definitely play to his advantage. Blackstone agreed with the master. The more he surprised people, the more points he would earn. And he was genuinely happy for the guy. It was motivation to develop, especially since he seemed to like this grading system. Jin collapsed on the bed with relief. He had quite a bit of luck in training on his own, but he wouldn't have been able to accomplish this alone. He looked at his hand that had the goblin bracelet on it. It had helped him win this battle. Blackstone remembered that while Jin was unconscious, that girl wouldn't let anyone even touch that bracelet. It was very peculiar to her. Blackstone asked what the guy was going to do with the points he had earned. He decided to upgrade all his skills. By doing so, he would be able to upgrade the Imperial gear to a higher level. The more Jin trains, the higher his level will become. It would allow him to use more power since it contained raptures and strength. Jin couldn't believe that it was possible to be even stronger. A little while earlier, during the announcement of the winner, everyone was extremely impressed and shocked by the results, especially the children of the elders. In their eyes, he looked crazy. He literally admitted his defeat in front of everyone, as he had definitely bet on Baek Woojin. It was hard to believe. Jin berated himself for not being experienced enough. He could have used the power of the fragile knight, but he didn't. He just almost fainted. Blackstone praised him for doing well. After all, it was quite a difficult spell, and not everyone can pull it off. Jin thought about how his abilities were revealed at the most dangerous moment, like in a movie. It was true. Plus, the goblin bracelet was one of the keys to the path of 1,000 swords. Blackstone explained to the boy what it was. He should think of it as a goal he was trying to achieve in the art of sword wielding. In the path of learning, he would achieve more and more, but they hadn't gotten to that point yet. Jin had been practicing hard to perfect the skills and technique of the Imperial projectile, and he was able to replicate it. Blackstone had told him that he was now releasing an amount of energy commensurate with his level. Jin hoped that he would be able to use this technique every time he needed it. Since he had no problem using the Imperial projectile, he suggested that Blackstone start a new training session right now, to which he replied that he only wanted to suggest it, so the next session would be to develop his legs. A new assignment popped up on the window of opportunity. Jin realized that the duty of a divine sword right after defeating his brother was not to be expected. His father was not the kind of person who would give him a break. It had to be the work of one of Jin's siblings. Jin was holding a flyer that said he would have to fight people above him in rank. Thus, he would honor the family. He was sure that this was the work of Baeksan. He didn't know how it happened, but it was definitely her. Kim Bum-sok and Yuju were to fight him. They would be helping him in his past life. They were part of her faction. Blackstone asked the Lord if he understood correctly that his fifth sister wanted to get rid of him, and he told him that it could be her fear of becoming the next Baek Woojin. She's definitely up to something, and Blackstone suggested that it might be best to back out. But Jin told him that he couldn't do that. He just had to go and do what he had to do. Plus, he told him that there was something very good about the venue for this event, so he was sure he wasn't in any danger. He decided that if Baeksan was playing dirty, he would do the same thing. That same night at the Baek family's monastery, Jin was very emotional, rejoicing that he too had received a divine sword duty, a task for a third-ranked swordsman when he was only a first-ranked swordsman. It was a reason for him to be proud, although his servants were clearly worried. They didn't understand why he was so excited, and advised him to give up on it, since they wouldn't be able to protect him in the event that it was a matter of the divine sword, Baek. But Jin told him that he didn't know how the fight would end, but he would be accompanied by third-ranked men, and he didn't have to worry. He couldn't abandon his duty. These words angered Moon Choi-in, even though their fight could be seen by someone else. He still could barely contain himself. It had only been a day since Jin had defeated his master Baek Woojin. If he received this kind of mission right after that, it could only mean one thing. Blackstone noticed that the servant was very worried about Jin, but the guy thought that Moon Choi-in doubted his strength, even though he had handled the third-ranked mission. Moon Choi-in wanted to object to the Lord, but Jin didn't want to listen to him, and immediately ordered him to get away and not spoil his mood. Since he was doubting her before the battle even started, he had no choice but to listen to him. Jong-jun was at a loss for what he saw, but Jin told him to follow along with Moon Choi-young. Mong-jong thought about how much he had overestimated Jin, thinking that he was smart and could make deliberate moves. Was he being consumed by greed? Jin looked at him and thought he knew exactly what he was thinking. He appreciated that he was worried about him. He told them to notify the administrative department that he was going on this mission. Moon-jun realized that the Lord was doing this because he knew he was being watched, and while Jong-jun didn't realize what was going on, he bowed to Jin and said he would complete the mission. Baeksin watched them. She wasn't surprised that her brother accepted the mission because no one in their right mind would refuse to fulfill the duty of a divine sword. But she thought that even though Jin was a talented swordsman, his knowledge was superficial. She asked the servant what the plan was for her brother tomorrow when they went on the mission. He told her that the young master would fight in the front row of the monsters, as members of the Baek family should, and that as soon as they passed the stable zone, Kim Bom-sok and Yoo-ju would ambush him. They're both listed as third-rank swordsmen, but they've already received the fourth rank, and they'll be let through without a problem, since their data hasn't been updated. No one knows they're related to Baeksin, so he assured her she wouldn't be in trouble. She could see the servant was prepared. He handed her a picture of some man, telling her that he would finish everything. No one would come back alive from this mission. She was pleased, but she told him not to relax, as she had to finish what she had started. Her little brother was going to die soon. Meanwhile, Jin was practicing without giving himself a moment's rest, which worried Blackstone. He reasoned that he would have time to rest in the 3 hours it would take to get there. He looked foolish, though he did enjoy practicing. He'd been practicing punching and vertical cuts since dawn. It was all because the more he practiced, the stronger he became. In his past life, it was completely different. At that moment, 2 guys came to him apologizing for being late. He didn't immediately recognize who they were. They introduced themselves to him as his escorts during the mission, Kim Bom-sok and Yoo-ju as third-rank swordsmen. Now he understood who they were. They said they were honored to be by his side. Blackstone watched them and said that Jin was probably right when he said they were coming for his head. He explained his opinion to him by saying that these swordsmen had introduced themselves as third rankers. Although they were actually fourth rankers, that certainly wasn't the only thing Baeksin had prepared for him. Blackstone asked if they had a second plan because he thought that since they had met these people, there would be someone else. Munchin came up to Jin and informed him that everything was ready. He put everything Jin had asked him to put in his bag. Munchin told him that he trusted him, but asked the Lord to be careful. Jin appreciated the attention, but told him not to worry, because they would see each other when he returned. After a while, they were already at the place. Jin was welcomed and thanked for joining the mission. Before leaving, the man wanted to tell the guy about the current situation with the rift. He will go in there, and since the rift is connected to other dimensions, the environment might change as well. Jin asked if he was right that the impact of the disaster had spread to the outside of the rift, and he was right, because it was usually not as foggy as it was now. There was much less air inside, so he was advised to watch his breathing, which was timely. Jin asked the attendants if they understood the mission, and they told him that the mission was to eliminate the monsters that were a danger to humans. Now they could start going in. The people from the association wished them good luck. The first to enter the rift were the attendants, and then Jin. Once there, they noticed that there was less air, and the temperature was noticeably lower. Blackstone saw the look on Jin's face and realized that this place must be familiar to Jin. He said that he really knew this place, and even who lived here. They heard the rustling of bushes, and in the same second, they saw a whole group of monsters. In order to kill them, they didn't believe what he told them at first, and he repeated that he was ordering them all to be killed. They didn't expect him not to lead the fight, and didn't expect him to fight. But he told them that he wasn't going to waste his forces on some group of goblins, and they, as third-rank swordsmen, would have to handle it with ease. He would only fight if there were more goblins, or a stronger monster came. The monsters were already approaching them, and Jin ordered them to get down to business. They didn't understand why things didn't go according to plan, and why he wasn't doing anything. Obviously, his sister didn't appreciate him. Blackstone wondered if the guy would join the fight, or if he just said that for nothing. But Jin said that he was foiling their plan when they were counting on him to be in front. After a while, They destroyed all the monsters, and Jin told them that it was just a passing thing, and they had to move on. They realized that they had no choice but to wait for him to turn away from them and attack from behind. Otherwise, they had no other chance. Jin decided to play along. Blackstone treated it with irony. At one point, one of them hurt his arm, which startled everyone. It was a thorny ash tree. Blackstone knew this plant because it grew a lot in his world. It needed a special medicine to heal the wound. Besides, the ash tree causes pain that doesn't go away for a long time and is distracting during battle. Yuju had to put on a different outfit. He was angry that he was distracted by Jin and hurt his hand so clumsily. At that moment, a rumbling sound was heard. The monster was approaching them again. He boldly said that he would handle everything himself this time, and he wounded Ash, let him rest. Now, they would finish him off as soon as he turned his back to them. As soon as he turned his back to them, they decided to attack. Without wasting a second, they were sure that they would kill him quickly and follow orders, but Jin managed to dodge them, and now it was his turn to deal with them. They panicked because they couldn't let him get away. They must capture him. But they didn't understand how he had anticipated their attack on him. But they didn't know that Jin had known everything from the beginning. They noticed that the monsters weren't attacking him. These nail creatures didn't have a habit of attacking those who didn't touch them, and that means the two of them are a target for them. Kim Bum-sok told Yuzin to run after the boy while he dealt with the monsters, because they couldn't let him get away from them and fulfill the young Miss's request. But things were clearly not as they had imagined. Kim Bum-sok wanted to kill Jin, and he used Black Wind. He immediately took the initiative to fight. After hitting Kim Bum-sok, he said that even if they killed him, they would still come after them. The first-ranked swordsman slew two fourth-ranked swordsmen. Perhaps if they attacked more quietly, it would be more difficult. The gnolls, seeing that their assailants were dead, started to leave, so there was no reason to waste any more energy. Blackstone assumed it was over too quickly, but Jin said they still had some work to do. Blackstone was sure to send someone else to get rid of the two losers. This time Jin would ambush them. After a while, someone was walking towards the forest. He noticed how much the fog had become and how little air was left. It was the perfect arena for him. He didn't realize if they had gotten rid of the guy or not, but then he was horrified when he saw that those who had been sent to kill Jin were dead. He had killed them. At this point, Jin attacked the assassin from above, but he was able to defend himself. Jin told him that he was much better than those 2 times he was able to block the blow. The assassin didn't understand how this guy could be so strong. Jin previously knew to send someone else after the previous 2 assassins, but he didn't know who exactly. But still, he thought about how to proceed and seemed to have come up with an idea. Since it's foggy, they'll send someone with a stealthy disguise. Blackstone will help him with the plan. They waited for him in the tree, and when he appeared, they knew what to do. He was using a disguise, which made Jin's job a little more difficult, but he tried to focus on him. Jin was helped by Blackstone telling him which side he was being attacked from. When fighting a person who is disguised, he has to penetrate them with his sword at the most opportune moment. At some point, he made a distracting strike, and as soon as he was distracted by it, as Jin used an imperial projectile, and thus overpowered his opponent by throwing him aside. He breathed a sigh of relief. The opponent was indeed very strong, and if it wasn't for Blackstone, then Jin would have died. Blackstone asked if the guy would take revenge on his sister, but it was impossible in the near future since she was level 5. But still, if she continued to interfere with him, he assured his friend that he could prevent it. There must be some kind of meeting at home right now. Blackstone was used to the master not telling him anything, but he asked what was at the end of the place. Jin said there was a 3rd-rank flower and a monster. They walked and looked for the flower, and when they saw the red flower, Blackstone froze. In his world, it is called red morning flowers, just like in Jin's world. Only he advised him not to pluck the flower as it is at its best at dawn. Jin knew this, and he also expected a monster to appear. A huge monster rose from the water, protecting the flower from the likes of Jin. It was a mud golem. It was complex for the reason that it regenerated perfectly. In any case, even if this golem was low-ranked, they would need to destroy its core first. Blackstone looked at Jin and didn't understand why he was smiling. He surely remembered where the golem's core was, so he should be able to deal with it with ease. Jin asked him to be quiet as he was preventing him from concentrating. He dodged it, as he realized that if he missed even one hit, he would die. Jin noticed that the golem had the same movements as the troll he had met in his previous life, but if he didn't dodge, he wouldn't let it slip through. Now the monster's position was destroyed. All that was left of the golem were stones. Jin put strength and admiration into his sword, as he needed speed to make such a powerful attack. But they both realized that the core was not destroyed, and soon the monster would resume again. But Jin was not dismayed by this, for he felt it could serve him in his training. Blackstone didn't understand what the guy meant at first. Jin explained to him that golems coming back to life and attacking would be a useful thing for him to do now. Then Blackstone realized that Jin was up to having fun with the golem, since he knew where the core was and could kill it whenever he wanted. It was all for practice. It was probably pretty stupid at a time like this to do such a thing. He pointed Blackstone at the almost generated monster and asked if it would be right to strike in a straight line despite the swing of the sword. Blackstone said yes. And after saying that, the guy chopped the golem with just one swing of his sword. But he didn't like what he had done, as the technique he had practiced was far from perfect. Blackstone thought it was something crazy, but nevertheless he did not object to the master. But since he was going to train, Blackstone advised him to decide on the characteristics of his sword. But Jin said that he had already thought of everything for a vertical cut. He uses speed and mass, and for a blow speed and accuracy, but still his friend advised him to put his will into the sword and swing it. The sun was already setting, and since the flower could be picked up just at sunset or sunrise, they could head back, but he would need to finish something before that. He swung his sword at the guard's hand, and then pierced the palm of his hand where the core was located. He had successfully completed the task of the core to the very end. From that moment on, the rewards for completing the task began to be counted, and most of them were for increasing his friendship with Blackstone and the impression he had made on him. He had managed to unlock the first gate of the 1,000 swords, specifically the Sword of Rapture, the Sword of Mass. There was also created a sword path that contained Rapture, the power of mass and the mist that gathers cuts. Blackstone already just wanted the guy to be given everything he deserved. He denied that he was surprised. Jin asked what the fog collecting cuts meant, but Blackstone himself was surprised that the guy had learned the technique. He told Jin that he needed to deal with the morning flower. The guy jumped across the swamp to the island where the flower was growing. It was already orange, and that meant now was the time to pick it. Jin thought about how lucky he was today, because first he had a training toy that would never break, and now a morning flower. Blackstone questioned whether it was okay to use a golem for training purposes, because it was dangerous and stupid, but Jin didn't see anything wrong with it. He was wildly boastful, but he was in high spirits. They had accomplished the mission and could return. After a while, Jin emerged from the rift. Outside, the man with the association was waiting for him. He praised him for his work, but he asked the guy where the other swordsmen had gone. Jin said that they were attacked by an assassin during the mission. Then the association man argued that no one goes into the rift, but Jin brought the assassin with him and asked if the association man knew the assassin. He was the one who missed the criminal, and now he has a huge crime on his hands. Jin tried to reassure him that he had dealt with them all, but hiring a level 4 criminal to kill a family member was the Beck family's style. Jin asked if there was a bounty on the criminal's head, and the officer hurriedly told him that he would calculate the amount and credit it to Jin. He cautiously asked the gentleman how he had defeated such a dangerous criminal single-handedly and remained unharmed, to which Jin replied that it was quite simple. He left, but asked the officer to remove those guys who came with him on the mission, because they should not be in their house in any way, and they did not deserve it. Blackstone congratulated Jin on his successful return from the rift and asked what they were going to do next. Jin didn't know what he was going to think about when he got home, and there was something he was very curious and worried about. He couldn't wait to see Leah Baxon's expression when she saw her brother alive. The brother she wanted to kill that she'd even hired a criminal to do it. The two of them stood in front of her father, who asked her what she had done, but Baxon couldn't answer him anything. Perhaps afraid of his reaction, and definitely not regretting what she had done, Jin stood nearby with a completely unperturbed face, waiting to hear his sister's excuses. Then the elder asked again, this time shouting to the entire hall. Baxon fell to the floor and began to beg for forgiveness. The Steel brothers and sisters of Baek were present. They all heard Baxon confess that she had purposely changed the mission to kill her brother Jin, saying that it was the duty of the divine sword, and then sent swordsmen after him to kill him. The elder listened to her and asked if that's all it was. Baxon froze and said that's all she did. Then he said that since he had heard Baxon, he now wanted to hear Jin's son and his version of what happened and what his sister was guilty of. He replied that her fault was that she shamefully lost to him. Using such resources to kill him, she couldn't follow through. It was her fault. Even after hiring a rank 4 assassin with a criminal background, she still lost. These words made Baxon angry. She couldn't believe that this second-ranked brat had beaten her, defeated 3 4th-ranked swordsmen, and was now embarrassing her in front of her father and other family members. Her father understood what his son meant, but said that she couldn't make the invitation to pass the sword back duty on her own. She had to have someone to help her, someone older. He agreed that she failed her plan with a bang. She didn't even have the help of 2 swordsmen and an assassin. He said it was her fault. Baxen admitted that she was ashamed. Now, by all the rules of their family, Jin should take revenge on her since she tried to kill him. But he admitted that he couldn't do that now. His father laughed out loud. He asked his son if he knew that his sister had a 5th rank and even a sword squad. How was he going to defeat her? Jin repeated that he wasn't going to do it now. It was an impossible task right now. But if he gave him time, he would definitely take revenge on her. The father turned to his daughter and told her that those 20 swordsmen who were part of her squad would no longer belong to her. He ordered her to go meditate at the wall for 9 months. She had no choice but to obey her father's order. After that, the elder said that everyone could leave. The discussion was over. They all began to disperse. And then Beksona called Jin over. She said that 9 months wasn't such a long time. So when she came back, they would meet him. He said he would look forward to seeing her. Already there was such an arrogant man who had no respect, and he paid for his arrogance when he beat him to a pulp. Baek Myung-hoon was still furious about losing to his younger brother. Baxen thought that unlike Baek Myung-hoon and Baek Woojin, she would definitely kill Jin. It would only take a couple months. She's definitely not a loser like them, and would finish what she started. Jin said he was looking forward to seeing them to see which one of them would die. Ma Young-hwan ran into the manager's office, excited about something. The manager asked him what he was doing at this hour. Ma Young-hwan asked him who the offenders were who were involved in the offense of the division's ability to retaliate. He answered the employee that they were Sang Jin-woo and Pak Chol-yoon. He asked why Ma Young-hwan wasn't on duty right now, but the guy said that it didn't matter now because Pak Chol-yoon was a dead 4th rank offender. The warden didn't believe it was possible, but Ma Young-hwan said it was true that the criminal had been killed and that there was a bounty on him. The boss asked how it all happened, and the employee told him that it happened in the altered rift zone. He was killed by the youngest son of the divine sword family Beck. When the boss heard that the youngest son of Baek had done it, he realized that he was the guy who had killed Sanchin's killer and protected the explorer and the whole expedition. He was the youngest Baek, but Manhwa remembered that Baek Woojin and Beksona were also the youngest. The chief said that it was true that this young man had only recently reached the 2nd rank but had already killed the criminal Baek Chol-hyun, who was the 4th rank. Had he become an even stronger real monster? He was only 15 years old, and something like this was something unbelievable. Jin looked at his status. Now he had risen to a 3rd rank swordsman. He was getting stronger with each new day. He complained to Blackstone that it looked like things were going to get worse and more annoying from here on out. He wondered if the Lord wasn't happy that Baxen was being punished. But his father said that someone had helped her, and that meant that someone even stronger than Baxen wanted to kill him. But he had absolutely no idea who that could be. Suddenly, Sung-hyun walked into the room. He knew Jin was in his room right now. He asked his brother what was even going on, and why did Baeksen kneel down in front of his father, and what failure were they talking about? Jin knew that Sun Hyun-hyun had just returned from a mission, so he offered him a seat since the story is quite long. He listened to Jin's story about how he was almost killed on a mission by his own sister. He asked him what he would do and what his plans of action were. Since 9 months was a short time, Jin confidently told his brother that he planned to train to beat his sister. His brother said that it was commendable that Jin would train, but his sister has many swordsmen at her command. He can help Jin, but of course it would be better if he made peace with his sister. Jin looked at his brother in surprise. He just almost got killed, and he thinks that if they make up, everything will change? Sung Yunyun sighed. He remembered the family's credo that strength above all else, and orders above all else. He apologized for asking such a stupid question of Jin, but the younger man was pleased that someone was interested in his condition and thoughts. Snyong-hyun said he should ask him if he had any problems, because he would always help him out in any way he could. Jin thanked him for his support, but he realized that he was probably tired and wanted to rest. Blackstone looked at Seong-hyun and realized that his brother was probably uncomfortable with Jin. He must think he had changed, because a few months ago, he was the kind of person who looked hopeless and had no chance of changing. Jin felt sorry for his brother, but he's not the same as he once was, and he can't pretend to be someone else. Blackstone suggested him to use Jin, the flower he took away on the mission, and asked the Lord if he knew how to use the flower properly. It would help his magic and aura a lot. Jin's eyes lit up with admiration. He wanted Blackstone to show him how to apply it. The morning sunflower was not treated like other medicinal herbs. He could easily use it by placing it in his aura and then just eat the powder. But in this form, it would be quite hard to eat the powder. It would probably be better to mix it with water. That's what they do with many medicinal herbs before using it. Blackstone was nervous, not knowing if he could even do that, but Jin said he would drink it in one gulp and nothing would happen. Jin got 20 points for this resistance and also 40 points to the other skills. Blackstone looked at the window of opportunity in surprise. Jin said that the system was just touched by his concern and rewarded Jin for it. But he kept denying that the guy was just lucky again. But Jin didn't deny it, and he just wanted his friend to start trusting him. Jin experienced some strange feelings, and Blackstone said that he needed to put 4 characteristics into his aura. If the sensitivity was high, he would be able to use spirit, an ability only found in special auras. Jin was surprised that Blackstone could use spirits. Blackstone said that he didn't know that he was just a sword, and all his previous masters didn't have this ability. Jin joked that he would have to find a spiritualist. Jin decided that he would deal with all of this later. Now he wanted to start practicing, and asked Blackstone where he should start this time. But someone knocked on his door and asked permission to come in, and Jin allowed it. It was Munchoyeon. He told him that he had heard about the Lord's success in fulfilling his duty to the divine sword. He had come to ask how he was feeling. Jin reminded him how he had asked him earlier not to worry about him. But Munchoyeon had reason to worry because last time Jin was attacked by Sanjinu. This time it was assassins. You never know what can happen. Blackstone tells Jin that it seems his servant is really worried about him. Apparently he's a very loyal bodyguard, and it's a credit to Jin himself. He might as well have asked Munchin to train him, but Jin didn't know what Blackstone was talking about. He had a new assignment called True Life Experiences Best. The point of this assignment was to clear 20 dungeons that also had major monsters. Jin saw that the level of clearing had to be high, which meant that Jin would have to handle this assignment alone. Blackstone had told him that otherwise the assignment would simply not count against him, and he himself liked this kind of assignment. They must have forgotten that Munchoyeon was also in the room, and he must have just witnessed Jin's strange behavior. Jin turns to him and says that even though he's never asked him for anything, he has a favor to ask now. The first mission they went on was the dungeon of an orc, who was noted for his ability that even when wounded, he would not retreat because he was quite tough and fast. Blackstone warned that the orc used his strength and instincts when fighting, so they should avoid the first attack and then make the first move. Soon the orc began to attack, and using Blackstone's advice, the boy attacked him after. The orc had started to act. Apparently Munchin had picked a good enough place, and Blackstone was offended that he was once again praising someone else, but not the system that picked these tasks for him. But Jin said that it was not a bad thing. He would get through this task very soon. Blackstone objected, saying that the system had helped him more than once, not even twice. And Blackstone complained that he still couldn't get used to his master's new appearance. He looked like a bandit. Jin said he couldn't help it, because Monkyon had gotten him this fake persona, and he had to live up to it. The events are moved back to a few days ago. Muncho Young was holding some person's ID. Jin asked him to get this particular identity. It was the ID of a guy named Kim Ji-hoon. He has third-rank abilities and he has no family. Munchin was surprisingly quick. He advised him to change his appearance so that no one would have the slightest doubt about his identity. His aura was suspiciously black in color and he had to think about what to do about it. Jin then showed him something since Munchin had confided in him. It was a subspace pocket. Jin showed the guy what he had gotten during the successful completion of the task. It was an almighty demonic transformation mask. Munchoyeon saw in front of him just a copy of Kim Ji-hoon. He was surprised how the Lord could change so drastically and quickly. Jin said that the aura issue could be closed since he could change the color of his aura without any problems with the mask. The guy was shocked at what he saw. He had never seen anything like this before. It looked perfect, and he was sure that no one would ever recognize Jin like this. Munchin was the first person Jin told about the mask, and the reason he told him about it was because he considered the guy his protector and trusted him more than anyone else. Moon Choyan couldn't understand why Jin trusted him, because when he received the letter about his debt to the divine sword, he must have overreacted and said too much. Jin said that even though he knew that he was only there for him because of the elder's orders, he was the first person who genuinely cared about him besides Song-hyun. It seemed to him that the guy was genuinely interested and worried about him, and he was very grateful and glad to have such a person by his side. Munchin was touched by those words, and he said that he would protect Jin in any way he could, because he sees his potential. He promised that he would never tell anyone about what Jin had told and shown him, not even the elder. He was sure the guy had a good reason why he was hiding that mask. Jin said it was true that he was going to go down to the second-rank dungeon. Much to Munchoyeon's surprise, he is a rank 1 swordsman who defeated 2 rank 4 criminals, and is about to visit a rank 2 dungeon. There are already rumors about him because of the anti-criminal users department. They call him the monster and genius of the Baek family. And what will those people think when they find out that Jin is walking around the 2nd rank dungeon? They will start to doubt his strength. And the most important reason was his sister Baeksun. He didn't want any more encroachments on his life. Munchin said that he would look for a dungeon for Jin, so that he could start training as soon as possible. Jin asked him to find one so that the monster leaders would be there, and he said that they would try to make it happen. After he came out, Blackstone confessed that he thought that a man like Munchin would definitely support Jin to the end, and would keep his word. He was completely on his side. He had finally found his first ally. There were about 50 monsters in the dungeon. Jin suggested they both calm down and concentrate. They still had a long way to go. The orcs began to attack in a group. But since Jin already knew the tactics he would follow, he confidently fought off the monsters, dealing damage and weakening them. Even though they were actively attacking him, he was still successful in destroying them. He had a map with the locations of these monsters. It made their job easier since they didn't have to search everywhere. Blackstone reminded Jin that this was a kind of cheating. Meanwhile, he himself was fighting the monsters, and it was estimated that he had about 40 orcs left to destroy. He hid his sword and decided to rest for a while, for apparently the leader would be arriving very soon. The map showed that he was approaching. His specialty was the use of his shield. The monster came straight to their hands and they didn't even have to look for him. But because of his shield feature, it would be much harder to attack him. They would have to break his position. Jin took Blackstone's advice into consideration and started walking towards the orc. He would have to face such a ringleader about 19 more times. So there was no time to wait. He tried to attack him, but the orc used a shield, and then Jin realized that the opponent was quite strong in defense, and fighting him face-to-face would not work. Blackstone asked Jin to dodge the orc, but he didn't want to do that because if he followed this tactic, it would take years to fight. He learned a new tactic while fighting the golem, and if his prediction is correct, the sword contains delight and power. He will use the power of the vertical slash to destroy its position. He created a vague, dominating cut that was able to destroy the orc leader's position, and thus making the dungeon completely cleared. It was a successful completion. He was getting a little tired. Blackstone had noticed that, with a mixture of elation and strength, Jin was turning into the truest monster. He himself recognized that when he used all of his aura, he became much stronger than expected. As he approached the monster, he noticed that a belt had appeared near it. Blackstone wondered how a guy could so easily approach a dead monster without being disgusted. Jin decided to ask Blackstone how he could appreciate this find. He only acted polite when he needed something. Blackstone asked to see Jin's reward. The guy thought that by all appearances it was a pretty good item and was quite rare. It wasn't just not bad at all. It was remarkable. He should be grateful to the system. This dungeon was quite suitable for gaining combat experience. They noticed a commotion around them. It was because the orc leader had been destroyed, and now the dungeon was disappearing. The mission was over, and now they could return home. When they came out of the rift, there were already people waiting for Jin, or rather Kim Ji-hoon, to come back from the mission. They were discussing how fast everything had happened, and the guy told them that he had been lucky today, and the day had not been wasted. He was approached by Munchoyun, who praised the gentleman for returning safely. Jin replied that he had destroyed 40 orcs and their leader. He didn't believe it at first, thinking that he meant that he had formed a team, but Jin replied that he had not, as he had come for training and had destroyed the monsters alone. Munchoyun looked at the Lord in surprise and didn't understand why such a talented and brave guy like him was always treated so badly. He said that he would immediately start looking for a new dungeon for Jin. He was honored to serve a man like Jin. Successful missions came one after another, and Jin didn't even realize that he had successfully cleared the 4th dungeon. Blackstone asked him if he had noticed how happy Munchin was when he found a new dungeon for his master. It was the first time Jin had seen him so happy. But Blackstone wondered how Munchin asked Jin which dungeon he liked better, the one that killed 2 people or the one that killed him. He felt like he was purposely giving Jin the hardest missions without the easiest ones. But Jin said that this was the kind of mission he needed to train for, even though today's mission was unusual. These people had a very strange expression on their faces. Maybe it was because they were used to constant battles, but they still looked strange. Even before entering the dungeon, these people divided into 3 groups. The first group lures the monsters, and the second group destroys them. The third group keeps watch. Suddenly, a man called out to him. He said that this was his work area, but he would turn a blind eye to his presence here for 80% of the proceeds. Jin didn't understand what he meant. and the man told him that if he gave him 80% of the items and magic stones he found, he would let him go. You shouldn't go into other people's territory to avoid getting into trouble. Since today's dungeon was quite lucrative, he might offer the guy to join his guild. Blackstone asked Jin what the man was talking about. The guy told him that he now understood why these people had such faces. He definitely knew something about it. Even in his past life, there were such people who signed slave contracts with weak people. The man threatened that if the guy refused, he could say goodbye to his hand. It was a guild of bastards operating on multiple levels. He replied that he didn't have time for such nonsense, so he could leave such nonsense to his slaves. And these words made the man angry. He tried to attack Jin, but he managed to dodge and hit him first. He fell to the ground with a scream, and they had time to escape. These types always talked a lot about nothing, trying to seem stronger than they were. The people who were in the man's guild were apparently on his side as well. He decided to tell Blackstone about this guild. He knew who these people were, and they were here because of their financial situation and were willing to rob and kill for money. They were divided into 3 groups, but it was actually one guild. They did everything to monopolize this dungeon, crushing the numbers and thus keeping everything for themselves. That's how they acted. And probably this type is also part of the guild, but over time has turned into the ringleader. And it's him who is contracted. But he's not going to get rid of all these people. He's only going to get rid of the ringleader. He called the leader, who resented that he wanted to solve everything normally, but now it will not work. He threatened to kill him. Surprisingly, he didn't lose consciousness. One of the guild members told the leader that this guy is not like a normal swordsman, as he went after the monster leader alone. But he didn't want to listen and said that even though the guy hadn't been here long, he had already killed a 4th-rank swordsman, and they were all here because of that. The beating and threats were no different from Jin's behavior. He threatened the people that if they stood by and did nothing, he'd kill them all. He was really going to crush them in numbers. But Jin didn't see it as a threat, as their advantage was only in their numbers, not in the quality of their work. The whole group of them started attacking him, and the leader was encouraging them to deal with the cocky guy. But suddenly the smirk on his face disappeared when he realized that the guy had disappeared somewhere. Jin began to destroy his opponents one by one with great speed, which frightened the leader who underestimated him. Jin walked up to him and told the frightened leader that he was just an ordinary 3rd-rank swordsman who was just passing by. Jin turns to the leader. He warns him in advance that if he continues to do what this organization is doing now, he will cut off his head. The man was frightened enough not to cross Jin anymore. His name was Kim Dok-chul. He said he was a member of the Black Mantis Guild, but Jin realized that Kim was lying to him and asked him a second time what guild he belonged to. Kim Dok-chul said he was part of the Tribune Guild. Blackstone saw the look on Jin's face. He apparently knew what guild it was. As it turned out, it was a tiered guild that would grow to a huge scale in 10 years, but it wouldn't become bigger than the Beck family, Blackstone thought. All of these people who came to this dungeon today were from this guild, but Kim said that to monopolize the dungeon, he had also brought people from the lower guilds here. Under their guild, there are about 8 such small factions. Jin then assumed that these people were the same as their ringleader, but he denied it. These people were forced to join by force, intimidated by threats to their families or tricked through acquaintances, brainwashed. Then Ji asked him who gave the orders to do all this, but Kim said he didn't know. The guy didn't really believe in the words of such a scoundrel and criminal. He said that he didn't know anyone higher up in the organization. Jin realized that he was just a small fish in the organization. Kim Dok-chul said he told the guy everything he knew and asked him to let him go, but Jin did it his way, and it only took one swing of his sword. Blackstone agreed with him that since this man had betrayed his comrades, he didn't deserve to live, but he realized that the death of such an insignificant and pathetic man would have no effect on the Tribune Guild in the future. Suddenly, there was a new and unexpected assignment that said that Jin would have to bring down the Tribune Guild, that is, destroy it. The reward offered was a reward of 700 points and secret projectiles. It was quite an unexpected task, and the reward for it was also very suggestive. Jin said that he could not refuse such an interesting assignment and would accept it. But he should realize that the guild leader was an extremely cautious person. They should only make one mistake, and that person would immediately disappear. He was distracted from these thoughts by the people who begged him to spare them because they knew nothing. Jin turned to them and told them to tell their leaders that he wanted to join the Tribune Guild. One of the old men in the crowd said that this was impossible, as they were of a lower position. But Jin assured them that if they told their leaders, their requests would reach the leader, and then they would definitely be accepted if they swore to serve faithfully. Terrified at what they had seen, they said they would do as Jin told them. Blackstone asked the guy if he thought Jung Yunun would find out, and he confidently said yes. He was so sure for the reason that in his previous life, when he had read the newspapers about uncovering multi-level guilds, there must be a person from there as well. After arriving home, Jin met up with Muncho-yeon and asked him if he knew about the Tribune Guild. He replied that this was the first time he had heard of it. Jin told him about this multi-level organization, and that people from this organization had attacked him in the dungeon. After saying that, Muncho-yeon jumped out of his seat. After hearing about the attack on the Lord, he asked if he was all right. He looked very worried and asked Jin if he needed a doctor. Blackstone picked up once again how loyal the servant was to Jin. He had heard of tiered guilds earlier. They get equipped and contracted. The percentage keeps increasing, and before the victims of the rogue's manipulation can pay the full amount, they are already being exploited in the dungeons. Blackstone looked at the food they were served and didn't listen to what the guys were saying. They needed more information about the Tribunal Guild. Jin explained that he had a case related to them. He had seen many people in the dungeon who were enslaved by the guild. Muncho-yeon assumed that the guy wanted to destroy the guild in order to free those people. Jin played along, saying that he didn't like the organization's methods, and because of that, he wanted to intervene. There was also a mission that he didn't tell Muncho-yeon about for obvious reasons. Munkyung could not contain his admiration for Jin, who acted as the most just and honorable person in the world every time. The other members of the Baek family didn't care about the problems of the common people at all. Jin was completely different. It looked like Munchon was barely holding back tears. He could see that Jin had a very good heart. The path of justice he had been waiting for, and perhaps a man like Jin could follow that path. He could probably change his Beck family. Blackstone noticed that Moonjun didn't look at Jin as a hero. He didn't see anyone else who could do such a thing. He said he would look into the information about the guild and report everything to Jin. Jin was flattered by such loyalty, but asked him to at least eat first. He told Muncho-yeon that he would also have a request. There was one rumor he wanted him to spread, and Muncho-yeon was wary. A month later at the Tribune Guild, the leader heard a rumor that one person was very eager to join their guild. He asked his subordinate about this person's abilities, and he said that this guy had single-handedly killed the head of one of the groups, even though all the members of that gang were there. They investigated, and this guy is not affiliated with any association or any major guild. He's a rank 4 swordsman and he's 29, so he could have impressive prospects in the future with this skill set. He justified his desire to join the Tribune Guild by saying that he liked their way of monopolizing dungeons. At the end of that mission, he had appropriated all the magic stones and items, so it could be assumed that this guy was very greedy for money. It could even be said that he was greedy for it, because if rumors were to be believed, the guy spent a huge portion of his loot on gambling. He was perfect for them, and the leader ordered them to bring him here. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting Jin had already cleared the 9th dungeon, and he had done it very quickly for the first time, which Blackstone had also noticed. Munchon had been putting all of himself into finding dungeons for Jin, but Blackstone thought something strange. It had been a month, and the guild people still hadn't contacted Jin. But Jin said that was not the case. They would show up soon, and he had been warned about it. As it happened, a man came up to them and asked if the guy was Kim Ji-hoon. The Tribune was already looking for him. The man who approached him introduced himself as Son Tae-yoon from the Tribune Guild. Jin said that he already thought that their organization wasn't interested in him, but Son Tong refuted that if the guy hadn't changed his mind yet, he was offering to go with him. Jin decided to appear as tough as he was back then in the dungeon, making Son Tae-yoon apologize for their silence for a month. And now he's telling him about some nonsense. Son Tae-yoon said he was sorry, but if the guy didn't come through with him, he would regret it. Jin didn't understand why on earth he should believe him, which he stated to the man. As a sign of apology, Song Tae-yoon held out his hand holding the magic stones. He promised the boy that if he went with him, he would earn another crystal. Jin praised him and took the stone. Apparently the man had some manners. As Son Tae-yoon guessed, the guy really liked money. Jin told him to lead him where he needed to go, and Son Tae-yoon motioned for him to get in the car. Moon Cho-young would secretly accompany the Lord. Their target was Jong-yoon's base not far from the guild. He must arrive on Jin's signal so that they wouldn't be suspected. He could trust him completely. They arrived at their destination, and Son Tae-yoon said that the guild leader would be waiting for the guy inside. Jin alerted Blackstone by saying that he hoped he would be able to complete the task faster this time. But he didn't explain anything and just asked him to watch. After a while, Jin was already in the office of the leader, who happily welcomed the new candidate to their guild. Jin noticed that although it was a warm meeting, they had made him wait for a month before responding to his request to become a part of the guild. The leader didn't hide the fact that the reason they took so long to respond to Jin was because they were looking for information about him and it took time. Blackstone told Jin that he was right when he said that the guild would dig for him. They were really careful and serious. The leader asked the guy if he would join their guild, and he said with a smirk on his face that he would be willing to give any help to the guy in return for helping them. But Jin didn't want to seem like a simpleton, and said that he wasn't going to wait that long even for top-notch service. And since they had spent so much time searching for information about him, he wanted to see what they could do. He asked them to provide him with 14 dungeons with second-rank monster hoods. If they could do it in 2 weeks, he would agree to cooperate with them. Now Blackstone understood what Jin meant when he said that the quest would be over soon. The villains should be used just like their previous victims. He told Jin that such a request could only be handled by a large and strong guild, such as the Divine Swordback family, but Jin asked him why he was comparing himself to that shitty family. The leader was shocked by such a statement. Jin said that he thought they had several guilds at their disposal. He told him that if they gave all the dungeons to Jin, they would be left with nothing, but the guy said that they could be patient, but then they would get much more than they ever had thanks to him. The boss was interested, and Jin promised that he would do exactly what he said he would do, while he thought about how he would tear the place to shreds. Then the ringleader said that they were willing to not even give the guy 12 dungeons, but Jin said that if he was going to reduce the amount of what he was asking for, then there was no deal. The leader said that there was no point in bargaining and let him not even try it. He wouldn't give more. At this moment, Sontan walked into the office. Jin smiled and said that he realized what level this guild was at now. He headed towards the exit, saying that they knew how to contact him and where to find him, but next time asked him not to be late like this time. As soon as he left the office, Sontan started to apologize to the boss for not even realizing how arrogant the guy was, but unexpectedly, the boss said that there was nothing wrong with it since the guy was quite interesting. He said that he liked his greed for money and the way he talked and promised their guild didn't need a man but a scoundrel like him. Perhaps giving him 11 dungeons was too much. But like he said, the guy was quite smart and interesting. But if he didn't do his job, he would make him feel so much pain that he would wish he were dead. He ordered Santiyu to give the guy all 11 dungeons tomorrow, but to make sure that there were as many ants as possible, he couldn't wait to see the result of this arrogant guy's work. Meanwhile, Jin was walking along with Blackstone. He asked the gentleman if he had thought about the fact that he had asked for 14 dungeons in the first place, and Jin confirmed that he had asked for more than he really needed from the beginning, because he knew that the bastard would haggle with him and offer him less than he needed, which was quite clever but risky. It would be interesting to see their faces when they realized how Jin had fooled them. They would soon realize it, and the two of them would watch it. He walked over to some back alley where Muncheon was, who would have to find the secret location of Jongyon's base, where all the guild's documents were kept. Muncheon told him not to worry, and he would do everything as expected of him. The next day in the second-rank dungeon, Jin looked around and couldn't believe that these people were able to find him such a suitable place in just one day. Now he liked their attitude towards someone's requests. Blackstone noticed some man they might have seen before. He told Jin about it. Not far away from them stood Hong In-soo, that mister who was meddling in their affairs. He looked very strange. They both noticed it, considering his condition and where they were. It could be assumed that he had been dragged into this multi-ranked scam. He had always seemed like a proper and kind person to Jin, the kind of people who are usually taken advantage of and have a very hard time in life. Jin was angry. He was angry at those bastards who had dragged a man like Hong into this dirty business. Blackstone suggested that the guy pull himself together and calm down a bit. He understood his feelings and that he felt sorry for the man. Jin realized that if they backed away from their plan, then it was all for nothing. But he just couldn't pretend that he didn't know Hong. He hated Kim Ji-hoon for what he was going through right now. Santian said that he would guide them to where they needed to go, and casually asked if the guy liked the dungeon. He explained that he would call the ants, which is what they called the monsters living here, so he asked them to disperse. He also said that he was not only here for the ants, but also for the stones that were collected here. Jin asked if the head had told him what to do here, and Sun Tang replied that he had sent him to the Lord to give him better service. Blackstone as well as Jin realized that the man was lying to say the least, but the reason was different, and he was here to look after Jin. Jin thought that if this man was watching him, he would surely have to stay calm and could destroy this entire guild. After saying that, Jin began to deal with the monsters. The dungeon was just perfect for him. He had done his job. The days he had spent cleaning up the dungeons had flown by. But still Jin was incredibly tired. Blackstone noticed that the guy had managed to clear all the remaining dungeons in just 11 days. It was just crazy. The opportunity window showed that the guy had gotten the title of a participant in 20 real battles, and all of his stats had been increased. These missions were indeed useful, but since Jin wouldn't be alone on such missions, he felt sorry for the people who risked their lives for him. But most of all, he didn't want Hong to get hurt as a result of the mission. However, now was not the time to think about such things. He gathered his thoughts and decided to look at the state of his capabilities. He saw that thanks to these quests, the strength of his black imperial projectile had increased, and all the other characteristics had also increased significantly. Blackstone reminded Jin that Jong Henun was now rank 5, and Son Theun was rank 4 before going to fight them. He would have to spend the points he had collected to improve his abilities. This would be the right decision, and Jin decided to spend these points on his physical potential. And he decided to pump his own magical abilities to a medium level, and he didn't forget about swordsmanship. He will fight with the energy of the sword, and it all comes in handy. After Jin's chosen improvements, his body began to take on a new look according to his newfound abilities. Blackstone congratulated the guy for finally having a medium level. It was much better. Jin felt that he had become much stronger. His body had changed, and surprisingly, he wasn't even in pain during the transformation. Song Taeyeon came over to him and praised Jin for a job well done. He said it was time for him to leave and he could take him with him. Jin told Sun Taong that he would go with him because he had to visit someone. They were already in Jung's office. Who greeted them? Jin told him that with his help, he had cleared all the dungeons as he wanted. Jung noticed that the guy's tone had changed to more businesslike and told him so. Jin replied that he couldn't talk differently to the boss he was going to work for all his life. This answer amused the boss. The guy knew exactly how to behave. Jin asked Jung if he could ask him a question. He replied that he could, since he was now a member of their family. They stood across from each other, and Jin asked how Hong and Soo got into his guild. Jung didn't realize who he was talking about at first, but Santahun reminded him that he was the guy the boss thought was an idiot at first. And then Hong almost helped his colleague escape. Jung Hoonan wondered with a laugh. He remembered this man who first wanted to help his co-worker escape and then was brought into the guild forcibly. Jin heard that they threatened his family. Hong was scared for his daughter, whom they threatened to take away from him. Under such pressure, the man joined the guild, and what was most amusing, as Jung thought, was that his daughter also joined the guild to help her father. These miserable people thought that if they worked together, they could pay off their debts faster. Thanks to people like them, their guild continues to exist. Now Jung gave Jin a job. He ordered him to get rid of the association group leader Yi Young-yoon, but Jin quickly picked up the phone and started calling someone. This scared Jin as he didn't expect such a reaction. Munchon's voice was heard, and he greeted Jin. The boy asked if he had managed to find out anything. Munchon replied that in Young Hyungan's second tower, he had found documents that had to do with the multi-level guild, the number and abilities of the members, and ways to subjugate themselves. The use of resources? He had managed to find documents indicating the girlfriends of the user association. Now it was up to them to decide what to do with them. Jung didn't know now who this guy in front of him was. He and Song Taeyoon looked at him fearfully. Jin used the power of the fragile knight, and while Jung and Son Taeyoon were in a confused state, he attacked them. He had a personal motive, and wanted to show those bastards that there would always be someone stronger and more cunning than them. Apparently he's done with Suntown, but not the leader yet. Blackstone agreed that the attack had been sudden and spectacular, but he should focus and finish what he'd started. Jung was angry. He grabbed the sword that was lying beside him and thought that Jin had been sent by Yi Young-hyun's association, but Jin didn't want to reveal the intrigue. Jung didn't need to know the truth. He was ready to tear the guy apart, but as soon as he was close to Jin, he used a sword spell that just touched his opponent's sword and pierced him. Their swords locked together, and Jung couldn't even move, but somehow he managed to bounce back. Jin said that this maneuver cost his opponent organ damage at the very least. Jin did well, and he has a good chance of winning. Blackstone said that the head is going to tear Jin apart with the power of his aura. He knows his strengths. Jin asked his friend for advice, and he told him that he could either block Jung's punch or overpower him with even more power. Jin decided that it was too late to block the punch, so he had only one choice left. He teamed up with Jong in battle, Blackstone assisting him. He told the master when he needed to use the Imperial projectile so that it would cause maximum damage to the enemy. The mastermind didn't expect such a strong strike and tried to block it. He failed. There was a huge explosion. After the dust settled a bit, It was clear that Jung was injured quite badly. Jin approached him. Jung asked fearfully what this guy wanted. Then Jin took off his mask and said that he openly despised his family, but he liked their creed. Jung didn't understand anything. He looked at him. You can't make a pact with an enemy even on the verge of death. And then the ringleader realized that this guy had something to do with the Beck family. Jin said he couldn't let a bastard like Jung just sit in jail, and swinging his sword at him, he finished what he started. Jin watched as he was rewarded for his work. He was happy that he had finally finished his tasks. His efforts had paid off, but he was tired because he must have used up a lot of aura. Blackstone also noticed that the guy was hardly on his feet after the fight. He lay down on the ground. He called Munchoyin and he would probably come and get him soon. Apparently, Jin would wake up in the medical office again. As soon as he opened his eyes, there were his faithful servants waiting for him to wake up. He should take his health more seriously because he was always wearing himself out. Jin replied that he knew this would happen, so he contacted Munchon, but suddenly he noticed an unfamiliar face and asked who it was. The man came to his bedside and said that they had never met before. He was the head of the criminal search department of the Yeongyun Association, and he had come to thank the guy personally. They had received information that there was a multi-ranked tribune guild that had many criminals associated with it. He started a case and searched for them, but they turned out to be more cunning and quite powerful, making the investigation very difficult and slow. There were also people in the association who cooperated with the guild, and because of that, they got away with it. Given the way Jin himself had dealt with the criminals, and not only got rid of them, but also managed to dig up a lot of documents on them, some of which were very helpful to the association in the investigation, as well as freeing more than 400 people from the guild's slavery. With these documents, they were able to identify all the victims. All contracts became null and void, and all of the Tribune Guild's assets were given to compensate for the moral and physical damages of the victims. Jin smiled. This all meant that Hong was free again, and also his daughter who was in the guild. Munchen said that everywhere is just talking about how a 16-year-old boy was able to defeat a multi-level guild and a level 5 ringleader. Yi Young-hyun said that he truly respected Jin for his special sense of justice and sense of duty to the unprotected people. Jin realized that since everyone was really already aware of the situation, his father must have already known about it. After taking out 2 4th-ranked criminals, it was pretty impressive and expected that he would be able to do the same with a 5th-ranked criminal. But he still did well. It turned out that Jung Hyunut was an alias, and the investigator only found out after checking. Soon the reward for catching the criminal should be on Jin's account. So they should go, because it's embarrassing that Jin just woke up and they're already giving him a lot of information. As soon as they left the room, Jin saw that he got a surprise. 2 rewards. It was worth the work he did. Blackstone asked the guy to take an even better look, and Jin noticed that the opportunity window said that he was able to touch the hearts of many people and earned their admiration. For this, he was added the opportunity to the 1,000 sword spell. Blackstone was shocked that no one had ever been given such a reward before. He couldn't believe that Jin didn't know what it all meant. Jin decided to check out the rewards. He replied to Blackstone that he was quite focused on just the tasks, and the reward was pretty good. It was a random choice again, and Jin thought that all future awards would be given out the same way. Blackstone was curious what Jin would choose this time. He couldn't wait to see his reward. He had 2 chances, so he chose the first one without much thought. The reward was a pebble, and Jin was upset about it, but Blackstone thought that justice had been served now. The guy finally got nothing, and would be able to come down a little bit from feeling the bitterness of losing. Jin didn't pay attention and decided to get the second card. He stared at it, and Blackstone said that maybe he would get a rare item. Because it's not easy to pick good cards all the time, Jin got a spiritual stone with 4 attributes, which contained the 4 elements. He had 2 attribute-related rewards, so he would probably have to look for a magician or an attribute appraiser. Blackstone warned Jin that if he used this stone now, he could raise one of his attributes to a medium level, and thus become stronger. Jin decided to listen to the servant and use the attribute right now. He crushed it in his hands and began to gain the energy of the stone. He increased his sensitivity and resistance to attributes, and Blackstone said that the guy was very lucky to have this reward. After opening it, he received the 10,000 Swords award. It turned out that this award was also important, but Jin didn't use another one of his awards. He was faced with the task of choosing one of the 2 cards, and Blackstone said that no matter what, Jin had already gotten a decent reward. Looking at the right card, Jin decided to choose it. It was the Open Sword Paths reward. Blackstone was shocked. This was crazy. Jin's skills were at master level. The system had checked his qualifications, which gave Jin a huge headache. Blackstone calmed the guy down, saying it would pass soon. A sword of rapture and a sword of lightning were revealed to Jin. A sword path of rapture and lightning was created with a falling flash of thunder. Jin came to his senses and said a sword path appeared in his mind. This was the first time Blackstone had seen someone being given a sword path as a reward. He resented Jin for being grateful to a system that apparently loves him, but Jin had achieved it himself. After some time, he was already at his father's reception. He looked at his son and noticed that he had almost recovered. This time, the guy was something interesting again. No 16-year-old had ever been able to kill a rank 5 opponent before. Jin had not only defeated the Tribune Guild, but also all the factions that came with it. But Jin kept his serious tone unwavering. He answered his father that he was a member of the Baek family, and it was in his blood to challenge someone. He just felt he had to destroy them all. His father smiled at that and said that was excellent. Jin could never even think that he would ever hear such words from him. The elder told him that there are people who doubt Jin's strength, and the fact that he has defeated the 4th and 5th ranked swordsmen, those who consider themselves equal to the Baek family, and they laugh at Jin, which is disgusting for his father to hear. So he will prepare Jin so that he can do his best to shut their mouths. Jin didn't expect this turn of events. His father said something about preparation. It turns out that there was a 3rd-ranked dungeon that had always gone unnoticed. It could mean that there was a new monster, the magic power there was of the 4th level, and his father said that he would spread the rumor that his son had taken part in clearing the dungeon. Blackstone was impressed by this action. Rumors about Jin were spreading very fast, so if anyone heard that Jin had gone to the dungeon, the enemies would go to the dungeon. Jin asked if he understood correctly that his father wanted him to kill all the monsters and overtake all the monsters before he did. His father said that's what he meant. The dungeon was completely unknown, so everyone had an equal chance. Jin will have to defeat them all and prove that they are not equal to the Baek family. Blackstone said that his father is still crazy about Jin. His son just got out of the hospital and he's sending him to the slaughterhouse again. Jin asked his father what support from the family would be. The elder smirked. He wouldn't send a man with his son to help him, but he would give him level 5 equipment. Apparently, Jin would only be able to take Munchoyan with him. This mission was more difficult than the one Baeksan had arranged for him. He asked what would happen if he was defeated or died in the dungeon, and his father said that nothing would happen. He shouldn't regret his defeats. It was cruel to his own son. Jin said that he must defeat his father. He must defeat him while he is still alive, so that he can take his place and become the head of the family. He said he accepted the task and would fulfill it by destroying all the ringleaders. His father said he would give Jin's guards all the details of the assignment. Jin walked away and thought about what would change this rotten family. The elder looked at him and thought that if Jin died, he would probably be a little sad. Meanwhile, Yonghwa ran into the office somewhere, scaring her brother who didn't expect her to come in without knocking. She scared him a little, but she said it wasn't important right now. She asked if he knew about the rumors from the Baek family, and apparently he had heard about them and the youngest son. He knew that the teenager had defeated a multi-level guild and killed a level 5 opponent, but Yonghwa said that there were new rumors that a new dungeon had been found, and Jin was going there, so she would go no matter what. Meanwhile, Jin's servants were trying to prove to him that something was wrong because it was a 3rd-level dungeon, and he was being sent there alone. Jin tried to prove that it was a simple matter for him, but they reminded him that he had just gotten out of the hospital. Jin argued that he was already fine and fully recovered, but Munchun was still worried about the Lord. He held a letter in his hand and handed it to Jin, as he already knew it was a new dungeon, whose strength was rated at level 3 and nothing else was known. This made Blackstone a little worried that nothing had changed, and the dungeon was still almost unknown. But let it be so. They had information that would help them in their mission. Jin thought it would be of little help, for the information was incomplete. Suddenly he read that this dungeon could not be cleared because the monsters were breaking out. Blackstone thought that the guy knew something about this place, and apparently he did, because he reasoned that it would be easier for him to prepare. Jin was asked if Monk Yung alone wouldn't be enough in such a difficult dungeon. Jin confidently replied that he alone would be enough, and suggested that he get down to business. He wrote a small list and gave it to the servants. He asked them to buy everything he wrote there, and not to worry about the money. They could use the elder's name. After reading the list, no one understood what the items were, but Jin said that they would help him clean up the dungeon completely. The next day, Jin and Munchon were standing near the entrance to the dungeon, which looked like a huge block of stone. Jin decided to ask his partner what they talked to the man about when Jin was in the hospital room. Moon Choyun realized that the guy was referring to Lee Young-hyun. He replied that he just told him the truth. He said that Jin is a very strong swordsman who follows the path of justice, that they made a plan to infiltrate the guild, and that the guy always fights alone. He also said that the Lord just loves to help people, and so on down the list, but he was then stopped and not allowed to tell. Jin was flattered by such compliments, and Blackstone was curious to see the look on Munchoen's face if he found out that the guy was doing all of this solely because of the missions. Munchoen went on to say that he was just telling the man the truth, because he wasn't sure if Jin realized how much people admired him and his accomplishments, but there were also those who didn't believe him, not seeing him as a fighting spirit or anything special. Jin was popular and realized that he had achieved this because of Munchoen. He had changed a lot during their time together. Before, Munchoen had been a quiet mouse. He told Jin that he might think he was a strong swordsman, but his childhood was difficult, as he had spent it in a terrible guild where human lives were worthless and were like a bargaining chip. Jin understood his partner's pain. Munchoen dreamed of becoming a strong swordsman, but not at such a cost, so he lost everything and became the boy's escort. His father told him to follow Jin wherever he went. He had no idea that a seemingly weak guy like Jin, whom he didn't even consider, would become so great. At first he thought he was faking it, but when Sanganu was ambushed, and even when Baksin faked the mission, Jin still continued to genuinely care about other people. He supposed he might have spoken too boldly, but the rest of the family treated their guards like inanimate objects, and only Jin treated him and Yoongjun as equals. Jin understood the guy's feelings, because he had once been treated the same way by his family in his previous life, and now that he had a chance to be reborn, he tried to treat everyone kindly. Everyone who either didn't know him in his past life or had treated him well in his past life. When Jin trusted him with his secret mask, he decided that he would follow his master anywhere. And after his master said that he was doing all this to save people's lives, he decided that he would give his life for him, because his master had stopped pretending to be like him. Jin thought about the fact that there was another person who wanted to change the Beck family, who had the same goals as him. He told his partner that they would do it. They would change all those things that displeased them, in particular the Baek family itself. They would make it together, so that swordsmen and commoners would be respected in their family, where human traits would be more important than accomplishments and material goods. This inspired Munchoen, and he bowed to Jin and said he was with us. Now they needed to focus on the dungeon. At that moment, Yonghwa, who they definitely didn't think they'd meet here, walked up to them. Munchoen said it was the one from the Jock family. Jin asked her whether he should call her Park Yeonhwa or Jung Yeonhwa. She laughed, saying that she was always Jung Yonghwa, and he didn't even remember her, even though she was constantly improving her fighting skills. Jin wondered if she was doing this because of him, but she said to ignore it. She just came to see a familiar face and say hello. Besides, she'll show what she can do, and then they'll see who wins. Jin said he wasn't her opponent, and there was no point in him looking for a winner. Blackstone didn't like the way the guy acted around her, because obviously he could have been nicer to her, but Jin was just having fun teasing her. He actually thought she was a little calmer and stronger. She was far away from Jin, but she was already approaching rank 4. They started walking towards the dungeons and saw the others, and they weren't bad either. Munchoen decided to warn the Lord before they entered the dungeon. That big man Song Jin-hoon from the Light Gate. They all said they weren't interested in the dungeon, but as soon as they found out that Baek's youngest son would be there, they started to move. Song Jin-hwan from the Phoenix Guild and Kwang Hoon from the Hero Guild also came. They all seemed to be the same age. During this mission, the guards are not allowed to interfere until the situation becomes critical, for the reason that this is a battle of the children of each of the known families. The dungeon opened and could be entered. All the mission plots hurried to be the first to get in. When everyone had entered, Jin suggested his partner to slowly go in. Once there, he wondered a bit if they were exactly where they were supposed to be. Everyone looked at the large castle and marveled at the rarity of such a place. Ima, meanwhile, already knew what kind of dungeon it was. Blackstone asked how Jin felt about what he saw in front of him. The guy replied that this place hadn't changed much. while the others continued to look around. Apparently the dungeon was in the form of a castle. There was an entrance of several doors here. The entrances were located on the east, south, and north and west. Song Jin-hoon checked it out. From here, only the east, south, and west doors were visible. Then he decided to go through the north side and ordered the servants to get ready. Suddenly he turned to Jin and told him that since everyone was gathered here, he wanted everyone to know that the person who defeats the leader of the monsters will take all the weapons of the others. Everyone was surprised at such a bold statement. Song Jong-hoon said that since they were going to compete with each other, they would do it big time. The one who defeated the leader would take the weapons. The guys standing around said that they agreed to the rules. Younghwa also agreed. Jin calmly accepted the rules. Let it be as this guy asked. Seong Jong-hoon. After hearing everyone rushed forward, he accepted everyone's answers and said that they had no way back. He seemed to be another scumbag. The Phoenix Guild decided to go east. The Hero Guild went west. Younghwa decided to go south. Those were the only doors left. She looked at Jin and asked if he was going, but he said he was going to look around for now. The girl told him that she realizes he is very strong and talented, but if he stands idle like this, nothing good will end for him. Not only her family is famous. The guys who got together here were pretty strong. Jin asked if she was worried about him, and she yelled that she didn't care about him at all. She would beat him. She won't let anyone do it faster than her. She's going south before it's too late. But she still advised Jin not to linger. And he turned to her and asked her to be careful, because now he was already worried about her. That rude boy. She told him to be careful too. And now that everyone was gone, he and Munchun were alone. And he told him that it was probably a risky bet to make. Jin joked that the guy should get ready to carry his weapon of choice. And Blackstone noticed that the guy was brimming with confidence. Jin said that he definitely wouldn't lose, and he was sure of it. Now he has to decide where to go, and Jin pointed his finger to the window of the castle. And Blackstone and Munchoan were surprised by this decision, because he could have gone in through the doors, like all the other people. But Jin said that he, as a member of the Baek family, doesn't follow other people's paths. He makes his own, so they jumped through the window and were inside the castle. Outside there was a corridor, but it was definitely not that simple. This dungeon seemed to have a labyrinthine effect. Jin said that this was definitely part of his plans. If you go into a castle dungeon like this, you can go to a random place. So if they were lucky, this path would lead them straight to the monster leader. But if you were unlucky, you might end up underground. Blackstone realized that his master was just lucky again, and it irritated him more than a little. Apparently, the leader of the monsters was not here. They must be somewhere in the center, and there are no monsters or people here. Munchon was worried that this place was a labyrinth, but Jin said that they would have no problem using it. Munchon took out a smoke ball from his pocket that he was going to use. They had to wait a little while for the smoke to spread everywhere. It would help them, because once it enveloped the entire dungeon, a map would appear in front of them. Munchon asked if the Lord knew this was going to happen, and Jin replied that he had just prepared for all possible outcomes since this was a new dungeon. He praised the master again, calling him awesome, and Blackstone watched Jin pretend to be a good guy. He sure was enjoying it. The smoke had dispersed far enough, and now they had a map. It was pretty quick. Meanwhile, Song Jin-hoon slammed his fist against the wall. Judging by the mark on the wall, they had been that way about 30 minutes ago. They must have gotten lost. He was angry that they were caught in a maze. And also the monsters were annoying gargoyles. They looked like stone statues, making it impossible to tell if they were real or not. They panicked and started walking forward, preparing for the battle with the monsters. But it looked like there were only statues here. They were wasting their time. They had to stay calm as they were really winded because of these gargoyles and the labyrinth. Somehow, they were the first ones to enter the dungeon. Jin asked Munchoan if it was what he thought it was, and apparently it was. It was the main monster of the dungeon. No one got here before Jin. He saw a huge fire gargoyle in front of him. The boy turned to Baek Woojin. He said that it might not be possible to quickly find out the gargoyle's weak spot. He went on, saying that it was only because of something that they were able to get here pretty easily. We're traveling back in time. The big and scary gargoyle growled and flew at the heroes with open mouth and frantic eyes. The man abruptly turned around and started calling out to the young master, telling him that this creature was called a gargoyle. He wanted to help, but Jin interrupted him, telling him to stop and just stand behind him. This was a challenge. The guy said he had to go through it himself and turned sharply on the monster. He drew his sword and attacked it. Munchon stood aside. He was ordered not to engage in combat, but he could help with advice. He said that this monster is dangerous. It is hard to deal with, and his skin looks tough. And it made our hero think. Blackstone asked Jin if he had any strategies left for the future, And the guy said of course he did. Baek Woojin turned around to his comrades and said that he had an idea. When he chopped the gargoyle, the guy asked for 1 health potion, and Munchon was greatly surprised by such a request. The man took out a vial for the Lord and handed it to him. The usual health potions were made from holy water. Jin opened the bottle and started pouring the potion on his sword. He said that while killing that gargoyle, he saw black sparks. He turned around and started walking towards the monster sitting on the column. If his theory was correct, then those black sparks were a sign of evil. Jin stood in a secure stance and clenched the hilt of his sword in his hand. He knew that evil was weakest before holy properties. So if he strikes with a sword sprinkled with the health potion, the power of the holy water would work perfectly, and he would strike the infernal creature with lightning speed. We go back to our time. Jin said the idea came to him by accident, and Blackstone assumed it was regressor cheat codes and called the guy a shameless asshole. Munchon said they went in last, and even though they didn't manage to avoid the monsters, they were still going the best, and Jin suggested that the others weren't as quick to deal with the gargoyles. Blackstone smiled evilly and said he wanted to see them beat their fists on the ground in tears of regret. And Jin smiled and said that would never happen. Here Jin wondered. He wanted to know how things were going with that red-haired woman. Blackstone thought that young Yeonhwa must be coping in her own silly ways. The boy walked and called out to the mistress, who had already massacred the gargoyles and was holding the head of one monster in her hand. The young guy said that the structure of this dungeon and the monsters in it were very dangerous. He assumed that it was difficult for the girl to deal with them, so the guy offered to go ahead of him. The girl didn't like what she heard. She crushed the gargoyle's head with one hand and said that in that case everything would be pointless. Even if they were late, she would make her way to the exit. She lowered her head down and thought about it. She's been bothered by the Baek family guy. He's gotten pretty strong, but she doesn't want to go through this dungeon in some way. The girl started to walk forward, but stopped. She wondered why Jin wasn't following them and assumed he was lost, and the guy in the suit asked her if she was waiting for Beck at Jin's place. The girl was confused. She started to question, and then said she didn't want this rude brat. She started screaming and making excuses, like there might be a surprise attack from behind, and she looked behind her to make sure she was safe. The guy smiled. It was obvious he didn't believe it. The girl didn't know what else to say. She was confused and furious. She just screamed that it was true, because she couldn't think of anything else. Munchoan told the young master to be ready at a moment's notice, for this gargoyle was not made of stone when they entered the room, and it seems to have recognized them as an enemy. The flaming gargoyle glared at the strangers, but showed no emotion yet. Jean told Munchoan that he could kill her. He didn't need to interfere. The guy was surprised but didn't argue. He asked him to be careful. After all, she definitely has a special ability. Blackstone also decided to give a bit of information. He said that flame gargoyles are different from the normal ones that use claws. These ones can breathe fire, and Jin's smile disappeared from his face. It would be troublesome with that breath. Blackstone said the most important thing is their ability to learn. The same attack won't work on them twice. You have to finish with it right away. But the guy didn't think she would get used to the motion of his sword. He gripped the hilt firmly, and then activated Sasadam's special aura, Black Wind. The monster had his claws ready. Their gazes converged, and that meant that the battle is about to begin. The boy jerked forward sharply, but the gargoyle reacted instantly as well. Jin walks forward confidently and already pulls out his sword. The guy attacks. Though the attack was super fast, the flaming gargoyle managed to dodge the blow. Jin thought so. It won't be easy with the dungeon boss. He needs to concentrate the aura in his feet. It needs to be released like an explosion. And the guy started to build up energy in his legs. He released her abruptly and took off. The gargoyle didn't like it much. The monster roared and began spewing hellfire from its mouth. The fire didn't hurt the guy much, but he didn't like it. His attack was cut short, but Blackstone was telling him not to lose his temper. Blackstone told Jin that the best time to kill is when the gargoyle opens its mouth. And Jin jumped up from his seat. He realized what he had to do. He jumped up and put his sword behind his head for a stronger attack. The hero filled the sword with the energy of enthusiasm and intelligence, and then activated a falling flash of thunder, and the sword was surrounded by dark energy. The guy started swinging his sword around himself, releasing large bursts of energy. These swings kept the flaming gargoyle from getting close to the enemy, and kept the flaming attacks at bay. The monster roared and decided to still get through the blows. But Jin's sword hits right on the boss's neck and chops his head off his shoulders. The monster crumbles into dust. The boss has been defeated, and Jin lands in a superhero pose amidst the explosion. Blackstone said that he should have brought the equipment with him after all. He did well and did a perfect job. Jin rarely heard Blackstone praise him. Blackstone started to get pissed off. He doesn't like that they all get by sheer luck, but he praises them when they try. Meanwhile, Munchon ran to the gentleman and asked if he was in one piece. Jin shook himself off and said that if he was asking about the gargoyle flame, the combat uniform was fine. He was glad he wore the anti-magic uniform. The room began to collapse. Munchon said that if the dungeon is shaking, it means that the raid is over. The hero said that it is good, then the maze will collapse. It will be easier to get out. Blackstone called Jin over and poked his finger to the side and asked if he knew about it. The very guys our hero had argued with were standing to the other side. They looked pretty tired, but they were alive and well. Jin just looked at them, and then just turned around and followed to the exit and told Moon Ju-yeon that they were going back. The guy said that he had collected all the magic stones, but Jin just kept walking. The guys trailed Jin and Munchon as they left, one starting to worry that the Lord would take away their weapons, but the other saying it was just a stupid argument. The guy suggested that it was absurd to take away guns just because of some bet there. They were lucky he was following moral principles. After a while, the three also come out of the dungeon into the forest, and Jin asks them if they remember the bet. The guys looked at him in surprise, and Jin said he would take what he won, let these three give up their weapons. The guys started to look over and ask what Jin was talking about. Why was he asking for their weapons? The red-haired girl walked up to Jin. She was surprised that he won the bet. Baek Woojin recalled the terms of the bet. Everyone gives their weapons to whoever kills the boss first. The muscular guy got angry. He told Jin that he thought they were going to pretend there was no bet. Jin must have forgotten what he had said earlier and started to worry about it. The other guy smiled. He thought this situation was a misunderstanding. Jin, on the other hand, didn't say a word after killing the boss, and it made Jin smile. And then he said he trusted them to carry an expensive and unique weapon. He didn't need to carry it himself anyway. People began to discuss the young gentleman, calling him a demon who should be bathed in holy water, but still it was he who killed the boss. One guy was surprised and suggested that Jin could actually kill a high-ranking criminal, and their conversation was overheard by a red-haired girl. She said that was what she was waiting for, because she had already thought that once Jin entered the dungeon, he would be bullied. The guy standing next to her said she wanted him to win with all her heart. She wanted him to be the one to defeat the boss, and the girl was startled by those words. And then she sharply attacked the guy and shouted that it was not true and why he was saying it. But Jin thought that the rising stars from famous guilds just pretend as if nothing had happened. And then he looked at the trio again and began to call out to them with a motion of his hand, ordering them to hand over their weapons. The muscular guy freaked out. He called Jin a bastard and ordered him to choke, then threw his sword, stabbing it into the ground. The other guys didn't like it either. They were angry, but still threw their weapons to the Lord. Let him take them. Baek Woojin smiled and thanked them. Blackstone started screaming and began pulling weapons from the ground. Munchon asked the young gentleman what he was going to do with his weapon, and the fellow decided to auction it off. Munchon was greatly surprised by the lad's decision, and he interrogated. But Jin said he'd just take it to the black market auction. Munchon started yelling that it was a bad idea, because it could cause conflict between the guilds. And Jin replied that they were already walking on a knife's edge, because none of them were on friendly terms with the Beck family. The red-haired girl overheard part of the conversation and said she, too, agreed with the words about being friends. She asked the guy how he managed to kill the boss. He was the last one to enter the dungeon. And the guy said that he couldn't just tell her that, because the information about the new dungeon is quite valuable. Jung Eun-hwa covered her face with her hand. She realized that this question was stupid. No one would give out such information. Jin put his hand behind his scruff and asked, what did she still think he was saying that seriously? He took out a magic ball from there and said that the girl can be trusted. In the dungeon he used this object, and about the rest we'll write in the letter, and the girl was surprised by such an act. Jin smiled and said it was all for a reason. If he ever had a problem, she would help him, and asked how she liked that deal. The boy held out his fist, and the girl thought about it for a moment. She smiled, and after a moment of fending off the guy's fist, she thanked the guy, the girl sure she could help him. After a while, Baek Woojin was on one knee in front of his father. He was saying that he had completed the task he had given him. His father smiled and said that Moon Ju-yeon had already told him about it, and thanks to him, his days were not boring. Blackstone asked Jin if he thought his father's mood had changed a lot. The guy assumed that he most likely wanted to elevate their family's reputation, as his father is a very boastful man. However, this time he swung hard and really changed. His father asked his son what he thought he would do with the weapon he brought, since it didn't fit him. And Jin replied that he wanted to auction it off on the black market. The father began to laugh. He assumed the son wanted to trample their pride. Jin smiled and said that this is still a mild punishment for those who think they are above their family. Jin will make them stop thinking that way. Dad began to burst out laughing. He told Jin that he did well. He did a proper job, so he would give him a gift and asked him what he wanted. The boy was surprised at his father's kindness, but quickly said he wanted the sword pavilion belonging to Beck Woojin. The father was astonished at such a request and interrogated. A nearby Blackstone asked what the sword pavilion was, and Jin replied that it was a personal training room with equipment incomparable to that of the general training area. The father asked his son if he wanted to take away Sun-A's property. Jin replied that no one was using it now anyway, so he couldn't refuse for that reason. Blackstone understood the importance of the sword pavilion, but there must be a reason why he wanted to take her pavilion specifically. Jin began to tell me that the sword pavilion is proof that you are recognized as a direct relative of the Baek family, and taking it away means that you failed to protect your place. It is truly a huge shame. Father started to say that by doing this, Jin will directly provoke Beck Woojin. It looks like there will be an internal struggle in the family of divine sword Baek. The father said he would let his son do it. From now on, the 7th sword pavilion becomes his. And the kneeling Jin thanked his father. The old man let his son go and left, slamming the door. Father smiled. With his behavior, Jin is putting a knife in his own sister's back. He thinks he'll be able to make a decision on his successor soon, he wonders. Coming out of Father Jin's chambers, Jin was greatly surprised by what he saw. In front of him stood the other sister, who was also surprised to see her younger brother. The girl said he must be busy, hearing a lot of news about him lately, and the guy replied that to survive in this family, he needs to be loaded with things to do. Jin said he almost died because of someone at the aura manifestation ceremony. The girl closed her eyes with her palm and apologized. She then pointed her sword at him without thinking. The guy was surprised at the words he heard, and the girl continued. She said that after his progress, she realized her guilt. She didn't think he would be able to improve his skills so quickly. Jin's sister clenched her hands into fists and said that if he became stronger, so would she, and someday they would destroy the demons together. But then the girl started twisting her head sideways and said it didn't matter. She said nonsense. She apologized for taking up her brother's time. The girl lowered her head and walked sadly past the boy, leaving him alone. But Jin said that he accepts her apology, even though he will never forget the moment when she almost chopped him to pieces. The girl smiled and turned to her brother. She called out to him, and then she threw him some blue stone pendant and said it would help him with his training. Jin looked at the jewelry with incomprehension and didn't understand why he needed it or how it would help him. He wanted to ask, but the girl was gone, only dust in her place. After a while, Munchon finds his master and tells him that he has visitors, and Jin asks what business. Munchon assumed that the gentleman must have helped them, and they wanted to thank him. And the guy was very surprised to see these people. It was Mr. Hong Insu and some girl. Jin didn't know Hong's daughter, and he decided to introduce them. Her name was Hong Ara, and she looked quite friendly. Jin was glad to meet her and suggested they go somewhere cozier. They moved a short distance away and were offered tea and called to the table. But Hong immediately started thanking Jin for saving them from the guild. The guy was embarrassed since Ara was looking at them. He had done what he had to do, and a simple thank you was enough for him. Hong had told him that was true. It was because of Jin that they were able to get out of the hell they had gotten into purely by accident. Besides, he couldn't have imagined that Jin was the swordsmanship genius of the great Baek family. Jin definitely didn't expect to hear something like that. He apologized for treating the guy rather informally earlier. He had told him earlier that the Baek swordsmen were unlikely to ever come here because they were selfish and cruel, but now he regretted saying such nonsense. That would be a pretty interesting confession. Blackstone asked the gentleman if Hong was mocking him. Jin replied to Hong that it's okay because he wanted to hide his affiliation with the family, so the man doesn't need to apologize for his words. He said that he should probably be the one to apologize to him, since he should have met him the last time he came to see him. He was told what had happened after what had happened in the Legion district, but Hong was a mere user, and so there was nothing that could be done. Jin said he was just as glad that Mrs. Ara was all right. She replied to him that his kindness would never be forgotten. She would be indebted to him. Like Jin had said before, he had to do it, and they shouldn't thank him so much for such a thing. They talked some more, but soon began to get ready to leave. They already suspected they had taken up a lot of the Lord's time. Jin was pleased to see them. Suddenly, Blackstone told the boy to detain the woman. Jin was startled that the servant appeared so abruptly. He didn't understand what he needed it for. Blackstone was pointing his finger at Ara, saying that she had a fighting physique, resembling a mysterious fighting body. There was no time to explain. He nudged Jin to hold Aru back. She looked at him with a puzzled look. Jin was not in a good position as he didn't know what he should do next. Blackstone began to tell the boy that it was not common to find people with such an ability as Ara. In his world, they are called ghosts, and that the girl had great potential to become a ghost sword. Jin then thought of nothing better than to suggest that Ara become a ghost sword. Surely his first impression of himself was quite unfortunate. Soon they were back at the table again. Hong asked if he understood correctly what Jin was saying about the ghost sword. They didn't know what it was. Jin didn't know how to explain it to them properly. Blackstone began to tell them that a battle body was a skill that allowed them to anticipate the skills and behaviors of the enemy as quickly as possible. A person with this ability is like a ghost, as it can penetrate the mind of a person. Then Jin realized what would happen if Ara went through all the proper training. He told the guests that Ara had a hidden incredible talent. She would make an incredible skilled swordsman, but he suddenly realized that he was in a hurry and didn't explain anything about the ghost sword. He wanted to say that he would like to make Miss Hong Ara his personal swordsman. Her father liked the idea very much, but Ara clearly wanted to say something to Jin. She explained to him that she had never held a sword in her life, and because of that, she didn't understand why he wanted her to be his swordsman. He told her that he sees her as having the ability of a mysterious fighting body, and that this ability helps her anticipate the enemy's attacks. She may not be aware of her talent, but he could already sense it. She should just open up her potential a little to see the result and become an outstanding swordsman. If she agrees to this proposal, then she won't regret it. He won't force her since it's her personal choice. Ara thought about those words. She trusts Jin, and she had no reason not to trust him, so she said she will do what he tells her, but she asked him not to be disappointed in her too much in the future. Jin had a new assignment. It said that he had met a swordsman with a special ability, and they were going to develop their skills together. He doubted he would regret calling Ara into such an endeavor. After a while, he and Blackstone were alone in a room. He asked the aide to value that medallion his older sister had given him. He was sure it was cursed. Blackstone replied that he would certainly look at that pendant. He remembered it. It was Zerka's sapphire necklace. It was once made by a master craftsman for his nephew, the Ghost Knight, and the rank of this artifact was unique. It was surprising and interesting, as Jin didn't understand why Nuna had given it to him. Blackstone said that nevertheless it was at least good that the artifact wasn't cursed. Jin realized that his sister had given him this pendant to make him strong enough to fight her, but Blackstone doubted that was the reason. He wondered if Jin had any more guesses, since he always knew everything. The thing is, that was the only assumption, because in his past life, he had not only never interacted with Nuna, but had never even met her directly. The only thing he knew about her then was that she hated monsters to the core. So he didn't have any assumptions other than that she had given him a gift to make him stronger, and he would do it if that's what she wanted. He would think about the rest later. He heard someone calling him. It was Ara. She greeted him and asked him if this was the pavilion he told her about. Jin said that was right. They would do some stretching first. One of Jin's sisters was walking by. She knew that the owner of the pavilion had changed, but she didn't think it was this little guy. Her attention was drawn to Ara. She had heard that he was going to make her his swordsman, but she had never even held a sword. The servant said he also heard that this girl didn't even show her aura. It looks ridiculous, and it looked like Jin was using the pavilion for some games. Jin told Ara that they would now try to get together in light sparring, but she doubted that was a good idea. She could barely hold her sword, but Jin told her not to worry because he had called her and knew what he was doing. Ara stood up as Jin told her to. Her eyes lit up red. Then it didn't look as ridiculous as it did at first glance, as a person who was holding a sword for the first time could have such abilities. The servant asked the lady to calm down, as the girl hadn't even reached the first rank, but that didn't stop her. She walked over to them and called the girl over, telling her to work for her. Jin and Ara looked at the mistress in surprise and didn't understand anything. They were surprised that Baek approached them with such an offer. She asked Ara if she really thought this guy could teach her anything. She could give her anything she wanted: money, knowledge, sword art. She could provide her with weapons and targets. Jin heard Baek and didn't want her to say anything else. She had crossed the line by getting in the wrong business. But she didn't stop and asked Jin what he was going to do with Ara if he didn't even have a personal squad himself. And when Baek returned, he wouldn't even have a way to survive. Knowing that, how can he take the responsibility of having a personal swordsman? She was talking about Ara as a thing, which made Jin very angry. And he reminded his sister that she was not allowed to enter his pavilion like that. Or was she purposely breaking the Beck family's rules? He didn't allow people like her to come here. Baxon couldn't believe that this junior would allow himself to talk to her like that. She thought about her brother being incredibly arrogant after having some fortunes in his formation. This kind of behavior could drive him to his grave in no no time. She advised Jin to speak more politely to her, but he said that she was the one who probably didn't understand nicely. Those words made her really angry. Had her little brother grown up to the point where he started to cross his older sister? He must have already forgotten that she was at rank 6, and the way he was acting towards her might cause her to stomp him into the dirt. Baksana is incredibly stubborn and proud, and apparently his words have caught her ego. Baksana reminded the rule of their family. If she wins, she will take his property for herself. She gave the guy 3 months to prepare, after which they would spar and whoever won would take the girl for themselves. Jin agreed and told his sister to get ready to kneel before Hong Ara. Baek Sung-ha left the place as she said she was disgusted to be here, adding that she hoped the boy would live to see the battle. Blackstone had no doubt that there were no adequate people in this family, especially the spoiled sister who did whatever she could think of. Jin didn't expect that from Baek Sung-ha either. There was something wrong with her head right now, but in her past life, they hardly ever crossed paths. Ara was scared and realized that because of her, Jin was in such a difficult and unpleasant situation. But Jin told her not to worry because it was to be expected. But just in case, he decided to ask Ara if she wanted to train under Baek Sun-hee. His sister had a higher rank than him, and her position in the family was much better. But Ara replied that she didn't want to train with Baek Seon-ha. She had already decided that she would stay with Jin since she trusted him and also recognized her talent and offered to help her. Blackstone noticed how much Ara resembled her father. Jin would have a great ally. From this point on, Ara has made her choice. Now she will start moving forward and there is no turning back. She said that she is ready for this and she won't disappoint him. Then Jin suggested to continue training. After a while, Munchoan came to Jin and told him that it would be hard for him to train for a while. He explained that when he checked Jin's sword, he found a pretty serious damage on it. This sword had been through many battles and victories. Because of the intense use of it, Jin had no time to check its condition. The sword was indeed very damaged. It was visible to the naked eye. In all likelihood, Jin would need to look for a blacksmith to fix it. He remembered that he had a fellow blacksmith among his acquaintances, and he and Ara came to Soina together. He was worried that his old acquaintance might still be under house arrest, but they had a problem that needed to be solved immediately. Specifically, the problem was with the sword. Sanina now understood why Jin hadn't contacted her. Her punishment had long since expired. Her parents were strict, but they wouldn't lock her up for that long. Swana asked who the girl next to Jin was, and he introduced her to Aru, his new swordsman. Swana shook her hand and introduced herself. She also told Ara that earlier Mr. Jin had saved her life and now she was indebted to him. Ara said it was a pleasure to meet her, and Swana immediately asked Jin to look at the sword. He was ashamed to show what his weapon had become. He had absolutely no time to take care of it. Sanina couldn't say that the damage was light. This sword was made by her grandfather, so Jin must have traveled a lot with this sword, if it was in this condition. And Jin had really gone through many battles and battles with this sword. There was no way to remember everything. Swana said that they would have to go to the place where her grandfather is now, and more specifically to the Artisan Island. After a while, Jin, Munchoan, Ara, and Suina were already on the island. The weather was nice. Ara and Munchoan didn't think it was possible to go that far to fix a sword. But Jin said it wasn't an ordinary island, but an artisan island. When someone wants to eat authentic Japanese udon, they go to Japan. When they want authentic Italian pizza, they go to Italy. Same principle with this sword. Jin decided to ask about Sowina's black herb business, and Sowina told him that she didn't have enough materials to finish her plan. The ingredients are quite rare, so it's hard to get them, so the matter has stalled for the time being. Im, out of politeness and duty, said that the girl could always turn to him for help, and Sowina was glad to hear that. Jin was grateful to her family for that beautiful sword, and now still taking artisans to the island. She could ask for anything she wanted. Sowina said that since this was the case, she would definitely call him in case of anything. She had his phone number. Blackstone asked the gentleman if it was because of his fortitude that he didn't react to her smile in any way. Something seemed strange to Jin now. In his past life, this island was closed. It was because of a big incident. In his past life, all the artisans were killed in just one night. It was quite warm in spite of the current season. Sanina said that she had heard somewhere that there was a fire incarnation buried on the island, so the temperature was as hot as on a volcanic island. Sowina wanted to go quickly. At the end of this road is her grandfather's house and blacksmith shop. Suddenly, Jin and Munchoan felt something, and it was someone's aura. Minimum level 4 and maximum level 5. They need to be ready in case of anything. They came to their grandfather's forge, where Selena was greeted by Yong. He worked with Sowina's grandfather, and told her that the teacher was working now. She remembered him telling her he was going to go rest, but as it turned out he had found new material and wanted to stay a little longer. Yeon looked at the people behind Sowina and asked who they were. The girl said there was the guy she gave the sword to, as well as his guard and swordsman. Yeon recognized those heroes who had saved the lady's life in the underworld, which embarrassed Jin once again. Yeon saw that Jin was really as humble as everyone described him, so he decided to lead them to where they needed to go. There was an old man working in the forge. He looked over and saw that Sowina had come to see him. Now they saw the famous craftsman. Sowina asked him how he was doing. The old man complained that he didn't have the energy for this new material. It was quite problematic. Blackstone saw the material old man Kim was working on and asked the master if he knew this metal. Suddenly, Jin's aura began to manifest for no reason, and it was strange. Neither of them understood what was going on, and Blackstone explained that it was made of the same material, and that was probably why Jin's aura reacted the way it did. It also meant that Kim was working with a metal that wasn't from their world. Kim turned to the guy to explain what had just happened. Chin asked the old man to tell him where he found the metal, but he had no idea where the material came from. Young brought it to him and told him it was from the front lines. Munchon was surprised by this, and Ara asked what it meant. Munchon explained to her that this is the place where the black trees and monsters whose power is incomparable to that of the local ones are located. The eldest son of the divine sword family Baek is Baek Woojin. It was an interesting find, and Blackstone couldn't understand how it was related to his world. Grandpa asked what brought Sowina here, and she said that there was a mishap with his sword that she gave to Jin. They came to fix it. Kim excitedly and abruptly took the sword to see its condition. He said that the condition was hopeless. It's amazing how the sword didn't fall apart in his hands. It must have reached the end of its useful life. But if the guy wants, he can make him a new sword. He won't take any money, of course, but the boy would have to help him. He sat next to him while Kim forged the sword, and Blackstone admitted that when he was near him, he was tickled, and Jin asked him to be patient a little longer. Apparently, the metal was definitely from his world if he reacts like that, because he reacts to their aura. Just like Grandpa Kim said, he had said earlier that he couldn't figure out what to do with the metal that wouldn't take the shape he wanted, but when he saw the reaction, he knew what to do. He made the last stroke, then sighed and said that the sword was ready. He had been agonizing over it for months. The sword that Master Kim had created with all his skills. It was a masterpiece and definitely worth the time and effort. The aura and energy of the master was also transferred to the sword, which in return would grant the master new abilities, and the aura and energy would be transferred to the sword as he had invested in it. Blackstone's favor increased, which was to be proven since it was made of the same metal. This weapon could be considered worthwhile. Kim praised the boy for his help, as there was no telling how long he would have had to fiddle with the sword if it weren't for him. Jin was happy to help. Suddenly, both Jin and Munchoen felt something strange. The servant shouted that it was an incredible killing energy, and Jin should run away. There was a huge rumbling sound. Someone was attacking the island. Jin realized that the events he had told Blackstone about then were happening at this very time. He ordered Munchoen to stay put and protect the three men, but he wanted to fight alongside his master. Jin said that if something happened to them, no one would take care of the others. Munchoen shouted that the enemy was a 5th or 6th ranker, and he couldn't do it alone, and he didn't have a sword, but Kim said not to worry about it and threw him a sword. It was pretty valuable, but when Kim saw the way he reacted to Jin, he decided it was for him, and no sword is worth a man's life. Ara said she would go with Jin. Sowina agreed that it was the right thing to do, because the girl has power, even though she has no rank. Ara couldn't stand aside when her master was attacked. She would protect him from danger at all costs, and was determined to go. The two of them left together, and Jin ordered her not to die by any means. Meanwhile, the strangers were watching them from the tree. Neither were discussing that this should be enough, and the fun time could begin. Their original goal was to embody fire. There was no point in spilling unnecessary blood, but they had a condition not to kill anyone. The stranger said that it wouldn't be a big deal if a couple people died. They decided to have fun, but they had to do it cleanly if they didn't want to make too much noise and ask too many questions. He asked his so-called partner if he would join him. They both laughed at that. It depends on how many people survive. After this conversation, they simultaneously jumped from one tree to another to realize their plan. Im, along with Ara, ran off in search of that very aura. Blackstone told the guy to stop since he felt that they were already near, so he asked Ara to be quiet and try not to make any noise. Jin listened and said he could feel the aura of the two men. It was exactly the same as they had heard. when they first set foot on the island. He wanted them to stay close together since it was dangerous to be alone right now, so they stood back to back. She said she'd cover him from this side and he shouldn't worry. But since the fire was already spreading, they had to hurry. Even though Jin had a high resistance to fire, the other people needed help. They wouldn't last long, and they had to do it while fighting the criminals. Suddenly they jumped at them from the trees, and Ara shouted this to the guy. Jin had already sensed them by then, and drew his sword, activating a falling flash of thunder that the criminals didn't expect, and began to dodge quickly. They were barely hit by the flash. They also noticed that the guy had resistance to fire. Jin told R that if they were using fire skills, it was clear what the explosion was for. One of the strangers saw that these kids didn't even possess rank 4, and they didn't stand a chance against them. Right now they were a bit lucky. They would easily kill them and take their fire incarnation, so they offered to give it to them right now. Then Jin remembered what Swaina was talking about when they first sailed to the island. That was the reason for the attack on the island then in the past, and now in the present. And now they both were not in a favorable position. He told Ara that she was going to hold on to her strength now and should be ready. Blackstone assured Jin that he had seen Ara's abilities and was sure she could be trusted. Jin clutched at his opponent in battle, his sword burning with flames, and now he realized what a 6th ranker he was. But it wasn't as scary as it sounded. This loser wasn't even a level with the fire gargoyle. After a few attempts, he managed to throw his opponent aside. Although the stranger wasn't going to give up, but he was scared since he didn't understand how the guy was doing it. Suddenly, he recognized him as the same Jin from the Beck family who had already been the subject of legends that turned out to be true. He had complete control over his sword movement. Jin waited for his opponent to be discouraged and struck a blow that almost struck the swordsman. But Jin punished him for being distracted during the fight and decided to deliver one last imperial blow. These he destroyed the culprit, and was rewarded with the property of the mysterious body, and finished the secret mission in 3 months. He saw these changes and realized that they also elevated Hongaru. The opponent opposite her couldn't believe that she had been without aura all this time, and suddenly became different, and knew absolutely everything about his sword technique and next steps. Now they would fight him for real. The opponent didn't realize what was ahead of him,
and didn't pay attention to Ara's word,
for which he soon paid the price by grabbing it from her. A lowlife like him would never be able to defeat her. Ara sensed that her opponent would surely be behind her back, and anticipating the attack, she managed to block his blow. This did not stop the criminal. He was not interested in quickly defeating the girl. After a while, he began to attack Aru. Jin was afraid of this because it is too dangerous, but wanted to intervene. But Blackstone stopped him. No need to get involved, and assured the gentleman that soon everything will be over. The criminals were beginning to realize that none of their attacks had succeeded. Ara seemed to have anticipated all their next moves. He wanted to teach her a lesson and strike one last blow, but Ara had anticipated this as well, throwing him aside with a blow. It wasn't hard to read the art of wielding an assassin's sword. Given that he easily disappears and reappears, he greatly underestimated Ara and paid for it with his life. In the end, Ara defeated her opponent and sat down on the ground as she was very tired. Jin thought it was incredible. This was the power of the battle mysterious body. Blackstone repeated what he had told the boy before, that Ara could handle it without anyone's help. And since the task of awakening Ara was completed, Jin also received the battle mystery body as a reward. Blackstone said that even though Jin won't feel much different since it's a matter of growth, this system has helped him again and again, and made all sorts of handouts, and the reason was impossible to understand. Jin replied that it would still be nice if it lasted as long as possible. Their conversation was interrupted by Ara saying that she kept her promise that she would protect him from everyone. Jin looked at her and then walked over and hugged her. She had done her job well. In front of them was a golden statue. That's what those assassins came for. It was the embodiment of fire, a concentration of the properties of fire. Kim asked the guy if he knew why this island was called Craftsman Island. Jin replied that he didn't know. Kim explained that the fire incarnation doesn't allow anyone but the master to touch itself. Kim was chosen and became the master, but he would like to use the fire in a more favorable place. So he buried the embodiment of fire on this island and gathered it here so that every day he could create good weapons with the energy of fire that seeped into the ground. And that's how this island got the name of the Island of Artisans. But unfortunately for some people, it's just an expensive piece of some old man's jewelry. It seemed to him that the sword he gave to Jin was the last thing he would ever do in his life. But he couldn't end up like this. Jin couldn't understand what Grandpa was talking about. Kim continued and said that righteous people like Jin have a hard road to travel, so he would make weapons personalized for him. He has always seen how people feel, and when he saw Jin, he knew he needed help. because he was in a difficult situation. For this reason, he would be honored to have this sword to help him through his difficulties. Jin didn't know how to thank him, but he promised that he would be a swordsman that Kim wouldn't be ashamed of. Kim also noticed that Ara was also quite strong and helped the boy tremendously, which made her embarrassed because she was just doing her job. Since the fire has been stopped, they can go, but when Jin decides to come, he must remember to bring good alcohol with him. Jin promised his grandfather that they would meet again soon. They were about to go when Suina called Jin to wait. She wanted to ask him something. When they got to the island, the guy asked her what she wanted to make. She then answered him something inaudible. She wanted to make clothes. Not equipment, but clothes. It was called black beast fur, a special garment that was made by combining different materials from the monster's skin. Jean had never heard of it before. No wonder he had never heard of it. After all, only her grandfather had made such clothes, and even her father could not replicate it. After all, the skin is very strong like steel. Its defense even surpasses that of a rank 9 combat uniform. It also increases its wearer's mana and physical abilities, and it has resistance to attributes and beauty that can't be compared to anything else. Jin wondered if it sounded like a dream garment. Since the day her grandfather told her about it, her dream was to make it with her own hands, and now she has decided who she will make it for. Soon they would bond, and she would thank him again for saving her life. Jin didn't realize for whom she would make the garment, and Blackstone advised him to continue to live in ignorance. Munchoan came to tell the Lord that before they set out, he had something to tell Jin. He had found a spiritual magician, as he had requested. He didn't know his name yet. He asked his old friend to find him. He said he found the best spirit mage and wanted to visit him before he returned home. They walked into a large building where they were greeted by a girl named Eugenia. She was the director of the Songnami Black Market and also a friend of Munchen's. Munchen's friend was the director of the Black Market. This was interesting, and Jin greeted her. He would be glad to meet her. In turn, Eugenia said that she had heard quite a bit about him from Munchoan. Jin thanked her for meeting them. However, it would be great if she would remove the guards that were eavesdropping on their conversations. He saw the guards pretty quickly, which surprised Eugen, but she did as he asked and apologized. The guards looked special. The black market seemed to have a lot of influence. Money could buy anything from people and things. Jobs and information. Eugen invited the guests to sit down and asked the purpose of their visit to her. According to Munchoan, Jin was looking for the best spiritual mage. It was obvious that this woman was in charge of the place. She was holding an envelope, and according to her, it contained very interesting, high-level information, even for the black market. But of course, she was not going to give this information to Jin so easily. Firstly, she was indebted to Munchoan, and secondly, he had been asking day and night to contact the best spiritual mage, depriving her of sleep. Backstone said that it was expected since the young master was a special person, and ordinary mages would definitely fail. Munchoan had a lot of respect for Jin. It was obvious. Jin dared to ask if Park Shin Hai was the best spirit mage right now, but that was just a common opinion. According to the data they have, there is another person they rate much better.
She's sure that Jin had heard him before.
This spiritual mage's name is Yunumin. They discovered him when he summoned 2 high-ranking spirits at the same time. Blackstone asked the master if he knew this man. During the Great Rift in his past life, this man had been very active, and as he could now see, the black market was already aware of Yunumin. Blackstone didn't consider the summoning of spirits as something serious. It was just a trifle. Jin replied that the man had played a huge role during the Great Rift. It was he who had summoned the Spirit King then. After a while, they seemed to be near a mansion in the forest. It was quite unusual. The guard informed the Lord that they had made sure that no one would know about his arrival at the black market. Jin let the guard go and told Munchoan that he never thought he was friends with the principal of the black market branch. She was just a simple friend who had earned his trust. Most of those items Jin had asked him to find, he had found thanks to Eugen. Jin thought about what he wanted to say. She didn't leak the information about the purchases, knowing that Jin was the one who ordered them. So neither Jin Yonghua nor the others knew that he was going to the gargoyle's dungeon and his method of victory. Jin said that he wouldn't believe everything she said, but he would think of her in a positive way, and Munchoan was happy with that answer. It was time for them to act, and Jin knocked on the gate. The door was opened to them by a tall man who asked them who they were. Blackstone noticed that he had a strong, overwhelming aura. This is the same ability user who summoned the Earth Spirit King to kill monsters. It was said that he was strong enough to take down an entire region by himself. Although he didn't have the strength to do so now, he was still incredibly strong. Jin immediately gave his full name and admitted that he had come to him so that he could teach him a martial art. This was too sudden, and his friends on the outside were startled that Jin wasn't choosing his words. The thing was that the Yunamin that Jin knew in the past could easily recognize a lie. Woojin couldn't understand how this guy even found him in the middle of the forest. Jin didn't hide the fact that he had sought help from the black market to find the best spiritual magician. Yunumin realized why he had been feeling like he was being watched for the past few days, and he didn't understand who it was. Jin apologized for the inconvenience. He had acted tactlessly towards him because he wanted his guidance. Jin seemed strange to the man, but still he saw that he was being completely honest with him. He said he was a guy with the last name of a famous family and asked if he was a member of that family. Jin replied that he was the youngest son of the divine sword family Baek Woojin. Yunumin was prepared for anyone to come to him, but definitely not the heir of the Baek family. It was unusual for a sect master to want to learn the ghostly art, and this was an approach he liked. But not everyone who wanted to learn it could do so. But it seems that he only showed interest in this training because of the artifacts he had. But in the ghost art, it was his own attribute of sensitivity that mattered the most. So he should leave and not bother him. He didn't want to take on an apprentice. But for the sake of it, Jin was willing to remove all the artifacts from himself. Since he had no talent, the mage was interested. Munchoan tried to convince the Lord that he shouldn't do it. Yunumin approached Jin and asked who he thought he was. How could one person have all these attributes? All thanks to a system that adores him and constantly bestows him with something. Now Yunumin understood why the guy had come to him. He was looking for the best spirit mage, but it all sounded ridiculous. However, he realized that the guy was so talented that he would possess all the attributes. A lot could be expected of him. He agreed to tell Jin about the ghost art, but he wasn't going to take him on as his apprentice. He just agreed to teach the guy the basics. Then Jin said he would call him Old Man, and Yunumin didn't mind. He decided to tell him about something before they started. He asked to take the guards back since he has to handle everything on his own. Jin asked Munchoan to go help with Ari's training. He understood and said he would send his stuff over later. Meanwhile, the more the mage looked at Jin, the more he realized that he was nothing like the Baek family, but he couldn't understand how such a talented guy could be born to a bastard like Baek Woojin. Indeed, the more he lived, the more one observed such amazing things. After a while, he was standing with him at the training field. He asked Gina if he was going to train all his attributes. Jin replied that yes. It would take a long time and it wouldn't be easy. Just like his friend said, his advantage lies in his steadfastness of spirit. Jin replied to him that he has the 4 attributes, so he has no reason to refuse him. Yunumin recognized that the guy's steadfastness was commendable. First, he would show him the very basics. First is the simple energy from the spirit world. His first training is to merge this energy. He could not tell the lad how to do this, for everyone has his own personal method, and the lad will have to find his own personal way that suits him best. The summoning of spirits depends not only on effort, but also on probability. Suppose that his susceptibility is 20, and then when summoned, he will be able to summon a low-class spirit with a 90% probability, and a middle-class spirit with a 10% probability. During training, his wisdom and susceptibility increases, and the probability of summoning a high-class spirit also increases accordingly. So everything depends on luck to a certain extent. So in order to summon a high-grade spirit, you must train your sensitivity. Jin replied that he understood and remembered everything, but Blackstone thought it was completely crazy. How could summoning a spirit be random? But apparently Jin was not intimidated by this. Meanwhile, Munchoan was reporting to the elder that his son had gone to Kanwondo. He couldn't give details since he'd left before training began. He realized that he shouldn't tell all the details about his master's training. The elder realized that the servant had decided to take Jin's position, but nevertheless, he ordered the boy to stay by Jin's side. If he couldn't get at least one guard to take his side, it would mean that there was something wrong with him. He wondered what else the kid would do to amuse his father. It had been 3 days, but Jin still wasn't getting anywhere, feeling like he was missing something. Blackstone laughed that fortune had turned away from the boy. Jin decided to open a fortune window and invest everything in wisdom. Now that Jin had done that, he suddenly realized what he was doing wrong. He drew his sword, which got Blackstone interested. In fact, the old man gave him a hint to find his usual way. Now he was using the sword to combine spiritual energy, using his sensitivity to organize the energy, like cutting a stone. Blackstone ironically said that although the guy had increased his wisdom, his methods had become even crazier. But be that as it may, Jin should try it first. He activated the feature of the 2nd level Mind Aura Black Wind. He wanted to put the aura and attribute into his sword and, like cutting wood or stone, cut the spiritual energy. He tried it and it seemed to work. It was exactly as he wanted it to be. Through effective training, he opened a new sword path. The door of 1,000 swords and the sword of rapture, justice and emptiness. The sword that pierced the sun was created. It contained rapture and justice and emptiness. Blackstone said that the guy deserved it because he had trained his aura, sword arts and spiritual energy at the same time. The sword of justice is an attribute that allows one to penetrate his target without error. The sword of void has no meaning, but it can always be filled with some meaning. Perhaps when Jin summons a spirit, he will be able to use a sword path containing all 4 attributes. Although now he only has a sword that pierces the sun, this time Blackstone had to justify that he was really happy for the guy to receive the rewards for training. He just didn't like it when Jin didn't receive them for his efforts, but just because of his luck. Uniman didn't think the guy could do it so fast and find a way. He praised him for it. Jin said that he didn't deserve such praise. And then the old man showed him the energy that the guy had created the first time. He hadn't expected him to have such a high resistance to fire, but he was surprisingly in good harmony with it. It was time to try spirit summoning. He couldn't imagine that the boy would be able to combine the remaining attributes so quickly. Jin replied that it was only because he had followed his instructions, but Yunming said that he had only taught the boy the basics. Before he started, he had to stand in the right place. As far as he could predict, the probability of summoning a low-grade spirit was now 97%, so he decided to tell him not to be disappointed. He would have to remember that if he summoned a weak spirit and then said he didn't like it and sent it back, there was a chance that the Spirit King would hate him, and he would never be able to contract a spirit again. Jin was not intimidated by this, and the old man told him to start summoning. Jin concentrated and started to summon the spirit of water and earth of low-level Nyx. He saw it flying near him. It was a cute creature that amused Blackstone. He reasoned that because the guy had summoned such a low-level spirit, his luck ended there, but it didn't seem to matter to him. He thanked the spirit for appearing to him and decided to make a contract with him. Now he was ordered to summon a wind spirit. Jin obeyed the old man and repeated his actions again. This time, a huge green, fox-like creature appeared to him. It was a medium-level spirit. Jin managed to summon it, although it was not immediately given to him, but he managed to do it. A very lucky guy. Jin gently stroked the spirit and said that he was making a contract with it, and told Blackstone to thank him for his luck as soon as he talked to it. Now it was the turn of the fire spirit. The guy had developed the energy of the fire attribute. The old man couldn't wait to see what kind of spirit the guy would summon. Jin started summoning the spirit, but something went wrong. The old man assumed that the guy was denied for some reason. This sometimes happens. You either pissed off or scared the ghost, even though it rarely happens. A ghost that is very hard to deal with will persistently want to contact you. Jin thought about the fact that he had a great susceptibility to fire, and it would be a great loss if he could not summon the spirit of this element. Yunumin reiterated that although such a thing would happen, it would be the first time he had seen such a thing. Blackstone asked the Lord what he was going to do next, but the lad had no choice but to do what he was best at. They're going to try it again and so on, until they get it right. He tried it time after time. Blackstone counted about 7 times. The old man advised him not to overdo it, because he had already succeeded today, but Jin wasn't going to stop. Blackstone said that the guy might faint from fatigue, but Jin refuted this, saying that he now has a strong willpower and will not give up. He wants to see who he can call. He tried again, but it was a failure like last time. Blackstone told the guy not to get too upset, because not everything in this life worked out at once, as a huge pillar of fire appeared behind his back. It frightened everyone, for they had not expected it, and a huge red dragon came out of the flames. The old man said that this is a spirit of the highest rank is a flame dragon. Blackstone said that this dragon is dangerous, and Jin asked how he knew that. Blackstone's past master also encountered this dragon and the spirit mage who summoned it. He was very frightened and had a hard time dealing with it. The old man ordered to send the spirit back immediately. If the dragon didn't like him, he would kill him without a second thought, without showing any mercy. Jin realized how powerful a creature he had summoned. He couldn't just send it back. He would make a contract with it. To surprise the dragon, the guy decided to show that he was ready to fight him and activated the black aura. The old man knew that this guy was skilled in martial arts, but this was beyond his expectations. The dragon didn't expect the guy wasn't afraid of him, so Jin stepped closer to him. He liked this arrogant creature and would make a contract with him. Jin was about to leave and thanked the old man for all he had taught him, but he kept saying that he had only taught him the basics. He would need a lot of time to perfect the speed and accuracy of his summoning. Jin knew this and was ready to train tirelessly. Yunumin told the boy to be careful with this creature as he was not yet able to control it. The boy remembered this advice, and they said goodbye to the mage. The old man doesn't know how big this strange kid's goal is, but he really wanted to see what he would achieve soon. In the afternoon, at the residence of the divine sword Beck family elder, Jin was at his father's residence. The elder said that he knew about her son leaving to train, but he never thought it would be related to the ghost art. He demanded an explanation from Jin. Blackstone noticed that his father was very angry with him. He wasn't going to kill Jin because of that, was he? The boy answered him that he suspected that would happen. So he had thought of the answer beforehand. He had called him here already, knowing that his son had gone to train and knew what he was training for. Blackstone could feel the murderous energy that came from the elder and was directed at his own child. He's just a crazy bastard. Jin answered his father that he did it for the sword. The elder knew the kid would come up with some excuse, but for the sword to be the reason. He said that he had studied the ghost art for the sake of his sword. Since his father had little faith in it, Jin wasn't going to explain himself. He just wanted to show his success right here and now. The elder agreed and allowed Jin to take out his sword. He showed him the power he had achieved through his contract with the dragon. This should be enough for his father to understand what it was all about. The elder realized that the boy wanted to give his sword an attribute, but Jin did not want to follow the same path as everyone else. As a member of the Baek divine sword family, he would find a new path and become stronger than anyone else. This was his way to rise to the top of the Beck family. The elder laughed after saying that. The guy's reply was quite arrogant when he said that he would become stronger than anyone. He looked at Jin and said that he could go. He would call him again soon. Jin left, and the father thought about his son's words. He is making his way to the top of the family. This is more and more beyond his expectations. In time, he will point out his heir. After leaving the residence, Blackstone immediately began to reprimand the lord for aiming his sword at his own father. He must have been crazy to do such a thing. Jin agreed that although he gave the answer his father expected, it was still quite risky. But he was lucky that it ended well. However, the boy had no doubt that he would reach the top someday. Blackstone said that he was genuinely happy that the guy did well and ended well. Now Jin wanted to go and practice at the sword pavilion, just in time for him to have a chance to see the progress of Ara, who he had left to Munchuan while he was away. The window of opportunity indicated that the sword path-based study had been passed. The sword path-based title had been obtained, the characteristics had been upgraded, and that the effect of the title obtained had been reapplied. This was all Jin had gotten, and Blackstone would no longer be surprised if the system gave the guy everything it had. As a reward for constantly practicing the sword path, he was given one path from the higher sword paths. He had to choose one of them. Change or illusion, cut or flight or flow. Blackstone was right about the system, and it was driving him crazy. Jin wanted to see what he was being offered. The sword of flux flows smoothly. It is the continuous path of the sword. The sword of change changes its path. It is an attacking, irregular sword. The sword of illusion is a path creating illusions, causing the enemy to fall into a stupor. Blackstone continued this, and said that the sword of slashing is a way of cutting the enemy's attacks. And finally, the sword of flight, which is able to make the sword soar. He told the Lord that if he reached the end point of the sword of flight, he would be able to comprehend the sword of control, which allows him to control weapons with just a thought, and this sword interested Jin. But Blackstone immediately interrupted his reverie, as the Lord hadn't even mastered the sword of flight yet. Jin thought about which sword would be the most practical now, and decided on the sword of change. Blackstone agreed with him that this sword would be the most practical now. The system indicated that the sword of change would be proportional to the characteristic of wisdom. He might have the right choice for this sword, but it was only because the guy had increased his wisdom characteristic before. He should remember that it would play an important role in the future. Jin seemed to understand what Blackstone was talking about. Since he had studied the sword of change, he would use it now. Blackstone told him that the best thing to do would be to try this sword in sparring. He asked if the guy knew anyone suitable for the job. Jin thought about the need for a place to train the sword and use it in a duel, and suddenly it hit him. He remembered one suitable place. The small training ground of the divine sword Beck family was in full swing. Jin thought of just that. Since they were being used by the Beckson squad that he had kicked out of the sword pavilion, he could do the following. He greeted the guys who were training there. They all wanted to kill Jin in one way or another, or just hated him. Blackstone joked that the gentleman was getting into trouble, and asked if he was in control of the situation. Jin confidently replied that this was the action that was behind his plan. One of the squad members came out to him and said that if the young master had come here to mock them, he could start right now. Because of him, The squad was having a hard time. Jin said that he had come here for that very reason and wanted to offer them something, but the guy waved his hand away and said that he wasn't interested in any of his suggestions. Then Jin said that he understood them. Since they didn't want the sword pavilion back, it was their business, and apparently these words interested the squad. They asked what Jin meant, and he replied that he had already told them everything just now. The rule was that if they could defeat him, he would immediately return the 7th sword pavilion to them. Seeing the guy's reaction, he asked if he could interest them in such an offer. But there is no better training than a fight. And that was his plan. Bakson's squad is made up of the best sword masters of the Baek family. These guys would do anything to restore Bakson's honor. Surely they couldn't reject this offer of battle he had made. Blackstone thought about how every time the Lord intends to do something, he will really get scared. The guy from the squad asked if Jin was serious about such conditions. Jin replied that he always keeps his word, and if he suddenly has a moment of distrust in him, he can swear on the name of the Baek divine sword family. The guys in the squad realized that Jia's condition sounded pretty good. Even though he had advanced a lot in his strength, they had to try and overpower him. Blackstone told the Lord that those guys already thought they could defeat him, but it was also part of his grand plan. The main squad member said that they accept Jin's terms and asked how the competition would go as well. Jin said that he didn't want to stall for too long, so he asked them to pick the best fighters from their squad. They will fight one-on-one. They will set up a fair sword competition without any tricks. He is giving them a chance to decide for themselves who will go to fight him. The guy realized that the Lord wanted to fight him without even using ghost arts, but only with his sword. He didn't know where the guy got so much confidence from. But when it comes to sword, he is definitely the best at it. So he should take this chance to take back the sword pavilion and trample Jin's arrogance. He told him that he would fight him. His name is Kanachan. He is the captain of the swordsman of Bakson's squad. When Jin heard this, he suggested that he start right away. He knows that there is no room for indulgence in a duel. That is, he should try not just to knock him to the ground, but to destroy him completely. Kang Chuan replied that he would do as he was asked. Blackstone could sense the captain's anger. He really wanted to kill Jin. Jin himself was even more interesting. You can learn a lot from a man who puts his whole soul into an attack. Everyone here would witness the duel. The participants were given the command to get ready, and a moment later they were already fighting. The captain warned that he would not restrain himself, and for this reason he attacked first, intensely attacking Jin. He clearly did not expect his opponent to be so strong. For this reason, Kang Chuan assumed that he had a good chance of winning, as his opponent was hardly defending himself. Blackstone was worried about his master, but Jin reassured him and said that everything was under his control, and he was preparing for the attack. Jin activated his super concentration, and the next time Kang Chuan attacked him, he just fended off his attacks. The captain noticed that the guy's tactics had changed. Jin decided to activate a feature of the battle mysterious body, and now he could see the change of sword and all of his opponent's next moves. The system was crazy. Supplying him with rewards, it created a crazy monster. Kang Chuan was very tired and didn't understand what was going on. Jin told the guy that if this was all he could do, he suggested ending it there. Jin attacked him with the same tactic that the guy had just attacked him with, and shocked Kang Chuan. Everyone present noticed that young Master Jin was using the sword art of change. They were shocked that this was possible. Even the squad captain himself couldn't believe that it was true. He couldn't imitate the sword art he had studied all his life. It was clear that he had lost, and Jin delivered the decisive blow in this duel, after which squad captain Kang Chuan fell to the ground. A swordsman should not be influenced by emotions, although that was not what Jin should say after he won. But since he was the winner, why not? Jin thought that because of him, his understanding of the sword had changed and improved a bit. He should just bow and thank the system 3 times a day for being so favorable to him. Suddenly, a female voice called out to him asking what was going on. It was Bakson, who Jin didn't expect to see here. He didn't know she was back already, as he thought her punishment would last longer. She told him to stay on topic and answer her question. Jin said that he had made a light wager, a fair swordsman's duel that only he would have to pay for losing. But she didn't believe it because she thought her brother was lying to her. One of the swordsmen in her squad told her that everything her brother said was the truth. Mr. Jin had put a pavilion of swords on the line. Bexona then realized that her brother had first taken the sword pavilion away from her, and then was just mocking her to tease her and make her even angrier. The swordsman tried to calm her down, but she already knew there was nothing she could do, which made her even angrier. But still, she said that she would teach her insolent brother a lesson. Everyone noticed Jin getting ready to fight her, and it scared her because she had no idea what her brother was doing while she was serving her sentence. Her little brother had obviously changed a lot since the last time they met. Jin had offered to fight her right now, not just let her words go to waste. She realized that her brother wasn't at her level yet. She should kill the bastard right now, and avenge all the insolence he was showing towards her in front of her squad. But a family aide intervened and asked them to calm down. The elder asked him to deliver a message. All the relatives of the Divine Sword Beck family will have to gather in the elder's hall. Jin realized that the time had finally come. There was only one reason for his father to gather all of Baek's direct relatives. Blackstone realized that his master knew something about it, although the guy thought it would happen later. But there is only one event that his first brother is involved in. It has to be the announcement of the heir. Everyone had already gathered in the elder hall. Clearly, this event was the reason why Baekson had returned so early from her punishment. It looked like father was still preparing, but one person had yet to show up. Jin looked to the side and saw that person. Father's first son, the eldest son of Baek Woojin's divine sword family, had arrived. They met his gaze, and Blackstone suspected that the gentleman's manner of speech indicated that he had never seen Woojin before. This was indeed their first meeting. Even though he was his older brother, Jin had never seen his brother live in his past life, for the reason that his brother was always ahead of everyone else. Blackstone noticed that this man was quite strong. He was at least rank 8 or even higher, and he might reach rank 9 soon. In terms of strength, Baek Woojin is second only to his father. Jin set himself a goal to become stronger than his elder brother and then his father. It was announced that the elder was coming. Everyone lined up and greeted the elder. He sat on his throne and said that he didn't want to waste any more time. For that reason, he would ask right now if they knew the reason why he had gathered them all here today. Baek Woojin replied that the reason was to choose an heir. His father was surprised and asked why he thought that. He said that otherwise his father wouldn't have called him. Baek Woojin was as perceptive as ever. That was the right answer. Now he would tell them all about the method he would use to choose his heir. 8 candidates. Don't they think that's too many? The children looked at their father in surprise, not knowing what he meant. The elder continued, saying that half of the 4 candidates would be enough. Jin remembered that his past life was very different from today's meeting. So had the future changed? Blackstone believed that it was because of Jin's intervention. It had influenced the course of events. That's true, but this is the first time such an important event has been changed. The elder said that he would of course make choices based on their personal achievements. That is, he would take into account martial arts and physical strength, achievement and counting. They could use all of this to elevate their reputation and the reputation of the Baek Divine Sword family. Baek Woojin raised his hand to ask something from his father. He stated that he was still young and lacked strength and experience in martial arts. He couldn't fully compete, but that was bullshit to the elder. He told him that if he was going to use weak excuses, then right now, he should give up the competition and go away. But Baek Woojin justified that he could fight and would not quit. The elder gave him the example of his younger brother Jin, who proved that age has no correlation to achievement. Thanks to Jin's activism, the family has been shining lately. They should all take an example from him. Baek Woojin has a good chance of being chosen as the heir apparent if he continues in the same vein. He advised him not to give up, and Jin thanked his father for those words. His father was very cruel, and it was true. He exalted him before the others to make them targets. It was all getting tiresome, but no matter what, Jin would have to climb to the top at some point. The elder said that was all he wanted to tell them, and they could all be free to go. Except Baek Woojin. They began to disperse, and Jin only thought that he could surpass them all and raise the Baek Divine Sword family to the top. The elder greeted the eldest son, saying that he and long time no see. He hasn't changed at all since their first meeting. It's quite disappointing. Baek Woojin asked his father the reason why he decided to announce his heir so early, even if age has nothing to do with achievements. Some of the people here just now weren't even 20 years old. Didn't Baek Woojin and Baek Sunghyun become outstanding? Why would a father provoke unnecessary conflict among his children? The elder asked if Baek Woojin knew about the insect pot. He explained to him that if you gather several poisonous insects in a clay pot and close them there under a lid, they will intertwine and fight each other until there is only one survivor. It is said that the last insect has the most deadly and crushing poison, and this phenomenon is called the insect pot. Baek Woojin couldn't believe he was talking about his children as poisonous insects. The father went on to say that he too was once a poisonous insect who struggled to survive inside the clay pot to survive. He trampled everyone who tried to climb up. The last survivor in the pot gets everything. Baek Woojin got angry, saying that his father is making an example of insects when it comes to human lives. Doesn't he care if they die? But the elder thought he was a complete moron. Humans are weak enough to fail in this competition and deserve to die. Because he had once failed to handle his worthless compassion, he had failed to cross the martial arts line. Baek Woojin listened to his father and told him that he would follow his own path of his own choosing. The elder expected that he would not be interested in becoming the heir. He asked if Baek Woojin was definitely going to leave the family. He told him that he was going to do so, but that he had unfinished business, and there was someone here he was interested in. Blackstone, nicknamed Jin, he didn't realize if the guy was going to do anything, but Jin didn't know what his friend was talking about. Then Blackstone told him that in case he hadn't noticed, it had been a whole week since the competition between the heirs had been announced. He didn't understand why he was so indifferent to it. With everyone from Baek Song-hyun to Baek Myung-hyun waiting outside the administrative office and grasping at every task, Jin replied that it's because of them that he has no assignments left. He takes this opportunity to ponder quietly. But Blackstone saw that the gentleman was just idling rather than thinking, but Jin said that wasn't the case. Blackstone didn't know what to do in that case. Jin shared his feelings with him. He's been feeling very strange and unusual lately, looking at the stars and flowers. He doesn't know how to describe it, but it feels like he's about to have a great idea. Blackstone thought about the words of the Lord, and suddenly realized one reason why he had such thoughts. Perhaps Jin had reached a level of excitement. Martial artists who had reached this level were able to create skills from what they saw and felt. Jin asked if that wasn't great, but Blackstone had a hard time answering as he couldn't tell if Jin had better luck or ability. Well, luck is also an ability. Anyway, if he thinks a little more, he will come up with something. He heard someone calling him. It was Jung Jun-hyuk. He told Jin that he had an assignment from the administrative department related to the divine sword. It finally arrived. Jin took and opened the letter. Blackstone noticed that the gentleman was frowning for some reason. Jin believed that a conflict with a very large guild was about to happen. He ordered Jung Jun-hyuk to get the car ready for tomorrow morning. He said he was going to go tomorrow to Cheongju. They were already in the city. The problem was that the Beck family's territory was invaded in Cheongju, but that wasn't all. The citizens had been damaged, and some of the group had been injured. Blackstone listened to their conversation and didn't understand what happened. These people are called the Great Yang family. It's a large guild and by various measures similar to the Divine Sword Baek Guild. He used to hear that they often provoked conflicts with his family, but that doesn't happen anymore. Suddenly, they are creating a branch in Cheongju, and even in their area, it seems like they wanted to say something to them. Well, the more territories, the more advantages. In some cases, you can monopolize all the dungeons in a region, but there was nothing appealing about Cheongju. There were no advantages here due to the fact that the dungeons were practically without rifts. So as you can see, the branch manager of the Baek family was only rank 5. Blackstone wondered who the branch leader of the Great Yang family's Cheongju branch was then. He was Kim Song-jae, the 9th Sword of Change. That meant his sword had changed 9 times. Jin knew him. They were once good acquaintances. He had no idea what his old acquaintance was up to, but it was bad. The thing is, Kim Sung-jae is quite famous for his sword changes. Jin assumed that his current capabilities were on the same level as Baekson's. This would be his best chance to get a better look at the sword changes, he thought rather optimistically. But would he really come out and offer to fight? He won't do it, but Jin knows what kind of person Kim Sung-jae is. He has created a situation where he can't refuse to duel with him. They came to a building. It was the Cheongju branch of the Great Yang family. As you could see, they had built a solid wall and a metal gate right in the middle of someone else's territory. Jin looked at all that, and he felt like breaking down that gate. Jung said that they tried to talk to him quietly, but they were rebuffed right outside the gate. Really wanted to talk to the branch manager, but he wouldn't even agree to meet with him. Then Jin said the answer would be obvious. If the branch manager didn't want to come out himself, they would go in to see him. In the branch courtyard, work was going on. Oh, everything was going better than he could have expected. At this rate, they would be able to completely get rid of the Divine Sword Baek family in a few days. The servants greeted Mr. Kim Song-jae, but they also already had suspicions that Beck would not let this happen. Recently, one of them was quite famous. Judging from the rumors, this guy should come right here. Many people had already heard this. His name is Baek Woojin. It's said that he was able to single-handedly break a multi-level guild. Although the rumors were exaggerated, Jin was a kid who wherever he went, something exceptional always happened. Kim heard this talk and reminded them whose side he was on. Or were they going to go beg the Beck family to accept them? They started to make excuses, but they were only afraid of Jin because of a couple of rumors. But even if they were exaggerated, it was still true that Jin is very strong, just in case. They should be prepared for him to come here by breaking through the gate. although Kim didn't believe that could happen. He didn't think Jin was crazy enough to do it. They heard a huge explosion and turned around to realize that the gate had been destroyed. Divine Sword Beck's family came to them. Jin told everyone that he was a direct descendant of Divine Sword Baek Woojin's family, and he had come here to make them all pay for trespassing on his family's territory and not apologizing. He ordered the branch manager Kim Sung-jae to come forward and fight him. No one expected Jin to be this crazy. The guards were immediately in a fighting stance, thinking that Jin and Jung-joon didn't realize where they had entered and who they were dealing with. But Jin told them to get out of his way. They realized that this was the same Jin who was known for his accomplishments and lowered their weapons. They asked what he had come here for. Did he really want a war? Jin didn't understand why they were asking him such a stupid question with an obvious answer. They had started it all, but they thought it was ridiculous because he thought he was acting in the name of justice. If martial artists have a problem, they solve it by using martial arts instead of words. Jin offered to fight for the Cheonju branch. The loser would give it up. Blackstone tells the guy that this is bullshit. He's doing reckless, crazy things. Although Blackstone likes Jin's attitude and it was his plan, Kim has an inflated ego and can't back down if challenged by an inferior. He had broken the gate to draw attention to himself. Otherwise, he could refuse the duel. Kim couldn't believe that Jin had become so cocky, but he realized that he couldn't just give up the duel because everyone was looking at him. He should pull himself together now. He stepped forward and said that he recognized that Jin was the bravest one here. But even though he was the leader here, the duel was decided. But he didn't have time to prove it before Jin said that he understood. Kim was just a helpless bogeyman. That's what he wanted to say, right? If that's all he needed to know, he told Kim to get the hell out of here and bring his superiors to him. Those words were enough to drive Kim into a frenzy and a willingness to fight Jin. It happened just as the guy said it would. Blackstone said that if Kim had kept his cool and indifference and reacted to provocation, he would have been a saint. Jin decided to take this chance to complete the task and improve his mecha skills. He saw in the opportunity window that a new surprise assignment had arrived. Jin needed to analyze Kim and thus defeat. The condition was to win after fully understanding the changes Kim used. This assignment was in Jin's favor, but Blackstone was getting really pissed off. The system wanted to make a monster out of Jin. After a while, they were standing in the arena opposite each other, and Kim thought that Jin wouldn't use spirits since it was a sword duel. Jin thought that his opponent was just afraid of him, but he reassured Kim by saying that he wouldn't do that. He didn't need to be afraid. They began to fight. Kim couldn't wait to make Jin regret his words. He attacked first, and Jin managed to block his strike. He activated the aura features of Flame Wings and Super Concentration, as well as the feature of the Battle Mysterious Body. He concentrated all his power and threw Kim away from him. Now they all saw that black aura that was rumored. It was not pleasant and needed to end it all soon. He attacked again, and this time Jin couldn't block his attack. He wounded him a little. There were multiple cuts with the sword that Jin barely had time to fend off. It was a 9-dimensional sword, and Kim was using it now against Jin. The technique was called 9-dimensional bright light. Jin froze and just stared into the void. Blackstone shouted at him to get ready to look at his opponent, but it was as if Jin didn't hear him. It was clear that he had comprehended the new sword, since he had achieved enlightenment through incarnation. He could now take the initiative to fight. Blackstone couldn't tell if this was the way of the mecha. Meanwhile, the third gate of the 1,000 swords was revealed to Jin. The third gate was the sword of power. The 7th gate was the sword of change, and the 8th gate was the sword of illusion. He thrust his sword into the ground with all his might, creating a huge wave of energy that Kim wanted to hold on to, but all his efforts were in vain, and there was a loud explosion, after which Kim lay on the ground having lost the duel, while Jin looked on as a true victor. Meanwhile, the branch soldiers couldn't believe what they saw. They were shocked. This was true sword art. Jin turned to them and advised them not to waste time. They should quickly gather all their belongings and get out of this area. Baxen came to her father's house to inform him that she had finished the task he had given her. She did better than the elder could have expected her to do. He told her that he had heard that Jin had driven the great Yan family out of Cheongju on his own, but Baxen didn't know that. Despite his arrogance, the more the elder watched him, the more his son reminded him of him in the past. Jin had amused him greatly with his adventures. He let his daughter go, saying that she still had a lot of work to do. As she left the reception, all she could think about was what a bastard her little brother was. She hated him because his assignment time and hers crossed at the same time. At this rate, she would definitely lose the competition. It just couldn't be allowed to happen. She would accept that person's offer even though it was a bit dangerous. Jin was in his room looking at the characterization. He was able to touch the hearts of many and brought them suffering. In addition to the main reward, he would be added 1,200 points. And the reward for the surprise task was changed to the reward of 1,000 swords. Blackstone ironically joked about how Mrs. System could already just give Jin everything she had. Jin was opened a new sword path, was given the title of Opening New Paths, was awarded 1,000 points, and was extremely lucky. Blackstone hated the system for these unreasonable handouts to Jin. He needed to deal with it right now. But Jin asked him to calm down and pick a card for him. Blackstone didn't think it was a good idea, since he had no luck in such lotteries. But Jin insisted, let him try at least one. Among the large selection of cards, Blackstone poked his finger at a random one, not showing much interest and not having high hopes. He didn't trust luck, so he didn't think much depended on it. The card indicated that Jin had received the 1,000 sword reward, and techniques would rise to the 2nd level, regardless of skill level. It was a legendary card, and that wasn't a bad thing. Blackstone has perfect luck, and probably now Jin should ask him to pick a card every time instead. Blackstone couldn't find a place for himself because of this unfair life, but Jin meanwhile opened the box. It was a gift from the Yang family. He was curious what was in there. It was a plant causing death in 9 breaths, a mountain plant, and red ginseng and silver moon. They all helped raise the resistance to poisons. If Jin used them correctly, he could earn himself resistance to 100 poisons. It sounded amazing. He would definitely get an advantage if he had a new skill. He needed to think about the absorption rate if he wanted to use these herbs properly. The effectiveness depended a lot on that. He called Zhang to him. He told him that he needed to retreat to the sword pavilion for a while. He would like him to do something for him. He said the Lord could trust him. He was trying with all his pitchforks. Jin liked the infusion, but the matter didn't require much effort. He came to the sword pavilion where Ara and Munchoan were practicing. They were happy to see him. Munchoan told the master that Ara was a very fast learner, and she had already learned the basics. That was good, and Jin congratulated her on gaining her 1st rank, and they were going to the dungeon tomorrow. She was startled by this news, but Munchoan congratulated her on her 1st dungeon walk. Ara had a small request for Jin. She wants to clear the dungeon alone and without a team. She had heard that the Lord had once killed a boss on his own, when he was also rank 1. Munchoan had told her about it. Now Ara wanted to try it too. Blackstone had asked Jin to let her do it no problem. He was sure of it. Ara was much stronger now than Jin was then. He listened to him and decided to let Ara go into the dungeon alone. But if it was hard for her, she shouldn't force herself. Ara was very glad that the Lord agreed. The next day near the 1st rank dungeon, Ara had no problem dealing with the goblins alone. Blackstone once again repeated to Jin that everything would be fine, but he followed her in disguise. This was her 1st outing. Then he wouldn't do it, and this was the 1st and last time. Ara continued to chop down the monsters alone with Jin supporting her. Blackstone saw what kind of father Jin would become in the future since he was so rooting for Ara. Suddenly Ara was called out by someone, and these people told her that she was trespassing on their territory. She apologized to them, and they realized she was a sock puppet. They ordered her to give them the mana stone of the monsters she killed and get the hell away. Blacktown was angry that they were allowing this to happen. He wanted to intervene, but he is a simple spirit, so he asked Jin to do it. But he couldn't, as it would be a violation of Ara's request. He looked weak. It's not like he can just watch. He wanted to just see what the girl would do. If anything, he fit in. But Ara gave them the stones, and said she would go somewhere else and never come here again. They began to rejoice that it was over so quickly, and the girl left. She heard them call those who had trained her morons, and as cheesy as they were, it was enough to make her come back. She would make them answer for their words. Ara told them to answer what they had just said about her trainer. They unsuspectingly told her that she had been trained by an idiot. But before he could prove it, Ara slapped him across the face with all her might, causing him to fall to the ground. They didn't expect Ara to do that and were a bit confused. She wouldn't let anyone say such things about the man who took her in and taught her everything she knows. If they tried to say such nonsense again, she would cut off all of their heads with her sword. Blackstone, who was watching, cheered. Ara switched to the other man and beat him mercilessly no matter what. Jin thought about the fact that her punches looked quite familiar. He had forgotten that he had taught her that. When both men stood up, they drew their swords and were determined to kill Aru. But she warned them that they just didn't know who they were dealing with yet, and they would be lucky to get out of here alive. They got into a fight. Ara managed to block a blow from one of them and then shoved them aside. But still, fighting alone against 2 experienced swordsmen was no easy feat. Especially considering her 1st rank. They tried to lash out at her with words, calling her a lowlife. But Ara wasted no time and read their sword technique. She used her battle mysterious body skill, and it looked like she was already finished. She attacked them in a way they didn't expect her to, especially since just now she was losing. He told her that her stupid teacher had only taught her how to block blows, and it was time for her to learn how to fight normally. Ara warned about the expressions towards her teacher, one of those inglorious swordsmen wasting oxygen. They thought this was their chance to attack her and wrap things up. But as soon as their swords touched Ara's sword, as the blades started to crumble, and eventually nothing was left of their weapons, just the hilt, they were stunned and didn't understand how this was possible. Ara had warned them of what would happen if they said such nonsense again. She did not speak in vain, and screams came from the forest. In the end, Ara didn't kill them, just beat them unconscious and stopped there. They should learn some manners, and now she headed for the monster boss. Jin motioned for Blackstone to go back. There was no point in watching anymore, and Blackstone warned him about it. After a while already in the city, Ara met Jin. He asked how everything went. The girl defeated the boss and everything was just fine. She told him with admiration that it was a goblin fighter, but she managed to get used to his attacks pretty quickly, and so she was able to use the sword techniques Jin had taught her. He praised her, but wondered if she had told him everything. She thought about it, but decided not to tell the Lord about the incident with the thieves. Jin realized that she wasn't telling him everything, but he didn't question her. Blackstone thought that the boy was not good at leading his subordinates. He was right about that. Munchon approached them. He was just in time. He said in an excited voice that the master needed to see something right now. He saw a small flame dragon that was sitting in a pile of wooden swords. He suddenly admitted to himself. At first, Munchon was surprised since he thought it was a monster, but then he felt the spirit energy. Blackstone also didn't understand what was going on. He had seen something like this for the first time. Then Jin decided that old man Yunamin definitely knew the answer. He didn't expect the guy to call so quickly, since he had relatively recently left. Jin asked if contract spirits could just appear by themselves. The old man didn't understand what he was saying, and Jin didn't know how to explain. He explained to him how it was, and the old man said that although Jin was special, his spirit was not inferior to him. He said that he would call him and tell him when he could come to him. He would see what he could do. He thanked him for not refusing to help. Suddenly, Jin heard someone calling him. The voice was outside. Munchon said he would check, but Jin objected. It was him who was calling, and he would come out too. Munchon asked why the guy was making noise right outside the sword pavilion. The guy turned to Jin. His name was Kim Sung-chul. He apologized for such rude behavior, but the situation was urgent. He was supposed to be practicing right now, but he had come to him specifically. No one but him could help him. He begged God for help. He begged God to save him, and Jin and Munchon didn't expect this turn of events. They didn't understand what he was saying. Kim Sung-chul told them that his companions had gone to explore a high-level dungeon, but there was a rift, and monsters of a higher level than they thought appeared. Blackstone wasn't surprised at this. He had a bad feeling about it and asked Jin what kind of rift they were talking about. Jin replied that even though the probability was low, the dungeon was being distorted, and as a result there was a rift and monsters that were much stronger. Kim asked for help from the administrative department and the other direct descendants of the Baek family, but they all instantly turned him down. They explained their refusal to him by saying that all his friends in the dungeon were dead by now, so there was no point in wasting time and energy to go down there. He didn't believe that his comrades were dead. They were definitely alive and just had to be hiding somewhere. But even if that was the case, it was necessary to at least retrieve their bodies. Jean turned to Munchon. He said that they would do without family support. Just the two of them. Munchon understood and said he would go get ready. Kim thanked the Lord for not refusing to help him. Jin saw that he had a new assignment to go on together. His guild members were hiding in a rift-altered area to save them. They need to be shown the path to follow. Jin tells Kim that his comrades are alive, so they go to rescue them. Meanwhile, the swordsmen of the Baek family guild were incredibly tired. Some of them felt like they were dreaming, and it was just a nightmare. No one thought it was possible in real life. They hid behind a large rock. Running away from the monsters was only a matter of time before they found them again. Some of them thought that they should hold out until help arrived from the Baek divine sword family, but at the same time, some of them had already given up hope. The Beck families didn't care about their fates, and no one would help them. They had already spent so much time here and no one had come. Even though they knew exactly what had happened to them and that they needed help, they were just abandoned. The guys asked their friend Hayek not to worry and stop panicking, but it was too late. The monsters smelled the swordsman and immediately rushed towards their hiding place. Guild immediately began to prepare for another battle. Even if they die, let it be during the battle with monsters. They wanted to at least show themselves one last time what they were worth. The monsters began to attack, and when one of them clutched at the sword of the swordsman, it was clear that the monster was not intimidated by the weapon and easily destroyed it. It was too late. They were already surrounded, but they were not going to give up and they would stand until the end. At that moment, Jin and Munchun appeared. They were almost too late. The swordsman must have been waiting for help. But they were all good because they were so happy to see Jin since they had no hope of being rescued. Munchun said that they had come to their rescue and would protect them from the monsters. A little while earlier, when they were just approaching the rift, Munchun asked Jin if he was all right. Jin didn't understand why his swordsman thought something was wrong, and Munchun explained that Jin had just interfered with the mission, without the permission of the administrative department or the head of the family. Jin knew this, and it was part of his plan again. He reminded Munchun that he had once told him that he would remake the Beck family, where the value of a person would become more valuable than the value of a sword. To back out now would mean he had not kept his promise. Munchun was once again humbled by such words of the Lord. He was ready to follow Jin to the end. Blackstone praised Jin for always knowing how to choose the right words depending on the situation and the person, but despite the rightness of his actions, Jin was uncomfortable. In his past life, it wasn't the Baek Divine Sword family that had taken this assignment, but another major guild. Events had changed again, and it was because of Jin that his family had become more famous than ever before. It looks like it was that rift. They didn't hesitate, and immediately went into the portal to rescue their family members. Events returning to our time. Jin ordered the archers to get ready. He summoned the spirit he had contracted with, a wind spirit who made a wind barrier over them. The swordsman saw that Jin had indeed mastered ghostly skill. The monsters couldn't get close to the archers because of the barrier, so they tried their best to attack him. The swordsman realized that the shield would not last long. There were too many of them, and it was very annoying. Then Blackstone told Jin that it was time to use it. At first, Jin didn't understand what he was talking about, but Blackstone said that he wasn't talking about the first sword. He was talking about another sword. It's pretty strong, so it can help deal with these monsters. Blackstone turned into a dagger. This was the time just right for him. He could sense their mana. Jin armed himself with a second dagger. At this moment, the barrier was almost running out, and the monsters started to attack. But Jin was already ready for battle. He opened Blackstone's second sword, its deadly blade of darkness. He started destroying the monsters one by one with his new weapon. It was an incredible power. The guy literally handled the monsters in one breath. Perhaps it was because Jin had gotten so much better. There was a huge monster coming towards him, much bigger and stronger than the previous ones. Jin realized that this was the main monster of this rift. Surely he realized that ordinary monsters were no match for him. Jin should try to handle it on his own. But Jin already knew this without Blackstone's hints. He used the fog-gathering slits and contained rapture and mass. The monster was still alive and was very angry and strong. The main monster was the same as the ones Jin had seen in other dungeons. It would be hard to crush, so it looked like it was time to use what he had learned. He activated the sword, piercing the sun. The contents Jin chose were fire energy. He chose delight and justice, void, and fire attribute. He directed it all at the monster, which made it roar, and soon there was nothing left of it. Jin had defeated it and was incredibly tired. He had used several techniques at once. Blackstone praised his master for holding on until the end. Munchun ran up to his master and asked if he had learned how to put attributes into his sword. Jin replied that he had put a spirit attribute into his sword. It was unbelievable. Munchun did not hide his admiration. Blackstone was angry that Jin didn't say anything about his technique when he himself saw that it was simply incredible. The guild swordsman bowed to Jin, speaking words of gratitude to him for saving their lives. Jin did what he had to do. He was glad they were all unharmed. He told them that their comrade Kim Sung-chul had asked him for help. The guys couldn't believe that their friend hadn't forgotten about them and was seeking help for them. An earthquake hit the entire dungeon, which meant that everything would soon be gone since they had taken the mana stones. Now they had to get out of here as soon as possible, and they were all going home. Outside waiting for them was Kim Sung-chul, who couldn't believe that his friends were brought back alive. He was glad that they were all safe and admitted that he had hoped for their rescue. The guys had already thought that they were doomed. Jin saw an employee of the Black Sword Squad coming towards him. Most likely his father already knew about everything and called his son to him. Before the staff member could say the reason why he came to him, Jin said that he already knew everything and was on his way. Kim's friend Chul asked him how he managed to persuade the administrative department and the young gentleman. But Kim confessed that he couldn't convince the administrative department. The young master didn't get permission from them. The family refused to help, and then Jin acted out of his own free will. He went straight to rescue them. No one could believe it was true. Young Master Baek Woojin was a hero to them. The elder immediately said that the guy was well aware that the orders of the administrative department were as absolute as his personal orders. But nevertheless, he still violated those orders and went to rescue the swordsman. He must immediately explain himself. Father exuded a murderous aura as always. It's almost like fatherly love for him. Jin replied that he did not disobey orders. He himself had said to achieve the result by all means and means. His father refuted that. He had said it during the announcement of the heir competition, but it had no connection to the current case. Jin said that a few days later, the lead sword ceremony was held. This is the kind of ceremony where the disciples choose who from the Baek family they will follow. As far as Jin knows, it should happen in the next few days. Compared to his sisters, he had no influence and only has one swordsman. But if everyone knew about today's incident with the swordsman, there would be many more willing to follow him. They would choose him for his sense of justice. Perhaps he had achieved even more effect than he had intended. This was not a bad excuse. He says he has thought his actions out this far. He needs to build long-range strategies to take the place of an elder. During the rivalry, he will use any means to win, even if it is other people's sense of justice. This cold answer was very much to the elder's liking. He seems to be satisfied. He really is a dangerous and treacherous person. Blackstone directly wanted to learn how to be as persuasive as Jin. However, his father said that the guy still broke orders, which he couldn't just turn a blind eye to, so he'll give him a small punishment for it. He orders to help the first person who comes in here now. There was a knock on the door and his father let him enter. Jin was surprised to see who it was. He didn't expect him to be here. It was Baek Woojin, and he will be helping her on his father's orders. It had been 3 days since the flame dragon was discovered, and the spirit mage still hadn't called Jin. It seems he was still searching for answers. After all, finding some information about a spirit that eats cookies is not easy. Jin's sister said that they were already leaving on a trip tomorrow, but she somehow never said the purpose of the trip. For Jin, it was all obvious, and will be something directly related to demons. Luckily, he can train freely. Blackstone advised the guy to try during the next real fight, the Dark Orb of Domination. It's quite a useful skill. Blackstone had taught it to Jin himself, so he would definitely achieve the desired results when mastering it. Jin was grateful, but before he went, he wanted to check the rewards and quests. Jin received 1100 points for completing the task of rescuing swordsmen from the dungeon. That wasn't bad, but Jin looked disappointed for some reason. You can't just shamelessly get extra rewards all the time. So as he led the people, he got another 1600 extra points and a special item. It was Shikron's spiritual bracelet. It was created with angel feathers, and it contained the holy power of Shikron, who was kinder than anyone but hated evil. Jin and Blackstone looked at the bracelet in silence. And then Jin couldn't contain his emotions of joy, which couldn't be said for Blackstone. The next day, Baek Woojin begged her father to reconsider his decision regarding Jin, as she wasn't going to entertain him on this important trip. Her father understood that perfectly. Fighting demons was drastically different from fighting ordinary monsters. She wouldn't have time to look after the newcomer. Father thought Baek Woojin was interested in Jin, and the reason for his guess was that her sister had given him her necklace. She didn't know that her father already knew, but he didn't want to explain. She was genuinely worried that Jin might die, but her father just coldly said that it would mean that he was incapable of doing more. Baek Woojin thought that Jin was important to her father, but he only valued those who were useful to him. If Jin were to die for any reason, that would be the end of it. Jin looked at his sister and wondered what she was thinking. She must be imagining slaying demons on a mission. No doubt all the people gathered here had high skills. He could feel their energy. He'd heard that most of them had a strong hatred for demons, which was why the atmosphere was so tense. There was a guy walking towards them who said that he hadn't often seen a red-colored sword bring someone with him. Jin bowed to him. He knew this person. It was Holybo Chejun-hyun. He was often talked about in the news. Jun was embarrassed to be recognized. He possessed the attribute of sainthood. It's not every day you get to see such a rare era. Jun knew Jin, and he had also heard of him. He was the brother of the red-colored sword, and it had been a long time since he had seen someone near her. Jin explained that he was just serving a sentence here from the elder, but Jun wanted to say that after one incident, Baek Woojin would never do it again, but he didn't finish it because he decided that now was not the time to talk about it. She didn't want her brother to ever find out what happened, and asked Jun not to talk too much. Suddenly, an announcement was made that they would be given information based on the association's materials and eyewitness accounts. They weren't exactly sure about this demon's ability, but according to the dark energy assessment, its rank was between low and medium. This demon was unknown, and his name was Kiraya. Jin remembered him from his past life. He was a high-ranked demon, and he had committed a massacre, and he was brainwashed. Since this demon has dominion over the mind, it would be very difficult. He also knew that the demon had an annoying traveling technique. The Kinga was not happy, and apparently she was expecting a different demon. The last time the demon was seen near Konasan, all the residents had been evacuated. and so right now they could go and start searching for the demon. Baek Woojin said that Jin would go to Sogwifo. He didn't understand why he was going to Sogwifo when the demon was in Seonsan, but his sister said that the situation might change, and now he will join the patrolmen to protect the citizens. Blackstone advised not to watch his sister. Baek Woojin thinks he can't fight the demon. A bad way to show his work? But Blackstone disagreed with the guy. The sister is just worried about him. It was strange for Jin, especially from his sister. But still, it was clear that Jin would not follow his sister's advice, but would do his own thing, and that was that. He happened to have the perfect item for the occasion, and he couldn't wait to test it in real combat. Meanwhile, human screams were coming from one of the common houses. The man couldn't understand what was happening to his body and why he couldn't control it. The demon Karaya was there, and he was impressed by it all. The man's consciousness remained intact. However, it was futile to resist. He advised him to get ready to take the pleasure of killing, and it was useless to fight. He wanted the man to give up, but the man held on to the last and could not kill his friend. Karaya was amused by his control over the man, and when he was about to break him, something strange happened. He noticed that someone had appeared in the room. It was Jin, who was a little late. The demon couldn't understand how he found him. He had hidden his dark energy behind the barrier, but Jin wouldn't tell him about it. The demon would die here anyway. The demon couldn't understand who this child was and how he could smell his energy behind the barrier. He just couldn't have found this place by accident. A little earlier, Jin was walking with a patrol in the forest, and suddenly felt something. It was a faint energy that came from somewhere nearby. Somewhere in the opposite direction of the demon's last manifestation, the energy was weak and incredibly unpleasant. Suddenly he felt a murderous aura. He had to hurry and not let the demon leave again. He told the patrolman that he was going to go look around a bit, even though they were yelling at him that it was quite dangerous. But the guy didn't hear them. They were too late, and Jin asked Blackstone to check on the two men. Since the man had fought back very hard, the wound wasn't very serious. The lives of the two weren't in danger. Jin saw that Karaya was confused. He didn't think he would be found so quickly. The demon didn't like this cocky man. He was interfering with his next amusement. His life didn't seem to matter to him at all. But Jin suggested that the demon should not talk idly, but fight him. They fought, and the demon praised the guy. His confidence level was equal to his abilities, but to him he was still a weakling. He tossed Jin aside. The blast wave caused the house to start collapsing. Jin was outside. He needs to act seriously, as apparently the level was not comparable to the level of monsters the guy had met before. It was true, Jin only swung his sword once, but his whole body was numb. If he was wrong, he would die, and he couldn't feel the effect of the bracelet. He had triggered the dark energy, so they would soon receive help. This gave Jin confidence, and he got into a fighting stance, launching a black imperial projectile at the demon, followed by a falling flash of thunder. But Karaya had no problem fending off his attacks, one after another. If that's all he had, he might not have to try hard to defeat Jin. The guy could barely hold back the demon's attack. He didn't understand why the bracelet didn't work at all. Karaya was bored. It would be much more interesting to just tear those two apart. But since Jin had challenged him quite boldly, he would kill him quickly and painlessly. Jin felt that because of the demon's power, he couldn't move. Blackstone asked the Lord to use it. He turned into a sword, and Jin tried to take it with all his might, resisting the demon's magic. Meanwhile, Baek Woojin and Jun stood alone. He told her that she looked much more haggard than the last time they met. She had a lot of worries at home. Baek's family instilled fear in people. She'd brought Junior to work, but she didn't want to do it herself, at least right now. Jun said he originally thought she had decided to take advantage of her brother, but suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a huge rumble. Turning around, she saw a huge pillar of light in the distance. They couldn't understand what that energy was doing in the opposite side of where the search was going on. Whether Baek Woojin realized that it was just a decoy. Along with the dark energy, the girl also felt an incredible holy energy. They didn't know who it could be, but Baek Woojin thought it could be her brother. In those seconds, Karaya couldn't understand what that disgusting energy was coming from the guy. He didn't understand what he had just done. But Jin was going to kill the demon, and so he didn't have time for unnecessary explanations in front of him. Karaya thought that he could control this energy and nothing bad was happening. But suddenly everything exploded and the demon started to burn. The effect of the bracelet was completely different, and not how Jin imagined it, so he immediately starts the second round. Karaya still thought that everything was under his control and his power had already reached its maximum. He was very strong, but now it was time to strike the final blow and finish the demon once and for all. He aimed his power at it and managed to break through its dark energy, although it was almost impossible, because the guy was equal to an ordinary teenager in terms of his strength. But now he was showing a completely different result. He came close to Karaya, not to lose vigilance during the fight. Jin struck him a blow, but it was not fatal. When the demon was distracted, the guy was able to get as close as possible and blind him. Kiraya couldn't believe that this guy let himself get so brazen, but it was solely his fault, as he let him get close enough to him. The demon lost an eye, but worst of all for him, and he couldn't regenerate. He didn't realize what this brat had done, but Jin replied that he himself had no idea, as he was using this technique for the first time. Kiraya was incredibly angry and wanted to kill Jin more than ever before. He used the demonic orb. It should be avoided, as once it touches him, he will go crazy, and it is the perfect thing to subjugate people. It was a mind-dominating technique, but Jin had a good chance of destroying this orb before it even got close to him. Blackstone had a beautiful new plan of action matured. He asked the Lord to attack this sphere first. He asked him to just trust him. He had a funny idea he wanted to put into action. Jin did so, hoping he wouldn't regret it later. The demon thought it was all over and he had defeated the guy who fell for his trick. He didn't know what the little bastard was thinking. But nevertheless, he had done everything the way he wanted and suited Kiraya. Now he would destroy everything around him and continue his fun. But when the smoke cleared, he noticed that there was a huge wall in front of him. When he touched it, he realized that it was completely made of metal. He couldn't understand how this could happen. Only a true master could do such a thing. He couldn't understand how this kid could do something like this. He was much stronger than the average ability user. It felt as if the kid was living a second life, because he possessed such abilities and skills at such an early age. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him saying that this was the reason why he had chosen Jin. Kiraya could not bear to be affected by such a hideous aura. He felt that with the approach of this spirit, and he could literally die. Blackstone waited for the demon to at least turn to him. Since he was tired of listening to his whining, he welcomed the demon into Baek Woojin's world. The demon couldn't understand what this spirit was doing in Jin's head, but Blackstone wasn't going to explain anything to him. The demon would die soon anyway, but at least Blackstone hadn't seen himself in this form in a long time. It was much better than when he was dressed as a child. The demon realized that Blackstone wasn't human. At least he was now. He asked Jin if he felt a little strange. He was flying around Blackstone now. It was his choice to switch roles with him for a while. He would show the demon who he really was. Kiraya was losing his temper, and he didn't understand anything. They were only talking among themselves, and he was waiting for some kind of explanation. He was like an angry cat being teased to play, but he was a weakling and thought he could step on them. And when he almost did, he thought he had taught them a lesson. But Blackstone easily held his foot with one toe. To him, it was like another child's play, not a battle. He effortlessly tossed the demon aside. Blackstone explained to the frightened Kiraya that there were different rules here, and he should be thankful that he was even trying to talk to him. Jin realized that he, Blackstone, had prepared this cool phrase in advance and was ruining Blackstone's image. Mentality and experience are not the only important things when it comes to the mental realm. Handling is also important, and so he advised Jin to watch and learn. The demon didn't understand who Blackstone was talking to. How dare he even behave like that to him? He would do anything to tear him to shreds for such insolence. He made many copies of the Sisaya. Blackstone just couldn't understand how this demon could be so predictable, but it was a perfect opportunity to show something beautiful. The demon's copies began to attack Blackstone, but he proceeded to repel their attacks. The demon copies were coming closer and closer, and Blackstone was building up mana for the attack. And once he was ready, with one swing of his sword, all the creatures were blown to pieces. Meanwhile, Junhyun and Baek Woojin were running. The guy was saying that they should hurry up, because he felt the aura even stronger. The girl noticed something. Junhyun also saw something and said that the situation had gotten worse. They stopped. The aura was suddenly gone. He couldn't feel it anymore, and wondered what had happened there. Jun noticed the silhouette behind the trees and told Baek Woojin about it. It was Baek Woojin. He was glad the two of them had come. Archer rushed over to the guy and asked if he was in one piece, and warned him that there was definitely dark energy in the area. Jin was fine and asked them not to worry about the dark energy. And then reaching into his pocket and pulling out a red crystal from there, he dealt with that energy. The guys were shocked at what they saw, for in the guy's hands was a demonic core. Junhyun said that one was really good, but Baek Woojin interrupted him, asking Beck to ask Jin to explain how he killed the demon, since this one alone is impossible. Jin didn't understand why she was asking this. After all, he had just massacred him with his sword. Was there really any other way for a swordsman? The guy decided to go about his business and said so. Blackstone thought about Jin's words. The man had called him his sword, but in fact the guy is right. The sword Blackstone destroyed that demon, so Jin wasn't lying and and the guy said it was right. He was telling the truth. But for some reason, it made Blackstone angry. Baek Woojin and Junhyun watched the guy walking away. The girl thought it was the same boy. It had to be him. And we are transported to some gloomy place, a bunch of different swords lying around, most likely after a brutal battle. It was like a dream. Some silhouettes appeared near the lying weapons, and standing apart from them was a long-haired man. He looked like Blackstone in a human body. The men armed themselves and ran to attack the mysterious guy. Blackstone apologized and readied his sword, and in an instant, his magic attack released a huge stream of dark energy. The men with guns stopped. They were blinded by that light, and when the energy got to them, the entire group disappeared without a trace. And the mysterious man who looked like Blackstone just stood there without moving. Then he turned around abruptly, but what was wrong with his eyes? At this time, Baek Woojin was lying in bed, and then he screamed. He pulled himself up and didn't understand why he was crying. Then someone turned to him. It was Blackstone asking if he had seen it. Jin asked what happened to those people Blackstone fought, and he realized he had seen everything. Blackstone said he didn't remember, but then added that he'd never had any enemies. Lately, that was all he'd been thinking about. Jin assumed that his memory was now recovering little by little. A system window appeared in front of them. Blackstone was upset that the setting was broken, but he didn't understand why the window had to appear now. The window said that he had destroyed the demon Karayo in the mind space. All the characteristics were enhanced, and Karayo's movement feature of grasping was combined with an unknown gate, causing a new gate to appear. Spiritual walking. Jin witnessed the mass murder of the Fragile Night of Massacre. The understanding of the Fragile Night of Massacre was improved. The scope of the Fragile Night of Massacre was expanded. The scope of the Fragile Night of Massacre was expanded. The activation speed of Massacre was increased. The destruction power of Massacre was increased. Blackstone was greatly surprised. He couldn't believe it. Then he started getting angry and yelling that he was the one who killed the demon, and didn't understand why the reward was given to Jin, and the guy stopped him, saying he had nothing to do with it. Blackstone continued to yell, but now at the system, while trying to kick her and suggesting she fight him. Jin hesitated for a moment, and then he called Blackstone and asked him what he wanted. Jin asked. The fragile night of carnage that Blackstone had shown was her final appearance, and the guy said it was drastically different from what he uses. It's been a long time since he's been so surprised by someone else's fencing. Blackstone hesitated and asked what impressed Jin. The guy said he feels every time that he's not ready yet. There's still a chance to get Blackstone's memory back. You have to fight strong enemies like tonight. Baek Woojin will help bring back his partner's memory, and that made Blackstone happy. The lad added, saying more importantly, he was a perfect being, so no one could reproach him for lack of strength or experience. And these compliments embarrassed Blackstone. Jin said that's why he needs to train him just as well in the future. Blackstone laughed and said, okay, but have him ready for even tougher training. And then he added, saying that from this day forward, he would show his true worth. Jin began to ponder. When he met Blackstone both in his consciousness and in his dreams, he was no ordinary warrior. Jin's father is without a doubt a very strong man, but he is no comparison to Blackstone. Father's way of teaching, definitely worse than Blackstone's plague. Jin decided to check the status, and a system window opened. It showed stats such as physical potential, swordsmanship, mana, wisdom, strength, and psyche, and at the very end were the points. There were 2,800 of them. The guy was surprised that his specs went up a lot. If you do the math, about 4K, Jin rejoiced, because at this rate he would soon be able to rise to a high level. And Blackstone was angry, saying that this is unbearable. The guy is just lucky, and luck is with him. And then he pointed his finger at the guy and said he'd give him a workout that would make hell seem like heaven. And then the phone rang. Jin picked up the phone. It was Munchon. The news had reached him that Jin had single-handedly killed the demon. The guy was crying tears of joy. He said that he believed in him and knew that he could handle even such an opponent. Jin confirmed that it was true, and then asked him what he was calling about. Moonchon apologized and said he called him to ask about his plans, and Jin asked if he had something urgent come up. The guy said it was about the name of their sword squad. They needed to come up with one as soon as possible, and the guy was perplexed as to why. And then Munchon said that the elder asked him to tell him that the lead sword ceremony was being postponed to an earlier date. And those words shocked Jin. That was as close as it got. Jin got up from the bed. The ceremony would be earlier than he expected. Blackstone didn't understand what was wrong and asked if it was a problem. And Jin said it wasn't, he just had a bad feeling and started packing his bag. Important events began to happen faster than in the past life. It seems to be the consequences of Jin's actions. The guy took his bag and left the apartment. Walking out of the house, he met Junhyun, who was surprised that the guy was already leaving. Baek Woojin smiled and said that he was given one news about the start of some event back home. Jae-Jun-hyung wondered. He realized why that girl left so early. And Jin asked what he was talking about. The guy said Baek Woojin left too, right after she made sure Jin killed Karaya's demon. Jin thought about it. Eun-gyong really only thinks about demons. And his thought was interrupted by Jun-hyun, who asked if it was related to the events at home. And then his face turned serious. He told him not to think so badly of the girl. Jin looked at Jung-hyun with confusion, but he started rubbing his head and said that he wouldn't say anything. When the time came, he would find out, adding that Jin was in a hurry and he didn't want to delay him so much. Jin started to leave and said goodbye to his comrade. And Jun-hyun said that he would like to talk to him again if he had the chance, and said goodbye to Jin too. Munchon realized that Jin's older sister is full of secrets. There are more of them than Jin himself remembers, but the guy didn't answer in any way. The guy was right. Maybe she is. Jin wondered, wondering if he would ever find out everything about her. And we moved to the office of Song-ah, who was sitting in the chair. The young lady was visited by the secretary, who said that the younger master had returned, and the girl didn't really like the news. She knew he would be involved too. The blue-eyed secretary said that he had single-handedly killed a mid-level demon, and the news had already appeared in the newspapers. The girl took out a folder with sheets and began to share the latest news and notes with Suna. A rift had appeared a few days earlier, and rumors about the sword pavilion. Suna slammed her fists on the table and said that the lobbying had gone in vain. The secretary looked at the lady with a confused look and said that she had promised to provide a lot of help. So she was sure that Song-ah would be able to recruit enough people, but Song-ah said that the number was clear. But what about their abilities? The secretary calmly flipped the sheet and said that Madam will get high-level swordsmen, but the best ones will be hard to recruit. Song-ah got angry again and started beating her fists on the desk, shouting, "Curse." The girl calmed down a bit and said that because of Jin, nothing comes out every time. The girl remembered how surprised she was that Baek Woojin went into the rift by herself. She practiced and grabbed a towel to wipe her sweat, and then asked the subordinate if he had even gotten permission from his father, and the answer was no. The girl turned around and smiled evasively and said that Jin was a psycho. Obviously, he was going to die there, but he went to sacrifice his life anyway for some reason. Sung-ah lifted her head up, smiled, and said that she really wanted him there and disappeared. But after a while, the girl realized that her prediction was correct. He was back, but he didn't come on his own. He even got all the people out alive and unharmed. One of the crowd said that if it wasn't for young Mr. Baek Woojin, they would have been mincemeat. The other, a red-haired fellow, began to remind the boys of the moment in which the young gentleman came up behind them and delivered his powerful blow. The third guy also admired Jin, because knowing that he would be punished, he still came to their aid. Song-ah listened to all of them and became more and more angry. Because she rejected the rescue request, her image was now ruined. And we go back to our time where the girl's head is already hurting from hysteria. She asks the receptionist if there's any news about Jin. She also wants information about the spy who will join Beck's sword squad at Jin's place. The receptionist said that a capable person had already been selected and held out a sheet of information, and Sung-ah didn't expect that they already had some information. The girl looked and was pleased. This level was acceptable, and she thanked the receptionist for a job well done, and she bowed. Sung-ah smiled evilly and pondered about Jin. She doesn't know what he's thinking about right now or what secrets he's keeping, but she'll find out. And we are transported to our hero, where he and his comrades are looking at something and thinking. Ara said she didn't know what to do, and Munchoan backed her up, saying it was much harder than he thought. Ijin sat upset. He didn't expect it to be this hard either. There was a pile of crumpled sheets of paper on the table. The guys didn't think that coming up with names would be such a difficult task. Blackstone smiled and offered his own suggestion, asking how he was lucky to have a sword squad, and Jin didn't understand why lucky. Blackstone decided to explain, since Jin is a man who relies on luck. His squad should be called Lucky. He thought it was a perfect fit, but Jin rejected his suggestion. Munchoan also thought of something and decided to share it. He was sparkling at the idea. The guy suggested calling it the altruistic sword squad. He thinks it goes well with Jin's nickname, but the guy said it's too much. It's stupid to name the squad directly like that. And then Ara's hand was raised modestly. She smiled and suggested they be called the Righteous Sword Squad. Jin felt embarrassed. He would hardly call him that. After all, he is not such a kind person. But the girl was greatly surprised by his words. She abruptly got up from the couch and began to shout. She thought that it was not so. She thinks that the young gentleman is the most righteous man she knows. The guys were shocked by such an action of a modest and quiet girl. Ara decided to remind that Jin is the man who saved her and her father, saved the swordsman from the pavilion and many other people. That word best describes young Mr. Baek Woojin. The girl choked on her scream and started coughing, and Munchon patted her back, asking her to breathe. She clearly hadn't performed like this anywhere else. Moonchon turned to Jin and snickered. He seconded the girl's words, saying that the word fit him more than anyone in this family. Jin was surprised, and Munchon continued. He was saying that the guy is the only one to apply it to. He thinks so. Blackstone smiled and also decided to support the guys, saying that, as they said, there was more humanity in him than in others. The guy wanted to say something, but Blackstone interrupted him, saying that if he didn't like that option, then let him choose between a lucky squad and a lucky squad. He's a lucky swordsman. Yim, after thinking for a bit, stated that he had made his decision. He got up from the couch and cheerfully said that their squad would be called the Righteous Swordsman Squad. And then he looked at his friends and said they would set this family on the righteous path. Ara and Munchon were happy to hear such a speech and see the guy's attitude. And then Munchon stood up and said with a name like that, they couldn't wait any longer. He'd go and apply right away. And then abruptly, the girl stood up as well. She raised her hand and said admiringly that she would prepare everything for the newcomers. Ara and Munchon were leaving Jin's apartment. The girl asked what else she should prepare, and Munchon said he didn't know. He was from the Dark Sword Squad, and Ara decided to start by looking at the training equipment. Munchon laughed and said that was a good idea, and a happy Jin watched them. Blackstone said that since Jin is a good person, he is destined to be surrounded by equally good people. Then the phone rang. Jin picked it up, and what he saw shocked the guy. He wondered. Now he understood, and Blackstone asked where he was looking. Jin said, looking at the list of students he had requested from that man. And Blackstone was surprised because it was so fast. Baek Woojin smiled evilly. Now he's sure. He knows who he needs to get rid of. Dozens or even hundreds of disciples were sitting in front of the Beck family's manor with a long and wide staircase, on the second floor of which a few people were sitting. The disciples sat in even rows. They were all wearing the same uniform. The people at the top were almost all direct descendants of the family. There was an empty space between Woojin and the other descendants. There were two more on the other side. It was obvious that Baek Young-hui and Baek Yoon-kyung had expectedly failed to show up. Blackstone was thinking about something and the protagonist noticed it. He asked what he was looking at so intently. It turned out that Blackstone was looking at a group of people sitting in front of him. He pointed his finger at one of them and said that guy over there looked useful. Woojin asked if he was already selecting people. The spirit replied that there was nothing wrong with that. However, looks like those people Woojin saved were the best. Then the guy realized he was talking about those three, said that quantity was one thing, but quality was much more important, adding that it wasn't that he was trying to save them specifically, but that they would become famous in the future. Told that if he got one or two of them, the lead sword ceremony would bring him great success. Someone from above loudly notified everyone that an elder was coming, shouting for everyone to bow immediately. The elder of the Beck clan proudly walked down the long staircase. The two direct descendants bowed to him immediately as he came closer and greeted him. At last, the elder seated himself in his seat. Blackstone, observing the scene, said that as soon as the master's father appeared, the atmosphere changed in an instant. The selves tensed up sharply. Woojin replied that this was the case, and the elder extended his hand forward. He ordered to begin. A guy stood up from the formation and announced that all the family members would present their sword squads. First was Baek Sung-hyun. He revealed that he was from the Blue Sword Squad, proudly saying that, from the squad that gets the best education and diverse missions among all the sword squads of the Baek family. He shouted that if they wanted to get superior education and experience, they should make sure that the Blue Sword Squad would be a great choice to achieve such goals. Baek Seo-hee commented on her brother's words, saying that this is what they are seeking, and therefore she is waiting for their choice. The girl shouted loudly and confidently. She had every chance to win the attention of the new swordsman. Baek Song-ah also said from herself that if that was what they wanted, then a clear sword squad would be a great choice for them. The one who was previously the fierce offender of the protagonist modestly and uncertainly announced that the Tiger Sword Squad was hiring outstanding teachers. He blanched, but still said that the squad had also prepared the best equipment for the newcomers. Sitting back down in his seat, he finished by saying that he hoped that many people would choose them. When Woojin stood up, his brother looked at him angrily. Loud and clear, Woojin shouted that he was happy to see all the swordsmen from the sword pavilion, introducing himself as Baek Woojin. One guy asked the other if this was the young master Baek Woojin he had told him about earlier. The latter replied that his putting on actions were impressive. The former hesitated, because not so long ago, he was the weakest of the Beck family. Woojin told him that he had created a new sword squad. It was called the Righteous. He explained that his name meant that they would follow the right path. Woojin warned that since the squad was still very new, it had no teachers and had only one member, he shouted that yes, everything was exactly as they probably thought. Said that he couldn't promise them much yet. And two people, a boy and a girl, stood near him, looking at him silently. Woojin said that the other units provide newer equipment, and the training system can be better. But there is one thing. The girl listened to the guy in fascination. That one thing is that Woojin will put everything he has on the line and promise them just one thing. He raised his hand up and loudly announced that he would never, ever leave his swordsmen, his men. Such sincere words struck the newcomers to the core. Woojin kept shouting that in battle. He would fight ahead of everyone else. And if they were in danger, he would come to them wherever they were, saying that if they wanted to gain the spirit of a true swordsman, then let them join the righteous swordsman squad. He finished, and there was silence. Woojin sat down and told Blackstone that he had finally finished. The latter replied to the master that even if there was silence all around, it was a definite success. He said that the atmosphere had changed, apparently because most of the people gathered realized what exactly Woojin was trying to convey to them, saying that in the end, he was able to convey his idea to other people. The youngest son smiled and said that it was quite long. Blackstone was surprised that his master's father had no reaction. He asked about it, explaining his question by saying that with that kind of speech, even he usually said something. Woojin replied that he had left him the bait a couple days ago, saying that there was a reason for all his actions, saying that it was likely that his father thought he was only playing to the public. The elder sat back and smiled. Someone announced that it was now time for one by one to demonstrate the training, after which they would choose a squad or he would choose them himself, shouting that he hoped they would show all their skills they had trained until that day. Kim Woo-hyuk was told to come out, and the red-haired guy held a large sword in his hands. Woo-hyuk swore in front of the direct descendants of the family and said he would do his best not to disappoint them. Blackstone said he was the one Woojin saved, saying he had high expectations for him. Woojin said he did too. Blackstone looked at Hyuk and told the host to look at him. He was looking at him with high expectations for him. Woojin laughed a little. His eyes really lit up as he looked at his savior. He was ordered to start. Woo-hyuk took a fighting stance. With sweeping and beautiful movements, he showed off his skills, his gaze full of confidence. Blackstone liked his presentation. He said that he was like a second ranker, saying that although he couldn't be compared to Woojin, but if he refined his base, his skills would increase a lot. At the end of the presentation, Woo-hyuk was told to name the sword squad he wanted to join. Expectedly, Woo-hyuk chose the Righteous Sword Squad, saying that he wanted to join young master Baek Woojin's squad, while Baek Woojin himself looked approvingly at the guy. The other direct descendants clenched their teeth enviously. They looked at their younger brother with an embittered look. Blackstone told Jin that his siblings were greatly annoyed. Woojin replied that very much like that. They should be kinder. Now the troops who wanted to accept Kim Woo-hyuk were asked to raise their hands. Baek Hojung and Baek Sung-ah immediately raised their hands. Woojin, unlike them, was not in such a hurry, and the announcing voice said that if young Mr. Baek Woojin raised his hand, he would get first right to accept Kim Woo-hyuk. In their thoughts, Heo-young and Sun-ah pleaded with their younger brother not to raise his hand. They even started to feel nervous. Woojin's hand started to move. However, he didn't raise it, but held it out to the new student, saying that he didn't even need to think about it. Of course he accepts it. Woojin smiled and welcomed Hyuk in his own chosen hard way. Kim Woo-hyuk also smiled sincerely at his newfound teacher. He thanked the young master, shouted that he would follow him all his life. His voice told Kim Woo-hyuk that his choice and young master Baek Woojin's choice coincided. And so he was accepted into the Righteous Swordsman squad. Woojin was pleased with the realization that this was definitely a good start. The guy who was standing nearby with the girl Woojin said that apparently the lead sword ceremony was coming to an end. And it was true that there were only 3 people left in the square. The girl agreed with him and said that there were not many people left. The guy called her Miss Ara and said that it looked like they were going to have a lot of work to do now. He spoke proudly about the fact that among the 10 high-ranked swordsmen, as many as 5 had joined their squad. Miss Ara said that from now on, she will need to train harder to keep up. The guy thought about how for some reason it bothers him. He is sure that the other family members want to infiltrate a spy into their squad. Meanwhile, the red-haired kid was showing off his abilities in front of the direct descendants. He too looked completely calm and confident. His name was Guan He. The kid was asked to name the desired sword sword squad. Guan He excitedly said that he was extremely impressed by young master Baek Woojin's speech. That was why he wanted to join the righteous sword squad. Woojin hesitated and said that he was impressed. Hence, this time, Heojun was completely calm, and Sung-ah was looking at the younger man with a sneaky glance. She thought about the fact that here he is. This man is the spy she trained with him. She addressed Woojin to herself, saying that everyone knows about it except him. Sung-ah thought that there was no way her little brother would turn down a man with noteworthy skills and not bad character. A voice asked the sword squads who wanted to take Kim Guan Hee for themselves to raise their hands. This time, no one raised their hand. This stunned Baek Sung-ah, because this was clearly not what she expected at all. She wondered why he didn't raise his hand. She was worried that Woojin might not like his skills, but she dismissed her fears because he had accepted people with worse skills before. Then she raised her own hand and shouted out that since no one was willing, the Clear Sword Squad was accepting him. A voice announced that Kim Guan Hee had been accepted into the Clear Sword Squad. From the faces of the other two direct descendants of the family in the squad, it was hard to tell that they were very happy. Guan Hee bowed and thanked the girl. In fact, Sung-ah was practically out of her mind with anger, cursing and asking herself what was wrong. When she looked at Woojin, Sung-ah realized that he was looking at her and smiling sneakily. She couldn't believe that he knew from the beginning that there was going to be a spy. It scared her that there was definitely a leak from somewhere. But from where? Blackstone rather said that judging by the look on Woojin's sister's face, quite shocked. Woojin answered him that she was counting on it working. The spirit asked, "His name is Kim Sung-chul," said he doubted a guy like that would be able to help them. Woojin replied that he didn't have high expectations either. Told that from his past life, he remembered him as a proper person. So he thought he would give a refusal even to his request. But Woojin remembered how Sung-chul was surprised when he found out that it turns out the spy had accepted the order to join Baek's youngest son's sword squad. How Woojin had told him that he wasn't sure yet, but just felt that something like this might happen. How he assured him that it wasn't an order and it would be enough to just maintain the atmosphere. How Sung-chul had interrupted him and promised to try to figure it out. How he asked the guy to leave everything to him, and she all said that Woojin had saved his comrades. And so if he couldn't do even that, then the path he'd chosen would be a failure. Cox said he would do everything he could to find the spy. Blackstone said that he is much more loyal than he thought. Woojin replied that he was more trusting in his past life, and this is not a bad opportunity for him. Kim Min-hwan was asked to step forward. He was a big, broad-shouldered, bald guy. He was a little tense, but promised to try his best, his voice shaking noticeably. Blackstone asked if it was true that he had saved him too, and Woojin said yes. Heojun said that this guy had barely graduated from high school, and Sun-ah asked if his father had become the head of the Sword Pavilion, or else how could he have gotten here? Hwan was told to start. He obediently agreed and started. His movements were not as dynamic and confident as the previous participants. He was clearly confused. Baek Sung-hyun, watching this circus, sighed heavily, and Baek Seo-hai even let out a chuckle and asked who would even take such an almost novice swordsman to his place. The man who had been announcing everything all along coughed and asked Kim Min-hwan which swordsman squad he would like to join. The poor fellow replied that he would follow whoever accepted him, saying that he lacked skills right now, but he would do his best to keep up with the others. All 5 direct descendants were silent. The elder unhappily clucked unhappily. He thought about how professional his children were after all, not seeing that his talent could shine brightly in the future. He didn't want to believe that they were so short-sighted. Suddenly, it dawned on him that it was even to his advantage if he took him to the Black Sword Squad. But something interrupted his thoughts. It was Woojin. He raised his hand high and shouted that the Righteous Sword Squad was ready to accept Kim Min-hwan. This made the kid terribly happy. He furiously thanked the young master. Seo-hee chuckled and told her sister that to think he was lowering the level of his own squad. Sung-ah asked if he had finally found a swordsman of his level. Father snorted. He laughed loudly and yelled that it was just perfect. This amazed the girls. Sung-ah even asked what was the matter. The elder then explained that although he couldn't act proactively, he was glad that at least one of his children had a sensible view. He turned to Baek Woojin. He immediately responded. The father congratulated his son on acquiring a good swordsman, but also advised him not to forget the difficulty of education. Asked him to nurture Kim Min-hwan well. Woojin was surprised at what he heard, but not as surprised as the rest of his siblings. Baek Sung-ah knew very well that her father doesn't say such things to untalented people, which means that the last contestant has a lot of hidden potential. Blackstone told the host that he was good and he was able to see his talent, because he has a good chance of becoming successful. Woojin replied that he had doubts at first too, but after thinking about it, he remembered. Woojin said that since there were 3 days left, he would check on the progress of the task entrusted to Young Jun Hyuk. Suddenly, someone from behind called out to Woojin. It turned out to be Sung Hyun. The protagonist asked his brother what's wrong. He said it's nothing serious. Said that they just hadn't talked in a while. Sung Hyun looked as friendly as possible. He asked if his brother had some time for him. Sung Hyun said he had heard the news and asked if Woojin had really captured the demon with Yoon Kyung. They were walking together. Sung Hyun asked if he was alone like the rumors said. Woojin said he was lucky. That surprised the older man. He asked what he was talking about, shouting that he heard he had defeated a demon with his flashy sword art. Jin even felt a little embarrassed. Sung Hyun added that on top of that, it looked like the fight with him came easy to Woojin, and he asked if that was really what they said. Without waiting for a clear answer, Sung Hyun affectionately told his younger brother that he had grown a lot, said that although in the distant past, he was far behind his older siblings, but now, in all likelihood, he is now surpassing them. Sung Hyun called Woojin amazing, saying that he actually envied him from the bottom of his heart. Woojin didn't understand what his brother was getting at, and was shocked. Then Sung Hyun laughed and said that he was talking too much, saying that he called Woojin for a reason, but he ended up talking nonsense. He reached his hand into the inside pocket of his white robe and said he wanted to give him something. This surprised Woojin even more. He didn't expect it. Sung Hyun handed him a wooden box and told him to take it. Woojin asked what it was. The older brother told him that it was a medicine he had recently gotten. He said it must be high quality. Woojin was a little incredulous and asked what the occasion was for such an expensive gift. Sung Hyun replied that Jin was striving hard, so he wanted to give the medicine to him immediately after receiving it. The protagonist thanked him for worrying about him. The latter replied that there was nothing wrong with it, saying that he was happy to help his brother. He also congratulated Woojin for taking in so many good swordsmen, adding that it was nice to chat with him after all this time. Woojin said goodbye to him until the next meeting. The older brother did the same and withdrew. Woojin looked at him suspiciously. Blackstone looked at his host and asked if he was okay. He said he wasn't. He said he felt uncomfortable for some reason. And Blackstone looked at him questioningly again. Woojin shook his head, trying to get the bad thoughts out of his head, telling himself it was probably just an obsession. Then Blackstone asked if he was imagining things. The protagonist told him that it was definitely the Hyung he knows. But for a moment, Woojin felt that it wasn't his Hyung. There was something pink and hairy in the box. Could it be a yam? Woojin was disappointed and shocked at the same time, asking if he had upset Beck Sung Hyun in any way. Blackstone looked at the box, and after thinking for a while, he said it was a sedan. Woojin didn't know what a sedan was, and asked a friend about it, who said that it was a valuable fruit that increased resistance to poisons when eaten. He said that it looked indistinguishable from ordinary yams, but its effectiveness was guaranteed. However, it's incredibly bitter. Blackstone, squirming, said that it's probably the most bitter food he's ever tasted in his life. Woojin smiled and said that he wasn't a child, so any bitterness wouldn't be a problem for him. But Blackstone, a little angry, said that he was a child and shouldn't say that until he tasted it, shouting that he almost threw up his stomach when he tasted it. He said that the more sensitive you are to mana, the more bitter it will be. He said that with Woojin's level, it wouldn't be surprising if he fainted, which made Woojin wonder a bit. He asked if it was really as bitter as he said. The guy's face spread into a smug and sneaky smile. He said in that case, Youngjun looked extremely horrible and sickly. He had lost a lot of weight, capillaries had burst on his eyes, and he was all purple. Seeing his appearance, Woojin and Blackstone were very frightened. Woojin worriedly asked what happened to him, and why he looked like a walking corpse. The poor guy mumbled and tried to explain something to the young master. He had a tray with something hot in his hands. He held it out to the gentleman and said that he had prepared what he asked for. That's when Woojin realized everything. Blackstone asked if it was by chance. Woojin replied contentedly that yes, it was a decoction that was made from ingredients that were donated by the Yan family. It seemed like something came to the main character's mind, and he asked, does it really work out like that? Woojin asked if he was making it without a moment's rest, and Youngjun laughed and said that it was the young master's assignment. And the poor guy was really working hard for days on end. Woojin heard this and told him to go back to his place and sleep immediately. He added that it was an order. At first, Youngjun wanted to object to something, but then changed his mind and replied that he would get some rest today then. When the guy left, Woojin exhaled a sigh of relief, and Blackstone looked at the food that was brought and said that it turned out to be a decoction of medicine, saying that it wasn't that he hadn't thought of such a thing. Suddenly, Blackstone noticed the honey and asked why it was here. Woojin reached for it and said he would see for himself now. Woojin did something and then asked how he liked it. He said it was sedian cooked in honey. Now the sedian really looked very appetizing. Blackstone asked if the owner had lost his mind, shouting and asking who would even cook the medicine in honey. Woojin turned around and asked what was wrong with it, and said that if he had to eat it, he would like it to be delicious. Blackstone panicked and asked what if you made it more effective, and Woojin had already taken a spoonful into his mouth. The medicine literally shot through his head. Woojin turned blue. He clearly wasn't feeling well. And notifications started appearing that he had absorbed sedian, that his mana was up, that his mana sensitivity was up, that his resistance to poisons was up. Tears came to Woojin's eyes. He stuck out his tongue and said that even with the honey, it was incredibly bitter. Blackstone finally exhaled and said that luckily everything went without incident. The blue panel on the front said that Woojin had invented a new way of taking sedian. His sensitivity to mana was increased. His sensitivity to earth attribute was increased. His resistance to earth attribute was increased. Blackstone, seeing the notifications, was shocked. He asked, "What does this all mean? Is this a cooking channel?" Woojin didn't really pay much attention to him. He took another sip from the medicine bowl. Notifications appeared on the panel that he had absorbed the effects of the 9 breaths death-inducing plant, mountain plant, red ginseng, and silver moon without damage, that he had reached the 4th level of Kane's aura method, that a permanent ability to resist 100 poisons had been created, and a short while later, a message came up that Woojin had reached the level of resistance to 1,000 poisons. Blackstone was extremely amazed. Even he stammered and asked if it was really 1,000 poison resistance. The main character's body was on fire. He was looking at himself from all angles, saying that it was amazing. Delighted, said his body was warming up from the energy circulating in it, said he felt like he'd stay fine no matter what poison he took. Blackstone was very angry and annoyed for some reason. He shouted that it wasn't just a feeling, that it would actually be like that, asking how this was even possible, like resistance to 1,000 poisons at once. And Woojin kindly asked if it wasn't mostly due to Blackstone. He explained that if he hadn't told him that sedian was so bitter, he wouldn't have been able to do anything about it, and that he had embarrassed Blackstone by saying that it was all a curse. Woojin stuck his hand into his pocket. There was some sound coming from there. It turned out to be Yunwoo Min, the old man's summoner. Woojin didn't expect him to call, he asked. He recognized something. The guy cheerfully said hello into the phone. The guy immediately talked about how he had already heard about the news about the demon, said that Woojin made a big fuss. The main character replied that this was the case. The old man said to this that he was talking as if nothing special had happened, called Woojin still as shameless. Without waiting for an answer, said that in general, he found a person who knows about the flame dragon that Woojin mentioned earlier. This already made the protagonist more interested. Starkey Yoon said it was a long way to go, and he could go with Jin, and Woojin said to go tomorrow. The old man promised to send the exact location and drop the call. When Woojin finished chatting on the phone, Blackstone said that the old man always acts cool. The protagonist replied that despite his coolness, if he called him on purpose, he was probably looking for information everywhere. Told that he was going to talk to Ju Young on the way and buy alcohol for the old man. Blackstone thought this plan was a good one and asked what he would buy. Woojin assumed it would be honey makgeolli. The spirit interjected and loudly asked him to stop talking about honey. Apparently, he was still reeling from the shock. There were beautiful snow-capped rocky mountains ahead. Woojin, Blackstone, and Old Man Yoon were heading forward. They were now walking through the forest. Old Man Yoon said that they will now meet this dragon expert in this county, so Woojin can rest for now. The protagonist obediently agreed with the old man. Blackstone told the master that the house is in the middle of the forest, and the guild is in the mountains. Said the forest and mountains. The connoisseur obviously likes to hide things. Woojin looked around and asked the old man if the guild was definitely located deep in the mountains. He said yes, although it was small. He said that unlike Woojin's character, this rascal doesn't like to be in the center of things. And Woojin asked about this rascal. The old man replied that there she was. A young large woman appeared in front of them. She waved at them and said that they had arrived just in time. The woman had short golden hair and large earrings in the shape of crosses. Woojin was somehow surprised to see this particular woman here, and the old man said that this was the person they were supposed to meet. The woman called the old man a teacher and said that he was just like always. She said that he should not only visit his student to solve such issues, but Old Man Yoon said that he was no longer her teacher. He reminded her that he had asked her not to call him that anymore. The woman laughed about how he didn't even accept her leaving but still speaks like that. The old man replied that he could see that her habit of ignoring his words hadn't gone anywhere. The woman said they should put it down. She said she heard that he had taken a striking young man as a student. She approached Woojin and said in a friendly manner that it turns out it was him. Woojin replied that yes, and introduced himself as Baek Woojin. His last name startled the woman, and she asked him if he knew how surprised she was when her teacher called her and said she couldn't believe that such a famous person was his new student. The old man shouted and asked her what she was talking about, shouting that he didn't consider either of them his student. And the woman completely ignored his words, instead telling Woojin that he looked much better in person, that she seemed to understand why the stubborn old man had decided to take him on as a student. Old man Yoon sighed heavily and gave her the most unhappy look and asked her not to talk about it anymore. Blackstone, who had been silently watching the scene all this time, said that to think that this old man was confused, saying that he must have a good relationship with his students. Even though he denied it, Woojin told him that he doubted that she was the problem. Blackstone thought the same and added that it seemed to be something else. Finally, the woman said that she never introduced herself. She called herself Jang Kyung-ha, telling him that she was a former student of that stubborn grandfather. Old man Yoon slapped his face. He was obviously very nervous, saying that he definitely shouldn't have come here. The girl didn't pay any attention to him. She was telling Woojin that she was also the head of the Unitas Summoner Guild he was looking for. Woojin was very surprised and asked again. Kyung-ha asked if this was the first time he had heard of it. She told him that it was a small guild that didn't have much contact with outsiders. Suddenly, Blackstone turned to Woojin. He told his master that this girl was very strong despite her frivolous behavior. Kyung-ha did give off a strong aura. Woojin said he could feel it too. However, she was not familiar to him in his past life. Blackstone replied that she must have put a lot of effort into not standing out. Woojin agreed with his opinion and said he thought so too. The woman said she shouldn't keep her guests waiting, told the student and teacher to follow her. Hearing the word teacher once again, old man Yoon got even more furious, asking her to finally listen to him. Kyung-ha took him under her arm, laughed and said that their teacher was acting like that again. She said that it was cold, and therefore they should hurry inside. Old man Yoon said that was why he didn't want to come here, and Woojin told his buddy that their personalities were so different. Ahead was a beautiful white manor, but it was guarded, no longer so beautiful, by a large beast with yellow eyes. Seeing him, Baek Woojin tensed up a lot. Kyung-ha came over to him and told him not to be frightened. She wanted to tell him who it was, but he told her that it was a medium-level summoned spirit. The woman was surprised that he understood and asked how he did it. Woojin explained that the Grey Wolf was a rank 5 spirit, saying that even among spirits, they were quite aggressive. He stroked the wolf's head and said that despite all this, he didn't feel a bit of hostility from it. Kyung-ha was even more amazed that he could feel it. The protagonist said that in addition, introducing herself, she said that she was at the head of a guild of not spirit mages, but specifically summoners. He asked if he was right, but without waiting for any answer from her. He explained that he thought that there were also summoners controlling such spirits. The girl was pleased with his guess. She said cheerfully that it was all true. She said that there were both spirit mages and summoners in the guild. She called Woojin a very smart guy. She hugged the wolf and said that by the way this cutie was summoned by her, she told him that his name was Pet. This made Woojin shocked. He asked what then. Old man Yoon told him that he appeared through magic and the art of summoning. Woojin was really surprised. Kyung-ha called herself really cool and asked if he agreed with that. She said that she probably inspires more confidence now. The man in the black robe bowed to someone and told his master that there was a glitch in the plan. His master asked if there was a problem. He was also wearing a black robe, so his face was completely invisible. His servant told him that Yoon Woo-ming had come to the guild, the master asked. He didn't really expect an answer. He said that he was apparently talking about the teacher. The man said that this old man was not used to leaving his house, so what could have happened? The servant replied that he heard that he was looking for something, but unfortunately he doesn't know the details. The man's servant thought for a moment. He said that a teacher and a student is interesting. Then the servant said that it wasn't just Yoon Woo-min. The swordsman Baek Woojin came with him. The man asked if it was the youngest son of the divine sword family Beck. The master smiled and said that it might be even more interesting than he thought. The servant asked if it would be better to postpone their plan, but the master said no, because if they didn't get to that thing now, they wouldn't get the chance again. He said he would take care of the teacher and his student, and the servant should take care of the rest. The servant was an older man. He had a gray mustache that showed from under his robe. He apologized to his lord, that it would be hard for him to do it on his own, that it would be hard for him to deal with Baek Woojin on his own. The master laughed at the honest answer he received. The servant replied that he had warned him about it for the success of the plan. The master activated some magic and said, okay, in that case he would give it to him. The man created some kind of field. His magic was green in color. A dark monster began to emerge from the portal. It was a purple frog and yellow eyes. It also had spikes. It appeared and quacked. The servant rejoiced at the contracted spirit, and the master told him that it was Bufo, a medium spirit that had 100 deadly poisons. Said that would be enough to kill every member of the Unitas Guild, and also to get that thing. He asked his servant if he agreed. The servant blurted out a smile and replied that absolutely, and he wouldn't disappoint him. The master said they had 2 uninvited guests, which meant they were the opposite of lucky. His face was now visible. It was a handsome young man. His hair was black, and his eyes were red as if he was a vampire. He said it was an opportunity to eliminate all the annoying disturbances at once. The gentleman said that a pleasant night was approaching. Woojin, Kyung-ha, and Yoon-woo Min were in the manor's huge library. Kyung-ha asked, "Is the spirit summoned by herself?" She said that honestly at first, she didn't even understand what the teacher was talking about. She asked if she could look at this spirit, and Woojin said yes. Now, and he threw some 4-packs on the floor. A red dragon appeared out of nowhere. It flew to the sweets Woojin had put for it. At the sight of them, the dragon's eyes lit up. The woman said he was just awfully cute, and Yoon-woo Min asked if it was the same dragon as he was back then. The dragon greedily ate the goodies he had prepared. Kyung-ha yelled about how lucky the dragon was that she had some more goodies left. She dumped a whole mountain of sweets in front of the beast. The dragon was clearly happy. Woojin asked if she really called it a little. The girl ignored him. She looked at the dragon mesmerized and told it to eat as much as it wanted. She called it awfully cute. Then one of the men coughed and said it was now time for information. Kyung-ha felt a little embarrassed for being so distracted. The woman walked over to one of the bookshelves and pulled out a book that was quite high up. She said that it was right here. Woojin was surprised by her words about the other world and asked where she had gotten the book. Kyung-ha said that it happens there are intelligent monsters that possess such things. She said that it took some time to interpret, but there is information here. There was no direct mention of the flame dragon here, but there is a bit about spirits whose energy becomes stronger. She revealed that they are called royal vessels. Woojin asked what kind of royal vessels are those. Kyung-ha replied that it said that a royal vessel is a spirit that has the innate qualities to become a spirit queen. But the dragon looked at her questioningly. Apparently he didn't know much about himself. Yoon-woo Min shouted whether she was serious about the Spirit King. The girl replied that according to the interpretation she ordered, it said exactly that. The main character thought it all sounded great, but there was one but. He wondered why this description didn't fit him. He was referring to his dragon cub eating sweets with an extremely satisfied look. It really didn't look royal. Woojin was deep in thought about something. He asked if he could look at the book. Kyung-ha replied that the translation was right there. However, the guy said he wouldn't need it and wanted to look at the original. The girl asked if he could read the language of another world, and Woojin said that if he saw a familiar sign, he would be able to understand. Blackstone asked the host how he could be so confident. He asked how he would read the book. Woojin replied that he would not read it. He held it out a little towards his friend. Woojin smiled slyly and said that it was clear that Blackstone would be reading it. This surprised the spirit a lot, because he hadn't even thought of such a thing. He got a little angry and asked who he thought he was. If he was a translator, and the protagonist told him that he could read, so they should help each other. Blackstone sighed heavily and said that he was at it again, but he agreed to look at it, and after reading it, he told him what it said, a large-scale and superficial teaching of summoning that even orcs can understand, and Woojin asked what it was. Blackstone said that it was very much like a book that came from another world. Woojin said that it wasn't bad, but the title wasn't encouraging. Kyung-ha asked if he was able to read it. Woojin said yes, and it was easier than he expected. He read the book, and said that the developing spirits are fit to become a royal vessel, and in the future, they are able to challenge the throne through an exam. The girl said that if they can challenge, then the throne is not hereditary. Old Man Yun asked if it said anything about the exam. The protagonist replied no, but it says that if you give a spirit a name, it will start to develop quickly and gain special abilities. The old man asked, is there anything else? The guy replied that apparently only simple and basic details are covered here. Kyung-ha was deeply amazed. She said she couldn't believe he translated so quickly. She told the teacher that it was simply amazing, and he would be able to be of great help in the future. Old Man Yoon replied that yes, and he was clearly better than her. The girl was a little offended. and said that she would be offended if he said that. But he said that she was already 40 years old. He wanted to tell her to grow up, but the woman aggressively shut his mouth with her hand, not letting him finish his sentence, and asked why the teacher had brought it up. There was a knock on the door. The door opened and an old man came out. He apologized and Kyung-ha saw him and said to pass. He started to say that the preparations had been completed and then stopped halfway through. He seemed surprised to see an unexpected guest here. He shook Baek Woojin's hand and said in a friendly manner that he had indeed come. The old man said that his name was Young-han-soo, and he was his fan. Woojin felt a little awkward, but he thanked Young-han-soo. Kyung-ha said that he was the manager of their guild, and was in charge of the internal affairs department instead of her. Han-soo laughed and said that he didn't have many responsibilities. He suggested that they get acquainted later and go downstairs first, saying that he didn't want to be late for the meal. There were a lot of people in the room. They were all very happy to see them here, some shouting to Mr. Swordsman that he was a fan, some just surprised that it was really him, shouting to the older man about how long it had been since they had last seen each other. Woojin quietly asked Kyung-ha who they were, and the woman replied that they were guild members. She said that they were all eating together and showed her hand where to go. Ahead was a thickly set table with many different sweets and wine. Kyung-ha asked for everyone's attention and said that since they had a guest, she had splurged a little. She wished everyone a good meal, inviting them to the table. Sitting at the beautiful table, one guy jokingly asked the others what happened to the cheapskate. The girl who was sitting next to him said that it was really a little unexpected. Kyung-ha was a little angry. She asked the guy if he thought that if she started behaving right, then he wouldn't be so hurt. Blackstone also liked the picture that was unfolding in front of him. He told his master that it looked like all the guild members were pretty close to each other. Woojin replied that it looked like that and said that he was even a little jealous. He looked at the young people having fun together and wondered if he would ever be able to create a place like this. It was night. A beautiful full moon could be seen in the sky. Kyung-ha asked, walking right after eating. She told teacher Yoon that he didn't change. Yoon Woo-min replied that sitting down food is not good for digestion. The woman said that since they went out, she will tell. She told old man Yoon that Woo-jin really got better. She said that she hoped that she too would have a disciple calling the Spirit King. Old man Yoon told her not to get her hopes up too high, because the kid is aiming to become a strong swordsman. Kyung-ha shouted that he can become both, calling the old man terribly stubborn. She said that he's very talented, reminding her of her first meeting with Jong-hoon. For some reason, after saying that, she immediately covered her mouth with her hands. Yoon Woo-min remained silent. The girl, in a trembling voice, apologized and said that she was too carried away with thoughts of her disciple. Old man Yoon said it was nothing, asked if there was any news about him. Kyung-ha said there wasn't any, except that he had joined the criminal guild. The old man sadly replied, "I see," then suggested that the woman should go back since they had gone too far, and she agreed. Suddenly, a man in a black robe appeared from behind. He said that since they were here, how about having some fun together? Shocked, Yoon Woo-min and Kyung-ha turned around. The woman asked him who he was, and how did the man in black robe overcome the barrier, asking if she didn't remember him. Taking off his hood said it was a shame. They were a family sharing a meal at the same table. When he took off his hood, the old man and woman were extremely shocked to see him here. Old man Yun called him a creep and asked why he came here. The black-haired and black-eyed gentleman smiled widely when they called his name, Shin Jang-hoon. Old man Yun shouted that he's son of a bitch. How dare he show up here? The one said that, how hurt he was. After such a long separation, they see their disciple who is like family to you. He asked how long ago it was, and then he himself remembered that it was about 11 years ago. Shin Chang-hoon smiled widely and added that that was when the old man killed them. Kyung-ha yelled that he was a bastard. Jang-hoon replied that he was honestly a little disappointed, said she was playing princess while walking with her teacher in the forest, asked if she had been playing for all those 11 years, said that now he understands why she is Yoon Woo-min's favorite student. The woman was tormented by his words. She started to move closer to him, saying that he was too talkative. Old man Yoon was also beyond furious. He said that he would take this great opportunity and end him with his own hands, saying that this time would definitely not let him go. The summoned beast spirits, the wolf and rhinoceros appeared in front of them, while the limiting whale and the heat bird appeared behind them. Chang Hong seemed to be genuinely surprised that they had summoned 3 high-level and 1 medium-level, saying that it was so cool. However, didn't they feel drowsy? And this startled the woman and the old man. They were indeed starting to feel it, and very strongly at that. They felt terribly sleepy, but they were still asking themselves, when did he have time to use the poison? Chang-hoon shrugged and said that he knew that they had a lot of questions for him. He asked if that was true. For example, he said that they were probably wondering when he had managed to poison them. He said that he had not done anything on his own, but there was one thing. He asked if one of the family members held a grudge against you, which struck the woman even harder. She was literally furious, screaming that she would kill that bastard Chang-hoon immediately. But to her dismay, old man Yoon stopped her by stretching out his hand in front of her and telling her to calm down. The old man told her that the more active she showed emotion, the faster the poison would spread, yelling that she needed to slow down the poison energy as much as possible. Chang-hoon said that was what was expected of a teacher. It was an awesome solution, but asked Sis Ha if she was okay, because her family was surely in great danger right now. He asked if there was someone he could confide in. Now Kyung Ha and Yoon Woo Min froze in shock. He said that they were thinking about Baek Woojin like him right now, and once again asked if he was right. And they just briefly asked, "What?" They were both drenched in cold sweat. Chang-hoon told them that he also knew about their famous friend coming here, and therefore, leaving him bufo. The guy caustically said that he was extremely curious as to how he was now there, whether he died easily or melted down. Yoon Woo Min's eyes burned with anger. He shouted that Chang-hoon was a real devil. The guy said okay, since they were less worried about the family. Time to get down to business. He crossed his arms. Pink magic spheres appeared near his palms. The dishes shattered, falling to the floor. All the guild members were already lying on the table or sniffling in their chairs. The food left almost untouched. One person stood up, leaning on the table. It was old man Jung Han-soo. He was smiling smugly. Now he told Bufo to come out. A summoned magic frog appeared in front of him. It had green smoke coming out of its mouth and its eyes were squinted differently. Old man Han-soo said that it was already time to call it a day, saying that they would give him sleeping poison so that he would die a painless death. He left the banquet room. Now he was walking down a long and luxurious corridor, saying that he would sooner deal with him and join that company. Suddenly, something stopped him. It was a tailwind that blew right into his back. The old man, shocked, turned around and asked where it came from. There was a green monster at the back. It growled at Han-soo. Han-soo called it Jin and asked who summoned it, yelling that everyone should be sleeping right now. Someone said that it turns out he was the one who put the poison. These words struck the old man even more. In front of the huge green spirit stood Baek Woojin, who already had a sword in his hands. The old man asked how, since he was eating with everyone else, saying that the poison should have completely spread inside him by now. Woojin asked about the poison. He remembered the pop-up that said that with the effect of resistance to 1,000 poisons, his strength was ignored. Woojin told Han-soo that the poison had no effect on him. After saying that, Han-soo ordered the bufo frog to melt him. The spirit's cheeks swelled up, and smoke began to come out of its nostrils. The beast's purple mana flew straight into the guy's face. The old man laughed and said that his acid would melt even iron. The acid flowed down Woojin's head in a huge heap. Han-soo started to tell Woojin that he was dead with this, but something stopped him and he froze. Woojin asked him if he hadn't heard him, and it just struck the old man. The acid only melted the main character's shirt, but he was unharmed. He said that he had said earlier that the poison wouldn't work. Woojin told Blackstone that the immunity to poisons was really something, saying that it was unbelievable, who replied that the gentleman was even more unbelievable when he tested it on his own body. Baek Woojin finally said that now it was his turn. The guy flew straight at old man Jung Han-soo. First, he pushed the frog with his knee. The frog quacked in surprise. The impact was so strong that it flew into the window, shattering it and flying out of the manor. Han-soo didn't even have time to react to it. Baek Woojin gripped his sword harder, purple mana flowing through him. He waved it, and the magic flew straight into the frog's spirit. There was an explosion, and the frog let out a little cry of pain. Blackstone said that Bufo was spraying deadly poison even in death, saying that sending it away was a very good decision. Woojin was angry and said that it was bloody trash. His eyes blazed with anger, and he asked Han-soo if he was going to kill the guild members who treated him like family with poison. Old man Jong shouted in a trembling voice for his opponent to shut up. Asking what he could possibly know, he raised one hand and something metallic began to appear in front of him. It was an iron-summoned monster of large size. Han-soo called it Diaz and ordered it to crush Woojin. Blackstone said about how stupid it was. He couldn't even believe that he had put up a simple barrier. The huge monster swung at Woojin. He ducked down and prepared his sword. Purple lightning streaked across the sword. In a single strike, Dao Dao was literally destroyed. Old man Han-soo immediately fell to his knees. bleeding cold sweat. He asked how Woojin had defeated Modius so easily. Baek Woojin replied that he had many questions for the old man. However, he would hit him first, and the protagonist swung his heavy fist at the old man. Han-soo shouted at him to wait, but it was too late, and his fist hit him in the face, shattering his nose and causing blood to gush out. The old man fell to the floor and cried out loudly from the pain to his nose. Woojin fearfully towered over him and asked if he was in pain. Han-soo was already shedding tears, and his previously snow-white mustache was gradually turning red. Woojin grabbed him by the scruff of his neck. He lifted him up and told him to stop pretending, because he hadn't even started beating him yet, saying that now Young Han-soo would explain to him himself why he did it, and his black and purple mana swirled around him. He channeled his mana directly into the old man's forehead. The old man screamed even louder. The veins in his neck began to swell actively. His eyes turned white and glowing. The old man was lifted up, his body twisting in every possible way. Han-soo kept shouting and shouting. Blackstone watched all of this and told his master that he was forcibly investing his aura into him, which was a very cruel and effective torture. Now he was also quite looking at his opponent from above. The poor old man was screaming on the floor. Blackstone, enjoying this scene, said that in a minute he would start listing the names of his ancestors. See what this type would say. Kyung-ha was breathing heavily. Her eyes were blurry. She could barely stay on her feet. The woman had turned very blue, struggling to sleep. Chung-hoon said she looked quite tired, asking why she shouldn't rest. The woman squeezed out a word out of the last of her strength. "Shut up," Chung-hoon said quite contentedly. "Oh, that's how it is." Asking if she wanted to take him back, he spoke of his wolf, which he had already managed to glamorize. Now the beast's eyes were burning belligerently. He growled at his own loving mistress. The girl cursed through her sleep and asked herself how this could have happened. She wondered if it was a skill that allowed her to steal other people's contracted spirits. Kyung-ha knew that there was no such thing. Her eyes were already nightmarishly slipping shut. Yoon Woo-min didn't feel any better, but told the woman to back off. He told her to go save her guild before it was too late. Chang Hong clapped his hands and said, "Bravo, teacher. Impressive as always in general," saying that without the poison and sis he would have lost. He asked if that was true. This angered the old man again. He said they would see how long his worthless mouth would laugh. At this, Chang Hong smiled again and said he would laugh for the rest of his life after he killed the two of them. He snapped his fingers. Many summoned animals appeared around him, such as a gorilla, a snake, and a bat, all of which were much bigger than the real ones. Kyung-ha was greatly surprised and even shocked that he had summoned 4 of them at once. The old man was just as shocked. He asked how this was even possible. Chang-hoon said that he had taken this kid from the Yong family, and this one was in the Phoenix Guild. He asked if they were interested in where this one came from, and without waiting for an answer, he said that he was from the Hero Guild. His face spread into a terribly smug smile. He asked them what they thought of his precious disciples' matchless collection, saying that he wanted to hear their opinions before they died. Yun Woo-ming was pouring forth sweat. He knew very well that there must be a condition for stealing other people's spirits, and he needs to figure it out. Old man Yun tensed up a lot. Chang Hong spread his hands and said that it seemed like they were on the verge. He smiled caustically and ordered his spirits to tear them apart. The beasts shouted loudly and threw themselves at their opponents with the whole crowd. Old man Yun summoned a barrier. However, he had no strength for it at all. He asked himself, "Is this really the end?" Suddenly, a black and purple magic appeared and flew at the beasts like a meteorite. It flew right into the belly of the gorilla, which was already ready to attack the old man and woman. Everyone was surprised, asking, where did this blow come from? The gorilla started to dissolve. It screamed loudly in pain. Old man Yun, excitedly and shocked, said that this technique and energy. A guy came out to them and apologized for being late. This guy was Baek Woojin. He was emitting a purple aura and said that he would fight him now. Yoon Woo-min immediately ran up to him. Woojin told the old man not to overexert himself, saying that first Jang Kyung-ha and the poison told Shin Chang-hoon that means he was the old man's disciple. And Chang-hoon was extremely surprised that Woojin knows him, and in his honor that he is alive and standing here. Blackstone asked his host how he knew him, and Woojin told him that in a few years, Chang-hoon would become a dangerous criminal, but that he only found out that he was the old man's former apprentice now. Said that because Shin Chang-hun stole other people's contracted spirits, he was nicknamed Robber. Chang-hun looked extremely smug again. He kept his stolen spirits on chains. Blackstone said that he looked like he was also very talented in martial arts. Woojin said that was true. He said that he was very hard to capture because of his good skills, but since his talent had not fully blossomed yet, it was much easier now. Shin Chang-hoon asked Baek Woojin how he came to be here. Woojin smiled and asked, "And this?" He said that his spy had told him kindly that old Hansu was lying on the grass with a gag in his mouth and his limbs bound. Woojin added that he told him about where he could pick up trash. Jang-hoon was shocked. He asked how he could be okay after the poison. What kind of tricks were these? Woojin asked if he was a fool who would tell him about it so easily. Now Jang-hoon was furious. He called Baek Woojin a son of a bitch, saying that he didn't even have to think about it when he killed him. Jang-hoon rushed straight at his new opponent, shouting that he would also kill those two and it would all be over. But Woojin was already standing by. He swung his sword and said it was all lies. When their attacks met, there was a large multicolored explosion. Woojin was thrown a little farther away, and he drove through the ground, cutting it open. The same thing happened to Chang-hoon as pieces of ground flew around. However, Chang-hoon was not so easy to deal with. He was shocked as he could not believe or expect that Baek Woojin's strength could match his own. He understood that Woojin was from the family of the divine sword Baek, but he wondered how he had managed to reach such a level at his age. Chang-hoon looked directly at the boy and saw his fighting attitude. Before he knew it, Woojin was already flying at him from behind, swinging his sword wide. He shouted at Chang-hoon to get what he deserved. Only then did Shin come to his senses. Baek Woojin swung his sword, and his aura attacked his opponent. It flew lightning fast in his direction. Shin Chang-hoon managed to block it. Now he tried his best to contain it. He shouted loudly and called Woojin a puppy. Woojin, on the other hand, looked at his enemy with determination and scrutiny. When the main character's attack dissipated, it was clear that Shin Chang-hoon was already exhausted, while Woojin was unharmed. Through furious teeth, Chang-hoon once again called Woojin a puppy, a little upset. Woojin told Blackstone that Chang-hoon had withstood it, and Blackstone replied that shield aura was the best defense, but using it wasted a lot of aura. Said that Shin Chan-hong probably didn't even realize how much maneuverability the master had. Woojin replied that this was the first time he was using soul fusion in real combat, saying that it was a very useful skill. Chang-hoon was sweating and kept calling the guy names, this time calling him an asshole. Then he asked his serpent what he was doing, ordered him to go and tie Woojin's legs, and two beasts, the serpent and the wolf, Kyung-ha, swarmed on the protagonist. The snake hissed loudly and opened its mouth wide, showing its sharp fangs. Blackstone told Baek Woojin that it was an attack from below. The master replied that he would use it in that case. He uttered a fusion of dark domination step and unknown footwork. Jin started to exhale a bunch of magic smoke, raised his foot, slammed it hard against the ground, and the serpent was thrown upwards by the shockwave, also striking it with Woojin's aura. It was an imperial sword of domination. The serpent dissolving hissed loudly, making various sounds of pain. When the cold-blooded beast had almost dissolved into space, a wolf threw itself at Woojin. Woojin noticed that it was Kyung-ha's contract spirit, remembering the wolf's satisfied face as he stroked it. The protagonist sincerely apologized to him. After that, he made a couple swings of his sword, cutting the wolf into pieces. Shin Chang-hoon was in sheer terror. He shouted that Jin was a psycho, saying that he had one swipe of his mid-level spirit. That's when he realized that the kid wasn't just equal to him in strength. He far surpassed him. Chang-hoon saw Woojin's burning eyes. They made him stunned, screaming that it was a curse. But since it had come to this, Chang-hong held up the leg of some kind of bird. It turned out to be a red bat. He called him Mephs and ordered him to use his remaining eyes. Mephs glowed red. He had another extra pair of eyes, and exhaled pink smoke from his nostrils. Subsequently, this smoke formed a circle around himself and Shin Chang-hoon. Woojin didn't expect this. He asked Blackstone what it was. He replied that he didn't feel any killing intent, saying that it didn't look like he wanted to attack, but still not to let his guard down. Then Yun Woo-min shouted for Baek Woojin to stop him immediately. Woojin was shocked by this. Old man Yun revealed that Murph, a contract spirit capable of passing through space, shouted that Shin Chang-hoon was trying to escape. Chang-hong laughed without a smile and shouted that he was a chump and could play with them as long as he wanted. Suddenly, a large green hand appeared from the ground. Behind it, two huge ogres came out, and they stood in front of their master. Woojin said that these were elite orcs. It turns out that Chang-hoon still had contract spirits. He turned to Blackstone, saying that they had no time at all and he would have to use it. And Blackstone replied that it was a great chance to see what kind of progress the master was making in his training. For some reason, Chang-hoon came to dread it again. It was because there was a black aura ahead, filling everything around him, and he didn't even know what kind of energy it was. When things calmed down a bit, Baek Woojin showed up there. Chang-hoon's eyes widened greatly from the fear and terror he suddenly felt. He shouted to Murph that they were leaving now. Woojin activated the fragile Night of Carnage. His aura began to dissipate through the nearby air, covering the night sky. The ogres almost immediately began to dissolve, the aura absorbing them. Chang Hong was in indescribable terror. There was a massive explosion, and the last thing heard before him was his scream. It was a clear morning. The sun was shining on the manor. Woojin, Yoon Woo Min, and Jung Kyung Ha were already in the library. Woojin asked the old man of the woman if everyone was okay. He said they woke up early today. The woman said she was fine. She was fine thanks to her teacher. Woojin asked the old man how he was. He said he was fine too. They were both still very sleepy. The main character guiltily said that he was ashamed that Shin Chang-hoon ended up running away. The woman asked what shame and what he was even talking about, yelling that if it wasn't for him, they wouldn't even be there anymore. Old man Yoon said she was right and asked if he had left a serious wound on Chang-hun's arm. He said that Jang-hun's life would never be the same again. His arm was left on the battlefield. The old man said that they were the ones who needed to apologize. After all, they were the ones who should have solved this problem. Yoon Woo Min was really sad, saying that he took him in as an orphan. He said that Chang-hoon was just incredibly talented and smart. His potential had aroused a lot of interest in him. However, he could not see the evil that lurked within him. Told how in his and Kyung Ha's absence, he had killed his two older brothers, recalled the corpses of his students. His family lying in the pouring rain that washed away their blood along the way. And also Shin Chang-hoon's satisfied face and his clothes that were all drenched in his brother's blood. Said reason was absolutely ridiculous. He wanted to know if it was possible to steal a person's contracted spirit when killing them. That was when they realized that if they let him live, he would become a huge threat to the world in the future. But they couldn't do it. Old man Yoon revealed that he only hesitated for a second, and the frightened Shin Chang-hoon managed to run away. He lined up a small red field in front of him, from which a blue bird then appeared and flew away. Yoon Woo Min said that Jang-hoon eventually escaped. Woojin told Blackstone that coming out was why the old man stopped accepting students. And Blackstone replied that the hopeful had made him a useless piece of trash. The main character started talking about Young-han Soo, asked what about him. The woman said they'll deal with him soon. Sadly said that sooner or later, but the guild members will punish him. Woojin said that Shin Chang-hoon forced Jung-han Soo to steal something. Kyung-ha asked for it and started opening some box. Said he must have been looking for it. In the box was a blue dagger. The woman told him that it was a divine artifact called a twisted weird dagger, water incarnation, in which all water energy was imprisoned. This stunned Woojin. Blackstone looked at the cold weapon and said that the similarity is not only in the name, he said that its properties are similar to the properties of the incarnation of fire. Baek Woojin held the dagger in his hands. He said that this is what Shin Chang-hoon tried to steal, telling Blackstone that it now made sense why he didn't know about Unitas in his past life. Explained that it was because the guild had suffered greatly at the hands of Shin Chang-hoon and lost the twisted water dagger. Blackstone replied that it was just like Craft Island. He asked the host, "Doesn't that mean the future will change again?" Woojin said to be prepared for that too. Kyung-ha said that they'll beef up the guards, because maybe Shin Chang-hoon has more helpers. Old man Yoon replied that it's definitely a good idea, saying that even so, he doubts that the devil shared the information with anyone else, adding that caution still wouldn't hurt, and he would help them with it. Woojin smiled widely and said that he would participate as well. However, Old Man Yoon smiled at him and said, "It's not worth it. They can handle it from here," and asked if he has anything to do after he returns. Kyung-ha told Woojin that she would give it to him. She held out a blue circle to him and said that since he was good at controlling the attribute of water, it might be of a little help to him in the future. Woojin asked what it was, and Kyung-ha told him that it was a spiritual stone made of pure energy gathered from the twisted water dagger. Baek Woojin bowed to her and thanked her. The woman nodded in response and said that no, compared to his help it was nothing. She said that there was something else. She announced that the Unitas Guild, including herself, would support swordsman Baek Woojin in any endeavor he wished. Kyung-ha swore to that effect, and even in a deadly adventure will be by his side. The last statement surprised the protagonist greatly. She said that all the members of the guild had agreed to take this oath, with all these people standing beside them, and the woman said that all of them without exception. Old man Yoon Woo Min said that he was also taking the oath. This shocked Woojin even more. Then the old man smilingly said he was indebted to the guy, telling him to call him again if needed. Woojin smiled gratefully at them all. He bowed and said okay, he too would come to the aid of the two of them in any time of need. The woman nudged the old man with her elbow and asked if he could see what disciple virtue was like. Old man Yun coughed. Blackstone exhaled and told the master that they would spend their whole lives helping each other like this. The long-haired guy and Miss Ara were heading somewhere. The guy said that Woojin called them as soon as he got back. Ara asked if he had something wrong. Guy replied that considering how soon he called them, no doubt it was about an important mission. Miss Ara said she was ready and suggested he come in. They opened the door and called out to the young master. The guy said they arrived as fast as they could. Woojin said that since they were here, let them sit down first and pointed with his hand to the seats on the couch beside him. He said that this was a very important matter that he would have a hard time handling alone. After sitting down, the guy said that whatever it was, he would do it. The girl raised her hand and shouted that she would too, asking if they should go get ready right now. Baek Woojin felt a little embarrassed. He thanked them for being so eager, but said there was no need to go anywhere. He said that they needed to give it a name. The main character talked about a dragon that ate sweets nearby. This amazed and even a little disappointed the helpers. The guy sarcastically said that's it. This is really important. Miss Era said she liked it. She smilingly said that without a name, it was like he was missing something, and then asked if that was true. Woojin replied that that was why he was trying to think of a name. He asked in all seriousness how they liked the chalk variant, saying it was because he was always chomping when he ate, which is a guy, that a girl. And most importantly, the dragonkin looked at the young master judgmentally. The red dragon was angry at Woojin, and there was an awkward silence in the room. A surprised Woojin told Blackstone that he had imagined a very different reaction. The latter replied that his master was an idiot and he had told him that it couldn't be a spirit name. Miss Era gently asked the young master if he was making fun of them like that. The guy wanted to stop her, told Miss Era to calm down, explained to her that naturally he was joking, saying that the young master definitely came up with a good name. This frightened Baek Woojin, and he asked his friend what he should do now that he had no other options. Blackstone said that it looked like he would have to help. Woojin remembered that Blackstone was good at naming and told him about it, citing the fragile Knight of Carnage, the deadly blade of darkness, asking him to think of something. Blackstone thought of a name for the dragon, told that he had once fought a red dragon, and his name was Igkarte. Not that Woojin liked the name much. It hit him. He yelled out, "That's right." He came up with a new name. Ignis. He asked what they thought about it, if it fit, but Woojin actually looked extremely unsure of himself, sweat dripping down his face. The guy obviously really liked the option. He said it was a Latin name suitable for a fire spirit. Miss R liked it a lot too and sincerely called it cool. The guy told Ara if she could see it and he said it was just a joke. Ara laughed and said she probably just overreacted. Woojin exhaled a sigh of relief and told Blackstone that this time he was lucky after all. Blackstone replied that compared to chalk, any option would seem acceptable. Then Baek Woojin turned to his red dragon and said that his name was now Ignis. The dragonkin didn't rage this time, but his eyes lit up. Fire swirled around him and lifted the beastie aloft. Notifications came in that Woojin had provided a suitable name for the fire vessel, and it was also written that the flame dragon had gained the gastronomic fire property, increased the power of red fire, and stabilized the control of red fire. Blackstone was surprised that the system was reporting this, and asked why it was doing this. Jin said he saw it in the book. He said it said that when you give a name, special abilities appear. Told Blackstone that he thought the dragon was completely his now. The dragonkin himself limbed. Its eyes were closed and its two stones, on its forehead and chest, were glowing. Its head and the hair on it glowed with bright orange fire. The blue-haired guy was shocked, and the girl watched the beast enthusiastically and said that apparently it liked the name too. Woojin told his buddy that he wondered how far this royal vessel would go. The system notified that his attribute susceptibility was increased by 10 points. Attribute resistance was increased by 15 points. Also that Woojin received the title of Vessel Master. Due to the effect of the title, Vessel Master, all characteristics were increased by 1. The effect of the title received would accumulate. Blackstone was shocked. He said to wait for a while and asked, "What is this?" Said that even his characteristics went up. Woojin was very happy about it, and said that he managed to hit the jackpot. Blackstone was even more amazed that the number of fire attribute had risen so much, saying that with such a number you could even swim in lava. He asked himself, what the hell is the system trying to create? Everyone was discussing about the fact that Baek's divine sword family has been very active lately. The man at the cafe said that he heard that there was a rivalry for the title of heir, which made everyone get busy. In the office, they were discussing it too. A guy asked if Baek Junghwa is going to step down as the head of the family. Who will be the next head? He said that he has all the children outstanding. Someone was drinking hot drinks and discussing about it. One asked if it's Baek Woojin's eldest son, saying he's her hero, coming ahead of everyone. The other said that based on rumors, he doesn't show any interest in competing for the title of heir. The two were walking down the corridor and discussing it, saying that they had heard that Baek Woojin wasn't interested in it either, asking what they were thinking, because becoming the head of such a huge guild, you can do whatever you want. The guys in the forest around the campfire were also discussing the event, suggesting that Baek Sung-hyun could be the next head of the guild because he was also strong, saying that unlike his man, he had a reputation for being soft. Another asked what difference it made to them who would become the head of the family, saying that everyone was the same. But recently, Baek Woojin has been taking the most unusual actions. At a cafe, one asked the other if Junior had been on top of his game lately, and he said that he had heard that he had succeeded in killing a mid-level demon alone on Jeju Island. The people in the office were surprised that he must be 17 now. Because of that, they assumed that someone just exaggerated a lot. The other said that he heard the news from an acquaintance who was there, and therefore, it looked like it was true. The men around the campfire also went over the topic. The bald one told the other that he had heard a rumor that an apprentice from the divine sword family Baek had learned the art of summoning. This surprised his buddy. He asked if he was even human, shouting that this kid was already excelling in swordsmanship, but to be able to learn the art of summoning as well. Even on social media, Baek Woojin was being discussed all over the place, some believing in his accomplishments, some not. Jung Yeonhwa was also sitting and reading it all. She was extremely interested in the information. She told herself that she didn't know how much he had grown during this time, but there was no way she would give in to him. Suddenly, a man walked in. He had the same hair and a few big scars on his face. He put his hand on the girl's head and asked what she was doing. Yeonhwa didn't hear him come in, and so she was very scared. She yelled out, "What's the truth?" She told him to knock before coming in. This greatly angered the youngest daughter of the clan. The man then explained that he knocked 10 times, but she didn't come out. Then he focused on the monitor behind the raging girl. He asked if she was reading about Baek Woojin again. This confused Yeonhwa. A blush appeared on her cheeks. The girl decided it was time to send Appa out. So she pushed the man out of the room, swearing and saying it wasn't what he was thinking, and Appa pretty much said he had already figured it out. He laughed at her, saying that it was the feeling of not being able to say anything because of shame. He jokingly apologized to her for not noticing right away. This all made Jok Young-hoo very angry. She pushed him out of the room with her foot and shouted for him to get out. The man even flew up from the strong push, which he was very surprised by. When he landed on his heel, he laughed and said to himself that seeing this kid, who knew nothing but training, was so interested in this man. He also wondered who this Baek Woojin was and started to get to his feet. Suddenly, something pricked his shoulder. The smile immediately fell off his face. He recalled someone's depressing image, said he hoped he wasn't as flashy as that guy. Woojin practiced in his room, a purple aura pouring out of his body. Soon, he opened his eyes and exhaled some smoke, the same purple color. Blackstone was by his side as usual. He told his master that he hadn't practiced his aura in a long time. Woojin replied that he was very busy, but his concentration had increased. Now they were walking to the kitchen together. Blackstone agreed with him, saying that he really had a lot of things to do. Even he, just being around him, was in complete turmoil. Baek Woojin took the glass in his hands. He thought about the fact that he would have to focus on an important task for a long time, as well as taking care of the guy's training. He began to drink, still thinking about the fact that he still had to think about how and when he would use the skill points he had recently received and the spirit stone he had taken from Unitas. Moonju Young entered the room and greeted Woojin. The protagonist asked the assistant if anything had happened in his absence. The guy replied that nothing in particular, but there was something else. Ju Young said that young lady Seo-hee sent Woojin a message. Woojin was surprised by the message from Baek Seo-hee. Ju Young said that it said that the competition had been postponed. Apparently, the mission given by the elder overlapped with that date. Such news did not please the protagonist at all. He furrowed his eyebrows and said that it was a great excuse on her part. He asked when it would be held in that case. Ju Yeon replied that after the mission is over, on any date desired. The choice is up to the young master. Woojin asked the guy to tell her that he understood, and also to tell her not to cancel without a reason. Ju Young bowed and promised to convey everything. Woojin told Blackstone that this was even better for them. The latter asked what the master was talking about. Woojin then said that he barely won that time with all his efforts. He recalled the day he fought with his sister. He said that now the other party was giving him more time, so he would definitely be able to break her. This thought satisfied the protagonist. Blackstone also smiled and replied that he didn't even know if he was a warrior master or a battle ghost. Then he asked if the thought had occurred to him that during this time, the opponent would also grow in skills. Woojin replied that of course it had. He said that it definitely wouldn't be easy, said that she was an expert in the challenging absolute sword, and therefore he must prepare thoroughly, along with his squad of swordsmen, said that was why they needed to toughen up their training. It was early morning, but Baek Woojin and his students were already standing in the courtyard of the manor with their swords. Woojin stood on a dais and shouted that the sun had not risen yet. But the real fight was much more ruthless, shouted that they needed to concentrate. The fighters got into position and shouted aloud, yes. Woojin was loudly saying that in order to use real swords in real combat, they would need to hold on for at least another 3 hours. This shocked the young men. One interjected, and another said that the mentor wanted to kill them. Sweat was already dripping down the poor guys. Woojin shouted that if they only lasted an hour, it would be hard for them to endure even 10 minutes in a real fight. And if their enemy was a monster, he had nothing to say. He said that he didn't force them to do exercises that wouldn't be of any use in a real fight. Even louder, Jin asked if they understood. All in one voice said yes. Miss R was shouted to the right. They said she broke the stance. Sweat was streaming down the girl, but she didn't give up and followed all the instructions. Blackstone looked at her and told the master that Hong Ara was incredibly persistent. He couldn't believe she was going to learn a real medium-level sword. Woojin replied that it was her choice and he respected it. But he thought she was trying too hard. He asked if she was going to be okay. Blackstone looked at the girl and said that Ara will soon improve her skills and overcome the level of the others, because she is a talent chosen by him personally. He said that she understands that talent is useless if it is not improved. Blackstone smugly said that was why everyone he chose would become very capable in the future. Woojin did not sincerely thank him for that. Not long after, Woojin clapped his hands and told the students that enough was enough. It would be enough for the morning training, announced that they would have to practice on their own after lunch. The poor young loolies were exhausted from their strength. Many fell to the ground. They whined about surviving. Someone even said he really almost died. Woojin said that he would start practicing then too. Suddenly his phone vibrated in his pocket. The main character was very surprised that an unknown number was calling him. He realized that not many people knew his phone number. Woojin wondered who it could be. The protagonist pressed the accept call button. He immediately said into the receiver that it was Baek Woojin. From there, he was greeted and called the swordsman. The unknown man said that he should have introduced himself first. He apologized for his rudeness. A male voice introduced himself as the head of the arcane guild, Sogongmyeon. The man sat in his clean little office. The name struck Woojin. Seo Gongmyeong said that Woojin was a benefactor, saving his daughter twice. He said he was late in introducing himself due to urgent matters. Woojin pulled himself together and said it was no big deal. He said that Lady Seo In had helped him with a lot of things too. Gongmyeong laughed and said that In-ah had said the same thing, so he could assume it was true. Woojin said nothing. Then he said more seriously that it seemed like Seo Gongmyeong had called him because he had something to do with him. All because he was Lady Seo In-ah's father and the head of the guild at the same time. Seo Gongmyeong had red hair and light eyes. He wore glasses. The man replied that he did. Woojin knew that the Arcane Guild was also the best production workshop in Korea. Woojin said into the phone that just as he thought the guy had good intuition, the protagonist himself was well aware that he wouldn't have called him just to thank him. Seo Gongmyeong started flipping through the pages of the document that was on the table in front of him and said that it was time for them to end this useless conversation then. He said that he was not speaking on his own behalf, but on behalf of the Arcane Guild. He once again addressed swordsman Baek Woojin of the Beck Divine Sword family, saying that he was asking for his help. This shocked Woojin. It was a clear morning. The sky was blue. There were also some clouds on it. The red-haired man smiled and said that he would introduce himself again. He pointed his hand and said that he was the representative of the Arcane Guild. Seo Gongmyeong, a beautiful girl, stood next to his father. The main character was standing opposite him. He too told him that he was Baek Woojin from the family of the Divine Sword Beck. He and the man shook hands. Jin said that it had been a while since he had met Lady Seo In-ah. He looked at the red-haired girl next to him. Seo Gong-myung tensed up and thought that now he understood exactly what In-ah was talking about. He thought she was exaggerating because Woojin had saved her. Right now, he couldn't believe that at such a young age, he had such skill. He saw the guy's powerful aura. Gong-myung stretched his hand towards the table and said that he wouldn't waste their time. He promised to talk about everything in detail after they entered the dungeon. Woojin was really struck by the fact that the problem to be solved was in the dungeon. Gong-myung hesitated a bit. First he said yes, then no. He further said that it was more accurate to say that from the outside. Seo In-ah smiled and told the protagonist that he would probably be surprised when he saw the dungeon. Soon, they were walking down a long path down to the bottom of the dungeon. All around them were stones and torches hanging on the walls. Seo In used the pass to go inside. Woojin noticed that for an old dungeon, the security was high, and she had already opened 3 locks. Seo Gong-myung smiled and said that Woojin seems to be wondering why there are so many locks here. Woojin was greatly surprised by his words. Gong-myung said that he understood him. After all, everyone who is here for the first time says the same thing. Baek Woojin even felt a little embarrassed. He laughed. Myung then said that this place was originally set up as a storage area, so it has complicated security procedures as he can see. They were in the middle of renovating a showroom of equipment and items, but for some reason they had to use it for other purposes. There were large iron doors in front of the 3 people. Gong-myung continued by saying that these reasons were also related to his request. The iron doors lifted up and they were able to enter. Inside, something surprised Woojin. The reason for the shock was Madame Jock Yeon-hwa. The girl stood proudly in the middle of the room, noticing Woojin. She said that this time he was not wrong. Woojin confidently walked closer. He was now towering over Yeon-hwa and said that during this time he had heard news about her. She was quite active here and there. Yeon-hwa replied that he thought he didn't know. After all, she wasn't as spectacular as some. They looked straight into each other's eyes and smiled. Seo In-ah stood nearby and watched them carefully. Someone put their big hand on Yeon-hwa's head and said that means it's that Baek Woojin who's been on the rise lately. The girl looked unhappily towards the man and tensed up. It was a red-haired man who was smiling and saying that compared to the news and articles, Woojin's life was much better. In fact, the man noticed that this guy was strong. But Young Yeon-hwa was not happy. She wanted the man to finally take his hand off her head. The man finally took his hand off her head and held it out to Baek Woojin. He introduced himself as Jok Kyung-hoon from the violent Jock family. He said it was nice to meet him. Blackstone analyzed Kyung-hoon. He told him that this guy had reached the 6th. No, he had already reached the 7th rank. Said that his abilities are at a level where rank is meaningless. He is a genius without exaggeration. The protagonist happily introduced himself as Baek Woojin from the Beck Divine Sword family and extended his hand, told him that he too had heard about the fame and activities of Dragon Fist. They shook hands. Kyung-hoon smiled sincerely, saying that he didn't even expect this, saying that Woojin was kinder than he thought. He explained that to him. Most of the members of the Divine Swordback family were very rude. Kyung-hoon laughed and said that their fathers should be on good terms. Yeon-hwa was angry at him, and Baek Woojin was a little embarrassed. Then he asked if he would do the mission with him, and Kyung-hoon said he was a smart guy. Gong-myung explained that Dragon Fist had said he wanted to do this mission with him, saying that he was the one who recommended him to him. Kyung-hoon said that he was interested in his skills since he had been on top of his game lately, also influenced by what happened to Yeon-hwa a few days ago. He put his hand now on the girl's shoulder. Beck scratched his head and said that he was praising him too much. He even felt embarrassed. The man replied that they would see if it was empty praise or the truth after all. Kyung-hoon looked at the guy and wondered what other empty praise was. On the contrary, he thought it was far from enough. Hoon decided that Yeon-hwa was right to show enthusiasm. Seeing him in person, Kyung realized that he really is amazing, just as they say about him. Compared to himself when he was his age, Woojin is definitely not far behind. Then he thought about it and was very surprised. He asked himself why the hell everything was like he was on that level, like he was living his second life. Woojin started talking. The main character asked
why Miss Yeon-hwa came here if she wasn't going to take part in the mission.
This shamed Yeon-hwa. Her cheeks turned very red. Kyung-hoon asked, and she told him not to even tell. This made the girl terribly angry. She was ready to kill her relative, and he kept saying that she found out that he was going on a mission with Woojin. The girl couldn't take it anymore and punched him in the stomach with all her might. Then she explained to the others that Appa didn't seem to be fully awake yet. Talking nonsense. Kyung-hoon was shaking on the floor in pain. Gong-myung coughed and said that it looks like they've all gotten to know each other already. Said that In-ah would now tell them all the details of the mission. The girl asked everyone to come this way. What they saw inside amazed the three. There beyond the portal, they could see big rocky mountains and jungle. Woojin asked, is it a rift in the dungeon? Kyung-hoon said it doesn't look like a normal one. It's the first time he sees the other side so clearly. Said it's more like a portal. Suddenly, Blackstone called out loudly to Baek Woojin. He was either scared or surprised by something. Woojin asked him what it was. Then the spirit explained that it's not an ordinary rift. It was the island of Felon, which was in his world and where he used to go when he was training swordsmen. Woojin was shocked, but Gong Myung smiled and said that it was not an ordinary rift. He said that it's neither a rift nor a dungeon. It looks like a portal that is connected to another world. Blackstone yelled for the host to rather ask how he ended up here. Woojin asked Myung then why the portal opened here. Gong Myung replied that he usually doesn't say that. It was because of him, the swordsman Baek Woojin. This shocked the protagonist a lot, and he started to ask what it meant. The man said that after the attack on the artisan island, he and Mr. Woo Kim Jong-hoon met and discussed the security issue, coming to a decision to create a new secret space. Using fire incarnation energy, they spent many attempts to open the space, overflowing with flame energy. He remembered how much fire was in the space when they were trying over it, said that unexpectedly during the test, they established a connection he doesn't know why it established with that particular island. There was a small fiery explosion. Myung said that they assumed that the portal was created by the power of fire incarnation. That's why that volcanic island was summoned. Woojin once again asked about what Seo Gong Myung had said earlier, that it was because of him. The man replied to Mr. Swordsman that he had protected the artisans and the fire incarnation on the artisan island, making it possible to conduct this experiment. Blackstone became furious, shouting that it was the result of all of Woojin's actions. Tom became even more embarrassed. He asked how everything led to such a big consequence. Kyung-hoon suggested to let the story go. He asked what they should do. Gong Myung told him that there are dangerous creatures on that island. They are a big threat to the expansion of the facility. Kyung-hoon looked up. The man asked them to deal with this threat. Something started to happen, and Gong Myung said, they just appeared. Strange flaming monsters started to approach the portal. Gong Myung said it was them. Everyone was amazed at what they saw, even Blackstone. Woojin asked if they were fire golems. The guys started warming up, and Kyung-hoon asked Baek Woojin if he was ready. The protagonist said yes. Then he turned around and said that, by the way, something clearly confused him. He asked when they had the time to switch to you. Kyung-hoon smiled and said that it was such a minor detail that Woojin didn't have to worry about it. He asked if it wasn't easier to work together that way. Baek Woojin obviously didn't think so, but agreed. Blackstone remarked that he's not a bad guy, as long as there's no downside to his character. He said that. Woojin smiled and said that yes, he is, and he's the complete opposite of Baek's family. Kyung-hoon then said that before they went in there, he asked how about a little bet? Woojin was surprised and asked again. Kyung-hoon decided to bet on who would fell those fire golems the most. He pointed his finger at the monsters on the other side of the portal. Woojin folded his arms and replied that of course it would be Jo Kyung-hun who would win, because there was a big difference in skill between them. The man said that he didn't expect this. He said that he somehow thought that Baek Woojin would immediately agree. In that case, he suggested that he should also use only rank 6 strength at first. Asked what Woojin thought about this. Woojin was not impressed. He said that he was at most rank 5. Kyung-hoon was amazed. He looked at the guy across from him. Then he said that his real strength was close to the 6th rank. He asked if that was true. Such statements shocked the protagonist. He told Blackstone that Kyung-hoon had already realized the difference. Blackstone replied that in addition to his character, this guy was also very smart. Kyung-hoon smiled and said that if there was nothing at stake, there was no fun. He had to think about it. A couple of seconds later, he shouted that if Beck won, he would praise him in front of Yeonhwa. Hoon seemed to bloom, saying that he even put his hand over his heart. He excitedly asked Woojin how he felt and if he was excited. The main character's feelings were completely opposite. He indifferently replied that he didn't need it. Kyung-hoon laughed so hard that tears flowed from his eyes, and he grabbed his stomach and twisted around. He yelled about how Woojin had said it decisively, saying that if Yeonhwa heard it, she would be completely disappointed in him. Yeonhwa was sitting nearby in the same room but didn't hear their conversation. The girl was very curious about what they were talking about, but for some reason she had a bad feeling. Kyung-hoon finally managed to pull himself together. He then offered to fulfill one request of his, within limits of course. Asked Woojin what he thought. The man himself thought about it. He even got a stomachache from laughing. Woojin rubbed his head, pondered for a moment, and then replied that if he so desired, they could try it. This pleased Kyung-hoon. He warned his interlocutor that it was forbidden to interfere with each other, said they would count the points in the middle, and again when all the golems were killed. Woojin asked how many points a boss was worth. This surprised Hoon, for he didn't know what another boss was. Woojin replied that there was no special reason, but there might be a boss-level monster here. Kyung-hoon said he was right and thought for a moment. Then he suggested that we keep it simple and follow the rules of the dungeon. He said that whoever kills the boss will win no matter how many points he has. He asked what Baek would say about it. Woojin smiled and said he agreed. Kyung-hoon shouted that he likes that Woojin is so simple, repeated that he likes it. He said if the guy was ready, they could go in. They both moved towards the portal. Soon, they were already fighting the golems. Kyung-hoon maneuvered his fists. He threw a strong punch, and the composing stones of one of the monsters scattered in all directions. The magic stone inside the lava fire golem glowed brightly. Now Kyung-hoon activated his magic. It lasered into the large golem's shoulder and shattered it. Suddenly, one large stone flew straight at the guy from the side. The golem started to move away. Then it did its wound. Something heavy fell to the ground. Hong was bearing down on his opponent with a smile on his face. His fist flew into the center of the monster. The guy exhaled and prepared a second fist. He threw another punch and another golem disintegrated into pieces. Kyung-hoon landed carefully on the ground while the blocks of rocks were still somewhere high. Soon he stood up and said to himself that he had already dealt with 7 of them. It was even boring somehow. He looked up at the sky and said that it wasn't bad for a warm-up, and Jin must have killed about the same amount too. He thought he might even slow down. The drone was flying overhead. Through it, Seo In-ah, Seo Gong-myung, and Young Yeon-hwa were watching the guys. Something surprised them a lot. Seo Gong-myung rubbed his glasses and asked if Baek Woojin was a 5th ranker. The girls next to him couldn't get a word out. Gong-myung explained his surprise by saying that he had already killed 10 golems. The man couldn't believe his eyes, saying that it was like Woojin was playing with them. Yeon-hwa looked at the screens carefully and wondered what the hell Woojin was doing all this time. He realized that the fact that his abilities had to have improved was natural, and Appa was certainly giving into it a bit. But she still thought this speed was incredible. Woojin was being carried along with the invisible Blackstone. Blackstone asked him if from the beginning he wanted to agree to the bet. Woojin replied that it turns out Blackstone had noticed after all. Blackstone asked what he meant by noticing. He said he was asking because he deals with golems in one hit, and not just 1 or 2, but all 10. Woojin attacked another monster. His weapon flew straight into the heart of the golem. The golem disintegrated, and Woojin hadn't even landed on his feet yet. He was followed by the next monster. Blackstone said that Baek Woojin could see it. The location of the core. The protagonist smiled and replied that he did. He said that he couldn't have accepted the bet without any preparation, and due to the development of Ignimus, he had an increased sensitivity to the fire attribute. Woojin didn't know about the rest, but the location of the core of the fire golems he could indeed sense. Blackstone replied that with that being the case, victory was already in the master's pocket from the start. The protagonist was attacked by another golem, and he replied to the spirit that he was the first to offer to make a bet anyway. Woojin pushed himself off the ground towards the golem. He also said that when negotiating, one should refuse several times. Meanwhile, he smashed another monster. Blackstone was either judging or proud of his master for being cunning. Woojin flew down and, with a smile on his face, shouted that he hadn't planned to lose from the beginning. The unspecified counting golem, subsequently, was cut into 2 equal parts. The core of the golem was particularly evenly divided. The golem began to disintegrate, and Woojin calmly landed. Stones fell around him, and the protagonist said that whoever his opponent was, he wouldn't lose to him. All of this was also broadcast on the screens at SEO Manor. Seo Gong-myung was so shocked that he was sweating and wondering if it was even possible. The man noticed that Woojin immediately realized where the core of the golem was, and cut it in one blow. This far exceeded Seo Gong-myun's expectations. He believed that Woojin would not have been able to do this using dark energy or tricks. He thought it was obvious that he was helped solely by his skills. A swordsman active for only 1 or 2 years, Gong-myung assumed that the rumors regarding him were made up. After all, he was the direct heir of a huge family. But Baek Woojin might just be a talent worth investing in. As the scoring begins, Young Kyung-hoon has 17 points, but Baek Woojin, he has 25 points. This number surprised Kyung-hoon. He didn't expect such a gap. He asked himself if he had been too lenient on him. He knew that his skills were higher than his current rank, but a golem appeared behind Kyung-hoon. The guy dashingly cut it with a single blow. He told himself that he needed to get serious now. A powerful red aura began to pour out of him. Hong said that it was because he doesn't plan to grant Woojin victory. The guy flew at 2 golems at once. Blackstone asked the master if he could handle it. Woojin didn't understand what he was talking about at first. Now they were walking through a calm area. Blackstone explained that Jok Kyung-hoon might act childish in places, but he was definitely much better than Woojin right now. Kyung-hoon was killing monsters with ease. Blackstone said it was worth it for him to show off his true abilities just a little bit. A lot of big clumps were lying around the strong Kyung-hoon. Blackstone said that the outcome of the battle would be predetermined. Woojin told him that was the reason he added the last condition. Blackstone asked if he was talking about the dungeon rule. Blackstone realized that then, all this time, the master had been aiming at the boss. Woojin replied that yes. On the other side of the portal, he felt a large amount of fire energy. They walked together with the spirit to a high rocky mountain. Baek Woojin pushed himself off the ground hard and said that now they would go through all those little bipeds and heading directly to the boss. They flew towards the target in lightning speed. A short while later, Woojin was sitting on the ground, leaning against a tree. He and Blackstone looked down. The spirit asked if the boss was underground. Woojin said he said he could feel him, even though it was faint. He said that if he put his aura in the ground, he'd jump right out. Blackstone rushed to stop him. Said he hoped the master was going to awaken him, knowing exactly what he was. Asked if that was the case, Woojin cheerfully and enthusiastically replied that it wasn't exactly like that. Said he thought Blackstone would tell him who he was. Blackstone was surprised and told the host to look at himself. He had reached the peak of shamelessness. He apologized to the main character, but said he didn't know what was in there. Asked who would even dig that deep. Woojin told him not to worry. It's not like he's going to awaken him without a plan, Woojin said. Now with his resistance to fire, he raised his leg high. He shouted this should work. Jin kicked the ground with his foot, and the ground started to break, crack and fall apart. A fiery aura began to pour out of the cracks in the ground. Then two bright flaming light sources appeared from there. Kyung-hoon was astonished. The red aura flew at him in a big wave. He had to hold back with his hands. He was amazed at such a large amount of fire energy. The energy was coming from the mountains. Kyung-hoon couldn't believe that he was there. He was talking about the boss whose silhouette was perfectly visible from behind the mountain. His entire enormous body was on fire. The boss was incredibly huge. His insides were on fire. His mouth and other orifices were pouring flames. Woojin was the size of half of the monster's pinky finger. The golem opened its mouth wider. Magic fire swirled there. Blackstone shouted to Baek Woojin that it was a tandalos. Woojin asked what kind of tandalos it was. The protagonist already had to dodge the boss's attacks. He yelled to Blackstone that he seemed to know a lot about it. Asked him to explain. Blackstone yelled that it was a siege magic golem and was very hard to crack. Told him that it has 3 cores. Unless he destroys them all at the same time, it would revive, in the process triggering a huge explosion. The golem, meanwhile, roared loudly and swung at the protagonist. The golem hit the ground, but Woojin managed to jump up and dodge the attack. Blackstone said that he must have been furious that the master had woken him up, shouting that waking him up was a huge mistake, and he should wait for Jok Kyung-hoon to defeat the boss together. Woojin then confidently and unequivocally replied that no. The protagonist swung his sword, saying that, since he now knew how to destroy him, he was very close to the golem's face. The golem roared again, fire gathering in its mouth again. Woojin activated the misty slit and flew at the monster, his cold weapon glowing with purple light. The monster roared questioningly at his opponent. Woojin used the triple link skill of falling thunder flash. His dark mana flew bright arrows. It flew into 3 areas on the golem's body: the face, shoulder, and chest. The monster screamed loudly and lost. The golem was torn apart. Woojin flew downwards. He soon landed near Blackstone, the latter looking at him in surprise. The spirit thought as he adjusted the speed of the sword energy to deal damage to 3 points at once. The first core cracked, the second, and of course, the third. Blackstone was actually shocked. He thought about how the speed at which Baek Woojin was advancing was so fast that it didn't even seem real. Soon, Woojin and Kyung-hoon were standing side by side in the stone room. Hoon asked Hoo-ji knew that the boss was actually there. Then he smiled and asked Woojin, or did he know about it from the beginning after all? Woojin smiled and replied that in a bet against a person who was much stronger than him, you can't do without an advantage. Kyung-hoon laughed and said that Jin was too good. He spread his hands and said that he admits that he lost. The guy reminded that he has to fulfill one wish from Jin. Asked what he wants. The protagonist seriously thought about it. Then he said that he would hold it until the right time. Kyung-hoon said that if he holds it too long, it might evaporate. The protagonist replied that he would just be thrifty and use it before it evaporates. Kyung-hoon laughed again and told his partner that he liked him a lot. He also wanted to say something about Baek's family. But Seo In-ah interrupted them by calling out Baek's swordsman, Woojin. She told him that her father wanted to talk to him. Woojin said he was on his way. He said goodbye to the red-haired guy until the next time they meet. Thoth did the same. Then he turned to Yeonhwa, asking if she wanted to say goodbye to Baek Woojin. He explained that she didn't know when she would see him again. The girl grudgingly turned away from him and asked why she had to say goodbye to him if he left without doing it to her. Kyung-hoon smiled as he looked at her. He saw a blush appear on her cheeks. Finally, he said that he was like her appa, giving his consent. This made Yeonhwa terribly angry. She yelled that he was just pissing her off, that she didn't just ask him not to talk like that. She was mad. She said she was just going to go practice. Kyung-hoon tried to stop her, asked her to wait, and suggested they go together. Then he stopped and told her to just be honest with herself. He turned back to look at Woojin again. Kyung-hoon told Yeonhwa that at this rate she might lose to him. Woojin was walking while having fun chatting with Seo In-ah. He and Seo In-ah finally arrived at her father's office. There, Seo Gong-myung bowed to the protagonist and thanked him, saying that the Arcane Guild was once again indebted to him. Gong-myung remembered how the golems burned innocent guys, said that if they had started building without locating the boss, and if he later awakened enraged, the poor construction workers were burning. Gong-myung remembered it clearly. He said that they would have suffered great losses. Woojin waved his hands and said, it wasn't worth it all. After all, nothing happened. He said that thanks to Seo Gong-myung, he had gained valuable experience. Then he remembered something and started digging in his pocket. He asked the man to take it. Woojin pulled out a red magic stone, held it out to Gong-myung and told him that he found it after defeating the boss. Gong-myung actually seemed surprised, and he knew what it was. He could feel the incredibly dense fire energy coming from the stone. He knew that this item was at least of legendary level. Seo Gong-myung asked the swordsman why he was giving it to him. Woojin explained that the item obtained during the mission given by the customer belonged to him. This shocked Gong-myung. At first, he didn't say anything. Then he said he couldn't accept it. This statement shocked the protagonist. He asked what he meant. Gong-myung explained that all he did was to have Woojin and Kyung-hoon kill the golems, and Woojin got it by killing the boss. So this item is his. Woojin smiled. Then he bowed too and thanked his employer, said that in that case, he was glad that he was giving it to him. Gong-myung was happy and said that he would send Woojin the money for the waste. He wished the protagonist a good journey. Woojin thanked him again and said that if he needed him again, Myung shouldn't hesitate to contact him. Seo Gong-myung looked at Woojin's back as he walked away and thought that it must be easy to be arrogant when you have such skills at such a young age. But he's still an honest man. Gong-myung was happy about this, and he thought that maybe they would meet again soon. When Woojin finally arrived home, he undressed and placed the stone and sword on the bed. Blackstone looked at him and said that his master was something. After Blackstone started to get angry at the protagonist, yelling that he originally didn't even intend to give the item away. Woojin rather replied that of course he knew he would refuse to save face. He recalled how it was and said that still at the end he had no choice but to accept the stone, and therefore it was a win-win for both sides. He said that more importantly, Gong-myung would consider him an honest man,
which pissed Blackstone off,
saying that people needed to see his true corrupted self. Soon, Blackstone pulled himself together and told his master to eat the stone, because if left like that, the energy of the fire would diminish. Woojin asked if he should just eat it. He would just break his teeth. Blackstone exhaled and asked why he always gets it wrong. Woojin asked. Maybe then he could tell him what to do. Blackstone looked at him judgmentally and thought about it. A notification came in that it was the heart of Tandalos, a crystal that could only be obtained after killing Tandalos. Absorbing an entire crystal with magic rapidly increases resistance and susceptibility to fire. Its rank is legendary. Woojin decided to summon Ignis, his fire dragon. The latter immediately appeared nearby. Woojin petted the beast, and Blackstone asked why he summoned the lizard. The protagonist showed the stone to Ignis. Thoth opened his mouth in surprise. Then Woojin told him that the dragon had a skill that made it stronger when eating. He said that he thought Ignis could eat that crystal. Yes, and this way would be much more effective. Blackstone said it does make some sense. Ignis opened his mouth to devour the stone. Woojik looked at his beast and said he seemed to like it. Blackstone asked if he wanted a piece too. As soon as Ignis absorbed the magical fire energy stone, it blazed brighter and became visibly larger. A notification came that the susceptibility to fire had been increased by 20 points, and the resistance to fire had also been increased by 25 points. Woojin was surprised to see the characteristics increase as well. Blackstone even started to get angry because the crystal was eaten by a dragon, and Baek Woojin was also getting stronger, as reports came in that Ignis had absorbed the dense flame essence and that Ignis's vessel was expanding. Woojin and Blackstone turned around, and the protagonist said that it looked like they were getting somewhere. Then they looked up, and Woojin was surprised. He asked if that was it. Blackstone didn't like it. He told the host to be satisfied with what he had already gotten. He started to ask what else he could expect. Suddenly, someone interrupted Blackstone with the words that Woojin was interesting. It struck the protagonist's spirit. Woojin began to twist around and ask what it was. Blackstone was also startled, but replied that it was a voice inside his head. A notification came that the fire spirit king Ifrit had shown interest in him and Ignis. Woojin asked about the Ifrit Spirit King. Blackstone was surprised. He explained that he had never heard of him. He asked if the Spirit King was talking directly to Baek Woojin. He was then informed that the Fire Spirit King Ifrit had personally invited him and Ignis to the spirit world, and a fire portal opened in front of them. Woojin was extremely surprised and asked if it was really the spirit world. Woojin asked about the Spirit King Ifrit. Blackstone was surprised. He explained that he had never heard of him. He asked if the Spirit King was speaking directly to Baek Woojin. He was then informed that the Fire Spirit King Ifrit had personally invited him and Ignis to the spirit world, and a fire portal opened in front of them. Woojin was extremely surprised and asked if it was really the spirit world. Sparks flew around his hair, and a gust of wind from the portal tossed his hair back. Blackstone said that it looked like Ifrit had personally opened the portal. He said he could feel the strong energy of fire. Woojin said that the invitation from the king himself, it's a bit excessive. He asked if that's not true. Blackstone replied that Baek Woojin looks too charged up to say that. The main character then told his dragon cub to come with him. The three of them entered the portal. Inside, in another world, Woojin was surprised. He asked if this was the spirit world. Blackstone replied that it was his first time here too. This place was overflowing with pure energy. Woojin also asked where they were exactly. In front of them were three big stone statues with different flags. Blackstone asked what kind of chairs they were. He talked about these big stones. Woojin said they looked like thrones. Then they heard someone's voice again. This voice told Baek Woojin that he was right, and these were the seats of other spirit kings. This again greatly surprised Jin and Blackstone. Someone that looked like a demon appeared on the fourth throne that had a red flag on it. Woojin stood in a stupor as he looked at the demon and thought about the fact that it looked small but emitted such a huge amount of fiery energy. He realized that it was Ifrit. Woojin hurriedly bowed out and greeted the Fire King. Ifrit told him to stop this circus, as he didn't like it anyway. He said Woojin and the flame dragon grew at a great speed. Ignis exhaled some smoke. Blackstone said Ignis doesn't know what humility is. Neither does his master. Woojin answered him that he wouldn't find a person more humble than him here. Ifrit started to say something. He said that Woojin has a very remarkable talent. He saw the main character's aura. Ifrit thought about the fact that for an ordinary person, he is surprisingly compatible with fire energy, and upon closer inspection seems to be talented in all four elements. He knew he had only summoned him because of his interesting progress and for the sake of giving advice, but he might be useful to his plan. Ifrit smiled and turned to Woojin. Ifrit asked how about giving him a contract, said that if he did a good job, he could help his flame dragon become the next Spirit King. Woojin was amazed that Ignis could potentially become the Spirit King. Ifrit said that Jin would only have to help him with one task. He asked what he would say if he was interested. Blackstone asked if this didn't sound more like a request than a contract. Woojin turned to Ifrit. He asked the Spirit King if this task was related to the other spirits' empty thrones. Ifrit smiled and said that Woojin was very clever. He began to list the Spirit Kings. The first was the Water Spirit King Erwin. The second was the Wind Spirit King Shurka. And the third was the Earth Spirit King Grandy. Ifrit told him that right now, they left to clean the damaged world tree, said that originally the Spirit Kings were forbidden to interfere directly. However, the damaged world tree could lead to the birth of a new elf queen, so they had no choice but to intervene even though it was forbidden. Blackstone said that it was much more problematic than they thought, saying that the elf queen usually alone controls all four Spirit Kings. Woojin asked him if it was really all of them. Blackstone said that if the queen took control of the Spirit Kings,
hell would break out in the human world.
Ifrit said that the damaged world tree seems to have moved to the human world. It is called the Dark Tree. Blackstone asked if it was true that the master's older brother had already dealt with it. Woojin told him that it was, even though it was the first time he had heard that it was a damaged world tree. Ifrit told the protagonist that he only needed to help the Spirit Kings in the place where the Dark Tree was. He would let him know when to proceed. Woojin was surprised that it was not needed right now. and he asked about it. Ifrit replied that it takes a long time to prepare a powerful seal spell, and to use this spell you need a strong enough mediator who can handle all 4 elements. Woojin said that was his role. Ifrit said he was right. He said that they were going to do it without an intermediary, but then the probability of success drops many times over. Ifrit asked what he thought he could do. Woojin told Blackstone that he was going to go with his brother anyway, and if he was lucky, he could get more information. Blackstone asked if the Spirit King candidate wasn't enough for him. He said that no one could beat him when it came to greed. Baek Woojin bowed to the Fire King and said that he accepts his offer. Ifrit replied that it was good, and that, in that case, since he said yes, there was a fiery explosion. Fire poured into Ignis. Woojin was scared for him. Then the dragon itself started spewing flames. It touched the Spirit King's hand in the other side. The fire was all around the diameter. The protagonist told Blackstone that Ifrit was about to attack. Ifrit said that if their defense was even a little late, they would burn to the ground. Woojin picked himself up and asked what it was. Ifrit replied that there was no point in making a contract with someone weak. Said that besides, he couldn't make everyone the next Spirit King. Said that Woojin could do whatever he wanted. He gathered the magic in his hands and said that if it ever hit him, he would make their agreement. Blackstone was surprised by the king's behavior. After all, he had just asked for help. Woojin replied that he knew he wouldn't help them so easily. The protagonist called out loudly to Jin. On one side appeared the green wolf, Jin. On the other, an earth turtle. And on top of that, a white bird, Nyx. It landed on the protagonist's hand and sat on his finger. Woojin asked his bird if it was okay. Blackstone laughed. Blackstone said he was just kidding and suggested cheering up, and the bird sang. Blackstone turned into a blade and said that now, time to face the king's test. Woojin stood in the circle of his beast, dragon, and summoned beasts. Everything around was burning. Woojin was already exhausted. His black t-shirt was torn. Only Ifrit was sitting on the throne and smiling. In the smoke, it was hard for the protagonist to breathe. Woojin turned around and called out to Ignis. Ifrit said that Woojin was holding up better than he thought. If someone clumsy had been in his place, there would have been only ashes left of him by now. The protagonist gripped his blade tighter. He quickly spread his arms. Magical attacks flew at the Spirit King. Ifrit realized 3 small fireballs above him. He sent them towards the guy's attacks. Their magic met. The fireballs fell to the ground and the ground burned even thicker. Woojin placed a protective barrier over himself and his animals. Fire flew over it. Soon the barrier split. Attacks flew at the animals. Woojin extended his blade in front. The summoned animals screamed and roared because of the flaming attacks. It wasn't easy for Woojin either. Everything around him was in chaos. The main character's arms were badly burned. The skin had peeled off. Now only meat was visible. Woojin was actually in pain, but he stood steady. Even Ifrit was amazed by this. He said that it was amazing that he could not believe that a man could withstand a flame of this magnitude. He told Woojin that he was not bad at communicating with his spirits, but it was not enough for him. He looked at Woojin, who was on fire, and said that since he had gotten this far, he would give him some advice. Ifrit advised the protagonist to think about when the fire is at its most fierce. Blackstone told the host that he gave him a huge clue by telling him that there are other ways to fight against it. Woojin added that he says he's good at communicating with spirits, saying that he was overwhelmed with the thought of fighting against the Spirit King and forgot about his abilities. Blackstone replied that in that case, he thinks he'd better do what he's best at. Woojin then straightened his back and was inspired by the thought of being a swordsman who burns brighter just by picking up a sword. This pleased the guy. A dragon came up to him. Woojin was surprised and turned to Ignis. Then he realized and smiled. He stroked the dragonkin's flaming mane. Fire erupted behind them. Woojin told Blackstone that he could feel Ignis's will, said he wanted to figure it out together. The fire started to burn closer to Ifrit. The protagonist ran his fingers through his mane once more. Woojin said that he would burn everything with his sword at the expense of his and Ignis's will. 2 fireballs were already flying at him. Woojin closed his eyes and thought of his anger, Ignis's spirit, and then he opened his eyes. The protagonist was using the pass method of changing fire forms, and the fire that was flying at him swept around the guy in a wave, and then swirled on the tip of his sword. 2 more large fireballs could be seen in the sky. They were already close, and Woojin used the Fire Lotus transformation. The fire met the fire. Woojin in turn pushed himself off the ground. He pushed the flames apart on the way, then he flew high in the circle of fire. This is the compatibility of the fire's gate. Ifrit was much more interested this time. He watched his chosen one closely and said that he was indeed beyond his expectations. He said that he hadn't been this excited in a long time. The demon finally stood up from his high place and pushed off. Now he was flying with fire fire directly at Woojin's head. The Spirit King's body was smoking. Soon, he stepped on the ground. The ground began to crack, and small pebbles were flying from the shockwave. The Spirit King raised his fist and swung it at Woojin. He told the guy to try and stop it. Ifrit's fist was already very close and carried with great speed, but more importantly, strength. Woojin smiled and tensed up hard. He ran upwards on Ifrit's arm, then high up, so high that even the huge Ifrit had to raise his head. The protagonist shouted and swung his mighty and sharp sword at the Spirit King. Ifrit smiled and said it was good. Woojin flew at his opponent while smiling. Ifrit was ready to catch him, shouting to the guy to show him everything he could do. When they met, there was a large and loud explosion. It's a single fire. Woojin flew out of there. He wasn't so pleased now. Instead, he was tensely watching something. There, Ifrit stood on all fours and let out a large fireball from his mouth. He blew at it, and it lightning fast rushed towards Baek Woojin. It even scared the protagonist. There was another explosion, but this time it was not red, but light blue, almost white. The element of water flew around Woojin. It came from his heart. The water enveloped him completely. It filled all the space around him with parts of itself. Woojin was fluttering high above the ground. He looked down. From there, the Spirit King's fiery attack flew into him. Woojin clenched his teeth. There was an explosion again. Woojin was still enveloped in water. Then he called out to Nyx, his summoned bird. Now it wasn't such a small chick. Now it was a large and massive feathered bird. Woojin himself was surprised that Nyx had changed. Blackstone said that he had heard that some spirits could completely change appearance at will. Woojin asked if Nyx was like that. Blackstone didn't even let him finish his sentence. He said yes. He said that seeing him in a predicament, Nyx's will and the Master's Spirit Stone united and became one. The bird now had strong legs and long black claws, mighty wings full of strong feathers. Blackstone said that he was now a glacier, a top-level spirit. It was because of him that Woojin had not been roasted. Ifrit also looked at the summoned spirit and asked if he had awakened. He said it was quite unexpected. Now Woojin was standing on top of the bird and looking at the Spirit King. Ifrit said that Nyx had become stronger in the middle of a crisis. As always, his judgment is correct, but there is one but. He held his hands up, raising another pair of fireballs with them. Said test wasn't over yet. The king directed the attacks towards Baek Woojin and shouted for him to show him his true strength. Woojin shouted encouragement to Glacia. The protagonist stood firmly and confidently on the bird. Glacia deftly dodged all of Ifrit's fireballs, and now the bird was very close to the Spirit King. Woojin prepared his sword. Then he pushed himself away from the bird's body. His sword blazing, Woojin used the fire, shapeshifting again. In the end, the protagonist managed to slash the Spirit King Ifrit. This was aided by the single fire skill. A little while later, Ifrit took his normal form. He was once again small and unintimidating. He told the protagonist that he had succeeded. There was a large and seemingly deep scratch on Ifrit's chest, but it didn't bleed, so Ifrit didn't pay much attention to it. The Spirit King said that he thought that at best, Baek Woojin would only be able to inflict a scratch, but he didn't expect him to take the blow. Woojin only laughed in response, with his fire dragon Ignis sitting beside him. Then Ifrit told Ignis to hold out his paw, for a promise remains a promise. The Dragonkin and the Spirit King touched each other, and fire poured out of their hands. Soon it surrounded them both, flames blazing all around. Ifrit closed his eyes and began to say that on behalf of himself, the Flame Spirit King Ifrit declares him, Ignis, to be the vessel of the next Spirit King. Ignis too closed his eyes and took the oath. Then the flame flickered and Ifrit said it was ready. He smiled and asked Ignis to do his best in the future. He further said that since they were done, he and Woojin could go back. He opened the portal behind him again. Ifrit held out his hand and promised that they would see each other again very soon. Woojin told Blackstone that it was time to go. However, he was deep in thought about something. The main character noticed this and asked what was the matter and what happened. Blackstone told him that he felt like something was missing. It felt so nasty. Ifrit asked Baek Woojin why he was talking to the air. Is there something there? Woojin was startled and hurriedly replied that there isn't. He suggested that Blackstone think about it after he returned. Blackstone closed his eyes and replied that he thought it was something very important. He did move forward. They all entered the portal. Ifrit watched them silently. Then he spoke to himself, saying that the man who had received the blessing of the spirits. He decided that Baek Woojin would definitely be liked by all the other kings. The main character was heading somewhere. Then he stopped and turned to Blackstone and asked what was wrong. Blackstone replied that it was always at this time that something appeared that had not been there there before. Suddenly, Blackstone realized what was bothering him so much, that sound. Poor Spirit turned blue all over. In front of them were notifications that a method to pass the change of fire forms had been created. Ignis met the criteria to become the next Spirit King vessel. The low-level water spirit Nyx had awakened after reaching the highest level and became Glacia. Also, that his training in the spirit world had greatly increased the energy of his 4 attributes. Woojin was a little surprised, and Blackstone was raging and shouting about the system window. Next was the notification that he would be granted new attributes due to the level increase. About his awakening as an immortal sword body, he was granted the immortal sword body's attribute of development. Blackstone said that it was no wonder he was so nervous. He shouted that the system window appeared as soon as it could. Woojin was silent. In front of them was a description of the immortal sword body. The development. It said that he had obtained spirituality that allows him to draw strength from his target, gain the talent of a heavenly being with a single sword, and the ability to use his sword to reveal the sword cloud that opens the heavens. It also has special abilities such as the sword cloud and spirituality, and something else unknown. Blackstone slapped his face as he realized that it was just as he expected. Woojin was still silent, which surprised Blackstone, and he asked why he was not responding. The protagonist still didn't respond. Poor Blackstone got angry and said that it was nothing to him now. Asking if that was the case, Woojin finally turned to the assistant. He said he thought he now understood what he was talking about. Blackstone asked what he meant, said that as always it only offered him usefulness. Woojin said no, that's not what he meant. Blackstone said he had experienced a nasty feeling. Blackstone replied that yes. Woojin asked him why he felt like something was wrong. Blackstone replied that he didn't know how to say, but it was right before the system window appeared. Said he felt like it notified him a little later. Woojin said that's exactly what it felt like. Told that he was thinking the same thing now. He said that the window usually appears the moment he gets those powers, but now it didn't appear until they came back. It was also supposed to notify him about Glacian and Ignis. The protagonist said he doesn't know much about his rebirth, his past, and this system, but maybe this system. Much more complicated than they thought. He stared at the notifications. Woojin added that even though it was just a guess, Blackstone was very annoyed with the host. He asked why. Then he acted like he knew everything. The main character smiled widely and thanked Blackstone for everything. Blackstone was startled by this. He asked why he was suddenly talking so strangely. Woojin explained that he just had a feeling that he was getting attractive rewards every time he mentioned the system. This made Blackstone even angrier. He shouted that the master was angering him the most. The dragonkin made some sound and opened his mouth wide. Woojin paid attention to him and asked if he was hungry. He offered Ignis a snack and said he could eat as much as he wanted, which pleased the dragon. Blackstone watched them from behind. In the room they entered, Moonju Young was sitting. The boy was happy to see the young master. The fact that Moonju Young was here surprised the protagonist. He asked when he came. Ju Young said not too long ago. But it seems that the gentleman had been practicing so hard that he hadn't left the room for 3 days. So he was waiting for him. This surprised Woojin. He asked if it was really 3 days. Then he asked Blackstone if it had been that long. Blackstone told him that the spirit world was a different world. Of course time flows differently there. Ju Young hesitantly asked if there was a problem. Woojin replied that there wasn't, he was just thinking about it. He revealed that Ignis was now 1 step closer to becoming a spirit king. This amazed Moonju Young. He hurriedly bowed out and congratulated him on his huge advancement. Woojin felt embarrassed and said that huge was too loud a word. Blackstone said that he felt like he had seen it more than once. Then Woojin still asked Ju Young why he was waiting for him. Ju Young told him that he had a visitor every day for the past few days. The fact that he had someone visiting him daily amazed Woojin. He asked who it was. A red-haired girl was standing on a dais,
and a group of people were standing below,
breathing heavily. It's Miss Seoina. Ju Young said that she was looking for him. After all, she has something to discuss with him about the Arcane Guild.
Woojin walked out in her and said that he heard that she came to see him.
The girl turned around smiling. She cheerfully said that she was happy to see him again so soon. Woojin said that he was too, because he thought they would both be very busy. Seoina said that she heard that he had formed a new sword squad. Woojin replied that he had, and it was called the Righteous Squad. The girl said that she brought a gift in honor of this event. This surprised Woojin. She asked him if he remembered how his work had gotten them possession of the volcanic island. Using materials from the recovered volcano, she said that they had created these swords as an experiment. Seoin-ah said she would like to present them to the members of the Righteous Sword Squad. A box of swords was lying beside her. Woojin asked if she would mind if he he took a look. In-ah said that of course he could take a look. She held out one sword to him. Woojin carefully took out the cold weapon from the sheath. He told Blackstone that the sword was quite sharp, saying that it might not be of a unique rank, but it was certainly not bad. He examined the sword carefully. Then he told Seo In-ah that they were good swords, but he had already received compensation. Taking something again is not much. The girl didn't let him speak. She deliberately interrupted him, saying that it was her father who gave them to him, not her. This surprised Woojin. He asked if she was talking about Mr. Seo Gong-myung. Seo In-ah told him that she would be in a difficult position if he didn't accept them. She said that her father said to give these dreams to him no matter what. Woojin listened to her and thought that with the way he was showing his kindness, it could be assumed that he liked him. That thought made the protagonist happy. He thought that it looked like he was able to leave a good impression of himself last time. Seo In-ah said that Baek Woojin knows how stubborn her father can be, but Woojin just laughed. Then he said that in that case, he would accept her gift with gratitude. A little while later, the students greeted young master Baek Woojin. Woojin shouted that the Arcane Guild had given them all excellent weapons. He held one of the swords in his hands. He pulled it out of its sheath. The thin blade of the sword glistened in the sun in front of the young men. Everyone stared at the cold weapon with open mouths. Woojin told them that this sword was called Oath, which means will. He said that he would give it to each of them, so they should step forward. The boys were excited about their new swords. The weapons seemed to glisten in their hands. Someone stepped forward and called out to Mr. Swordsman. It was Seo In-ah. She asked him if she could speak to him privately. Soon, she said that she would like to entrust him with a job. Woojin asked what the job was. The girl said that it was a personal assignment that had nothing to do with the guild. Woojin asked again to elaborate. In-ah said she created one thing during their first meeting, asked if he remembered it. Woojin asked if she was talking about the black moss. The fact that he remembered everything made the girl very happy. She shouted that she did. She said that she finally had a chance to get the last ingredient. She said her grandfather had told her that manticore skin was the key ingredient for black fur. Manticore is a fearsome lion that has wings and lives in fire. The manticore surprised Woojin. Seo In-ah continued talking. She said that a week ago the monster in the 3rd Legion area turned into Raken. Woojin asked if it was really true about Raken. He explained that he was asking because it was a dungeon boss. In-ah replied that yes, it would definitely become a manticore. Woojin thought about the fact that the most important ingredient for black fur is manticore skin. He said that it must be a manticore then. For some reason his guess made Seo In-ah very happy. She shouted that it was and offered to catch it together. Now Woojin was thinking about catching the manticore together. He asked if she said they were together. What surprised him was that apparently Madame Seo In-ah was going to go with him. He asked her about it. The girl replied that that was it. She said that catching manticore was not everything. She said that when she dies, the toughest part of her skin must be perfectly removed to be used as an ingredient in the future. In-ah shouted that she had practiced countless times for this day. Woojin thought. Blackstone told him that it would be fine, saying that he could overpower the manticore now and alone. He also said that more importantly, he was interested in the black fur after all. Woojin closed his eyes and replied to the spirit that he was right, and it would be good to test his strength now. Blackstone promised that he would be by his side. Prompting the regeneration time, Woojin smiled and said in that case, he agreed to accept Lady Seo In-ah's errands. The girl bowed to him and thanked him. Then the guest decided to tell him about his reward. Woojin was surprised, and then said that of course it was important too. The girl interrupted him and said that his reward would be, someone was watching them from above. Seo In-ah told Woojin about his reward and it shocked him a lot. It was all because she was going to give him black fur. He asked if she was joking. The girl waved her hands and said, of course not. Woojin said that she told him that black fur was her dream. Seo In-ah exhaled and said that to be more specific. Making it was her dream and using it was a whole other conversation. The protagonist wanted to object that by selling it, she could. The girl once again didn't let him finish. She coughed loudly. She said that he already knows her family well. Money is not a problem for them. Woojin felt embarrassed. He thought that he had made an idiot of himself by talking about money with the daughter of the head of the Arcane Guild. Seo In-ah said that her grandfather often said that a craftsman's work was finished after he gave the item to the right person. She remembered her grandfather's kind face, his long white hair and beard, and how tired he was but how satisfied he was at the end. In-ah said she was of the same opinion, and thought the black fur suited Baek Woojin perfectly. Woojin rubbed the back of his head and said he couldn't accept it anyway. Then Seo-in-ah asked him to wait. She said that he had just accepted her assignment, asked if that was true. Woojin confirmed her words. Seo-in-ah said that if that was the case, then he should know that the client determines the reward for the work. Woojin felt even more awkward and wanted to say something. The girl didn't want to hear anything. She turned away and shouted that she had already made up her mind anyway. She reiterated that the reward for his task would be a black fur. Emphasized that there could be no objections. Blackstone laughed out loud, saying that she was so sure of her position, saying that he definitely liked it. Then he told the already humble Woojin to try his best. The protagonist really asked him to shut up. Woojin did agree with Seo-in-ah, but asked if she had gotten permission from the artisan to go there. Seo-in-ah confidently and cheerfully shouted that no, putting her thumb up in front, said that and now it's time to go and get it. Blackstone gloated at the host, telling him not to worry. In-ah yelled that if she said Baek Woojin would accompany her, he would authorize it that second. Blackstone broke out into loud laughter again. He shouted that her position was just perfect. Woojin felt even more awkward. A week later, at the entrance of the 3rd Legion area, there was thick forest and fog all around. Woojin, along with Ju-young, were heading somewhere. Soon ahead, they saw Seo-in-ah and a mage girl. Seo-in-ah waved to Mr. Swordsman and shouted for them to come this way. Woojin smiled and said that he didn't expect that he would actually give permission. Seo-in-ah said that she had told him that he would agree in an instant. The girl was clearly extremely pleased with herself. She said that she had been actively preparing for this day, even taking all of her top-ranked equipment. The protagonist thought it was a bit unnecessary, but only laughed in response. Then In-ah talked about the second girl, the mage. The girl was red-haired and beautiful. She held a magic staff in her hand. Seo-in-ah said that her father had sent her a guide. The stranger introduced herself. She called herself Park Ju-hee and said she was looking forward to working with Baek Woojin. Blackstone told the master that she was very strong, at least at the beginning of the 6th rank, said that it was even too much for a guide. Woojin replied to him that considering what happened to Cha-jin-woo, it was a delicate matter. Woojin shook Ju-hee's hand and said that he too was looking forward to working with her. The girl shook his hand in return and said that she would follow his instructions. The protagonist thanked her for her cooperation. Suddenly, Ju Yeon's husband was very surprised by something. In fact, he was just terribly happy that even other people now trusted his young master. He even had tears popping out. Blackstone noticed this and asked if something was wrong. Woojin said he didn't know. Seo-in-ah said she thought they had everything. She offered to leave without delay. A portal immediately opened behind her back. A blonde-haired man in a black robe knelt down and asked his master if he had called for him. The windows of the office were covered with roller shutters. Behind a large black chair sat a man. He was turned to the window and so his face could not be seen. He replied that he had entered the Legion area. He said that he was also with the heiress of the Arcane Guild. The blonde-haired man was wearing a cat mask and was listening to the Lord attentively. The Lord extended his finger and said he had a question. He asked what he thought he had called him for. The boy said he probably called him to kill Baek Woojin. The mister wagged his finger and said no way. But the reason was similar to that. He said they couldn't let him die so easily. He said that in addition, he would not die such an easy death. He has an incredible resistance against poisons and attributes. To be more specific about the target, on the table in front of the gentleman were documents and a picture of Seo-in-ah. The gentleman said he was curious how strong he really was, so he would go and find out. The masked man asked if he should just watch. The gentleman said of course not. He asked how he was going to find out his real strength. He said that he had to personally evaluate Baek Woojin's strength. He said that his progress had exceeded his expectations. Such news didn't make the guy very happy. The master said that however he would not reveal his true identity, so it would be better to give him a good reason to do so. He ordered a servant to kill the daughter of the head of the Arcane Guild. This shocked the blonde-haired boy. Master said that Baek Woojin would either become desperate or reveal his true self. The masked guy smiled widely and gleamed his white teeth. He said he would do as his master wished. Woojin exhaled and said that they would move to the 2nd floor without any problems. In front of him lay a large and terrifying ogre, but it was no longer conscious. Behind it stood the summoned beast. Ju-hee was astonished. She said that she had heard that he could control spirits, but who knew that they were of medium rank? Yeon coughed and asked her if the young master was unusually talented. This confused the girl and she looked at him questioningly. Seo-in-ah replied to Ju-yeon, that she agreed with him, saying that she had a good eye for good people. Joo-hee gave her a questioning look. Joo-young and In-ah laughed, and Joo-hee was even more shocked. Then Blackstone told Baek Woojin that he was already here. The main character called everyone and asked them all to guard Madam Seo In-ah. Everyone immediately stood in front of Madam. 2 black spots swept across the sky. Then an unknown beast landed heavily and loudly. It was so heavy that the ground cracked. It was 2 huge, unusual lions. They had bright yellow eyes and human bodies. They were incredibly large. Woojin said that the Raycons were already here, and he thought it was time to start. The Raycons looked truly formidable and dangerous. They roared loudly at the humans who had come. He activated magic and told them that their energy was on a whole other level. She said she would create a protective barrier. Seo, In-ah, and Moon Joo-young hid behind the girl's back. Woojin looked at the monsters and told Blackstone that they didn't look too special. Blackstone asked why he wasn't nervous at all. Woojin smiled and told him that the Spirit King almost burned him to the ground, asked if he thought some Raycons could make him nervous. The Raycons also had large and heavy cold weapons. One of them swung at the protagonist. He got into a fighting stance. The sword in Baek Woojin's hands glowed with purple mana. Woojin swung his sword with lightning fast, gigantic force. A lot of blood splattered. And the protagonist was clearly pleased with himself. He said that it was much easier than he thought. Suddenly, Blackstone drew the host's attention to something, pointing his finger and telling him to look. Woojin turned around. There was a yellow time board in front of them. He asked something like this: could it be the Golden System window? He told Blackstone that he didn't think he had ever seen it in that color. Blackstone replied that it was also the first time he saw a Golden System window. Said he thought the boss should show up now. The thought frightened him a little. However, he said that he doubted that a regular manticore would come out. Now Woojin was a little scared too. He asked the assistant what he meant. Blackstone thought for a moment and replied that what he said that it would at least be an unusual manticore, or perhaps something completely different would appear. Woojin turned back around and motioned for him to deal with it. He turned to the 2 of them, asked them to be very careful when setting up the barrier, told them that they didn't know when the boss would appear, and they could also be attacked by someone else. Joo-young and Joo-hee agreed with him. Girl asked the protagonist to leave it on them. Then Woojin turned to the smiling Seo In-ah. He asked her to trust his guides. He said he would also try his best to protect her. Seo In-ah smiled widely and agreed. Woojin told Blackstone that there shouldn't be any problems now, and they had 2 days left. He looked at the timer in front. It showed 45 hours. Blackstone asked if he was planning to just rest the whole time. Woojin smiled and replied that of course not. He suggested he enjoy a good hunt to the fullest. Woojin killed the Raycons one by one, their corpses lying on the ground and bleeding. Someone was watching the protagonist from above and scolding, saying what he heard, that he was rank 6. It was a guy wearing a mask. He said that this guy, Baek Woojin, was a real monster beyond his expectations. He was thinking of approaching him while he was hunting that Raycon. He was talking about the Raycon that attacked Woojin recently. The Raycon hit the ground hard, right where Baek Woojin had just been standing. But Woojin was able to jump back in time. Woojin looked at the masked man. The smile on the guy's face fell off, and he said to himself that there was a possibility that he had already been discovered. He said that it was just a terrible feeling, the first time his judgment was false. He bit down on his finger, and in such a way that blood spurted from it. The guy smiled again and said he didn't mean to use that insurance. He swiped his blood across the ground, drawing a circle. He said that it would be possible to get rid of Seo In-ah at any time, so he would assess Baek Woojin's abilities first. The guy drew a circle with some kind of image inside, and he said that he should try to get in his way when he fights monsters. He decided to see how long he would last. Red mana was pouring out of the circle drawn in blood. Blackstone asked his master if he had gotten the hang of it. Woojin thought for a moment, then said that he liked that he was training him with his sword. But this Raycon was particularly difficult. Blackstone said that of course Fragile Knight was strong, but her technique absorbed just as much of his aura. He smugly raised his nose and told his master to be grateful for those lessons. Woojin sarcastically replied that he was right. Then he remembered something and wanted to tell Blackstone. He asked if he felt like they were being watched. Blackstone said he felt it too, but only for a moment. Woojin said that it annoyed him, asked if the Watcher was planning to get involved during his battle with the boss. Blackstone asked why they shouldn't find him and kill him. The protagonist replied that he was pretty good at stealth, probably an assassin or spy. He looked ahead into the dense forest, said that finding him was just a waste of time. He said that if he was his target, he would show up sooner or later. The other guys were sitting quietly on the log, thinking about something. Woojin looked at the timer. There were 3 seconds left. Blackstone said it was almost time. The protagonist agreed and said to be ready. One of the guys called out for Mr. Swordsman. It was Miss Seo In-ah. Woojin turned around and looked at the girl and asked if she was okay. She looked sad, raising her eyes. In-ah asked the swordsman to apologize, explained that she thought they would meet the boss right away. Seo In-ah said didn't think to rush here? I guess she's just wasting his time. The girl stood up. Woojin said that it's not like that at all and he's having a good time here. Said that, by the way. He turned around and looked at the timer, asked who knows if he might show up soon. There were about 10 milliseconds left on the timer. Seo In-ah asked what he meant. 4 milliseconds left. And then time ran out. Something happened. Woojin told Blackstone that he was here. The black silhouette of a beast with bright yellow eyes appeared in the purple sky. The beast was even heavier than the previous Raikens. When it landed, the ground shook and cracked even more. It was also an unusual lion, and it roared loudly. Its mouth, as well as the size of its body, was of incredible size. Its roar was so loud that poor Seo In-ah had to cover her ears. Ju Young and Ju Hee were surprised by something. Woojin assumed it was a manticore, but he saw that something was wrong. He said it was an unusual manticore. Blackstone told Master that it was a mid-7th ranked Rex manticore. An ordinary one wouldn't even compare to this one. He said that it was better not to fight it personally, but to use Ignis to do so. Woojin replied that he couldn't do that, saying that a strong opponent had just appeared. Manticore growled, and Woojin said he had to use everything he had learned right now. Ju Yun and Ju Hee were seriously scared. The guy called out to the young master, his voice trembling. He asked if he was going to fight the monster alone. Woojin calmly told him that it was even more dangerous to run away because he could fly. He told Blackstone that the man was still watching him, and he could clearly feel his aura. Woojin reassured the other guys, saying that he had to kill the manticore if he liked. He smiled and asked Miss Seo In-ah to be calm and wait for a while. The girl was greatly embarrassed, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. Woojin instantly jumped back from there and rushed towards the beast. No one expected such a sudden movement. Seo In-ah calmly asked the guys to trust him, which surprised the couple even more. Togja Seo In-ah explained that since it was swordsman Baek Woojin, there was no problem. She smiled widely. Woojin flew to meet the battle. Soon, he came to a stop. He was standing right in front of the nose of an unusual manticore. He said that everything was fine and he was her opponent. The manticore squinted its eyes. Woojin flashed sideways somewhere. Then again, he also deftly dodged her attacks, asked if that was all she was capable of. This made the manticore terribly angry. Then Woojin told Blackstone that he was really tough, and he was going to kill him with one punch. Blackstone got angry at his master, yelling that. And he did say that this monster was stronger than a normal manticore. The protagonist replied that he knew that very well, saying that was why he would deal with it properly. A large and strong pillar of purple mana rose up. Manticore glared at her opponent. Then she spread her mighty wings. A lot of pink smoke flowed from her mouth. Blackstone said that the monster also perceived Baek Woojin as its enemy. He said that one of the 2 common attacks of a manticore was to disorient its opponent with a sound wave. Manticores could easily kill ordinary warriors with such an attack. Blackstone said that by concentrating their aura, they reduced the sensitivity of the enemy's hearing. The entire monster was burning red. Only the eyes remained yellow. It kept letting smoke in and out of its mouth. It was already very close to Woojin's pillar. Soon, it filled the entire surroundings. Then, purple arrows began to appear in the air. They slashed at the monster's wings. Soon, the wings were clipped. The manticore screamed loudly in pain. Woojin asked if the second technique was the poison cloud. He said that if it was someone else in his place, maybe it would work on him, but that wasn't all. He received a system notification that he was ignoring the low-level poison damage due to the effect of resistance to 1,000 poisons. Woojin was clearly happy about this. He said that it was unlucky for the manticore to have him as its opponent. The manticore seemed shocked. Woojin asked her what was wrong. Didn't she have anything else to show for it? The smoke cleared, and Woojin got into a fighting stance and said that in that case, he would now demonstrate his skills. He sent a dark purple-colored magic ball at the monster. It flew straight into the beast and crushed it into the ground. Even the main character himself was thrown back by the shockwave. He smiled and said, that's how it should be. Said it should have been done from the beginning. Then he felt a murderous energy. It startled the protagonist. It was coming from somewhere in the manticore, or behind it. Then Blackstone told the host that the one watching them had made his move. Woojin replied that he knew it was his target, said he was biding his time, waiting out his battle with the boss, called it a cunning plan. Blackstone replied that he got used to his position so quickly, can see that he is a true master at stealth. Woojin said that's not all. The protagonist said that he purposely took a position behind the manticore to take advantage. The manticore swung its paw at the protagonist, and the protagonist had already put his sharp sword under it. This time, it wasn't easy for him at all. Killing energy poured down on Woojin in a wave right from behind the monster. Woojin was actually having a hard time. Blackstone was terribly annoyed with him. He yelled that he was terribly annoying and asked to send Ignis to tear him apart. Woojin smiled and said that if he did that, the enemy would escape again, and he wants to know how strong he is. Blackstone looked at his master and asked if he wants to use it here. Woojin said yes. He said he would kill them both at the same time. He pulled out the blade, and Blackstone started to get sucked inside. The masked guy was getting annoyed too. He wondered what kind of monster he was. He didn't understand how Woojin had managed to dodge all of its attacks while fighting the boss. He realized that the 6th rank was a complete lie. He thought that all the information regarding the swordsman and his strength was false. He decided to try to evaluate his strength later, but in the meantime, he had to kill Seo In-ah as he had originally intended. Suddenly, he noticed something. He turned around and asked in horror what it was. He saw Baek Woojin and a magic pillar of incredible power. The guy fell to the ground and asked if it was sword energy, shouting that it was just crazy. He was colossally wrong about its power. Woojin shouted loudly that this was the end. The system notification of Blackstone's 3rd sword, Blackstone's dominant black murder activation, came. The blonde-haired masked guy started to get extremely nervous. He didn't know what it was and was extremely surprised by such a terrifying power. His power split the ground practically under the masked guy's feet. The masked guy realized that Baek Woojin definitely didn't have a rank 6. Yes, he was just a monster. Then he realized that the head could have deliberately concealed this information. Such a guess frightened the masked man. He was cursing everything around him as he realized that the main problem was not killing Seo In-ah, but now he had to eliminate him. The swordsman. He was sitting on the ground when someone approached him. It was Baek Woojin. He was towering over us, and in the darkness of the night, only his silhouette could be seen. He asked the guy where he was going. Then he asked who sent him and warned him that the best choice was to answer. Woojin put his blade right to the masked guy's throat and said that of course he would find out about everything, even if he didn't tell him. The blonde-haired guy was terrified. He was silent. And then a sharp and long needle appeared in the main character's hand. He said that judging from the thing he threw, he was originally trying to kill him, said he wanted to hear the rest from him directly. The masked guy jerked sharply. He stuck his hand inside his cloak. He probably wanted to pull out something to attack Baek Woojin, but Baek Woojin prevented him from doing so by cutting his hand off. The masked guy didn't expect this. He screamed terribly loudly at the horrible pain of losing his limb. He cursed at Woojin, saying he was a son of a bitch. Woojin told him not to even think about doing something useless. He asked if he wasn't planning anything else. He said he could beat a confession out of him with just words. The masked guy was proud and still remained silent. Then Woojin asked Blackstone what the Watcher was trying to do. Blackstone was surprised that the host chopped off the stranger's hand without knowing why. Then Blackstone went to the severed hand. There was a scroll in it. He told the master that it was a scroll of return. It was also of the highest grade. If he used it, Baek Woojin would miss him without a chance. Blackstone added that the scroll is also quite expensive. Woojin realized that this guy definitely didn't buy it with his own money. Woojin again told the stranger to talk about who he was working for and what his purpose was. The masked guy blurted out a smile and swore. He had a lot of blood around his mouth. He said he never thought he would use it. This amazed and scared the protagonist a little. Suddenly, the masked guy stabbed himself. Blood spurted from all parts of his body. He cried out in pain. A considerable amount of the stranger's blood landed on Woojin. The protagonist was dumbfounded. He expected everything, but not this. He looked at the corpse of the guy he was holding by the neck with his hand and said that it was instant death. Blackstone said that it was like a kind of tracking technique from the assassin, but instead of using it to kill the victim, he used it for himself. Blackstone said that he was able to target Woojin because of it. Spirit thought it was very strange. Woojin told him that maybe he wasn't the target. Now there was no way to reveal the customer. Then he said that it seemed like there was a very unpleasant person behind him. The three boys called out to Mr. Swordsman as he peeked out from behind the thick trees. They were glad to see him back. They noticed the blood on his face and were frightened. They asked if he was all right. Then Woojin told them not to worry because the blood wasn't his. This shocked the magician and Ju Young. Woojin said that the punishment had caught up with the person who was following them. He had committed suicide. Ju Young said that he was terribly ashamed and that they were the ones who should have dealt with him. Woojin replied that that wasn't true. and even he had a hard time keeping up with this master at stealth. Then he turned to Miss Ina. He told her that it was time to go get the ingredients. The girl stared at the swordsman in astonishment. It seemed that only after his words, she remembered why she had come. In front of them lay the huge corpse of an unusual manticore. Its head was separated from its neck. Seo In-ah said that he had cut it up very carefully. Woojin replied that he wanted to make things a little cleaner. Ju Young knew that manticore skin was not easy to cut. Because of its special properties, it was treated as top-level armor. Moreover, this particular manticore was stronger than a normal manticore. The expert recognizes that the work is absolutely exquisite. He once again fell into the maelstrom of his master's admiration. In his thoughts, he was telling his master that he was exceeding his expectations. He once again looked questioningly at the guy. Soon Seo In-ah was in her mask and apron. Said she now proceeded with the cutting. The girl carefully dealt with the skin. She cut it off with a sharpened knife. Woojin watched her closely and told Blackstone that her hands moved so precisely, handling the material smoothly. Blackstone replied that he found it hard to believe that a young mistress from a wealthy family had such skill. She was a master of a high level. In-ah exhaled and wiped the sweat off her forehead. She said that she thought she was done. On the plates in front of her were pretty parts of a manticore, a small piece of its skin, a bone. The girl was also holding a cold weapon. Woojin looked at it and asked if it was a knife. Seo In-ah said it was called a netix. She said that it can't inflict a scratch on living people, but it cuts dead monsters perfectly, no matter what their texture is. She pointed her hand at the bone. Blackstone marveled and said that it was simply unimaginable. Said Baek Woojin, it was clear at a glance that it was a legendary item. One whispered to him that the living need money and therefore he should try his best. Woojin looked at the knife with envy and said to Blackstone that even they don't have such a thing at home. Then Seo In-ah told Mr. Swordsman that he had one last thing to do. She asked him to place his aura into this pelt. The girl handed him a red-colored pelt. The fact that one should place their aura into this thing dumbfounded Woojin, and he asked if it was definitely worth doing. Seo In-ah replied that yes, it would enhance the owner's ability. She explained that when he placed his aura inside the skin, the effect would become even stronger. Woojin replied that in that case, perhaps other energies besides his aura can be placed. It was more of a question that surprised Seo In-ah greatly. She soon came to her senses and smiled widely. There were many summoned animal spirits behind Woojin. He smiled and told Madam that it was a secret, at least for now. Woojin said that he didn't want to publicize that he was controlling the 4 spirits. Then the protagonist asked if the skin would be harmed if they put the energy of all 4 into it. Seo In-ah hurriedly replied that no, it would become very strong. Woojin exhaled smoke. Smoke also poured out from all the summoned spirits. They were all different colors. Next, Woojin raised his blade and told Blackstone that now. He smiled widely, and Blackstone was clearly very scared. Then the protagonist shouted to the spirit that he would put that energy in as well. Blackstone was in a panic. Purple energy poured into the hide. Something was starting to happen to it. Everyone was terribly interested. The manticore pelt was lying in Woojin's arms. He was staring at the piece in amazement. Woojin told Blackstone that all the forces had merged into one. Blackstone was also looking at the hide interestedly. A system notification came in about the lion skin of the manticore rex. It said that it was the skin of the manticore rex. It was so strong that even a 6th rank aura could not cut it, and magic below 6th rank could not be applied to it. 6 types of mana were harmoniously blended to create a new energy. Using this skin to create an item, new abilities will be available to you. Rank, legendary. Conditions for wearing, not currently wearable. Blackstone asked in a trembling voice if this was legendary rank material as well. With anger, Blackstone's mouth felt like foam was flowing out of his mouth. He was cursing this damn system. Woojin was still staring at the notice in astonishment and holding the hide in his hands. Seo In-ah was also staring at the hide. She asked in the same trembling voice what happened. Woojin replied that he didn't know, but as he sees it, it's a big success. He stood in front of the girl and smiled widely. She too held the hide in her hands and felt that pure and saturated power. Then she raised her head to Baek Woojin and shouted with a wide smile on her face that this is beyond her expectations, saying that now she will be able to create something incredible. Woojin also smiled, closed his eyes and said he was looking forward to it, promised to trust her. The girl replied that it would be like that. She said she would definitely do it. Someone read the breaking news on the phone about Baek Woojin single-handedly hunting down Manticore Rex, thwarting an assassination attempt in the dungeon. Also something about the owner of spoiled cats better start getting nervous. The man reading all this said that was true too. He smiled and said it easily exceeded his expectations. On his screen was a picture of Baek Woojin. He said that yes, this guy is getting stronger and stronger. When the time comes, his broken expression would attract even more attention. Ju, Young and Woojin were already in the manor. Ju. Young wished his young master a good rest. The protagonist waved his hand and wished him the same, told Ju Young to go and rest. The door to the room opened. Woojin, along with Blackstone, walked inside. Woojin immediately fell on the large and soft bed, exhaled and said he almost passed out, asked why he was so damn tired. If only to walk around the dungeon, Blackstone explained. Then during the fight, Woojin activated the black kill and put all the remaining energy into the hide. Saying that it was admirable that he was already able to give an interview, Woojin raised his hand and replied that he wouldn't faint in public again. Blackstone said it was a bluff, and Baek Woojin put his hands on his head and said he was about to die, said he almost fell asleep in the shower. He said he couldn't remember the last time he lay down. Woojin didn't have time to finish. Falling asleep, Blackstone was stunned, his eyes widening greatly. He asked, did he fall asleep so soon? He said he was surprised that it was after pretending to be very strong. Something happened, and Blackstone started to get very sleepy too. He said he couldn't and didn't understand what was happening. He wondered why he was falling asleep. He too, like his master, had no time to speak. His pupils seemed to roll up behind his eyelids. Woojin was standing in an incomprehensible space. In his pajamas, he didn't know where he was. Then he saw Blackstone in front of him. Only he was an adult. The protagonist guessed that he was inside Blackstone's memories. Soon, the black space turned to some terrain. The sky was clear, with few white clouds. Woojin told himself that this was the first time he was seeing them so clearly. Blackstone stood in front of the knight. Jin asked if it was a castle, and there were two knights. One of them smiled broadly at Blackstone. The face of the knight could not be seen. Blackstone nodded to him. He walked forward and drew his sword. The knights turned to follow him. Suddenly, Blackstone made a powerful swing with his cold weapon. Many stones and concrete flew. Woojin looked at him with his mouth open. So amazed was he. He asked what Blackstone was doing, and the large concrete doors crumbled after Blackstone's blow, and he was able to get inside. He proudly walked forward. Then he swung at the other knights with lightning speed. He cut off the heads of two of them at once, with just one blow. A lot of blood flew. The other knights were stunned and frightened. Blackstone was wiping people off the face of the earth, one by one. Woojin didn't understand what it was, or why it was like that. Cold sweat of horror ran down his face. The protagonist was so badly shocked because he knew that it wasn't Blackstone's style at all. Blackstone stood inside a cloud of raised dust. People were pointing fingers at him. The main character's eyes started to close again. Someone apologized. It was very hard to understand any words that about ever and monster. Blackstone was leaving the scene. Suddenly, Woojin's eyes widened shockingly. He woke up in a cold sweat and jumped up on the bed. Now he was sitting up and breathing heavily, jerkily asking what that just was. The shocked Blackstone stood silent and thought. He did not look in the direction of his awake master. In fact, he was both shocked and horrified. Asking if he had done such a thing, Woojin quietly called out to Blackstone. The protagonist said, there must be a reason. He said Blackstone wouldn't go that far just like that. Blackstone was silent. Then Woojin smiled and said that Blackstone is sometimes noisy and grumbles more than necessary, but he's a good guy. After saying that, he looked at Blackstone sympathetically. He exploded. He shouted that no, this is ridiculous, said that the master should either support him or mock him. In short, to choose one or the other. He pulled himself together and thanked Baek Woojin anyway. The main character said it was just a piece of his memories. Said he was sure that if Blackstone found out a little more, a system notification appeared behind them. This infuriated Blackstone even more. He cursed the damn system, asked it if it could read the atmosphere. When he turned his attention to what the notification was about, he fell silent and furrowed his brow. The notification was about a better duel. It was said that he who had passed the path of the sword had a chance for greater enlightenment. They invite him to develop his abilities through dueling. After accepting, he would be immediately transferred to the dueling ground. Conditions: get the recognition of his opponent. The benefit of accepting the task: as he completed the task, he would earn many points to increase his characteristics. The reward was 3,000 points and a special title. Blackstone asked what it was and why it was so sudden. Woojin was greatly surprised. He asked about the duel, who he was dueling with. Woojin got up from the blood and said there was no special difference. Blackstone smiled. Woojin was highly motivated by the 3,000 points and the special title. Said there was no way to miss such a thing. He pressed the accept button. The main character immediately moved to the battlefield. Many swords were stuck into the floor. Woojin looked around and asked where he was. He asked if this was where the duel would be, then said he hoped it would be held here. He turned around and asked Blackstone who he thought their opponent would be. Woojin didn't find Blackstone behind him and called out to him again. He started twisting around, asking himself where he had disappeared to. Suddenly, Blackstone himself said he was here. Woojin was surprised. He had to look up, and what he saw struck him even more. Now there was an adult Blackstone standing in front of him. He was a head and a half taller than Baek Woojin, said his master. This was the second time he saw him in this form after all. Woojin was shocked and asked if he had materialized. Blackstone examined himself and replied that it looked like it, saying that it had been a long time since he had been in this body. A little while later, Woojin said he meant it that way. He asked if it was his opponent. At those words, his eyes widened more and more. Blackstone blurted out a smile and said, "Master is right. It seems like he is his opponent." Woojin wondered if he should fight Blackstone and get his recognition. Now Blackstone was looking at him seriously. Woojin was scared that he would have to fight his main authority and mentor. Blackstone trembled and thanked the system. Woojin didn't realize what was happening. Blackstone's body was shaking all over, and he was saying that the day had come when he was grateful to her. Woojin sweated and called out to Blackstone. Blackstone's face looked crazy. He said that he finally got the chance to beat up Baek Woojin as hard as he wanted. The protagonist was scared. He suggested that they first settle the matter like civilized people and decide on the rules before the duel. Blackstone smiled and crunched his fingers, saying that he was sorry, but this body was inhabited by an ignorant barbarian. He said the last words curtly, with clear pauses. Then, not wasting any time, he swung at his master, which he was pleased about, shouting that they would start with a single blow. His blow flew to nowhere, not a destination, but it left a wave. The protagonist now looked more seriously at his opponent, since Blackstone was absolutely sure of the success of this strike. He was greatly surprised and even angry. He was in pain and rubbed his arm to get rid of the pain. He asked what else was that wall. He started banging on the transparent wall and asking for it to be opened. A system notification came up that it was worth deciding if they were going to continue or not before starting the task. Both guys were surprised at the choice given. The notice also stated that there was a significant difference in strength between him and his opponent that they were unable to compensate for. If they continued the duel, they would not be held responsible for any injuries caused. He could refuse the duel as well as the reward. In that case, he would be immediately carried back. It asked if Baek Woojin would agree to continue the duel. Blackstone and the main character stared at the window in amazement. Then, Woojin made a smug and sly face, which scared Blackstone a lot. Woojin, smiling, slowly turned to his future opponent and asked what he should choose. Blackstone asked Baek Woojin very much. He stuck to the transparent wall between them and said that it was 3,000 points. He said that Master was not the kind of person who would refuse such a large and generous reward. Woojin replied that he wasn't sure, saying that he could probably get it another way anyway. Droplets of sweat appeared on Blackstone's face. He promised to be careful, said he could simplify the requirements by which he recognizes him, asked what Baek Woojin thought. Woojin laughed and asked if it was true and if he could hear them. Blackstone agreed. He said it would be something simple, like cutting off one of his hands. The protagonist immediately rejected a proposal of that nature. Blackstone lowered the demands to a bruise. He said it would be enough. Woojin's bruise was also rejected. Blackstone became furious, put his hands up and shouted that he was taking back the gratitude he had just expressed, shouted that the system was evil and nefarious. Then Blackstone pointed to the sleeve and suggested the edges of the garment, said he just couldn't simplify it any further, said that if he cut off the selvage of the garment even a little, he would recognize him. This made Baek Woojin hesitate. Blackstone noticed this and asked if it would be enough. Woojin smiled broadly. He said he could try something light like the edge of his clothes. He agreed to try it after all. Woojin pressed the big accept button. Blackstone was very happy about it. Finally, the wall between them disintegrated. Blackstone lowered his head, laughed, and called his master an idiot for accepting the challenge. Woojin didn't understand. Blackstone's face stopped being benevolent again. He looked Baek Woojin and turned to him, asking him to point out his mistake that even a trickster like him couldn't think of. He smiled sneakily. Woojin asked what it was. Blackstone reminded him that he hadn't said he would control his power. He clenched his fist and said he could easily control it. Woojin didn't let him finish, saying he knew it himself. Blackstone continued to say that he could do it in one punch, and then stopped. He was surprised by his opponent's words. Woojin turned away and said that if he was going to fight, he should do it properly. He walked over to one of the swords and pulled it out. He said it was a chance to learn from the strongest swordsman. He asked when else he might get it. The protagonist turned back around and said it was time to start. Blackstone was flabbergasted. Then he smiled and said that he just couldn't hate the master. This trait in Baek Woojin he recognized. Blackstone began to gather mana in his hand, saying that however the condition was different, a mighty blade appeared in his hand and he warned Woojin that he would be sorry. The dark mana was going to Blackstone. Woojin could perfectly feel this pressure that not even his father could match. Blackstone smiled and said that Woojin was worthy of praise, so he would control his strength this time. Suddenly, he dissolved into a black blur and said that he would do it so much that a year of training would be enough for him. Blackstone immediately appeared behind the protagonist's back and added that so much so that he could barely crawl to it.
Blackstone praised the approach and noted that he intends to contain his power this time. After all, only when his training becomes enough intense, and disappeared before Baek Woojin, then he could at least come a little closer to his skill level. Blackstone appeared behind Beck and swung his sword, but Baek Woojin, showing lightning-fast reactions, managed to react to the attack in time. Right at this moment, he suddenly saw his sword suddenly split into two pieces, causing him to be surprised. The boy was gripped with fear and confusion. The mentor noted that his reaction was really impressive, but added that his body was still too slow. He must learn to quickly anticipate his opponent's movements in order to be able to time block attacks. And Baek Woojin was puzzled and couldn't realize what had just happened. And Jin had a thought. He's holding back attacks. Maybe the sword is fake. Right at that moment, the mentor walked around him from the back. A fraction of a second later, he suddenly felt a hard blow directly to his neck. Surprisingly, he instantly lost his balance and fell off his feet. At this point, the man only coughed. Then Blackstone laughed and said, "When you beat up a villain, it's so easy on the soul." Jin rubbed the back of his head, indignantly wondering which of the two of them was still the villain. The mentor turned to ask him if he had begun to regret his choice. Baek Woojin replied that he had no regrets whatsoever, and asked his mentor if he thought that once was enough. Blackstone stepped closer and smiled, and then the guy didn't waste a moment and instantly went on the attack, declaring that this time he would do things differently. After a while, the hero complained that he almost died in this battle. Baek Woojin was furious. He didn't understand why the man always aimed to hit him in the back of the head at the end of every attack. As it turned out, Blackstone just liked the distinctive sound of a blow to the back of the head. He seemed to enjoy it. The guy had no idea how much time had passed since the battle began. After countless battles, he had managed to confront his only mentor a few times. He really was at an unimaginable level of skill. Blackstone taunted Jin, saying he felt sorry for him. He almost touched him. Baek Woojin kneeled down and gripped his sword. Despite the hardships, it was unacceptable for him to give up. He needed to just squeeze the most out of himself. Immediately after he came to this thought, the protagonist started attacking again. He flew at the mentor with a smile on his face. Blackstone reacted with ease and dodged the attack. A moment later, it landed not far away and kicked up dust into the air. When the smoke cleared, Blackstone stood smiling. He held his sword in his hands, preparing for battle. Jin directed magic attacks at him, but Blackstone applied special attributes of wielding techniques. Blackstone saw that his magical forms were excellent, but that's too much to practice. And lightning fast, he fended off those blows. Suddenly the main character appeared out of the thick smoke. He flew at with anger Blackstone, but the man easily stepped aside and said that all his victories so far were due to his perseverance. Through his knowledge of the future, the use of various items, and the help of the system, and Blackstone began to disappear. But much of the knowledge he possessed was now obsolete, and now his opponents would either be stronger than him, either they would fight him knowing his weaknesses. Blackstone teleported behind Baek Woojin. The man advised him not to waste his strength and focus on perfecting his aura flow. He fended off attacks with ease, even using one hand to do so. Blackstone continued, let him identify his opponent's weaknesses and use them to his advantage. Blackstone kept pointing out mistakes. Beck was wasting too much aura for nothing as always. He immediately knocked the sword out of Ascension, because the guy couldn't even touch him. Blackstone held the sword at Ascension. After that, the protagonist sighed heavily. It seems he had lost. The mentor looked at the protagonist curiously, trying to see if he had learned anything from all of this. Baek Woojin replied that he realized his mistakes and promised that this time would be different. Then he turned around and drew his sword again. He smiled and said he was already used to his attacks and pointed his sword at his mentor. The man had heard it many times before. For a week, maybe even a month, the protagonist smiled and said that this team or her was completely serious and lit up with his aura. Blackstone was surprised that Beck decided to use force, and it all was just because of the duel with him. Blackstone stood relaxed with his sword on his shoulder, while Beck prepared himself by building up his aura. Without thinking long, the protagonist once again began to attack the mentor, but Blackstone wasn't surprised at all. Nothing new. He said the guy was using useless moves again, but then Beck disappeared. Blackstone was surprised as the guy managed to hide his skills and unexpectedly applied a new technique, and then Beck appeared from above and was already flying at his mentor. Blackstone was surprised that it wasn't hiding anything at all. Blackstone realized that the guy was studying him. He was really getting better. Beck started attacking his mentor from all sides. Blackstone fended off all the blows, but it wasn't so easy anymore. The mentor agreed that the kid did perform well. Jin was able to put a tangible attack on Blackstone, even through the block was felt. The boy asked his mentor if he was going to give in or give in to him. Blackstone didn't answer, only grinned. The guy said the mentor shouldn't be ashamed, and he pushed back against the mentor. Jin had hoped for that. After all, he ran at again Blackstone, accumulating aura, but he spent too much energy on it and got tired. The smoke cleared. Blackstone praised the lad. The lad had proved himself quite worthy this time. He was a little excited, but the main character didn't realize the difference, because despite trying, he still couldn't do anything. Baek Woojin raised his hand as his mentor approached. He offered to take a short break to recover, but Blackstone immediately refused. Baek Woojin's last attack pierced through the man's defenses. Though he was somewhat lenient, he sincerely congratulated the boy on successfully passing this important stage. Beck was immediately pleased. The protagonist got goosebumps on his body after hearing this. When he heard the good news, joy pierced his heart. He struggled to get up, but he found the strength to rejoice. The guy was interested. Wouldn't he be excited if it were him? Apparently the guy still had energy and regrets too. Beck rubbed the back of his head. It was still sore. Blackstone offered to fight again, but Jin immediately declined. He'd had enough. Sometime after the events, the hero felt tired, took a shower and decided to rest. At this time, the system window popped up. The guy was awarded a special title, Teacher's Recognition. It increases all characteristics by 1 point. Also, teacher recognition reduces aura consumption, increases the power and speed of activation of Fragile Knight of Carnage, Deadly Blade of Darkness, and Black Murder. The reward for the task is 3,000 points. Jin rejoiced. It was worth it. Blackstone reminded him that he had tried too. The guy looked at the timer. It had been almost 2 weeks in the real world. Blackstone teased. It was worth it for him to keep Baek Woojin there and beat him up for a year. The protagonist answered him. He felt sorry for Blackstone. What should he do now? It's not like he can't touch him anymore. Let him be angry. It won't do anything. The man started screaming. He appealed to the system to offer another round, and this time he decided he wasn't going to give in to the guy. Through training and the rewards he received, he earned many points, and his own abilities increased noticeably. At this rate, he would soon be able to break the 6th rank barrier, thought Jin. When one guy spotted Beck, he was scared of him and screamed. Baek Woojin recognized him. It was Yoongjun Hyeok, and the main character asked him not to scare him like that. The guy was very surprised to see the young gentleman here. Yoongjun Hyeok started to twitch. He didn't know what to say. Baek Woojin wondered why the guy was acting like this. Jun Hyeok was amazed to see the guy he had just seen on TV. Jin was surprised. What TV? They walked into the lounge. The hack suggested watch TV. It reported that the main player had destroyed the rank 5 criminal guild of Kemi. Beck was surprised that it was him. He hadn't been in his room for days, so when he saw this, he thought their young master was doing something again. Jun Hyeok said he came to clean up when suddenly himself Baek Woojin walked out of the room. The guy tried to figure out what had happened. How could there be 2 of them? There was a live broadcast on TV. The mentor also said that it couldn't have been the guy, as he had fought him up to that point. Jun Hyeok realized that the news about his activity in the past few days was fake. The protagonist realized that if he's talking about the last few days, it's not the first broadcast. Blackstone speculated, could it be a doppelganger? At the very least, that possibility exists. Beck replied that it was unlikely that it was him. The doppelganger would need to take possession of their original body for sustained mimicry, but with a simple disguise and attempted reincarnation, it is impossible to copy his techniques so accurately. The main character wondered if knew Jun Hyeok what he had been doing for the past few days. As it turned out, he wrote everything down, and the protagonist asked him to bring those notes, and Heck immediately ran to look for them. In the end, he dealt with 8 small and medium-sized criminal guilds that were wanted by ability users. Beck reflected, this is something he would definitely do. Blackstone added that the range of action was the same as Taojin. If it's not doppelganger and it's not a disguise, what could it be? Wondered Jin. And then the guy had an idea. Baek Woojin said it's time to bring out the great detective in him. Blackstone asked if he remembered anything about it. The guy replied that he only remembered one thing. There was a similar case. The massacre of a known ability user in the square caused shock and horror among the residents. After many people captured him, his true identity became known. It was an ordinary man possessed by a demon. He hated this ability user intensely and actively slandered him. According to his testimony, this demon approached him and said she could change his appearance and strength any way he wanted. This man may have let his emotions get the best of him. The mentor guesses roughly what's going on, but still can't understand completely, because the guy claims it was the man who did the massacre. Why would someone just nothing take on his appearance and do righteous deeds for? Of course, the protagonist couldn't know that, and he wanted to go right now and find out, before he causes him real trouble. Yijin said goodbye to Yoongjun Hyat. When Baek Woojin walked down the street, he was immediately recognized by everyone, causing passersby to be surprised and admired. They also asked him to take pictures with them, calling him handsome and happy to see him in front of their eyes. Here he was asked about the next mission, but he replied that it was a big secret. He said proudly, nevertheless promises to do a righteous deed for the sake of the people. Wow, so cool. People were yelling, and at that moment, there was some very among the crowd stern-looking men. The mentor was curious what thought about a Turk guy, and we realize that fake Baek Woo is the crowd pleaser Jin. Blackstone turned to Genjin, but he wasn't listening. He was angry. Does he act like that? The guy said he doesn't say such ridiculous things. Blackstone smiled and said he should have gotten him on a tape recorder. And then he asked, why doesn't he grab him? He could expose him to all these people, showing him to be a liar. Baek Woojin replied that it's not time yet. It doesn't feel the dark energy at all. We have to wait for the moment when it completely devours the body and comes out of it if it's doppelganger. He's also making a robot for Jin. If you just leave him alone, he will most likely continue to take down criminals. Blackstone wondered if he was really saying that. Jin smiled and said, catching criminals and killing demons was his job. When else will he be able to take this sweet chance of automatic hunting? He will kill 2 birds with 1 stone. They show us a computer monitor. It's a correspondence and it says, I heard Baek Woojin did well this time too. He single-handedly cleared the Manticore dungeon. He's pretty damn good. They kept communicating. One of them wrote that it couldn't be like that. He probably wasn't alone. The other one wrote that it's not realistic to do it alone. Can he even think? Baek Woojin can act all he wants. He's still from Beck's divine sword family. But the second didn't believe it. Jin is leading everyone around by the nose. Some man at a computer was reading these comments and calling them bastards. He argued with people, claiming they knew nothing about Jin. But why is this guy trying so hard to protect Baek Woojin? It's simple. He's a fan, the untalented youngest child of the family. Baek suddenly blossoms and becomes a towering supernova. He moves unhindered towards his goal and has about him a warmth, unlike the other members of the Divine Sword Baek family. This man dreamed of being just light for just one day. Jin, having done nothing at all, he left, retired as a first-rank ability user. Baek Woojin was truly this man's idol. He admired him and put up posters and pictures, stories and news about Jin all over the room. He did everything he could to protect his idol. He couldn't understand how they dared to challenge S' biggest fan. Baek Woo knows everything about him. It was an easy win for him. He sat and got up from his chair. The man then added to the mandu ramayan. Mandu is a Korean dish that is similar to dumplings. At that moment, a creature with brightly burning green eyes appeared. The fan was terrified and couldn't understand what was starting to happen. The creature revealed itself. It looked like half demon and half fairy. He asked the fan, is that him? That man, exuding an unquenchable thirst for admiration. He immediately realized that it was an above-average ranked demon, but he couldn't understand where the demon was coming from. The demon smelled a whiff of blind envy. He smiled and started to approach the fan. The guy yelled for him to stay back. The demon began to lick his lips. The guy is perfect, very good indeed. The creature falsely assured the man that there was nothing to fear and that everything would be fine. In the end, he sincerely and wholeheartedly thanked his friend for his unconditional support and fulfilled his long-held wish. And then the demon disappeared. The guy stands up and rubs the back of his head. He has a headache. He wondered what it was, a demon? It was just a nightmare, and concluded that poor nutrition could have a negative effect on overall health, and was probably not good for anything. He decided not to eat ramen but just rice. The fan walked past the mirror but then came back. He looked in the mirror and saw his reflection. He saw their Jin. He instantly fell to the floor, because he couldn't understand what had happened. After a split second, the realization came to him that he looked like Baek Woojin. He decided to grope his body to make sure what was happening was real. He decided to approach the mirror once more to scrutinize his reflection, and to be finally sure of what was happening. He had no doubt that this was no dream. The face he had seen many times in newspapers and on television now belonged to himself. His only interest was how he ended up as Jin, which led to the transformation of his normal life into something incredible. In addition to that, he felt the presence of some kind of power within him. At that very moment, a voice in his head said, "Act." It was this that demon was controlling him, the demon ordering him to keep doing what Baek Woo was doing. Jin, his mind was completely subjugated to the demon that had completely possessed him, robbing him of his own will. He began to think, what would do? Jin, our hero, was walking and talking on the phone. He got a call from Moon Ju-young. He gave the address to the fake Jin that Beck had given him, as per his orders. Baek Woojin asked if he suspected something. Moon Ju-young said that on the contrary, the liar acted very naturally, and Moon almost mistook the man for the real Baek Woojin. His self-consciousness seemed to be greatly diminished, and he fully believed that he was Baek Woo himself. Jin. Beck assumed that this liar and Moon was supposed to show up soon. Ju-young started yelling, "How dare that guy impersonate Jin?" The guy asked the man if it was necessary to come right away, to which Jin replied that it wasn't necessary. Jin told him to wait, and when it was over, the guy promised to give him all the details. Moon said he would wait for his instructions. Blackstone asked what Jin had given Moon. He replied that he had given the guy the address of the Korean branch of a major criminal organization. Even if the future had changed, the place was still the same, but the guy wasn't sure if the branch manager was still the same person. At least it was the perfect place to set the bait, and the guy was sure Bait, head of the department, would definitely take the mentor then asked him if it was possible that the fake would defeat him in battle. The boy replied that he was not even considering such a possibility. Either way, the body has a limit to the strength it can withstand, even if it's controlled by a demon. When the difference in abilities becomes noticeable, it can't give away its truth. The host dies. The demon loses much of its power. Nature. It was at this moment that fake Jin arrived at the specified location. Baek Woojin lifted his glasses and smiled, and told Blackstone that the liar had already arrived. Blackstone said that it seems that seemed to even a demon can't get past the cunning of their original. That sounds strange, said Jin. They decided to wait and go inside at an opportune moment. It was at this moment that the lying Jin, aka Fan, was beating up some criminal. That guy asked with difficulty, how did Baek Woojin know about this place? Beck didn't know himself. His feet came on their own. A fan said that he is punishing evil and justice, abiding Baek Woojin from Beck's divine sword family. In the last breath, the thug said the one was crazy. Afterward, he left this world forever. Lying Beck reports that he was told there was an underground organization of criminals here, but everyone is some kind of wuss. He'll be out of here and in no time back with his family. It was at that moment that he felt something behind him. There was some kind of force heading towards him, and a split second later, there was a massive explosion that blew everything around it. The guy managed to pull out his sword and took the blow on him. The fan asked, is the head of this department in front of him? The man began to take off his hood. He said he had intended to come to anyway Jin and was grateful that he had shown up himself there. The pain of the severed hand that had been inflicted on him could still be felt, and time had failed to dampen his desire for revenge. Because of Jin, apart, he said angrily, all the man's plans have fallen. The man's eyes burned with rage as he blamed Woojin for all of his misfortunes. Lying Jin didn't understand what had set the main earlier, and now he wondered what he had done wrong. Baek Woojin said he was seeing this man for the first time. The man frowned in place. How so? Without hesitation, they immediately joined the battle. Jin's fan successfully blocked the stranger's attack. The boy deftly dodged and directed the man's attack away. The man told the guy to stay focused and fight him like a real man. The man wanted the boy to let the feel that his immersion in dark magic had not been in vain. The liar was gone. The dust cleared. There stood the fake Jin. The man didn't hear what the guy said and asked him to repeat what he said again. He said that at the end of it all, he would have to return to his family divine sword Beck. He was strongly convinced that he was the original Baek Woojin and raised his sword. The man suspected something was wrong with the guy. He assumed his opponent something was possessed by. The guy talked about how he could come back, but only after it was over. Right at this moment, Avenging stored energy in his sword and used a black imperial projectile. A smile appeared on the man's face. The blow wasn't very hard. Something didn't go according to plan, and the man's expression changed dramatically. His other arm half destroyed, and Beck began to glow with a green aura. The man was startled and asked what this terrible trick was. He was pissed that this trash did. However, he seemed to have come to the conclusion that it was none of his business and decided that he just had to destroy the guy. He began to build up his arm. He then created a red energy ball. He said that Jin wouldn't be able to stop completely it. After that, he used an incredibly strong attack, releasing that ball, and there was an explosion. The man smiled and thought this guy, the variant, was ruining his mood too. The guy made too much noise. The smoke cleared and only this guy was left in the room. He figured he'd handled the guy, so he could get some recognition and proper respect. But something started to appear behind him. He thought he should leave before the people from the association arrived. Then he turned back. It was at this moment that a demon appeared in front of him that emitted a green demonic aura. The man was startled when he saw the demon in front of him. The creature said that it was indeed dangerous. He took hold of his chin where a strong attack had recently landed. The demon smiled. So was this worm the reason? He had to unleash his powers earlier than he had planned. The man couldn't understand why exactly a from demon had appeared Baek Woojin. The demon immediately began to attack his opponent. The man didn't have time to react and felt a momentary blow to his chest from the demon. The man couldn't hold back his screams because the painful sensation was too strong. The demon said it would slowly suck out of him life force and eventually kill him. That would be his payback for interrupting his plan. Then he lifted the man above him. It was interesting to see how much the man could for the demon more take. That's when the main character showed up and told the man to stop. Let him use that beautiful face indiscriminately, but let him pay. And he asked how much the rights to Baek Woo's image worth. Jin where? The man now realized that behind him was the real Baek Woojin. The guy approached slowly and confidently with his hand on his sword. The man was completely confused and couldn't understand what was going on around him. The demon smiled and realized that he was, and declared that he had come just in time no dealing with the original. All he did was extract a copy from the guy's hand, but the guy was already that strong. The demon was impressed, but decided to kill him to get his power. Then, after killing the guy and taking his power, the demon will be the perfect original. Baek Woojin didn't say anything, but simply attacked the demon lightning fast, releasing a black imperial projectile. The creature clearly did not expect this turn of events. Immediately afterward, there was a massive explosion throughout the floor. That one-armed man fell to the ground, and the demon was apparently thrown off by the blast. The guy said the demon only talks and babbles, and asked if all demons fight with their tongue. The man got up and started yelling at Jin, calling him a bastard, but Beck shut him up. And after he said it, he thought long and hard about what to do with the man. The man looked surprised. Beck continued. Apparently, the man had some knowledge of dark magic and could summon a demon, but he couldn't control it completely. The main character said it was a good story and asked the man if he agreed. The man didn't know what he was talking about and only asked for a chance to speak. Jin had already put his sword to his neck, but then a demon jumped out of the rubble. Beck said he didn't plan on letting him live, and neither did this demon. Jin smirked and said that he couldn't. Those who stand impersonated him, but those who tried to kill him or harm his men, he hated even more. He felt that the only way he could feel better was to deal with himself. Then, the demon asked how he dared to make such nonsensical speeches in front of him. He longed to eat the man to replenish his strength. The protagonist stretched out his hand and a fireball formed in it. The demon was even slightly startled to see Beck trying to summon someone. Baek Woojin summoned Ignis, the idol of fire, and instructed him to attack the demon. The demon knew from the beginning that Jin was dealing with a spirit, but the demon couldn't believe that this spirit would be of the highest level. He realized that that fan had admired him so much for a reason. The protagonist stated that it was time to call a day. However, the man smiled sharply and walked over to the boy. Baek Woojin noticed that the hat man stitched up the wound and replaced the arm, probably using the collected remnants of summoned spirits and monsters. He a hurry seemed to be in after he said that. The Asman Rava was indescribable. How dare he? He said he would take his soul and join it to his own hand. Then he reached out his ugly hand to grab the spirit. The spirit was busy with the demon. He didn't even pay attention to the man's attack. A protective system appeared in glass immediately in front of Ignis and knocked the man's arm away. The man couldn't understand why he couldn't capture the guy's spirit. The protagonist took up sword and said, did he think his pathetic technique would work on the Spirit King's vessel? And if it chose to use techniques, then let them match the level spirit. The man was frightened when he heard about the royal vessel. Baek pulled out his sword and said that it looked like he didn't have any aces and all up his sleeve. The guy was ready and ordered the man to start advancing. He needs to bring his head to the old man's party. The man immediately went on the offensive. Of course, the protagonist was ready and began to fend off these attacks. So far the battle looked evenly matched, with both opponents staying in place and withstanding each other's strikes. Baek Woojin noticed that himself Nelman was only defending. That's when showed up Blackstone and said he hit him with his technique. Then he must have bricks in his pants, perhaps because of the forbidden magic. He can't use the summoning technique, and that might be even better. Jin should go on a more aggressive offensive. The guy said the man had gotten stronger, and he complimented him on that. He said he was concerned about just cutting it up like tofu, but now he sees it will be more interesting. The man said he was still just as arrogant and again started growing a nasty arm. The man started shouting that even he wouldn't be able to break through that easily. A red aura formed around him. He was accumulating power. This is the strongest armor that can be created from the auras of all sorts of spirits and monsters. The guy didn't know its essence, but he noticed that it was an armor with incredible strength and durability. It is a solid aura close to rank 7. It seemed to focus all of its power on defense. The protagonist wasn't sure he could break this armor. Blackstone said not to worry. Blackstone said that even the most impregnable armor must have its weakness. If you sharpen your sword energy and your aura, you can't cut through any armor. Baek Woojin exhaled. He needed to take a chance and give it a try. The man was already running at our guy. He uttered threatening words, stating that he intended to smash his head to pieces. The lad had an urgent need to locate the smallest gap in the armor. Baek Woojin began to unwind the sword in his hand. He used the sharp sword technique. He ran forward, leaving a sword trail behind him. The man was completely stunned and couldn't understand at all what had happened. And suddenly, he was horrified as he watched the blood trickle from his body. He collapsed to the ground, racked with pain. The man tried to get up, but the wound was very serious. He only said that this could not be. He must become even stronger. Jin raised his sword and said that he was disgusted all the way. Let Shin Chan Han go to the very depths of hell and finished him off. And we are shown the battle of the spirit Ignis, who has engaged in battle with a sinister demon. The demon could hardly contain his fiery breath. It thought that his incomplete body was not even close to a spirit of the highest rank. The demon was stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes that he found himself opposed by a spirit, possessing not only the art of swordsmanship, but the technique of spiritual powers. He realized that he had not yet reached his full potential and was in incomplete shape. Immediately afterward, the demon transformed into a being even more powerful and terrifying. Since he had ruined his plans, the demon decided he would tear the place apart. Immediately after that, had already attacking the spirit with renewed vigor. The protagonist expressed his recognition to Ignis. He was holding up well, but now Jin would take care of him. The mentor asked the guy if he was confident in his abilities, considering his opponent was a demon and this was his second fight with a powerful opponent. Baek Woojin reassured Blackstone, saying that he shouldn't worry. He has a pretty good item to defeat this opponent. The power of this artifact should be enough. The man turned around because he noticed something strange behind him and decided to check what exactly had caught his attention. The girl turned around as well, noticing the teacher looking intently at something, and decided to find out what exactly had piqued his interest. She asked the teacher if everything was okay. The man was ready to share his suspicions with the guy. He said he had a tingling in his heart. The girl sighed heavily and said it was happening again, asking if it had anything to do with his past. They have come a long way and wish they could think of better things now. He's afraid he'll get older and be the same. She thinks his abilities aren't what they used to be. The man got angry, called her rude. At this time, the monster stood nearby and carefully watched their actions, causing everyone to be alarmed and afraid. It was the main character who fought the monster. He marveled at the powerful demonic energy that was stronger than anything he had ever encountered in his battles. He realized that he had seen this form earlier than he had planned, and learned that the monster's name was Bridge. The monster declared that he would devour the guy and be reborn into a more powerful demon. Jin replied that he was completely indifferent to those words and attached no importance to them. Why would he want to know the name of someone who was about to die? He was fully confident of his victory over this enemy. The demon became enraged, called him an impertinent man, and declared that he would teach him good manners. He decided to see how the protagonist would talk after getting hit hard in the face. The protagonist instantly began dodging attacks. Using his sword, he fended off all of the demon's attacks. His movements were swift, and he was so far coping with his opponent's onslaught. The protagonist realized that the opponent was actually stronger than him. The teacher said that if he did not attack, the enemy would gain an advantage and could easily overpower him. He asked if the main character uses everything his teacher taught him, and if he remembers those lessons. Baek Woojin said that all he did was fight, and was perplexed as to what this training was all about. After that, the protagonist listened to the teacher and decided to go on the attack himself. He managed to get a hold of his opponent, though the attack wasn't as effective as he had originally expected. However, the blow had passed by and the bracelet had not yet triggered its effect. The enemy seems very strong, although the protagonist does not think that he has completely mastered his abilities. A precise kick in the demon's bucket. There was no problem with that, since he had just caught Shin Chan Hong. A sharp sword would be enough for him. Let him gain sharpness in points rather than lines. This will allow him to maximize his efficiency and accuracy in his actions and use the sword better. Let it fill the area of emptiness, not with spiritual energy, but with sharpness. After that, use the blade of delightful day. It actually worked, and the demon took damage right in its back. After that, some kind of hole formed right in his back, causing the demon to feel even more pain. The demon began to die little by little, its body's beginning to crumble into small pieces. He couldn't believe it and said to the end that it couldn't be. The carrier then dropped down in front of them, much to the surprise of all present. Baek Woojin wondered what the teachers thought about it. He would be fine and could continue his training. Although he'll need treatment for demonic energy poisoning, but he'll be fine after a while. Afterward, the demon lived and called them damn insects and asked them if they knew what they had done. He has divided them apart so that they don't even recognize themselves, and this has led to chaos and destruction. Where you can't repeat something one more time, the devil can't bear it. To see how best to proceed, it took a long time to find that it was him on the insect. He sent to man for the sake of extracting power. After that, the protagonist gave a sign to his teacher, and he immediately understood everything. The protagonist grabbed his sword instantly. The demon couldn't understand what this nasty energy surrounding him was and how to deal with it. This is the last ray of light he will see in his life. The main character told him to call him a parasite. After that, the protagonist used the fragile Knight of Carnage and Divine Radiance. The demon mentally could not resist such an attack, began to seemingly atomize in the air, losing its power and life. After that, there was an incredible explosion in the building, which destroyed everything around and became the final point in the battle. After a while, the same man could not understand where he was and what was happening to him after what had happened. The man was very much surprised to see the protagonist in front of him, who was smiling at that moment, showing his joy. The guy said he's glad he's okay. He recovered faster than expected, and he's ready to move on. Baek Woojin began to reveal that he was possessed by a demon who was summoned by a criminal organization to use his powers. The man realized that it had all been a dream, and now he could go back to his normal life without danger. The main character said he's still in shock. Let him rest, that way he'll recover soon and be fine. Since he had ascertained his condition, he would move on. The man couldn't tell if his excuse was too obvious, or if he really deserved to be forgiven. He started saying he was a fan of the guy and asked if he could get at least one picture with him, to which he got a positive response. Afterward, they took the very picture the man had requested and both were satisfied. At this time, the news of the day was shown and reported that their man was now on the scene, reporting the capture of one of her members. Shin Jae-hoon, previously declared a particularly dangerous criminal. He was apprehended in a case involving monistic energy, with the suggestion that he had lost control. Summoned by a demon, That was the end of the news, and the reporters switched to other events of the day, leaving viewers to ponder. The guy didn't think such a fuss would be made, and he was embarrassed that the situation had drawn so much attention to him. The girl began to say that there was no shame in it. She would be more careful from now on and let him forget about it. However, doesn't it seem strange? He may be stupid, but such uncontrolled behavior is not like him. She called it artificial courage, uncharacteristic of his usual behavior, which made him perplexed. The guy was talking about another guy named Baek Woojin, who was known for being cunning and calculating. Due to his busy schedule, he had stopped taking an interest in his country and could not afford to leave his seat empty. So he decided to take the matter into his own hands and assigned it to Gray, his confidant. The girl couldn't tell if he was serious now or if it was just another joke, which added to her doubts. The girl said the guy would be happy with the decision, and that was supposed to calm him down. After that, the girl started to walk away, leaving the guy wondering what happened. Lastly, the guy said that he really hoped everything would go well, and he would be happy with the outcome. He decided to see how much the monster he raised was like himself. Baek Woojin, the hero's teacher, was returning after this hard day. The guy realized that the teacher was going to be angry for a long time, but how could he not be angry after all this? It was he, the one who had defeated the demon, and his merit was recognized by everyone in the know. The protagonist began to recall the events of the new moment. Another teacher said it was like the power the demon was gathering, and it seemed to be reaching out to him. After that, the mid-level demon essence was absorbed by the teacher, causing many questions from the surrounding people. The teacher was trying to figure out what this absorption was, but he noticed that it had gotten stronger and it surprised him. He finally got something too, and he felt it was the beginning of something new and important. At this point, something strange began to happen, and he couldn't figure out what it was or what was behind it. The hero felt it too, it seems, and he couldn't understand what kind of force was reaching out to him and why. Sounds dangerous, because something that involves the spirit and power of a demon always carries risk and unpredictability. Surprisingly, the energy flows through him, and it seems too pure and incomprehensible for demonic power. The teacher began to guess who he was in this whole situation, and that his role was much more important than he had thought. After a few seconds, he realized that his role was a filter for the guy to cleanse himself of negative energy. He was furious with the system because it was using him as a joke. The purified demonic energy was successfully absorbed, resulting in increased mana and improved mental abilities. Baek Woojin thought it was incredible, because he had never experienced such a feeling before. The protagonist then asked how he could learn to control this new feeling. He was treated like a filter, and he didn't understand how they managed to do it so skillfully. The main character said that he had become stronger. Why not unlock all the skills at once to take over this world and become the most powerful being that has ever existed in this dimension? The stronger he gets, the more chances he has to unlock his memories and find out who he really is. Baek Woojin said that he should look at things more cheerfully. The teacher sighed heavily and said he would, because he knew the main character was capable of more than he had thought. He was unconscious for a few days, and then suddenly took up the art sword, which surprised everyone. He's a complete novice at it, but he wants to learn the piercing sword. This technique helps to dissect the energy opponents and aura, making it more of a defensive technique than an attacking one, but still very useful. Sword. He noticed it during the fight with Shin Chang-hoon and Breeze, when he saw how this technique could change the outcome of a battle. Blocking an enemy's attack with an aura has almost no effect, because it cannot completely stop the power of the enemy's strike. He thinks that if it cleaves the blade of his opponent's sword, he'll have more saving opportunities. Mana. He would commend him for such thoughts and ideas, but he wasn't in the mood right now. They did their best, so why not see to at-once techniques? At this point, the hero was approached by a man who looked like he knew all the answers to the questions. The law of the cavity is still in effect, which means the protagonist must proceed with caution. He asked what was the matter, and heard that the head of the family wanted to talk to him about something important. Then he asked if his name was called and said it was long overdue, but it turned out that it wasn't at all, and his expectations were not met. He handed him a document that contained important information about the upcoming mission. He was surprised because he thought he'd be called in for a tougher mission. In the 6th level dungeon, a lizard boss had to be defeated. The mission seemed simple, but when his father assigned the task to him personally, Beck realized it was going to be much more complicated. At this point, the realization came to the hero that this expedition was not just a mission, but a real Hunger Games, where the strongest survives. It was clear to him now. He must use all his powers and abilities. Well, you can't back down. This task was not only assigned to him, but also to the other participants. At that moment, some girl appeared to them and said that everyone was already gathered here, and now they could start discussing the details. He called her a gentle reminder of how far they had come, and how much they had already done to reach their current level of power. The girl's name was Beck, and her name was already known to many, because she was famous for her fighting skills that were legendary among warriors. Baek Woojin couldn't figure out what rank she was, but he assumed it was probably rank 7, because her power was palpable even from a distance. She had come a long way, and incredible power emanated from her that made everyone around her feel her presence. But he is no longer the weakling he used to be, because he has also grown and strengthened considerably during this time, becoming much more confident in his abilities. The protagonist asked what she was doing here. The girl asked Ira if he hadn't read the letter. This mission was an elimination mission, and the protagonist was on top of everything. It was simple. She was here to offer him something important that could change the course of the entire mission. She offered to accomplish this mission using her swordsmanship. Anyway, they had already had many such recent assignments, and they had to go through them all together. They fought as members of the family for the last time week, and used sword-wielding techniques. The main character couldn't understand the absurdity of what she was saying and assumed that she had watched the drama and mixed reality with fiction. Leading to this, she just wants to end things on a good note so there are no misunderstandings. Beck wondered what she was up to, and what her plans were for the upcoming mission. What she was going to do. She is going to make him voluntarily withdraw from this mission and leave her alone to fight to win. But that's not the case. The protagonist agreed, but said he wouldn't play her games. If she wants to win and set things up for herself, let her not even dream of it, because he can't handle her, even without a spirit. This is their last fight, and he'll pretend he didn't hear everything she just said. After that, the girl sighed because she realized that her plan didn't work, and Baek Woojin wouldn't back down from his intentions. He would fight. She called him an arrogant bastard because she was hurt by his unwillingness to give in to her manipulations. The protagonist didn't answer anything, just kept looking at her. The girl said she would leave him regretting what she said because she was confident in her abilities. Beck said it was all weird, and the teacher wondered exactly what he meant. He suspected her. Just now it seemed to him that she wasn't angry with him at all, but was just trying to hide or conceal something. It seems to him there is something else here, something other than the family back, and it seems someone is behind it. The teacher was wondering what he would do in this situation, since he doesn't know who exactly is behind all of this. The protagonist said that they must win at all costs, because this is their last opportunity to prove their strength and skill. It is necessary. The girl then immediately called someone to discuss the details and get instructions on the next step. The girl asked that her interlocutor get straight to the point, for her kiss could win, but not to worry. She had another plan. He would send something special for her, something that with help could easily defeat even the strongest demon. He made it specifically for the occasion, so he's using it to its fullest potential. The man, when asked why he was helping her, said there was nothing suspicious. He was helping her purely mentally. He thinks his package has already been delivered to her. Have her look on her desk where the gray-brown box should be. The girl couldn't understand when he had time to do that, but it told her to open that box and not to hesitate. Inside, the girl noticed a small pill glistening in the light. The golden pill will give her strength, strengthen her aura. She can't eat it beforehand. The girl wondered what about the second pill, which was also inside the box, and how it might help her. The black pill has a short-term effect. Its abilities are increased multiple times. The effect lasts for 5 minutes, after which she is advised not to use her mana for 3 days. Otherwise, she will permanently lose all her magic abilities, which will be very unpleasant and irreparable. But the girl was confident that she had enough 5 minutes to handle everything and come out a winner. The man wanted to wish her luck, but he just chuckled and said that she did have a nasty temper. The girl didn't believe that the man was helping her out of the goodness of his heart, each of them just mocking her. Let him wait. Once she gets rid of the protagonist, he'll be next on her path to success. Here came the day of the battle. Everyone was in suspense. tension had reached its peak. This fight was not for life, but for death, and everyone understood it perfectly well. At that moment, the crowd noticed that the protagonist of the battle was already walking, striding confidently towards the arena. In just a few years, he was able to reach such heights that the rumors of his 7th rank might be true. At his pace, it's quite realistic. No one doubts his outstanding ability. The aide told him that he was becoming more and more famous. His name was now being heard everywhere possible. And the teacher who never let him down said that soon every person on the planet would know his name. The teacher thought his student was going crazy with his accomplishments and advised him to stop. The teacher advised the guy to stop him before he started worshipping himself as a god, which would be terrible. At that moment, he noticed the girl coming as well, striding confidently towards the arena with her assistant. As it was, the girl walked with her assistant, ready for battle, and nothing could stop her. People immediately found it hard to breathe. They thought that obviously it was the girl who would win, because she had single-handedly coped with several dungeons. But the protagonist also defeated many demons for a reason. The girl asked him if he was willing to be defeated in this battle, for her forces had been greatly increased recently. Beck was sure he had nothing to worry about, and it was better for her to take care of herself. After all, he had already won many battles like this many times before. The protagonist and his team were watching their opponent at this point, trying to find her weaknesses to take advantage of in battle. The girl, of course, didn't avert her gaze either and looked at him intently. The protagonist told the teacher that it had noticed that the girl was stronger than she used to be, and that could be a problem for him. He felt that there was no shortage of some powerful elixir here. After all, it was impossible to increase one's abilities so much in such a short time. Suddenly he realized what was wrong, remembering her power surge on the day of the mission, and now he had a new guess about her sources of power. Now he realized that there was someone very powerful behind the girl, who was helping her achieve such results, and that someone was very insidious. In the dungeon, the monsters were already in full swing, preparing for the next stage of the battle, and Baek Woojin was ready to show what he could do. It was actually the main character, who was a professional at what he did. The opponents were weaker than he had anticipated, but the teacher said it was only for him, for his skills exceeded the expectations of many. With just a few skills that can't even get the boss down, he can easily handle these guys without much effort. Beck tells Moon Jae-young to push on, because time is running out and they need to act fast to reach their goal. The hero could not understand what he was thinking about, and why he was silent. Jin-Yu Moon, bodyguard Beek Sung-as, they are members of the Black Association together with her sword. They're ashamed to admit it, but they've never been able to overpower her in any of the fights. He wondered what would happen if they came face to face here, so he was a little worried. At that moment, he was grabbed sharply by the shoulders, and he felt the tension building. He began to be told that he was no longer the man he used to be, and he had a good chance of overpowering her. He's not just a regular guy, he's his assistant. The guy thanked the Lord, and said he would put his life on the line if necessary. The teacher asked him if he was being kind, because in such a case it is not only kindness that counts. Told everyone to look at him, because there is not an ounce of doubt in him, and he is willing to go all the way for his victory. The protagonist prepared a scenario on Moon's account to Ju-young it as efficiently as possible. You have to follow directions, because that's the only way to succeed, when every step is worth its weight in gold. The main character told him to just listen to him and follow all commands. The girl asked how much time had passed and why those things still hadn't disappeared. So it had been more than 5 minutes. Judging by the cuts, it's not the work of a spirit. She wondered what the girl thought about it, because if this continued, they wouldn't be the first to get to the boss. This mission is just a formality. They need to pursue them, guarding to the best of their ability, for their target is not the boss, but an offspring from the Beck family. The moment he removes the boss, his strength will be running low, and this will give them an advantage in the stage-off fight. There were times when he was a loser and didn't bother her, but now things have changed and he has to fight for his place. She couldn't believe she had to deal with him now, and needed to fix the problem while it was minor. The girl asked if she had prepared the bracelet and began to put it on, realizing that she wouldn't get another chance. Need to defeat him now. She won't get another chance, and she admires the help he's given her, but it's all she has. Anything can be done to win, and she's willing to risk it all. The protagonist fought at this point and defeated the enemy. It was evident that the hero had gotten stronger at this moment, and his skills had grown. The aide asked the Lord if he was alright, for the battle had been intense and he was worried about his condition leader. Baek Woojin said, he turned out to be much stronger than he expected. It was a good thing he had practiced hard, because one wrong move could have ended things differently, and victory would have gone to his opponent. Oh, and besides, they had a spectator watching their every move the whole time. The protagonist said she's quite finished and the boss has been caught, so she can't go out now, because the hard part is over. Of course, it was the girl who said he did well, because he single-handedly pulled off what seemed quite impossible. Thanks to him, they got here comfortably and are now in great shape. The protagonist thanked her for the compliments, but noted that the boss wasn't defeated, as she didn't even dare to fight him. The girl wondered if he was so naive that he still hadn't noticed the most important thing that had been hiding all this time in the dungeon. From the beginning, her goal in this dungeon was not the boss, but something much more important and meaningful to her and her plans. The realization was beginning to come to that he had overlooked, and now he was going to have to find out the whole truth. Then, he realized that by giving the boss away, he had given her time for other purposes, and now the dungeon would close in 15 minutes. She can't come out and tell everyone that the protagonist didn't make it out of the dungeon in time. Beck of course knew that was what she was up to, and now he had to act fast. She hadn't gotten this far not because she wasn't confident in her abilities, but because she had a completely different plan. The girl was furious and told him to shut up, for she didn't need his explanation. She said he should shut his fucking mouth, because her patience was at an end, and she was willing to do anything to win. After that, they clashed, their fans clashing. The aide decided to help his master, realizing that the situation was getting out of control, and his intervention was required. The protagonist didn't answer him at all at this moment, focusing all his energies on the battle with the girl. But at that moment he felt something, as if something important had been revealed to him, and now he knew how he should proceed. Right at that moment he was attacked, and he barely had time to defend himself, realizing that each blow could be his last. This was the same girl who had told him not to dare diminish her chances of winning and to be prepared for the worst. Let him not think she would pity him. Her dark eyes wouldn't blink as she tore him into little pieces. She's clearly going against all rules and laws, and he wondered if she was just going to watch all of this and do nothing. She's but a loyal servant to her mistress, and he would know from the past what she was talking about. For himself at once being one himself, she was right. He from the past would definitely do the same, but he realized something. Compared to pointlessly swinging a sword, a sharp sword with a purpose was much more effective. A sharp sword that has a purpose is far sharper and more dangerous than any other, and now he understood that better than ever. The girl was sure he had taken the wrong path. He's not who he used to be. Now he has a reason to win. The girl at this moment continued to fight the protagonist, without giving him a second to pause. There was the slightest explosion between them, at which point their powers collided, creating a bright burst of energy. The protagonist used almost all his strength to keep his balance and not give the enemy an advantage, because every movement could become decisive. The girl was surprised that he still hadn't given up despite his obvious exhaustion. It seemed to her where he had somehow become too aggressive, his attacks becoming more and more powerful. His breathing quickened, and each breath came with difficulty, but he was not going to stop, for victory was too close. This can only mean one thing. Despite all his strength, he is beginning to exhaust himself. As strong as he was clearly exhausted now, and every minute of battle was draining him of more and more energy. After taking those pills, the difference in strength isn't that big, but you can't dismiss the fact that he was overactive. He destroyed all the lizards and finished off the boss, but this victory cost him considerable effort, and now he needs to rest. No matter how strong he is, he's a still human being. The girl said he was an idiot. Did he really think he could overpower her in such an exhausted state when his strength was running low? The protagonist decided to change tactics, realizing that his current approach was not bringing results, and it was time to act differently. He decided to let out Blackstone, hoping it would help him deal with his opponent. The girl decided to use her bracelet too, knowing that this was her last chance to win and she couldn't let it go. This was exactly what she had been waiting for. Having prepared for this moment in advance, she immediately attacked the protagonist, at which point he felt unbearable pain. The protagonist's beast was destroyed at this point, leaving him unprotected. The girl laughed and asked what he was down about, confident in her victory, for her plan had worked perfectly. He hadn't expected her to be prepared. She had her own measures against his spirits, which came as a surprise to him. The protagonist began to realize that this was not just a coincidence, but a carefully thought-out plan. The girl began to explain that it wasn't exactly an ordinary bracelet. It could summon them against their will. She knew it summoned a spirit. The protagonist clearly did not expect such a turn of events, and now he had to face a new, unexpected threat. It seems that after the summoning technique, he had squandered all his remaining strength, and now the game was over. He had lost. Of course, he hadn't heard anything about such a bracelet, since it was a one-of-a-kind device, designed specifically for her, and it was personally made by someone who knew her well so she could use it to destroy her enemy. Baek Woojin was beginning to realize what she had said, and now he had to figure out who was behind all these events. The hero went into a rage and asked who the hell he was, because he couldn't let that go unexplained. He doesn't shut up until the very end. He's so curious about who this person is that he's willing to go all the way to the end to find out the truth. She's sure she and he will meet in hell, and then he'll finally find out how their confrontation turned out and where it will lead. After that, she immediately turned her attention only to the main character, who became her main target. As it turned out, the protagonist still had strength left, and he managed to repel the girl's powerful attack. She couldn't understand how he was able to fight back, considering his exhaustion that she had noticed at the beginning of their fight. She was surprised. After that, the protagonist rose to his feet and threw the girl off of him with force. He hoped to at least get his name so he could figure out who he was fighting. The protagonist was surprised that she didn't notice anything and wondered if his acting was so flawless that it could fool her. The girl couldn't understand what acting he was talking about, or why it should matter in their current confrontation. The protagonist asked her if she thought he was really incapable of defending himself. She couldn't understand what it was, for he had defeated the Lizard King, but she had seen with her own eyes how he had fought him and him defeated. He spent very little of his energy on it, and asked her if she had ever heard of the legendary stun action. The hardest thing for him was to purposely pretend he was having a hard time when he really wasn't. The girl called him a bastard and asked if he had decided to mess with her. The teacher laughed and said that she had done well, and that their plans with the play had worked out just as they had hoped in the beginning. The teacher asked if he could already go to work as an actor, then continue his swordsman activities since his acting was so convincing. He realized what she had meant all along, and now his thoughts were finally coming together. Her goal was to kill him, wasn't it? And now he realized that the whole act was just a ruse. The girl was glad it had finally gotten to him. Since that's the case, she's no longer stopped by guilt, and he can't kill her with peace of mind. The protagonist then summoned Ignis, his faithful protector, but the girl confidently declared that it was all useless. The girl couldn't understand why her bracelet wasn't working. After that, the bracelet started to break apart altogether, and she was sure this couldn't be happening. After all, it was designed for protection. The girl then began to fall to the ground. She couldn't believe it was possible, and that her bracelet, which she believed in, had failed her at the most crucial moment. Beck watched her, waiting to see what she would say now. They wondered what forces were behind all this. It's unclear why at this point. The girl started laughing very loudly. She said she was warned about this development, and that the main character turned out to be quite cunning. He warned me he was going to be tricky. How he pisses off her. Gotta get that black pill she kept for emergencies like this. And then she used it. Of course, her strength was immediately multiplied several times over, and she felt a surge of energy she had never felt before in her life. The teacher started to say that her aura was getting stronger by the second, and that it was thanks to the thing she had absorbed. He decided to address the monster. After that, inexplicable things began to happen. The girl looked at him, confident that she could overpower him. Since she had such power in her hands, she felt invincible. She immediately began to attack the enemy, and the impact was really quite powerful. Ignis felt an unbearable pain at this moment. The protagonist made sure she finished him off, and wondered how much aura she had in there, and where she got such incredible power from. The girl stood up and began to say that this was just the beginning, and she would show him her full power. She could easily tear him apart right now. She advised him not to give up, and they started fighting each other. The teacher started telling him to get his act together and remember all their training. The protagonist clenched his teeth and said that he would do everything and wouldn't let his teacher down this time, no matter what. He remembered everything and tried as hard as he could. His hands were already numb from and he wondered what the hell exertion she'd eaten before this fight. It seems to have been an instant aura enhancer, and such drugs can be lethal. The girl was really playing with fire at this point. She wished the guy at her side would finally engage already. The protagonist realized that he needed to act differently in such a case. He gathered all his strength and made the decision to act quickly. The lunar hero started attacking the girl using all his skills. She was very much surprised that he had clipped her aura and hadn't expected to be hit like that. It turns out that he had practiced absolute techniques for nothing Zord, and this time he had done very well. Did she really think she could defeat him with just an increase in her aura? The girl became furious at this moment, realizing that her plan had failed and she needed to act differently to prevail. She called him a smart cretin, angry that he was able to outsmart her so easily in this fight. After that, there was a massive explosion, tearing everything around it. She pulled her own strength and didn't lose her concentration, but her power was still very high. The teacher had said that one wrong step and he was finished, so one had to be extremely careful. The protagonist thanked for the advice, realizing that any guidance could save his life. At this moment, the helper girl couldn't understand what was happening to her mistress. She wondered what was going on in there, and why her mistress was acting this way. She needs to stop looking around, because her opponent is right in front of her, and is not going to give her a break. Does he really care about his master? If things continue like this, they're both going to die. How naive of her. How can you not believe in your own master's abilities? After all, the protagonist is not weak enough to succumb to this kind of spell. Plus, there was something else important she had to consider. After saying that, the guy instantly attacked the girl. The master also believed in him, and that gave him strength. The teacher said that it looked like they had a winner, and he didn't doubt it, since it was his subordinate. They didn't have much time left and couldn't slow down, so they needed to use it and get things sorted out as quickly as possible. After that, something strange started happening to the girl. She felt unbearable pain and started coughing up blood. The teacher suggested that the drug was nearing the end of its life, and her strength was beginning to wear off. The girl couldn't understand what was going on, for by her calculations, she should have had a little more time left. Everything that was happening was already starting to get to her heart, and she could feel her condition getting worse. Her self-destruction process had begun, and she realized that her time was running out and she needed to act fast. Jin couldn't understand what this self-destruction process was. Let her leave the questions for now. He needed to get his feet away quickly. If that much aura exploded, it could destroy everything around him. The girl realized that the man who was helping her had tricked her. But she wasn't going to let it end like this, and she was going to fight to the last man. She didn't want to die like this, without a fight or trying to change anything. The protagonist started yelling for the aide to hold on at this point. After that, there was a massive explosion. Jin managed to protect his assistant. He then asked the guy if it was okay and needed help. The guy said it's okay. It was interesting to him that this had just happened because he had never seen anything this before like Daemon, and he said that self-destruction was imminent, but fortunately they had time to move a safe distance away. He couldn't imagine ever seeing such a thing, as it was completely beyond his imagination and seemed something unbelievable. The lad fell on his knees before the master, and, with a feeling of deep remorse, said that he had failed him. He was sure he had to protect him and take care of him, but the man said he shouldn't blame himself, because he didn't know it would end this way. The only one who could know about it in advance and foresee all the consequences was Jang Yoon-woon, who always had a premonition. She didn't seem to know anything about what was going on, and her surprise was completely genuine. The moment she looked back, she saw what Mistress had turned into and was shocked. If she had known beforehand, she wouldn't have reacted like this. She was so thoroughly distracted that she didn't even notice as he approached her and suddenly attacked. It seems that Madam was hiding it from everyone. The teacher said he was right. His sister was terrified in the last seconds of her life. She definitely didn't want to die and did her best. It's very strange that no matter how much she wanted to win, the fact that she took that pill knowing she was going to be finished seems unbelievable. But that's not all. In none of his past lives had he heard of a gift that causes self-destruction. Baek Woojin said that there are so many questions for her, and if she were alive, he would definitely ask her to find out the truth. There has to be some clue. She said it was someone close to him, and if true, that narrows the circle of suspects considerably. If it's true, the group of suspects is narrowed down, and now it's up to him to find Nick among them. Need to think hard about that. Once they get out of the dungeon, the protagonist decided to pick up the girl's bracelet she wore on her arm. He sniffed it at this point, hoping it would turn out to be a lie. The portal began to open, and it looked like someone had already done everything. Everyone was eagerly waiting to see who would come out of the portal. They saw the main character there, who came out with a completely calm face. They started asking him if he had managed to defeat the lizard boss. They wondered where the girl was now, and why she hadn't come out with him. And just at that moment, the portal began to close. They started asking if that meant the girl had passed away. Did they ask to Jin explain what's going on now? He didn't answer anything and just continued to remain silent. He knows it's hard to believe, but that's the way it is. The main character said that the girl destroyed herself and it was her choice. Everyone present was shocked. He killed the boss, and on the way he met a girl who suddenly attacked him, and he started defending himself. Maybe she decided to take the risk because she saw no way back and was afraid of coming out of the dungeon a loser. So she decided to destroy everything along with herself. But there were people who thought it was a lie and didn't believe the main character's words. But they have no witnesses, so the only thing left is to take his word for it. Although many doubted his sincerity, the deputy began to tell everyone to calm down, and in the coming days, the family Beck would give all the details. The protagonist said he lied, for it was a ruse for that scumbag. Sophie thought his plans had gone awry and would fall for this lie, which would give him an opportunity to expose it and get caught. And now the protagonist only has to wait for his enemy to show himself and make a mistake. The man asked if others thought something would get them in trouble. It looked like he was up to something, but he wasn't sure who was behind it. But what if Mrs. Soa told him what it really was? Even the happiest person will have a maximum of 3 minutes before self-destructing after taking the black pill. And his little sister is sure he spent that time on something else and couldn't have used it to save the day. He can't say she didn't even check what the pills were, and of desperation took it out. It makes him laugh at how stupid and naive people can be. Still, if the head finds out about all this, he might not even worry, because he's sure that the head won't find out in any way. Their father had sent them on this mission himself. I'm sure this was how he wanted to get rid of one of them, and this was his plan. He knows his father very well. As long as it doesn't get in the way or go against his plans, he won't do anything to him. It had always been that way, and even so, it would be a good idea for them to prepare in advance. Little matter what might happen in the future. The man couldn't understand why he was so worried and suspected the man didn't trust him. The aide apologized for his words, admitting that he had said something unnecessary, and explained that he appreciates people who can express themselves clearly and accurately. He would think about what the aide had said and try to take his words into consideration. You never know what might happen in the future, and his brother has proven to be overly savvy lately. Who knows, maybe he's already targeting him and it's only a matter of time. Or is he still a model big brother to his other brother, trying to take care of him? Baek Woojin reported that the girl was dead, which came as a huge shock to everyone who was expecting her return and hoping for her survival. She had fought bravely enough during the dungeon battle, and he was already aware of everything. He asked if he wanted to hear the details, as it was important for him to share everything and explain exactly what had happened in the dungeon. She said the most important thing is to win, and it's all about her. So she doesn't need any more details, as the goal has already been achieved. Going to the dungeon with him was her idea, and she said she was willing to do anything to win, even risk her life, which he found amusing. She said she would do anything to win, even risk her life, and those words made him laugh because he knew how dangerous it was. The protagonist didn't even know how to react to all of this. Maybe she died because she was weak or because she was led around. Either way, the fight is over and the winner is determined. The strongest man wins. It has always been and will always be so, and this truth remains unchanged in all battles. The teacher had no words because he had no soul. He was not human at all. Even animals grieve when their cubs die. But he was indifferent. It is definitely not because of power. He is simply a monster who knows no pity and compassion, and his actions cannot be explained by human motives, feelings. He knew himself that she had asked for this assignment to kill him, and so he was prepared for any outcome. It was a game where one of them had to win, and they both knew that the stakes in this game were their lives and honor. It seems that only one end awaited the one who lost it was death, and this fact was inevitable and inescapable for all participants. The man hoped he wouldn't end up like her and trust no one. Jin thanked her for the advice and promised that he would be careful not to repeat her mistakes. He will do anything to get his place as soon as possible, and is willing to make any sacrifice. The man said that such an attitude was good and wished him luck. After a while, Beck left that place. He needs to think things over. He then informed the teacher of his decision. He doesn't want to be the next head of the family. The teacher couldn't understand what had gotten into him. He didn't have a single doubt left. The teacher was right. He was a true monster and his actions left no room for doubt. He would take away the most precious thing from this monster, and it would be his revenge for all the suffering that had been inflicted on him and his family. His most prized possession was his throne, and that was what he was about to lose. The teacher said he would practice like crazy again. Apparently, we need to figure out who was behind his sister. The teacher wondered if he had already spotted someone who might be the culprit. He knew someone who could help him with that. They went to place Eugenius. It looks like he has something urgent, because he came without prior warning and didn't announce his visit in advance. The case is a bit complicated, so he couldn't tell me everything over the phone beforehand, and he had to come in person. Since he's here right after finishing his assignment, it looks like he really has something serious going on, and he couldn't put off this visit for a minute. She'll send all her subordinates to wait outside, so they won't overhear their conversation. She asked if he was here for his sister, because she was curious about the reasons for his unexpected visit. The important thing is that we need her to know something. Baek Woojin said it was the bracelet the girl used and asked her to find the person who made it. And they also asked if she had heard of a drug after which a person faces side effects, such as self-destruction. It's the first time she's seen things like this, and it's not something you can buy anywhere. As for the drug, she had never heard of the existence of such a remedy. It could possibly be related to something else they don't know about yet, and is worth further investigation. It's only a guess, but had he heard of the underground battle arena? Rumors spread the other day about the appearance of some sort of medicinal herb in the arena area. They don't even know how it got there, but it's very strange, isn't it? The underground arena is run by the black market, and all kinds of illegal things can be used there. From doping substances to dangerous battles, there isn't a single product they can offer their customers. The drug is gaining momentum nowadays and cannot be tracked down even in the black market. The teacher asked if he thought there was a connection. The protagonist had a hunch that it was all connected. If it came to that, she also had a request she wanted to voice in exchange for her help. At the moment, there is fierce competition for the deputy manager position in the underground arena, and it calls for the best fighters. The branch manager chooses the best of the best. In simple words, it's a battle between the big shots, and only the fittest can win. If he can't get that position, he'll have access to the information needs. Information, goods, and money will all be available to him much faster than they are now, and this will give him significant advantages. Jin asked if she knew she wanted him in the match as their representative. The teacher wondered if he would agree, because he wasn't really that keen on participating in these fights. It's a good investment for the future, and you never know what might happen tomorrow. The protagonist agreed and asked when the next fight was, and was told that the semi-finals were a week away. According to the rules, there must be 3 contestants in each group, and he will be their dark horse, entering the arena at the very last moment. The protagonist thought it wouldn't be that hard. At that moment, the realization came to him that his previous decisions were not quite right. Still, it seems that his plan may not work and he will have to find other ways. Baek Woojin doesn't want to just wait for his turn, as it's a waste of time. That won't help him gain the experience he needs in any way. He'll only agree on the condition that he gets in the ring first. A week later, in the underground arena, the 7th ring was fully prepared for the start of the competition, and all the competitors were already in their seats. At this moment, 2 men were fighting, their fight attracting the attention of all the spectators. One of them easily defeated his opponent, much to the admiration of all the spectators present. The entire stadium cheered this outcome, with the audience applauding the winner. The mystery fighter knocked his opponent down so fast that the audience thought it was incredible and started discussing the fight. It turned out that the man was the main character, but in disguise. This was his 5th fight, and in all the previous ones he had won with a single punch, aiming straight for his opponent's head. Those present thought it was truly incredible power that he displayed in every battle. Or did the leaders of the branch even Sangnam find such a monster that could defeat its opponents with such ease? Finally, in a long time, there was a worthy opponent who could be a real competitor. He was sure he wasn't showing his full potential, and it was his strategy to keep his opponents from studying him. It seemed that to the manway, and he began to think that this fighter was hiding his true capabilities. He hid well his strength, but he wouldn't be fooled. It was obvious that this guy was below rank 6. He doesn't seem to want his identity revealed, and he might even turn out to be some kind of dangerous criminal or fugitive. The man asked if he could handle him, and received a confident reply that the two of them could handle this fire with no problem. He was confident that the two of them would deal with him, and there would be no problem taking first place in the tournament next. Afterward, Baek Woojin went to the girl's house to discuss further plans and hear her opinion. She said it was great and expressed her admiration for his performance. The protagonist told her not to exaggerate because it thought his performance was just part of the plan. He's amazed that everything is going according to plan, and he's getting closer and closer to victory. He didn't even think they could make it to the final so quickly. He was interested in how the search for information about the drug was going. There is no news yet, and it seems that this drug has only recently appeared in these circles, and very few people know about it. Jinwoo asked, regarding the bracelet, is there any news or information about its origin? This bracelet was made overseas and its maker is far away, making it difficult to find. She has assigned this case to the best experts abroad, so no need to worry. They will definitely find all the information they need. Beck thanked for the help and said he would wait for an update. He was also curious about something else. He wondered what about this guy. He would soon have to fight in the underground arena. He was named the Yellow Tiger, and he would be his last opponent. He is a member of the family, Yen, and one of the zodiac signs. Teacher reminded him that he defeated the family back then Yen in Cheonju, but Yellow Tiger is not a zodiac, meaning that he is not the main member of that family, but only a representative. This was an unusual place to meet, and he knew that Yellow Tiger had been missing for a while, but he hadn't thought of meeting him here specifically. The teacher noticed that this guy had a strong aura, and he would say he was almost rank 7, but it looks like he's been neglecting training lately, and his level may have dropped a bit, which gives some hope for a win. A few years ago in a battle, he blew him to smithereens. After that incident, he laid low and became less active, which may have affected his fighting ability and training level. Though his name still commands respect, it shouldn't be cocky, because it doesn't lessen the reality that you never know what an opponent might throw out in a fight. Baek Woojin said there's no need to about that worry. After a while, they did meet in the same ring. The man was telling him that it was still not too late to change his mind and leave. He'll give him a chance to get out of here on his own too, if he decides to give up the fight. Yellow Tiger said his level is lower. Better let him go. But our hero turned to him and said that he was not going to retreat and was ready to fight to the end. He asked if he only knew how to flutter his tongue, or if he could show something more serious. Baek Woojin then told him to get started already, because he was tired of waiting and wanted to get into the battle as soon as possible. Yellow Tiger was furious because he hadn't expected such audacity from such a weak opponent. The referee blew his whistle and said this was the last fight for the day. The spectators started screaming and placing bets. Yellow Tiger instantly attacked Jin at this moment, trying to strike first, hoping to end the fight quickly. Yellow Tiger did have a confident attitude and said that his opponent was finished and he would not leave him a single chance. Our guy easily managed to dodge the first attack, which surprised all the spectators. Teacher said that Yellow Tiger is doing as expected and his fighting style is predictable, giving Baek Woojin a chance to win. His weapons are magical claws that he can use on all of his fingers at once. It was amazing and looked like real tiger claws. The teacher asked if he had encountered something like this before, but this is the first time the protagonist has seen them, though he has heard a lot about their effectiveness. A magic claw technique wielder usually specializes in close combat, and tiger claws are a whole other level. They let a lot more energy into their hands, allowing them to create powerful strikes. This allows them to attack even from long range, giving him an advantage in combat at any distance. This guy has an aura so powerful that he has no problem attacking opponents in both close and ranged combat. The teacher has no idea how he knows all this, but it feels like they've switched roles, and now the student is doing the fighting. The man he had crushed to smithereens is now forced to recognize his greatness. The man, at that moment, was very much frightened by what was happening. There was his sister named Becky Ken who supported him. The protagonist, of course, continued to battle the Yellow Tiger. Baek Woojin began to come to the forefront, becoming the leader in this battle. The man could not resist such an assault, for his strength was running out. Yellow Tiger couldn't figure out who the hell he was, and why he was so strong that his attacks had no effect. He blocks all of his attacks, not giving him a single chance to succeed. He supposed he was strong, but not that strong. the man needs to pull himself together, because the protagonist, in his opinion, will still not be able to dodge absolutely all of his attacks. With each blow, he became progressively weaker. Yellow Tiger said he would tear him to shreds if he didn't surrender. The teacher said that everything was happening exactly as he had predicted. This guy has neglected his workouts, but now he realizes he needs to get back to them to get stronger. There is speed, unpredictably abrupt movements. That speed, hallmark of the tiger claw, move the body from one point to another with lightning, but what he is demonstrating is merely releasing a rata of his own aura, creating only the illusion of power. He knows that confronting him in close combat will be difficult, but it's the only way he can spot his mistakes. He has an idea that could change the course of the battle, and he decides to put it into action. At this point, the man continued to attack the guy. He couldn't understand why he was completely unable to end this lowlife. Up until this point, all he had done was block all of his attacks, not giving him the slightest chance of success and continuing his defense. Baek Woojin continued to dominate this fight. The man felt that there was no way that anyone could oppose him with such ease. Had he been accumulating aura all this time to release it at the crucial moment? Yellow Tiger started laughing panickedly. But since that was the case, he had a backup plan he intended to implement. He realized that Beck was getting stronger and decided he needed to soon finish him. The man was ready to attack his opponent. Gathering all his strength, the teacher told the guy that he had concentrated all of his aura into one powerful blow. He needed to be careful. That looks like the most powerful punch he's ever used in a fight, and he's hoping that it'll get him a long-awaited victory. Teacher couldn't understand why Jin was silent at this moment. The man finally started attacking the guy with all his reserves of energy. He used the killing technique and the Tiger King's kick, hoping that it would be enough. It felt like the main character was ready for it. The teacher was surprised that the main character decided to try a new sword path. At this point, the protagonist sprang into action. The man couldn't understand why his killing blow didn't work. After all, he had struck him with his blade. At that moment, the man felt an unbearable pain all over his body. Yellow Tiger tried to say something to the guy, but with each word, his strength was also gone. After a while, he began to see his opponent as poorly as possible. His body no longer obeyed him. Still running out of strength, he lost control of his body. It stopped moving. At this moment, Baek Woojin appeared right behind that man, ready to deliver the final blow. He said that's where it ends. It then landed a final blow on the man, ending the fight. The judge was very much surprised. He declared the protagonist the winner. He really deserved that victory. Yellow Tiger was displeased and started asking, "What is this nonsense?" He believed that there was no way such a thing could happen, and that victory was to be left to him. They can't give the win to some stranger who hasn't even revealed his identity. Who knows what he's up to? Maybe he's some kind of criminal or worse. He's registered as a top fighter, and that information is enough to recognize him as the winner. As for his possible criminal past, it doesn't matter to them. All that matters is that he has proven his superiority. The girl asked if she needed to worry about herself. The man recognized her immediately. She plays an important role. It wouldn't have occurred to her that the person distributing a drug with a questionable composition would turn out to be the head of the underground arena. The man couldn't understand how on earth she knew about it. The black market couldn't just leave it at that, because the trust of customers is crumbling because of this drug. The man immediately felt the girl's guards begin to twist him, preventing him from moving. The girl said they had a lot of things to discuss. It is especially important to talk to the manager of the underground arena to find out how this could have happened and what steps need to be taken to prevent something like this from happening. After a while, the protagonist returned from the underground arena. So this is the reward for defeating Tiger Claw. After the fire, they could unlock this skill before the duel, but let him stop grumbling. He knew he would end up getting just that as a well-deserved reward. In the end, they never found out who his sister got the drug from. Now that the girl has taken the position of deputy director, she solves issues without defense, but now they need to do something else to continue to develop their skills. Beck turned his head to the left and asked if he thought he had noticed the guy who was watching them and trying to remain unnoticed. It was a guy named Baek Myung-hoon, who decided to approach the protagonist and clear things up. If he's here to clear things up, he better let him leave, because Baek Woojin isn't in the mood right now. but the guy didn't come here for that at all. He just had something to say. The teacher was surprised that he could communicate normally. He couldn't even believe that he was the one who had changed so drastically. If he wanted to talk, let him talk and don't stall. Ben-hong was very anxious and didn't know where to start. The teacher said he hadn't been here in a long time. Jin had a very strange feeling because this conversation reminded him of the past. The last time he was here was a few years ago, and it was here that his first fight took place, which was the beginning of his journey. The opponent was the same guy he was fighting now, and this fight was especially important to him. He's no match for him now, as he thinks he hasn't even reached a level that would allow him to fight on equal footing with Jin. Beck asked, wondering what he was going to say. Baek Woojin starts asking to Jin take him under his wing because he wants to be his student. The protagonist was very much surprised. The teacher questioned if he had heard something wrong. Baek Woojin has no way of knowing. Better to ask him himself what exactly he meant and why he decided that way. He asked what the hell he was talking about. Why should he accept him as a disciple? Where is the guarantee that he will not betray him and use his knowledge against himself? Or he thinks he'll be accepted immediately if he falls on his knees and asks for help. He really wants to stop this pointless competition because he doesn't want to fall even lower. It was for this reason that he was not present at the swordsman's gathering ceremony, though he knew his absence would be noticeable to all present. The protagonist could not understand why he was chosen, because he could have chosen any other brothers. Turns out there was actually some reason he was hiding it from everyone after all. Ben-hong said that he would never kill him, even if he became the head of this powerful family one day, as he couldn't break his principles. The teacher thought the guy was very pathetic and didn't deserve any attention, so she tried not to pay too much attention to him during the lessons. Well, what about Hyeon and whether they come and get along and find common ground? However, the guy didn't answer in the negative, but he didn't give an affirmative answer either, which was strange. He doesn't understand why, but he feels something is wrong with him and it bothers him. The main thing that interested the character was what he said before he left the room, leaving everyone puzzled and with unanswered questions. The protagonist then agreed, although he doubted the correctness of this decision, but decided to take the risk. The main character said that he understood everything, although he found it hard to believe what was happening, but he tried to accept it and move on without looking back. The protagonist asked him if he would believe himself if he were in his shoes. He said he would think about it, but immediately warned me not to get my hopes up. The teacher asked what he was even thinking about. He's certainly behind in every way, but his intuition is top-notch, and that's his advantage. After all, he is also a member of the family, so there must be something he is good at and can show his abilities to the fullest. He's an idiot. How is he even going to work with him and achieve any results if he doesn't know how to properly assess his strengths? There's an upside to that, because he won't have to deal with him. Once he becomes the head of the family, he will lose all the privileges and opportunities he had before and will have to start from scratch. He will voluntarily leave the family. That's exactly when they were looking for him. A girl named Hong Ara walked in, and everyone immediately took notice of her. Baek Woojin asked what brought her here, though he guessed the reason for her visit. The new assignment of the 7th Hall of Swords had arrived, and there was a detailed description in the letter. Hong Ara had been looking for him everywhere to hand over this important assignment personally. The girl wondered what the assignment was, as each time the tasks got more difficult. A tattoo-level dungeon, and there was a monster to defeat. They had dungeons no higher than level 4 before, and this quest was an exception, because the difficulty level had increased significantly. Jin said that since that's the case, he agrees to accept his assignment without question. He said the girl warned everyone to be on alert, because the situation could change at any moment. The teacher asked what he was thinking about, for there was a look of on his face concern. Beck said it was still early, but the teacher couldn't understand what he meant. At this moment, people began to gather near the portal. Inside was already some girl who was apparently busy with her training. She was just knocking down a bag, practicing her technique punching. She also decided to use her legs. She practiced very hard. For a while, she decided to see what was going on around her and figure out why everyone was gathered near the portal. Someone stopped by to see her. He said he could see her practicing and that her efforts would not go unnoticed. She wondered why he was sneaking up on her like that, since it could have scared her or distracted her from her training. And anyway, how many times has she told me not to leave when she's practicing? The birds hunt something at the protagonist, but so be it. He'll tell you some other time. Right about now, the girl started doing something that caught attention everyone's. She moved closer to him and told him to spill everything he knew. When he asked her for support, she slapped him. She will not repeat, as she sees no point in it and believes that everything has already been said enough. Herself clearly, he heard that the hero had decided to participate in the 7th swordsman meeting, and the mission would take place in a rank 5 dungeon. She would be the one to represent their plan on this mission, and he had already written her name on the list of participants, as he thought she was the best candidate. It's a great chance to show everyone what we're capable of. He's sure it will do her good. Not such a bad idea. She should win this time. She pretends like she doesn't care, but you can't probably see the joy inside because this is her chance to prove herself. They always supported each other and tried to help in times of need, remaining loyal friends. They wondered what was wrong with him today, for his behavior was unusual and raised many questions from all who knew him. He said that January Geek wanted to talk to her because he had important information to pass on in person. The girl couldn't figure out who it was, but decided not to pay much attention to it. But that didn't matter now. The main thing was to take care of yourself, because there were many challenges ahead. After a while, they met each other, and it was an important meeting. A lot of time has passed since the last time the protagonist and her saw each other, and they have a lot of questions for each other. The girl asked how he had been living all this time, for they were curious to know what had changed. She is no lower than level 5, is a kind of genius, and is even more talented than him. She didn't seem to have been chilling all this time, and in the first few seconds he felt that she remained just as strong. He noticed something was wrong with her, or she was sick with something. This time the victory will be theirs. There is no way they will lose, because they have prepared well. He said whatever she said, since it wasn't going to get involved, preferring to watch from the sidelines. The girl was very much surprised that he would participate, for he had never shown much interest before. He figured they weren't here to win, but for something more, like experience and increased abilities. When he saw her team, he thought they were here for this, and it seems he was mistaken, for their true goals were quite different. The girl realized that she needed to change things quickly and started saying that they were only here to increase their abilities. Baek Woojin says that they'll see each other again then. After a while, they met and Jin said that they should listen to him carefully. Like he said, this is a special case, otherwise they wouldn't be here right now, and they need to proceed very carefully. Through this fight, each of them will have an incredible experience that will help them in the future, and it also warns them in advance that their opponents have no intention of surrendering, and they will have to give their best effort. They said they understood and victory would be theirs. Beck said, then let them follow him. This dungeon will close soon, and they need to complete the task before then to avoid being trapped. The man asked his partner if it was realistic, as 2 of the most powerful swordsmen had just gone in there, ready to complete the task very quickly. He's sure they'll be done with the mission in a couple minutes, and in the meantime, they come relax a bit and grab a bite to build up their strength before the fight. But his partner asked him if he was crazy for reaching for his soda, because now was not the time for such foolishness. Have him take the list in hand and write down the entry times of all participants. His partner was telling him not to be so tense and just relax, because they would still have time. At that moment, some flashes of light began to occur, and everyone immediately became alert, trying to figure out what exactly was going on around them in the dungeon. The partners couldn't understand what was going on, for it was unexpected. There seems to be a crack in the dungeon. This is the same dungeon wave that is formed by the merging of one dungeon with another. A wave is formed by the merging of one dungeon with another. Right now, have them measure the rank of the dungeon again to see what they were dealing with. But the partner started asking, well, what's up? Because he was very concerned. The rank of the dungeon was at least rank 7, and they realized that he was now screwed if they didn't take immediate action. The average dungeon bot improvement ability does not exceed rank 6. First, have him report the incident to every guild and association. They have no other option. They should split up and leave the dungeon as soon as possible. But those inside now will only have to hope for a miracle, or one of them needs to create a miracle. There was snow inside the dungeon, which was unusual because not long ago, it had been hot and dry like a desert. But just because it was hot here, this dungeon turned out to be a count that changed its conditions as a result of the dungeon waves. One of them said that it might be the wave of the dungeon yummy. The teacher realized that the weather had changed drastically, as the dungeon had just merged with another dungeon. Baek Woojin thought it would happen in the more distant future. He didn't expect the dungeon to manifest so early. But it's not just that. He feels something strange. It seems that while the dungeons were merging, someone strong was able to get in. Since the weather has changed, we need to get this case sorted out quicker. The main character started yelling that everyone needed to be extra careful from now on. At that moment, a girl came up to him and offered him a jacket to keep him warm. He was in winter clothes, which definitely helped him deal with the cold. They asked Lilia if they knew who these people were and what they were doing here. They've looked into everything. There have been 3 instances of snowfall in the ogre dungeon. As he said, they have to pay close attention to preparation. No wonder their squad is labeled as one of the best. He feels completely safe with them. The girl was too careless. Who could have known that it would happen? Dungeon wave. Also snowy corners. They were expecting something completely different. It's a shame that even she couldn't see it coming. And saying you're going to win today, which gave everyone hope for success. After that, the girl sighed heavily. We need to calm down and leave the past in the past, because the present is more important. She asked if anyone had brought warm clothes, but no one had. The girl told them not to apologize, because she hadn't prepared anything either, and now they had to find a solution together. Then to start, she suggested using her aura to warm herself up. At that moment, the main character approached her with a bag, offering her warm clothes. I mean, it was the extra winter clothes they took just in case. They had taken her just in case, to be well prepared, and now she was left redundant. The dungeon has gotten bigger and colder, so you can't cope with just aura here. You need extra protection and warm clothes to survive. They don't just give these clothes away. They offer to use them, and then return them to save them for other team members. She would be sure to pay him for such kindness, for help with warm clothes was very important right now. She wondered how he thought the dungeon appeared after the fusion wave. The main character said that the dungeon had most likely merged with a rank 6 Yeti dungeon. Everyone was very surprised when he said about Yeti, because this dungeon is known for its harsh conditions and dangerous monsters. Among the rank 6 dungeons, this place has the harshest conditions. These monsters are so smart and strong that even those with the same rank have a hard time defeating them. In this situation and such, a wild shot would be a wild shot. The girl asked if they could unite, for it would be better to act together now. If they fight without interfering with their training, that will be fine. She was very much surprised and asked him. He said of course that's what he intended all along. He knows it's dangerous and they could get seriously injured, but things are not good under these conditions. On the other hand, they could face much more dangerous monsters. Although it can't actually help improve swordsman squad skills quickly, these people are really going to train under these conditions. The girl realized she wasn't even close to them. The teacher asked what the guy was up to. The main character treats her too well, which is not his style. He can't be nice to her unless he's sure of something. He's a stale, dry man too. Levin knows it's the most suspicious thing he's ever heard him say. Some man shouted that someone was coming, which got everyone's attention. The main character said lo and behold, it wasn't the girl who asked if he thought it was a monster and if he was ready to meet it. But now that the dungeon is training because of the wave, it's not just monsters that might appear here. This also applies to ability holders. At this moment, the man was very surprised, for he recognized immediately Yunhua. The girl asked if he knew him, and the man introduced himself as January Gek. Those present immediately recognized the man, for his name was known, just as the protagonist thought. That was exactly what it was. The teacher wondered who he was to him, since he was reacting to him like that. The purpose of their raid has just changed, for they are going to get the reward of this dungeon. They're going to get the reward of this dungeon from that guy. People couldn't tell if it was snow. It's been hot in here for a long time. Is this an ogre dungeon or something else? What's going on? Is it a dungeon wave or something else? Blackstone said that it was now clear why the weather had changed so dramatically. However, the dungeon just merged with another. Baek Woojin thought that it would happen much later, in the distant future. He didn't expect this dungeon to manifest so early, but it wasn't just that. He felt something strange. The dungeons did seem to be merging. Someone strong was able to get in. Since the weather has changed, we need to take care of this matter quickly. Baek Woojin thanked for the advice. He said everything changed from that point on. At this point, he was literally handed a jacket. Baek Woojin was surprised that he was given winter clothes. He asked how they did it so quickly. In response, he was asked if he didn't know who they were. They all explored the ogre dungeon and recorded 3 instances of snowfall. As he said, you have to pay close attention to your preparation. Baek Woojin was glad that they were so savvy. Blackstone said it's no surprise that his squad is labeled with a nickname. Of course, he felt perfectly safe with them. The girl admitted that she had been too careless. She hadn't expected the dungeon wave to start. Besides, the snowy area was a surprise to them. They were expecting something completely different. Too bad she couldn't even anticipate it. She said confidently that she was going to win today. After that, the girl exhaled heavily. She realized that she needed to calm down and put the past in the past. The present was more important. She asked if anyone had brought warm clothes in front of her but don't let them apologize because she didn't prepare anything either. Then, for starters, she suggested using the aura, but it wasn't necessary. At that moment, the main character appeared behind her, and she was greatly surprised. It was extra winter clothing. They took it just in case, as they were well prepared. The clothes were left behind. The dungeon had gotten bigger and colder, so aura alone couldn't do the job here. They didn't give her the clothes permanently, just let her use and return them. After that, the girl smiled. She said she would be sure to repay him for such kindness. What dungeon does he think appeared after the wave? If his assumptions are correct, it most likely merged with a rank 6 Yeti dungeon. Everyone was pretty surprised that it was Bigfoot we were talking about. Among dungeons of this rank, the conditions here are the harshest, and Bigfoot's high intelligence makes him a monster that is hard to defeat even by those of the same rank as him. In such a situation, the best tactic with the best chance of survival would be. The girl asked if they could defeat Dennis, for it was better to act together now. Well, if they're going to fight, let it not interface with their training. But what does it mean to fight? Don't let him say that. He's going to make them fight. Of course, this was intended from the beginning anyway. But now, he knew it was dangerous. They could have been seriously injured. Like she said, the situation was not good. But on the other hand, they could face much more dangerous monsters. Although, it could actually help improve the skills of the sword squad quickly. Were these people really going to train under these conditions? Even when they were side by side, they were not on the same level. They took several steps forward, calculating everything. Blackstone asked what he was up to. Baek Woojin responded by asking what it was all about. He treated her too well. It wasn't in his nature. He couldn't be so kind to her for no reason. Not unless he was sure of something. What was he even talking about? He was a stale and dry man himself, but it was this statement that struck him as the most suspicious of all he had heard. At that moment, one of the men suddenly shouted, reporting that someone was approaching. Baek Woojin grinned and remarked that he wasn't as old as he might think. The guy explained that now that the dungeons were starting to merge, it wasn't just monsters that could appear here. This also applied to ability holders, who wouldn't be in this situation in normal dungeons. The man was greatly surprised to see people in front of him that he clearly didn't expect to meet. His gaze immediately locked onto Yunhua. The girl was surprised that he knew her, but the man immediately introduced himself, calling himself January Geek. The others couldn't figure out who exactly this person was. Baek Woojin only confirmed his hunch. The person in front of him was indeed the one he had expected to see. Blackstone wondered who the man was to him, since he had caused him such a reaction. The purpose of their raid had suddenly changed at that moment. The man looked at the girl with a surprised expression, pondering the fact that the reward for passing the dungeon would now go to this guy. Blackstone asked about the treasury, as he was getting a bad feeling. The stranger had incredible skills that clearly set him apart from the others. Despite his youth, he was already at the second level of development and apparently did not neglect training. Even those behind him weren't at entry level, making this group even more dangerous. He was one of the candidates to inherit the title in the world-famous tamed Heavenly Warrior Guild. In his past life, this event happened a little later, but still this person had to enter the dungeon. The man could not believe that their meeting had taken place in this way and began to wonder about fate. Blackstone noted that the girl did not show the slightest interest in him. Jungkook offered to join them, assuring them that they could protect them. The girl, however, did not seem convinced by this suggestion. When her gaze met the eyes of the protagonist, he immediately looked away. She looked at him in surprise, clearly not understanding the reason for this reaction. After a moment, she firmly stated that she couldn't just leave. According to her, they will go on their separate ways while remaining rivals. This statement was puzzling, as at her level of development, such words seemed to bold. She claimed that their squad had been training under the Wind God for a long time, but had not yet had the opportunity to test themselves in battle. As the leader of her group, she couldn't afford to run away just because the place appeared dangerous. The man became furious at her decision. He didn't want to hear that this guy was the reason for her rejection. The thought of her trusting this man more than she trusted him irritated him. He ordered her to watch her words. In his opinion, she spoke too lightly of the man on whom the safety of her group depended. He reminded her that the one also had a name and wondered if he knew it. Baek Woojin introduced himself, saying that he was from the divine sword Beck family, and clarified if it was indeed Jang extended in front of him. He then offered to make a wager, confident in his abilities. The man didn't immediately understand the meaning of his words. The fellow repeated that if the latter was so confident, let him accept the challenge. The point of the competition was to see who would be the first to defeat the boss of this dungeon. Annoyed, the man flared up, saying that the brat didn't know who he was dealing with. Baek Woojin just chuckled and added that if he was scared, the argument could be cancelled because they had more important things to do. The man was beyond furious. It pissed him off that this upstart dared to mock him in front of Yuma. Besides, he obviously didn't know who he was dealing with. In the next second, he abruptly stated that he accepted the challenge, but set his own terms. If he wins, he will demand that his opponent's right hand be chopped off. In the event of defeat, he will agree to give him whatever he wants. Baek Woojin interjected if it was really about anything he wished, noting that his opponent was more generous than he thought. Thereafter, he gave his consent. The man said the man would regret his decision and urged him not to beg for mercy as he lay on the ground. He then ordered his group to move forward. The girl couldn't understand why the guy agreed to such cruel conditions. In response, he only said that he had a lesson to teach. He said there was nothing to be done. A bet is a bet. He then suggested that they should not deviate from the plan because they need to keep practicing. Baek Woojin ordered his team to move out. What was the young gentleman even thinking? He was sure of one thing. This man was definitely not the type to give in to such pathetic provocations. Besides, he wouldn't make a bet just to vent his anger. It was obvious he had a plan to prevail. After a while, Blackstone admitted that he realized what was wrong. He looked at the girl doubtfully, wondering if she was trying to stick up for the guy or if she had other motives. Baek Woojin grinned and noticed that he could kick well. He couldn't believe that the man was actually playing with her feelings. In his eyes, that person was a complete fool. However, if that guy does turn out to be the first one to get to the boss, wouldn't it all be pointless then? Of course, that's just a theory for now. Blackstone frowned, not sure what exactly was meant by in theory. He reminded himself that he'd been talking about someone strong showing up in the dungeon. In fact, this guy didn't just infiltrate here, he was part of the invasion and was also the boss of this dungeon. He knew exactly how the place worked, and most importantly, he wasn't bound by its rules. What's more, he's already made his first move. At that moment, he was attacked by Bigfoot. Of course, the man managed to fend off the attack and instantly struck back. After that, the monster collapsed in front of him, no longer showing signs of life. Some of the people around him marveled loudly, saying that it was magnificent. The man, however, only waved it away, noting that there was nothing special about it. He then asked about the results of the reconnaissance. He was told that a Bigfoot den had been discovered to the northwest, most likely belonging to their leader. He nodded then, saying fine, time to move out. He's ordered them to destroy anyone who gets in their way. Their main goal is to eliminate the boss. He already had a clear plan in his head. He would personally wipe that smug guy off the face of the earth along with his right hand. That was what he wanted more than anything at that moment. His face expressed cold determination. Meanwhile, Bigfoot attacked the protagonist's team. Someone in the group loudly commanded to corner the monster, giving him no chance to escape. The girl tensed, preparing to strike. The next moment, her blade sliced the monster in two. Of course, after that, he was soundly defeated. They did it, killed another one, but how many of them were there? Only 3. Someone exclaimed indignantly. God, that's not enough, but it's got to be okay, right? It seems like it's been a long time. The boy hesitated. He was sure they could manage. Even with this, she was willing to bet that January Geek had already found the boss and was now fighting him. But what if he loses? As soon as those words were spoken, Baek Woojin looked at the girl sharply. He asked if she was worried about him. She was a little embarrassed, but admitted that she was. Baek Woojin was surprised. He was about to ask, but before he could say anything, the girl interrupted him and said that it didn't mean anything. It's just that if something happens to him, she didn't know how she could look her brother in the eye. Then how about we ship out? He asked. Like she said, it's about time they did something about it too. He should be feeling better now. At this moment, January Dick suddenly realized that he couldn't move. Dead bodies lay all around him, and it was all his fault. Holy shit, how awful. Was it his own fault? He cried out. If it couldn't stop him, no one in this dungeon could. It will be over. The dungeon rift will be their end. He started crying while saying Young Yunhwa's name. But why is he crying? He was quite surprised to see the protagonist with a girl, and the guy said that this facial expression suited him much better. Let them all go, just not this 7th-ranked Nick of yours. None of them can handle him. Baek Woojin threw off his jacket and wondered what he was even talking about. Let him be quiet and observe. Blackstone said he's definitely an unusual double. He's rank 7, and in the current situation, he's likely to be even harder to deal with. Let him be careful, for he knows that not only can he change his appearance, his totals are a little stronger than the ones he got. At that moment, he switched shoulders, as if he had become the main character. Everyone has noticed he transforms. Your nickname adopts the appearance of the strongest person he's seen. Is Baek Woojin stronger than Jangek, or what? The main character said that the guys know it's a fight between him and January Dick. Whatever happens, let them stay out of it. Don't be surprised when he says that. After that, Baek Woojin began to look at his opponent. Then they simultaneously started kneading their necks. He said the double was good, the race was good, and they attacked each other at the same time. The protagonist was the first to attack the doppelganger. The doppelganger just stood there thinking about what he should do. Of course, because of this strong attack, the doppelganger began to fight back. The doppelganger or Baek Woojin himself suffered injuries at that moment. Baek Woojin took action, then they made the same attack again. Baek Woojin used the fog burst. Of course, the doppelganger started to give resistance and attacked as well. Baek Woojin realized that he had to endure. The super concentration was activated. Following the flow, the eye activated. The feature of martial singular cause was activated. He said that the opponent was like this. He decided to see how long it would last. After that, he used a chain attack. Then the rest of us could watch the whole thing in the sky. January Dick didn't understand how this could be. It was impossible. Even he couldn't take 10 punches. How does a guy do all that? The girl said he was someone who followed the path of a true swordsman. She would never be able to predict his actions. Just how far is he going to go? At that moment, there was a tremendous explosion. Baek Woojin stood there breathing heavily. As Blackstone can see, it doesn't spare him. It seems like he had a plan. Baek Woojin said that was his plan. Of course, of all the things he had seen, in this state of his, he was at his worst. Oh, and by the way, this thing can regenerate, and that only puts him at a disadvantage. Let him unleash Ignis or Glacia. Let them attack from both sides, but the guy is okay with it. Entered almost able and started up again. After that, as always, they attacked each other at the same time and with the same attacks. Then again, there was a tremendous explosion. After that, the enemy literally had no hands left. Of course, everyone was greatly surprised. Your nickname itself was a big surprise too. The girl realized that his strength was more powerful than the doppelgangers. Baek Woojin thanked him, and then said that he helped him raise his level. The Black Imperial projectile reached the 4th level. The speed of the Black Imperial projectile was increased. The strength of the Black Imperial projectile increased. Blackstone said that's what the plan was. The reason he kept attacking him directly concluded in gaining experience for the path of the sword. At that point your nickname said something incomprehensible. With this garbage already taken, then they used the fog burst again. The enemy was quite surprised at this point. Baek Woojin then stripped him of 2 of his arms. He fell to his knees afterward. Baek Woojin started to approach him and asked him where he was going. He will destroy him, and he promises it to him. The enemy was enraged and began to regenerate. His hands began to recover. Everyone realized that it was a martial chi. The girl noticed that there were waves of murderous energy coming from him. It must be the energy of high-ranked monsters. Who would have thought that she would be able to see it with her own eyes? Blackstone said it looks like he's going to put his full weight on it now. After missing just 1 punch, here he is a coward. Baek Woojin said that in that case, this sword technique would be perfect for him. Then his sword literally began to burn. The more he experiences, the stronger the skill of changing fire forms becomes. And now, as his power grows and his aura reaches its limit, the enemy immediately began to attack. At this point, Baek Woojin began to use the changing fire forms. The enemy immediately pounced on him. Baek Woojin mentally used the divine flame. The enemy began to burn. After that, rings and stones began to fall out of his flesh. Then they fell to the ground. Baek Woojin said that he wouldn't lose even if he wanted to. The altered fire forms had reached the second level. The power of the altered fire had been increased. At this moment, many people gathered around the portal. Some men said it had been 8 hours and was told things were bad. At this moment, they could observe the strength of the people in the portal. They're coming out. Looks like the raid was a success. The girl asked if he was sure he was fine. Maybe she should get it checked out better. But he said he was fine. It was me, Din, and Jong Yun-hwa, and it's not Jangek there. There's no living space in it. The brother immediately started moving toward the girl and asking if she was hurt. He apologized and said he didn't know it would be like this. It's okay, she's totally fine. It must be nice to have a family like that, and no one from the Bat family showed up. Not surprisingly, my brother said that if anything happened to her, my father would definitely kill him. Woojin couldn't understand why she was looking at him like that again. Does she want a fight or something? Blackstone said he should check out the hospital. Woojin said an argument is an argument. He didn't forget her little pair, did he? They were surprised that Woojin had an argument with someone, and it looks like he even won. No way, Woojin Dek won. That's quite a sensation. The guy started asking what he wanted. Woojin hesitated and said it was nothing like that. Just the thing in his pocket. The man couldn't understand how he even noticed it. Woojin asked if he thought he wouldn't have realized when he made it look like that. He was on the verge of death, but he still didn't use it. That's something. If it's that valuable to him, then it's worth the price. Let him give it here. The heavenly milk of purification, heavenly cleansing milk. This top-grade elixir was created in incredibly small quantities inside a cave of concentrated natural energy. Among ability holders, it is instantly snapped up at gilded prices, and since the Celestial Martial Alliance produces 90% of the concentrate of their personal cave, they monopolize the ruins. But even so, only the best of the Heavenly Martial Alliance Rising Star disciples could obtain the elixir. They were surprised that he was asking for the heavenly milk of purification. Does it really exist? The man knew that the Celestial Martial Alliance held a monopoly on him. He had only heard the name, nothing more. Oh shit, I shouldn't have said he'd give him anything he wanted. Jin asked. He's not going to back down now, is he? He said he'd give him anything he wanted. It's not like he's going to do anything reckless with so many witnesses around. The man in a rage reluctantly began to pull out the elixir. Then he literally threw this elixir. The main thing is that he should be sick. You don't want to mess around with such valuable things. Woojin asked Blackstone for his expert opinion. He said it was the first time he had ever seen such a thing. Heavenly cleansing milk, a top-grade elixir, gradually formed from the pure energy of nature. It has the amazing effect of healing internal injuries, cleansing the body of ailments, and improving the aura. The rank is legendary. There are no conditions for use. Blackstone was semi-surprised that he had a legendary rank. Woojin said he got it himself, so don't let him throw a tantrum. At this point, some man started making his way through the crowd and asked what the fuck that meant. Did January Geek lose or something? Woojin asked who he even was. The guy was surprised he'd come all this way. So why does he look so pathetic? Jangek only said his name. Won Chong sighed heavily. The man said that once his wounds healed, he wouldn't be able to escape the lion's head's anger. Most importantly, realized that this man was Jangek's elder. At least he should be. Blackstone started to ask what he was thinking again. Let him wait. He might make a bigger score, Woojin said, meaning that he was Mr. Won Chong, and immediately caught his attention. He asked who the hell he even was. Woojin introduced himself and said that he was from the family of the Divine Sword Beck. Let him apologize, but he didn't have time to talk to him right now. He asked if everyone in the Heavenly Combat Alliance was so harsh. He just won the argument because he might be interested. It was Heaven's milk of purification. He asked if January Geek had bet on him in some argument. Oh, he's a brainless bastard. Is he out of his mind or something? But it's not like that. Just let him hear him out. Damn it, that fool, out of all the things he could have put up, chose this one. January Geek had already allowed if the head of the Alliance found out that he had also lost the Heaven's milk purification. The man gave a nervous glance afterward and spit out his saliva. He then abruptly changes his face and tells the guy he was a little harsh. He apologizes for ruining his first impression. The main thing is that the screen asked what's wrong with him. Even with that behavior, he won't give anything away. He said, of course, there is an argument. However, I would like to offer a more favorable suggestion. The man noticed that the guy had taken the bait. Does he know if there are many other miracle cures besides the heavenly milk of purification? January Gek couldn't understand, or he wasn't going to, but he stopped him abruptly and told him to be quiet. The man started pulling something out and saying for Woojin to look at. These are the best of potent medicines that can even raise the dead. The Great Pill of Return. Everyone immediately learned about the Great Pill of Return. Heavenly milk purification, the Great Pill of Return. Those miracle medicines really do exist. He'll get it if he makes a bet with him. Woojin literally started poking around in his ear and thinking. Then he just said he wasn't interested. The man couldn't understand what it meant. He said he thought 1 cup of heavenly purification milk would be enough for him. After all, excessive greed usually leads to defeat. The man laughed, realizing he couldn't be missed, and immediately started to stop him. Then he'll let his miracle cure as well. This is the pill of pure life. Most ability holders will never even see it in their entire lives. It turns out, to places one time is not enough. Let him just say yes. Woojin said it was great. He was in. He began to reason about the argument, as if it was about a rank 7 dungeon. The man said that these dungeons appear every day. The guy hesitated and said, in that case, he suggested waiting a month. If it didn't show up, he wouldn't have the usual duel. He was a fool. As soon as he entered the dungeon, he would immediately smash his head around. That's what he's probably thinking right now. But in time, he'll keep it to himself. Okay, and he suggested I avoid each other. Blackstone wanted to say something. He said the guy mentioned that he knew which dungeon was coming up next month, and he told him he wasn't in a losing battle. These pills will be his. At that moment, Jen Hong turned to him. He owes him a huge debt of gratitude. Thanked him. He said it was no big deal. Really? Does he understand her? Especially when it comes to a girl. If something happened to her, he would definitely lose a limb or the other. The head of the cruel Jock family, the feuding family of the divine sword Beck, the feast emperor of Woojin. There's a chance he'll run into him one day. Whatever it is, he'll tell his dad about his awesomeness. Let him not worry about the points in his favor. Woojin couldn't figure out what the other points were. At this point, the guy shouted to the girl that he would thank him too. Let him fuck around a little longer and he'll come here himself. Then the girl shyly approached the guy. She began to thank him. Guy and Woojin were very much surprised. She said well played. Let her look at him. Noble. And next time she gave her word, it would be very different. The girl began to walk away in a rage. The two of them couldn't figure out what it even was. She's his sister, but he has no idea who she's like. The guy said he had to go now, so let him take care of himself. Baek Woojin said with a smile on his face that they were also taking care of themselves. The girl looked at her brother very sternly at this point. Thus ended the long night in the dungeon, and everyone dragged their letters of dark matters back to the divine sword Beck family. His father was very pleased with the report, most likely because he won the dispute with the Celestial Martial Alliance, and that the cruel Jock family now owes them a debt of gratitude. Members of the Righteous Squad celebrated the dungeon sweep, although realized that they still have a lot of work to do. What about him? Baek Woojin held a ring that had the rank of legendary. There is no requirement, Blackstone asked, or is he that pleased? Of course he is. He just let him look at the stats of that shiny thing. But he didn't care anymore. He was hunting that since it was almost completely done. Okay, you say, deciding he needed to try this, and Blackstone couldn't figure out exactly what it was. Baek Woojin took the heavenly milk purification. Blackstone marveled that he put the heavenly milk cleansing and sodas on. The important thing was to play nicely with it on her, for they were alike. Blackstone said there was such a thing, and it's not like anyone would know if he switched them around. Blackstone said, I guess I can't understand what the guy is going to do. Is he crazy? Don't tell him he's going to drink milk that's already been bid on. Or what? Let him think about it. He'd still fight, but it was right. And if he's going to fight, it's better to do it when he's at his best. That makes sense. So, you have to drink that milk beforehand. It made perfect sense to him. That sounds like a lot of bullshit. There's got to be a limit to his machinations. Blackstone said it doesn't matter how he deals with the fallout. Baek Woojin said it's easy. He just needs to win. Blackstone was quite surprised at this point. He was very surprised at how much of a farce it was. Baek Woojin started drinking the milk. After he drank the potion, his pupils changed drastically. He obviously got very strong after that. Blackstone said it was impressive because it was a top-grade elixir and its effects should be on a whole other level. Let him not waste this precious G and train his aura. That's right, of course. Okay, he's going to completely swallow her up, make it his own. It's been quite some time since the protagonist started doing this. He was very tired. It was because Baek Woojin asked Blackstone how much time had passed. He said 4 days. It seems that because he was concentrating on absorbing the elixir, his body now felt brand new. Kane's aura training method has reached level 100. His stamina will be increased, also physical stats, mana and his spiritual power will be increased. I was surprised that it was level 6. Why does this system even exist? Let it become a vending machine or something. Greeting would be freer without it. At this point, the protagonist had a new ability. Blackstone was very much surprised. Turning around to look, obtained the passive ability of breath recovery. The recovery rate of stamina, aura, and spiritual power is tripled. After activating the parish recovery skill, stamina, mana, and spiritual power are fully restored within 10 seconds. The rollback time of superior recovery is 40 minutes. The breath of recovery is simply excellent. The main thing, the screen could understand. The system was listening to them just like he said. It gave them air to breathe. After that, Blackstone started yelling very loudly, was very much surprised. Agu knew she was eating at this point. The bird was lacquering. Duh, he's the one who hasn't given him the goodies lately. I've been so busy. Blackstone said he has now seen everything. Elementary, spirits eating chicken nuggets and mint chocolate ice cream. At that moment, the news was saying that the situation had gotten much more serious lately. Blackstone didn't know what he meant. The front line continues to receive requests for support for ability holders, but the level of support from cancer ability holders has steadily decreased. More and more people are saying that ability holders take on far less responsibility than they receive the privileges of their status. They are calling on the authorities to amend the law on them. Problems on the front lines. Is it really that serious? It looks like the plot has been stroked by monsters, but he asked what he meant by stroked as dungeons. He doesn't know all the details either. Much of the information on the front lines is carefully controlled. He hadn't heard much about it in his previous life either. By the way, didn't he say his older brother was there now? Yeah, he left right after they got back. I hear he's not very interested in becoming an heir. Why not? He could beat anyone with his strength if he tried. In the following news, another unusual murder has occurred, and the police association is already investigating. The victims include both the wielder of the ability and ordinary citizens. This is becoming more of a futile killing spree. This neighborhood of unusual murders. How could it be? Judging by the courts applied, it is suspected that the crime weapon is an object with sharp blades. It is also suspected that the killer is an unregistered ability holder, and all this on their family's property. The nerve, it's all indiscriminate carnage in the country. This should be a major event. Yeah, there's a history of serial killings near their house. Not in this life, not in the past. After that, he just disappeared. Baek Woojin realized that something was wrong here. Blackstone said, never mind, let him switch to that war opera. They should have a rerun of the last episode right now. At this point, the protagonist was dialed by someone. The guy was surprised that it was So Yi-na. Is she already dumb or what? At this point, she started screaming very loudly at him. Baek Woojin told her to be quiet and grabbed her ear. She apologized, saying she didn't notice it. The guy asked what was wrong. She's almost finished with the black fur. They seem to have a problem. Baek Woojin didn't understand what other problem there was. Even his girlfriend had never mentioned anything like this. She started talking about black fur. She said she was having trouble with him. At this point, the protagonist met a girl, and Mr. Kim Jang-han was also there. It's been a long time. He had grown up again since their last meeting. Wave said he looked healthy. The quiet work on the volcanic island had reduced his stress. He heard the latest news. Did he fight a doppelganger or something? Baek Woojin laughed and said it just happened. And speaking of which, she looks very tired. He walked past but asked if she was okay. She replied that of course she was, even though he said and calmed down. She kept cleaning like a real mother. Nothing stops her. I guess it's hereditary. The protagonist even feels a little sorry for her, but she's doing what she likes. Since he was here, let me see his sword. The man began to consider this sword. He took good care of him. Well, just as he thought, his fans chipped. It looked like he was fighting non-stop. he'll take care of his sword while they're here chatting. Baek Woojin thanks him like he always does. The man replied that it was nothing as long as he was grateful. The girl offered to go inside. She said it was her Blackstone's. He was surprised it was a workshop. Yeah, it's just a junkyard. This completely ruins all of Blackstone's expectations. Clean-cut young lady. I've collected a wide variety of materials, so it's a little crowded. Baek Woojin suggested changing the subject. He asked what kind of stone it was. Is it some kind of material or something? The girl said he was the one. It was black fur. Baek Woojin couldn't believe that this boulder was black fur. In its final stage, it shrank and asserted itself. It doesn't want to spread at all. It's like it refuses to move. The protagonist was interested in the fact that it wasn't spreading. I decided to watch it. At this point, he began to put forth his best effort. Did the girl ask, or is there something wrong? Baek Woojin realized that he couldn't lift, not even an inch. He didn't move. Can't you do it? Baek Woojin said he can do anything. Baek Woojin wondered what Blackstone would say about it. He asked what it was with him lately. Blackstone replied that it could be. He really hopes this isn't it. Baek Woojin didn't realize what, but it scares him. Why he's having this reaction. It must be this. Physical rank subject tests. The protagonist was very much surprised by this. Apparently, this sort of thing happens with common items as well. But on rare occasions, objects like his magic sword take on a will of their own. Such objects, possessing their own will, sometimes choose their own masters, but he's already done everything, even gathered the materials. If you think about it, that's not the most important thing. Are the subjects of the mythical Raku mocking him or something? This is something he will never see in his life with his life, even if he lives twice. At that moment, the girl turned to him. The protagonist said that he understood everything, and it looks like she's created something incredible. The girl couldn't understand what it meant. She had created something incredible. Baek Woojin offered to give it a try. Then he held his hands up to that something again. If he takes his energy and absorbs it, you must respond to his aura. It was at this point that he began to reveal himself. The girl, of course, was very much surprised that a guy could do that, just as Baek Woojin thought. He answered him. At that moment there was some movement. Baek Woojin couldn't figure out what it was. Then it cracked open and light streamed out. Baek Woojin didn't realize what it was. He was very much surprised at the place he had gotten himself into. Blackstone said it looked like this black fur had invited them into his mental space. It seems to have been a challenge, so he already knew. Then he doesn't need to explain anything. The protagonist was interested in something at that moment. Just at that moment, Blackstone literally came down to them. The two of them couldn't figure out what it was. They were both very much surprised. The real Blackstone asked what the hell. Why did he take his form? Not the real Blackstone asked if it was Blackstone, and said it was correct. He had copied his form, because he must have been involved in its creation. Baek Woojin couldn't understand what the creature meant. Does he mean to say that he is a black fur or what? He said black fur. Even the woman who was in charge of creating it called it that, but they can't call him whatever they want. The main character couldn't understand why he annoyed him so much. Blackstone said his looks were definitely his. So pissed off, he's definitely in it. Baek Woojin said to take it easy. Baek Woojin grabbed him in the moment and asked him why he stopped her work. Why, then, does he ask? It's because he doesn't like them. Baek Woojin and Blackstone couldn't understand what it meant. They still don't understand his feelings. He was created because of them, and now he will have to listen to them like a slave until he dies. With no right to freedom, his fate is already sealed because he was made of them. Yeah, fuck knows how infuriating that is. Otherwise, to summarize, he doesn't want to serve him, and so he purposely interrupted his consciousness process or what? Yeah, it really is a challenge. Blackstone and the main character just stayed silent and stared at him. Then they said they had an idea. To put it crudely, he's going through a transitional phase. How dare he bring his beliefs to something childish? Did he know that when it comes to teenage rebellion, a good beating is the right thing to do? Wouldn't he give him a beating, talking or what? Oh, my God, this is crazy. Baek Woojin said no traitors. Let him give his trial here already. Okay, whatever they want to do in general. After that, something unusual began to happen. Blackstone was surprised that he had created a barrier, which was unexpected, but the barrier doesn't sound very cool, so he suggested calling it the Black Stone of Blessing, which sounds much more majestic. That stone would create an armor that would protect his life was all the woman working on it thought about. She seemed to be the reason he had this unique ability. Their challenge is the Black Stone of Blessing, and they can't take their time to get there, which may be a special purpose. If they fail the test, he will admit defeat and serve them as agreed. But it's not all bad. There's actually a chance for success despite the challenges. At least he didn't get his preference in choosing the title, which is reasonable since he'll always find an excuse to criticize. They can't use anything they want, even spirit calls if they see fit. Baek Woojin asked if he could summon spirits into the mental space to enhance his powers. Of course, anything with their energy will also be tapped into when using it as additional resources, and he'd also better take advantage of this kid's strength to strengthen his chances. Blackstone became enraged and started asking who he called a boy, because the man wasn't even worthy of such treatment. Asshole. He was completely ill-mannered. The lights will go. Let Baek Woojin use it, and it will finish him off with one punch without hesitation, and activating super concentration, dressing with tracking flow, activating eye, martial mystery features, activating cloud sword features, and immortal sword guys were all activated for the next attack. Baek Woojin decided to add spirit power as well to increase his potential. After that, he launched an attack without wasting any time. They'll see how long he sticks to his principles despite the pressure. Blackstone was very much surprised because he didn't expect this turn of events. The girl couldn't understand what the hell was going on. She was having a hard time making sense of what was happening. Woojin simply stood still at this moment without taking any obvious action. The girl said she was supposed to help, but at that moment someone stopped her, as if warning her. She was surprised when abruptly her father appeared and said that the boy was in some sort of communication with the cloth, which was strange and unexpected. Communicates if the protagonist's power is infused into that fabric, which means there's something more to the process. Grain appears to be being tested now, which could be a defining moment for him. The subject is testing its host, and such truth may or may not be an important point. The man said he usually doesn't, but in this case it might not be what he expected. It was just awesome, as expected of the guy. He was able to prove himself at the next level. But the man said he was talking specifically about her, emphasizing her role in the process. Even though the main character's power was added to this item, she was the one who created it, and that was a major accomplishment. At this level, it could be legendary. Low, rank even higher than mythical, which raises her status. She can't safely be described as a Blackstone, an outstanding Blackstone with exceptional skills. The girl even cried when she heard this, for it was a recognition of her accomplishments. She asked if the guy would be okay, as she was worried for his safety. The man asked what she was worried about. After all, he was a swordsman and should be able to handle it. All they need to do is congratulate him when he's done, and it will be a well-deserved win. After all, he is none other than swordsman Baek Woojin, and his success was a foregone conclusion. At this moment, Woojin was in the smoke, hiding his strength. He wasn't a real Blackstone, but said he was honestly surprised at how quickly things unfolded. Albeit a little faster, he would really be in danger if he didn't show his strength. Well, although we're already talking about the Black Blessing Stone's rather high recovery rate, about the same as his. To put it another way, by the time it fully recovers, those cracks will be completely gone too, and everything will be back to normal. There would be no more spirits, and even his aura was already at 0, which meant the completion of this process. Let him stay. He's not strong enough to use it to its fullest. Let him come back when he has advanced further and reached a new level. Woojin smiled and said that he couldn't do that because his strength required full recovery. If he says he'll break, then he'll break, and it won't be a problem for him. He then used the superior recovery activation to fix the situation. He was very much surprised when the guy used it, as he hadn't expected such a move. Does his energy regenerate? Or what other skill is that? He asked, trying to understand what was happening. Woojin inhaled and said that it was great, that he was happy with the result. It was hard to believe he could use it, as he didn't have one when he was created. Blackstone was fine with that, but was that even fair? The main character said let them come out again, let's not procrastinate. Round 2 while he's still warmed up and ready for action. They will see who wins this time and who performs the best. Will anyone withstand such a test and show their strength? Woojin began to break down his barriers, giving him no time to recover. The man started to tell the guy to wait, but the guy paid no attention. He said something about time at one point, indicating that his options were limited. Woojin attacked him again, not giving him the slightest chance to retaliate. The man was very much surprised. that the protagonist managed to break his barrier. He hadn't expected it. Woojin confidently stood beside him, showing that he was ready to continue. Let it begin. Already keep the promise. Let it be honest now. Yeah, he's just a goddamn crook, because he's always hiding something and manipulating. Woojin couldn't tell if he was trying to change his stance in midair right now. Of course the man was furious with the guy at this point. His patience was running out. He said okay, he would keep his promise and consider him his master. But it wasn't that easy. But before that, they'll teach him something important so he'll understand what the real Blackstone is. The man couldn't understand what teach meant, for he had expected quite the opposite. Come the owner's property, speak to him as he wishes, and be so insolent. At this moment, Woojin began to attack him using all his strength. After a while, they finished, and Woojin stopped. Watching the result, he asked her if there would be any more grievances, since not all issues had been resolved. The man then started grabbing his face after being beaten and said he was fine. Woojin asked if there would still be an exam. If so, let him speak right away. But the man fell to his knees and started saying that was enough. Henceforth he would address it with utmost care, not daring to forget his lessons. But does he even know what he has to do next, and what he has learned from this lesson? If he suddenly realizes that it stinks more than he thought, he's going to put it back to square one. The man didn't understand what that meant, for he thought the situation was over. So let him try hard and do his best to be a top acquisition, whether he realizes it or not. Even if he didn't understand anything, have him agree anyway to avoid further problems. Otherwise, this nutcase might beat him up so badly that he'll never dare protest again. Of course, after that, the man started saying that of course he would do his best not to disappoint. The girl was surprised that the guy hadn't come back, because usually he should have shown up by now. Woojin asked how long he had been standing like that, and the girl said I think it was about 3 hours. The girl was interested in what had happened after all, but he said it was nothing much, just a little dialogue. The girl asked what the dialogue was about, and Woojin replied that they just had a bad conversation, but it wasn't that important. Now let her listen carefully, because he has important information. The quality of this material is so much softer than it used to be, and that couldn't be more surprising. It feels like this skin has been beaten with a club, which has changed its structure. Her quality has definitely improved, and now she listens much better than she thought she would. The main thing, in short, asked how long it would take, and the girl replied that the preparations were already complete, just need to finish. So maybe she will today and the process will be completed. Blackstone didn't like it for some reason, just not this one, because it needs more time to prepare. Woojin said it was fine, and she could take her time. The girl said okay, she would do what she could and there would be nothing else left. In a moment, his father appeared and said that if they were done talking, to please let him have some time. Woojin said of course and offered to come out to settle the matter. After that, they started to go outside, continuing their conversation. Then the number came back up and looked back as if he had forgotten something. He said it was great and was pleased with the result. The fabric was literally shaking at this moment, reacting to the changes in the air. Woojin asked if something was wrong and expected an explanation. The man replied that much had changed, even this landscape around them. Woojin said that everything was correct. The benefit of their master dealing with the giant made this place safe, so he would like to share some information with him as an additional reward. The protagonist was greatly surprised by this extra reward, but the information was common knowledge, so let him not worry. It was about Chunmu Man, an important person in the story. He won't just sit back and watch the clash between Won Chono and Jung Dek. He has his own plans. Chunmu Man has a special power, but Woojin didn't understand what that meant. It is said that whoever eats it will gain unprecedented power that will depend on light. Blackstone asked if this is true. If it is, what are the consequences? Woojin asked if it had side effects and how he even knew this information. In general, if you overdo the use of power, there will be limited use of the organe. Either way, if he knew this information, Woojin said no, he was only guessing. He patted him on the shoulder and thanked him for the valuable information, but added that it was not necessary, for he was not a businessman, but a merchant. He simply weighed the benefit received and the loss, then decided to add compensation. Woojin realized that he couldn't lie at all. Blackstone said that no matter how it was, he should still be thanked. And yet, darkness, Blackstone is thinking about it too, and that's alarming. This is very similar to the effect of the ingested substance that Baek was talking about. Whether Chen Wu Man, or whatever his name is involved in all of this is still unclear. Woojin said, first of all, thank you for the good information. It will definitely help him a lot. In that case, the man will go, so as not to distract him or delay him. Woojin wished him a happy journey, and the man mutually told him so as well. There's no black market connection yet, but by now you can't hesitate and you need to act. The parties will contact him at some point, and it would be good to have already gathered information for further action. Woojin then reached into his pocket to check what he had there. He didn't understand what it was, or why Lee Yun-hyun needed it. He hopes they're doing okay, since it's been a while since they've talked to their boss. He laughed and said, and actually he was promoted to counselor because of his merit. Thanks to him crushing Zenon and those criminals, his job was much more calm and safe. But what was the case he called him with this time? Does he know anything about the recent chaotic murders? Well, except for the fact that they always happened in the same neighborhood and a dagger was used. He has facts that are not yet known to the media, and that may reveal new details. 2 days ago, the perpetrator had already revealed his identity, and it shocked many. Blackstone interjected. Or did the killer reveal his identity? Is he crazy or something? Woojin asked who he really was. Park Min-woo, a level 6 criminal with a high level of dagger wielding and stealth abilities. His image of the poison sword is that his dagger is always covered in poison. He had never heard the name before. He had been on the run overseas for a while, but had recently returned. In addition, word is spreading that he was once associated with Zenon. If so, it may be a planned provocation for them, but he doesn't know that for sure. His team is investigating right now, but he can't say one thing for sure. He never seems to show up twice at a murder scene. If you look at a map of his movements, you can't see that they form an axis around one location. What comes out is they can't tell him what places he hasn't been to yet. Once the investigation is over, he'll send them all the information. The protagonist said that he understood him, thanked him. Rather, it was he who should thank them and wish them to take care of themselves. So also a new task was discovered. Catch and kill for innocent people. The ultimate goal is a cold-blooded killer. He must be stopped to save himself and others. Conditions: stop the killer and calm the townspeople. The advantage of completing the task is a badge and increased energy. Reward: 1,800 points. He would have dealt with him without the assignment anyway, but that was even better. Blackstone asked, or is he up to his old tricks again? This is serious, no doubt about it. So how is he going to catch him? Woojin said it's simple. Since he is the one who is his ultimate goal, why not just come to him himself? If he showed up in that neighborhood, it would definitely draw attention, and she would definitely try to target him somehow. Let him wait. Well, what about his venom and stealth? This guy kills people in places that are far from hidden dungeons. If he starts swinging his dagger indiscriminately while hiding in the shadows, he thinks he won't have any trouble catching it or something. Baek Woojin said it'll be fine. He's already thought it through well. He'll catch him before he even shows up. What's he got in mind? Let him be patient and see for himself. Actually, he needs to provide the materials to Blackstone Kim first, but it seems he can't get his black armor today. So that's how it can be like this today. Finally not coming back quietly. At that moment, a girl ran out to them and turned to the guy. She sat with a smile on her face as she did so. Finally finished. Blackstone sighed for some reason and asked, or did he? Seriously, the man didn't look fresh at this point, and it was clear he was in some kind of trouble. Some other man was walking down the street. Oh shit. The blood won't stop and the poison is making my head cloudy. The killer said it was useless. It's his special design that causes bleeding and paralyzes. He was revealing it, but still far away. He's a sick man. Why is he doing all this? Because the guest he wants to see hasn't shown up. He should have paid attention to him by now, but it's like he's blind. The man at this point continued to stare at him. He grabbed his head and said he was talking. He felt unbearable pain at this moment, as he was stabbed with a sword right into his shoulder. Gil said it was useless. No sound would filter through his domes. Then he remembered something else. Have him deliver a message there that if it didn't show up, he would be killing people in packs starting tomorrow night. He thinks that's how he'll know for sure. He couldn't understand, or the man was already dead. What it was, I had a little bit of patience. I could have gotten his attention that way, but is still confident he'll get praise. Baek Woojin said, what does that mean? She made his black armor. It was amazing. It's really cool. The girl asked if he really thought so. He was completely serious. The girl sat her down and said she really didn't know what to do if he didn't like it. Let him try it on at least once. see if it fits him. Baek Woojin began to put on his armor. He realized that the suit just fit perfectly. Baek Woojin started to adjust everything to make him comfortable. And then there was something else. He felt that just by putting it on, he would immediately feel a surge of immense power. Baek Woojin says it fits perfectly. It's heavy, but he doesn't even feel it. And the sleeves are nice. Thank goodness, that means I won't have to worry about it. Making it was still awesome. Baek Woojin looked at Blackstone and Blackstone asked him, what's wrong? Even if he suppresses his emotions, his black cloak still won't go anywhere. Baek Woojin's black bow cloak came into existence thanks to the guy's idea and the hands of Blackstone Son. Only Baek Woojin can wear it, causing the cloak to increase all of his new ranks and legendary wearing conditions, allowing him to be the main character. Blackstone was surprised that the cloak increased all abilities by 40%. After that, he literally started foaming at the mouth from his cape. He likes it a lot. The girl asked if he felt more confident. Baek Woojin said it was more like a waking dream. It's kind of cheeky of him. I don't know how he can repay her for it. So what's the other payment? If it wasn't for him, she would have died in that neighborhood a long time ago. Either way, she won't accept any payment for anything. Baek Woojin simply nodded at her understandingly. Then he would think about it later and introduce her to someone. He is very grateful that with her hands, she is creating the best thing in the world, and he vows to make sure no one can stand in her way of glory. The girl began to cry at such words. Then she began to close her tears and stand up. She said she had to wash up right away. She'd be right back. Baek Woojin looked at her with a smile on his face. Blackstone said that everything is nailed down, that giving up aura enhancement and strengthening the four main attributes could increase his power. He just can't admit it. Special innovations must be black diamonds. No, black diamonds create black fields that block 95% of all attacks. It lasts for 10 seconds and lasts for 24 hours between uses. Hiding in a black cloud dissolves him into shadows, doubling his senses. Visibility is halved. Duration is 1 minute, and the time between uses is 24 hours. Blackstone was surprised that it was 95%. It's more like he just does it. But it seemed strange to the protagonist. Blackstone asked what was wrong. He definitely used the black cloak for 3 hours, and now it's only 10 seconds. What kind of a setup? But that black cloak was created in this world. In the real world, you'd get a ticket for something like that. Baek Woojin said that's how it is. Blackstone said he had something to tell him. He's an asshole. Here, he's got this thing. If he'd worn one of these as a human, he'd have used it 108 times in every possible way. The girl said that, so the battle against Jinmu Man would be this black cloak's baptism of fire. Baek Woojin said that he thinks there's another place where he'll use it first. The girl asked, and where is it? He said he would do it to complete justice. At that moment, the guy was saying that Baek Woojin would handle it. After all, he's getting ready to massacre Jinmu Man, and he doesn't know if he should bring a gun or what. It's just that if they want to kill, don't they have to patrol? Then will they be together or what? Just at that moment, someone placed a hand on his back. It was, in fact, the killer. He asked who it was that had come, what they were doing here now. One of the guys started to explain everything. The man asked the man where the boy was. He replied that it seems to be in the gummy area now. The man said, that's how it is. Maybe he's the one who just disappeared. The guys immediately fell over after that. They couldn't realize it was him now. Don't know anything. The men at this moment were thinking only of the protagonist. He's sure to give him a special gift. At this point, as he was walking down the street, everyone recognized him and said he had come to catch that murderer, and they begged him to catch him. Baek Woojin says he's just patrolling. No need to get so close. He asks for it. Getting nervous about not being able to pass, he asks them to calm down. He's Baek Woojin after all. He's bound to catch the culprit for their peace of mind and safety. Everyone thought he was so amazing, but only the killer thought he was pathetic. He's not a couple. He's just putting on an ostentatious show, and eventually he'll fall. The man had a powerful poison bomb, introduced with these knuckleheads. Will be his sacrifice? Well, that's when something strange happened. The man was very much surprised and felt hurt. At that moment, he literally lost his arm. He showed up and asked what was wrong. He'd been told he was a cold-blooded killer, so he was curious how crazy he really was. In fact, it turns out he's just a psychotic pervert. The man realized it was the guy he had been looking for so long. He couldn't understand how this was possible, since that guy is inside the crowd. Baek Woojin said he didn't have time to answer his questions. He'll just kill him, that's all. Let him wait, there's something he wants to tell him. He was only a messenger, after all, and had a message to deliver. The key is to understand what message it was supposed to deliver and from whom. This time, the head of Zenin returned to Korea. Mrs. Gray, he's out about her, isn't he? Baek Woojin said that he knows he's a leader in Zenin. Killing all those people was a warning to him. In an infinite score, that's what it takes. So he's saying he killed how many people just to send a warning? Or what? He's not even sorry. And an insect? The bastard. He'll show you who he really is. He's going to die here and now. The man felt an unbearable rage at this moment. Then he started running straight at the protagonist. Baek Woojin was defending himself at that moment. The man said he was going to die. Just at that moment, the main character disappeared, then abruptly appeared to his left and attacked him. Afterward, the man began screaming in pain. He tried his best to resist at this point, and after that, he couldn't stay on his feet. Then a shadow of some sort appeared above him. The protagonist asked if what his victims were going through was even a little fun, and he's basically the same. Baek Woojin said for someone to show up too. The man couldn't understand who he was talking to. Baek Woojin kept saying for someone to come out too. How long will he wait there? Abruptly a girl showed up and said he was just amazing. She began to slowly walk toward them. Blackstone was very much surprised. He forgot to be surprised when he saw Mrs. Gray in front of him. Baek Woojin asked if she was Gray. She answered him that it was correct. How did he realize she was looking at him? Baek Woojin said that he just felt it. Isn't that an unpleasant feeling? Why did it even pass? Would the order not be honored, or what? Gray replied that she was here for a little while and wasn't going to fight him. So, she's here to pick up this guy. He found himself involved in a rather unpleasant situation. She thought he would be her new subordinate, but it was really to her that she couldn't use him now. Blackstone had told him to know in advance. This woman was stronger than anyone he had met before. Baek Woojin began to worry at this moment. Their auras were attuned very strongly. What a strong wave of energy. Can even breathe? The woman asked, or he wondered. She had gotten stronger, even faster than he thought. She said she talks a lot. Let her attack already. Didn't she say she wasn't going to fight him now? The woman said he still wasn't ready and lit her mouth. Baek Woojin asked what kind of band she was carrying. The girl replied that she was just being sober about the situation. They imagine they're going to get shit-faced here. Doesn't he think that this knowledge might eventually collapse, and then there's no escaping the sacrifice? He's shaking his image of a noble sword so much, he didn't even think of that. Immediately afterward, Baek Woojin thought about her words. The girl then pointed her finger at the killer and said he was walking toward her. He said she had saved him. Now he would survive, but before he could finish his sentence, Baek Woojin cut off his head. The man was left to wonder. Woojin started to say what he had said, that he's gonna die right now, and about his fucking warning. No need for all this talk about her knowing him well. Let her attack. The girl was clearly turned on by the whole situation. She said he was truly unique. Afterward, they stood looking at each other. Blackstone tells him to shoot in for a takedown right away. Zikin puts his best foot forward, but Woojin already knows that. Literally just now he was getting nervous, because he feels that this woman is human. The guy didn't know what that meant. He doesn't fully understand either. He just feels like she's not dirty. At this point, the woman began to draw her weapon. Blackstone was surprised it wasn't a spear. Immediately afterward, the protagonist went into a standoff. He was instantly behind the woman and ready to attack her. But the woman easily repelled his attack, even despite his speed. Woojin was very much surprised that she, without looking at him, seaweed that way. After that, Woojin went around her again. Then he started attacking her again. Woojin tried his best, but the woman only laughed and glared at him. Woojin attacked her again. After that, there was a massive explosion. Immediately afterward, they bounced off each other. If it weren't for the black cloak, he'd be torn to shreds right now. Blackstone said this woman was a day ahead of him in reaching the highest point. Apparently, it's only getting stronger with time. We need to get it over with at once. Let him look at it again. It's getting even more heated. Woojin used the supreme strike of darkness. Of course, the woman easily repelled his attack. After that, he used the shaman's true strike, but the woman wasn't worried at all. She just kept laughing. Woojin then decided to use a lightning strike. Immediately afterward, there was again a tremendous explosion. The woman lay back and looked up at the sky. She laughed really loud and said he was really unique. The feeling thrilled her. She wants more. She wants more of that heat. At this point, someone began to tell her to calm down and take a break. She said it wasn't time for that yet, and added that she needed to cool her ardor a bit. She supposed it would be wise to calm down a bit and continue later. Let him rest once his gaze was clearer, and then they could meet next time. Do was preparing for any outcome, be it good or bad. Woojin noticed that she had started to disappear and immediately started to catch up with her. But when Woojin struck, she was no longer there. He couldn't tell if she had hidden or just disappeared from his sight. Blackstone said there was no sign of her disappearance. She seems to have some sort of object that allows her to move to the right place. Woojin said he missed her and won't be able to catch her again. But she was bound to reappear, for she always comes back, and he should have realized that. Either way, there was something else they both had to discuss. This woman was clearly perverted, and Blackstone agreed, because his intuition didn't fail him. And why did such strange personalities keep appearing around him? What could it possibly mean? At this point, the man said he did a great job, and that's worth recognizing. He'd owe him this time. The guy laughed and said he shouldn't emphasize that. Let them have no doubt as long as he is here. The world will be fine and nothing will change. So that's what he really is, and the man could see for himself. He hadn't seen this side of him yet, but it was much clearer now. The man wondered why he needed to masquerade as him and not the other way around. Baek Woojin said he should go on patrol, try to get attention and show that he's not hiding. He was sure someone would definitely be hiding nearby to keep out of sight. He needs to catch someone and asked if he could help with that. The man asked if he couldn't take advantage of that, since he was the one person who had been around the longest and closest to him. All he had to do was behave as he did, nothing complicated. He first showed him the thing when he said he trusted him. Since the master had entrusted him with it, he would have to be responsible for his reputation, which means he will seize the opportunity and try to do his best to maximize his reputation. Baek Woojin and Blackstone were watching him at this moment, scrutinizing his actions. Woojin apologized mentally to Mr. Lee Yong-hyun, promising that he would explain everything later, and then they could settle things. Gathering apprehension, cold-blooded kills, calculating the reward and paying out is a composite of 1,800 points. If his actions impress more people, he will be awarded an additional 1,200 points. He was sure things were changing for the better. It turns out he didn't need to eliminate the killer, but only to apprehend him. But the case would have caused a huge backlash, probably precisely because Moonjun Ike attracted too much attention. He still shivers at the way his image has been cast in that light. But by the way, it's nice that he's back to training for the first time in a long time, and is feeling a little better now. Blackstone said it would have been worth it to break away from training, but he didn't stop all week, which is amazing. Apparently, he really does need to be constantly stimulated, since even after taking such a huge amount of damage, he was unable to strike the woman as expected. What does that say? Is he taking this woman's side now or what? Even if he couldn't beat them all recently, it doesn't mean he can beat them next time. It just takes some thought. He needs to get even stronger and faster to be ready for new challenges. But by the way, he sometimes looks at him like this, and he even feels like praising him for his resilience. At that moment, Honara ran out to him and started calling out to him, clearly alarmed. She told him that Jimmo Man had gotten in touch. Apparently it's related to the wager, because a level 6 dungeon has recently appeared that no one here has seen before. As discussed, the main battle will be the conquest of the dungeon and the trials that await them inside. Each battle will involve a person with an opponent, and now you have to decide what they will do. Woojin will go, of course. Let her say he agrees to participate. But isn't this the same dungeon he knew? Yes, that's right. It's quite rare and dangerous. There are still rumors about this place. This is the monster Karun, and he could be dangerous. Does he know him? Blackstone asked. He looks like the most immaculate angel, but it is only his outer shell that hides his true nature. It was actually a horrible monster. It was eating everyone alive as soon as they got close. Even though it had a swirling shell, it possessed tremendous resistance, an overwhelming aura, and all 4 attributes. As far as the guy knew, it was extremely difficult to defeat him, so the dungeon was even upgraded to level 7. But don't let him worry, there is still one way. At this point he dialed someone and said he needed help with some kind of order. He asked me to find it for him, promising to check it out later. It was just another unhappy guy. Jimmuman's general headquarters received his request. The guy informed the head that Woojin had agreed to the battle. A man asked if there were any questions or objections. It was a head named Bun Ji-hoo. The man sat down, took the call, but has yet to learn anything about the guy's whereabouts. How does he not realize that this man not only believes in his own strength, but will be fully prepared for battle? At that moment, the man called out to Cha-John. Cha-Young asked the man if he had been summoned. The man replied that he had to deal with the protagonist. Even small wounds would be beneficial. After all, it's still an injury that will affect his aura and stamina. After that, he immediately disappeared. The man then started yelling that someone had broken in. Apparently, they were beginning to be doubted. The man sat there, all getting more and more stupid. As it is, though, he'll be able to avoid those suspicions. The man couldn't understand what that even meant. Did he really think that someone with the kind of power Shinyu Man had would fall for such a provocation? Cha-John illegally deleted all the archived records, so no one can find out about his connection to this guy. He did a little investigating. This guy's made a lot of enemies, so it's not surprising that someone might attack him. That's it. Yes, but how? It wasn't supposed to kill this guy. It was him. What if he can't handle him even after that? Then it wouldn't be Woojin he'd have to fear, but him. The dungeon's still about 30 minutes away. How about a little nap? She said she had recently gotten her driver's license. The guy said it was fine. At this moment, Woojin started to ask Blackstone if he felt it too. Blackstone replied that he had, and asked if he had been waited on. But he said it could not be so, for there would not be such a crowd of people here. Woojin asked me to stop the car. The girl asked if something was wrong. Woojin said it seems they have Castia. Have him park and get out. He could observe the men in front of him. They resemble mountain bandits. If she's ever read martial arts novels, she should know that there are mountain gangs in the mountains, but they don't look like murderers to me. Let them be seen as mountain brigands. At this point, the main character said he would pay the toll and threw a rock. Blackstone asked what he was even doing, and he said that the novel said to pay the toll, so he gave the toll. They know how to make provocations. The man immediately crushed the stone with his bare hands. Was it praising them? But it was a real insult. Woojin started to pull out his sword and said that it didn't seem like they had enough. After that, he used Simuran's strength and attacked everyone. Immediately afterward, of course, they began to attack back, but all their attacks flew past the protagonist. He walked over, smiled, and adjusted his suit. But if you look at their actions, it's clear that their goal is his life. Blackstone said that they wanted to inflict minor injuries on him, to use up his aura and stamina. Only then would he be able to go to the dungeon. He had no idea who might have ordered such a thing, because there would be more than 1 or 2 people who were unhappy with this situation. Zinan, Daeyu-moon, Lucas, or maybe someone at home. But even so, that's not all. After all, the culprit is Youngmoo Man himself. Woojin started calling for backup. Right after that, a huge red hand could be seen. They immediately started screaming. One of the men fell to the floor and began to be very frightened. Woojin stepped closer to him. He said he would then offer to see what he knew. After a while, the crowd was saying that Woojin had come. He arrived at the very last moment. Did something happen? Woojin said. He met some mountain bandits on the way. They couldn't understand what mountain brigands meant. Do they really still have them in their day? That's crazy. Woojin said he did, but he figured it out. He said we're there, so let's not worry. We'll investigate this case more thoroughly to see who exactly ordered it. But they didn't have much time, so we had to end it quickly. Surely he could deliver everything and go to the fight. The guy replied that, of course. He asked if they knew that the leader of the mountain brigands was named Cha-John. At this point, the men tensed up. Blackstone said that's right. Only Cha-John isn't the leader of these thugs. He's their customer. He set this guy up to see how he'd react. He won't use him again. At this moment, the main character and Mr. Won Chong begin to call out for them to come over here. He will award the bailiff to the first one to win. Coincidentally, the bet will be the highest leveled elixir they have. Do they agree? The men replied that of course they agreed. The elixir will be stored in the north until they return. They care about the safety of their belongings, so they provide them with a safe from their association. Well, have them get their elixirs, please. Blackstone said it's really too much. Is that even human or what? The man began to pull out the elixir. Woojin asked to test the elixir. Blackstone said to really test how crazy this guy is. Let him show everyone. He asked for that, but it was okay for the guy to do that too. Woojin thought that Mr. Wong was the kind of person who would cheat. Had he heard that opening the elixir earlier than necessary would reduce its effectiveness, therefore, he didn't bother to test it. At this point, for some reason, everyone was not happy about it. The man said he wouldn't check then either. Since the two of them have come to an agreement, they will continue. Blackstone, of course, was disappointed that they never tested the main character's elixir. That ferret fooled them all. It's not a higher power, it's just regular sap. And the small top knows you won't, fox. You will. The dungeon was open to anyone who was going to go inside. Please come to the entrance. Today is the last day. He leaves with that wild expression. Woojin said not to worry about it. He'd better make sure the killer is more savvy next time. What the hell is he talking about? Woojin said don't do that. If he's going to be like that, his faces might crack. A lot of people said that he just never made it, and he won't make it. The man said he was serious. He was already starting to get stopped. His younger brother said he wouldn't let him get in his way. Let him go inside better. The man said he would take the level elixir for himself, so he better be ready. Woojin can use his juice as much as he wants, even if it's a liter and a half. Apparently, this was the dungeon he had been waiting for. The guy started to turn and said if any of them were ready, they could go. The guy said he was stuffy in here. He was quite surprised to hear this. He couldn't figure out who these people were, but they had wings. They were angels. What kind of band was this? The more you look at the Karuns, the more annoying they are. The protagonist said they really do look like angels. He has no idea how many people have died fooled by their appearance. He suggested talking to them first to see if they were really angels or humans. The guy started asking who they were. Don't understand their language or what? Immediately afterward, the angel decided to show his true colors. Woojin dragged him back and stood in front of him. He said he was more careful, for they have the ability to charm people. Right after that, he cut off his head. The guy was pretty surprised by all of this. Woojin was also surprised at this moment. The boy Saturday, they're looking very frightened. He realized the guy was on a whole other level. The white shell on top of them is real, making them immune to magic and the effects of aura. The strength of these claws is much stronger than the strength of an ore-covered sword. They are very strong. At this point, everyone was fighting them. The man jumped out and told the guy to back off. After that, he started attacking them with his bare hands, then flipped the other guy off. After that, he began throwing a series of punches. He acted very fast and his movements were torturous. After that, he smiled and looked at the main character. Blackstone said that despite the difficulties, he still enjoys the provocation because he's an idiot. Just at that moment, the protagonist was attacked. He clenched his fist. Immediately afterward, he cut it in half. They were surprised to see how he had just killed the monster with a single blow. The men were also quite surprised. They didn't understand how this guy could have so much power, and why are they so weak? But they're not weak, it's just that he's gotten stronger and finally got used to the weapon. After that, the attacks began again. One of them was watching them from the sidelines. Woojin said it's a new monster. Have them all prepare for battle. Woojin decided to conduct an experiment. The guy said his claws were too strong, but the problem wasn't them. It was the white shell that really wasn't breakable. It's too hard to break through. Is it definitely level 6 or what? Woojin told them to step back. The man looked at him in surprise at this point. After that, he waved his hand. They were surprised he was able to do it so easily. Then the monster began to split in two. He was still very much surprised. Baek Woojin turned around with a smile and said that he would deal with them himself. The man was furious, not realizing where he got such power from. He was sure he was weaker than him when the stakes were staked. Who the hell is he anyway? Baek Woojin reported that he seems to be finished. They didn't thank him for his help. It's only because of him that they're still alive. It could be seen that he used a normal sword technique, but where did he get such strength from? Perhaps he just possesses a special ability. After all, the Shinko Baek family. Isn't it about battle mana? Maybe it is. The man realized there was no time to concern himself with his own pride right now. He wanted to destroy this guy with just his power, but it's not going to work that way. He was going to pet the ebony tree, and then it would be just him and the man alive here. Cha John informed the head that his mercenaries had failed. The man didn't understand what failure meant. He had only asked for a wound to be inflicted on him, but they still failed. They couldn't wound him, and besides, the entire group of mercenaries had been wiped out. Didn't he give all the information he needed about him to his killers? He transmitted, but his mercenaries were completely unprepared. His aura gave off some special power. What interested the man was that the guy had a special power. There, at some point, flames appear underground and all the assassins were destroyed in a second. And how much power and aura did this guy spend on this technique? He was watching from afar and can't say for sure, but he didn't seem to spend much. Baek Woojin also recognized his name. He'd give his head to kill, and the man would say his name. The man said he was an unfaithful boy. Maybe he was lying not only about his steadfastness of character, but also about his strength and ability. This guy's own is just like his father. Nasty people show up generation after generation. Seems like they have another option. Does he think the students can't handle someone like the main character, or what? But he gave them ebony. Cha-Jon was interested in this. He really is a scary man. Baek Woojin won't be able to defeat those who tasted the ebony tree. Lo, even if the entire dungeon trampolines on those who have tasted the tree, they won't be able to defeat them. It won't end well. The man drank something afterward. He asked, or the guy understood him. Victory must always remain with the winner. Baek Woojin continued the battle, and all at once, he easily killed them one by one, and then he became, after that, in a moment, it was as if some sort of passage downward appeared near him. The girl said his skills were improving every day. He thanked her for that. Blackstone didn't understand, or she brainwashed him. Right on cue, anger was instantly launched at him. The guy said that since they'd finally beaten the middle boss, they could go lower. The girl agreed. Blackstone said that at first only the guy with hair was the victim, but now a second guy appeared. Baek Woojin didn't understand what brainwashed meant, or maybe she was just impressed after seeing his abilities. It's disgusting to admit, but he's still the same as before. More like a monster every time. His aura and stamina had already recovered almost completely by now, and he wasn't even a troll. So how does a normal person regenerate so fast? He recovers 6 times faster. It looks like Won Jen and Gek won't be coming. Maybe they will attack from their shift or target the boss right away. The girl asked if he knew about it. Then why keep going there? I mean, it was stupid. And if he becomes the head of the family in the future, even if no one is watching, he won't be able to do anything stupid anymore. Doesn't hold his shit in at all. Wants to kill the boss, increase his skills and gain attributes, but says he's doing stupid things or something. He needs to be tested. Baek Woojin understood what trials meant. What then? He expects it to be difficult. What is he even carrying? The harder the challenge, the higher the reward. So since he says he needs it, he's hoping to get a legendary level. He started asking for an override. Baek Woojin said to hold on as long as possible. There will be no committing. He decided to turn to the darkness. After that, he went on the attack. Of course, the enemy began to defend themselves. Baek Woojin said it was interesting. Then he went on the defensive. His defense has been very stout. Baek Woojin then placed himself in some sort of sphere. Then he appeared abruptly and began to. After a while, he cut off his arm. Of course, the monster went into a rage after that, or else it showed its true form. Baek Woojin landing some nice shots on the ground after that. Then he looked at the monster. Baek Woojin said it was the wrong choice. And he was running. He might have lasted a little longer. Baek Woojin has once again taken on. He used the power of a downsin attacks. Did it work on the monster? Then there was a tremendous explosion. Blackstone said he could have beaten him without him. Baek Woojin only wanted to catch the light in the darkness, but also strengthen the martial darkness through her efforts. Blackstone said it's not easy with this guy. The girl started running to the young master, and says it was an amazing power. The power of his punches and range is on a whole other level. But there was more to it than that, because the ground covers are now like this. Finding attributes and magic stones will take some time. Baek Woojin said he would bring them to look for them together. The girl understood. Blackstone asked, or did he decide to put all his strength into making the tunnel? Baek Woojin asked him to proceed more quietly. Baek Woojin found something, and he realized that it looked like a glove, which it was as if he had seen before. Blackstone said that he would feel if anything. Have him come here. Baek Woojin replied to let him wait for a while. At that moment, he felt someone coming. The guy started saying they caught the boss. Everything shook. He didn't immediately share that it was to their credit, but congratulated him. Most importantly, the game looked somewhere in the, by the way, mister? Won Chong refused to participate in the battle, and so he went along with them. Blackstone didn't understand what refused meant. Baek Woojin knew it couldn't be. Could it be that this guy? At this point, everyone started yelling for them to watch out, and the man immediately started killing everyone. Then they started attacking the guy. He turned around in surprise and looked at them. He realized that it seemed this was where he was going to die. He then closed his eyes and was ready to resign himself to death, but something really surprised him when he opened them. Baek Woojin stood up for him. He said with a smile, "Thank God." After that, the man bounced off of him. Now even if he kills him, he won't be sorry at all. The man began to yawn at this point. After that, they demonstrated their strength. Blackstone didn't realize that the killing elixirs weren't chosen. Baek Woojin said that not only had they increased in strength, but they had clearly improved their characteristics. This was no comparison to what they had before. Master said that this guy is now level 7. The protagonist didn't think it was just that. They continued to stand there looking at each other. The guy said there was no such thing. It definitely doesn't happen that way. It's as if it's the aura of chaos itself. So how does he modify these monsters? Baek Woojin, on the other hand, said it was adorable. The guy understood what he was even talking about. Baek Woojin answered him that it was interesting. Afterward, someone gave him a handshake. The girl told him to trust her and just wait. But how would he fight alone at all? The girl said it would be fine. Just let him trust. She smiled and looked at him with confidence at that moment. Blackstone said that if things didn't go according to plan, he'd be dispersed in one fell swoop. Now he sees how pathetic his level is. He was the ultimate worm? Yeah, now he sees he's no better than a bowl of gravy. Does he think it's funny to drink the elixir and think he's cool or something? Blackstone said he's just like he's become. The man, of course, became furious at these words. Baek Woojin immediately began to attack. The guy was the first to manage to mount an attack. After that, there was a tremendous explosion on the battlefield. The man began to attack him back. He set the guy himself on. Afterward, he shouted, "Changek." Baek Woojin realized that he needed to act now. He used the strike of the legendary sword. His heart began to beat many times faster. He was smiling at this moment, for he was confident. He began to use the darkness and gather it near his hand. The man had seen it many times. Of course, Baek Woojin didn't stand for it and started to defend himself. The man couldn't figure out what this power was. Baek Woojin asked and thought that hidden tricks were only his privilege. The man became even more furious. He then began to attack the protagonist. Then they jumped up on each other. The man realized that it wasn't just a sword strike, but an aura as well. Baek Woojin began to approach them. The man said he was preparing to retaliate. What the hell is this? Why did it suddenly become so hard to deal with? Baek Woojin began to throw a series of punches. He was getting stronger and stronger. They could barely contain him. What should they do now? Jangek began to worry about the older beard and started to help him. After that, Baek Woojin attacked him. The man was very much surprised because of this. Baek Woojin finished his attack. The man started yelling, "Jendet." Baek Woojin said he would be next. Immediately afterward, the man began to unravel his tail. Baek Woojin immediately took notice of this. After that, he felt an inexplicable rage and became as if he was stronger. He started crying after that. The man was ready to take revenge on the guy for his brother. Baek Woojin realized that this was dangerous. Blackstone asked, "Was the guy okay?" Baek Woojin asked him if he was okay. "You don't get to brag just because he has a quick recovery. He'll be done with it right away." The man started attacking the guy at this point. Baek Woojin used the third sword. Then he used dark powers, and there was a massive explosion. Immediately after this explosion, a fog formed. The man screamed in pain at this point. Baek Woojin said he'll reap what he sows, didn't he? Baek Woojin asked as he poured into himself. If he won't talk, then he'll turn him inside out. Don't let him think he's gonna die just like that. The man looked at him sternly. Baek Woojin raised his sword, and right after that, the man said that he would say everything. They were given to forbidden fruits. The first one increased strength even if the aura was running low. But if one aura wasn't enough, there was a second fruit, Blackwood. Most importantly, Baek Woojin understood what forbidden fruit meant. It was the kind of ebony elixir that constantly enhanced his aura. Blackstone said that Baek Song improved his skills pretty quickly too. Maybe he ate that forbidden fruit. It looks like it's that one, but it will likely be hard to figure out who gave it to him. Most importantly, Blood asked if this stuff is hard to get. Everyone is advised their Blackstone, but not much from Big Brothers or chapters, but not much at all. He doesn't think there are many people with higher status than this guy. Maybe there was one among them who was hiding his identity. Or what? The man didn't understand what hiding his identity meant. Let him ask about distinguishing features, habits, or style of speech. He must be shallow. "Lo, not that dumb, because they're very good at disguises." The man said he knew someone like that. Baek Woojin asked who he was. He couldn't see his face. He was wearing a gray dragon mask, and his hair was probably the same color. The guy asked if he had met him. He didn't know personally. He went straight to the main hall. And who was in this main hall? Blackstone, the older brother, the head. He said that there were only 3 of them left. Blackstone asked if he thought Baek Sun-hyun was the masked man. He only has 3 brothers with gray hair. Still, it was probably hair. Nah, main, he wants to ask you something. Do, why does he have so much power in him? How did he come to possess such power? He too, after all, had always and with all his might tried for Blackstone's recognition. The protagonist said that he probably wanted his recognition so badly because he wanted to be like him. But he's not like that. He wants to defeat his father. That's why he fights men like him. Each battle brings him one step closer to that goal. The man was very much surprised. Then he started to lose consciousness. After that, the last thing he saw was Baek Woojin in front of him. After that, he finally collapsed. Baek Woojin sighed heavily after saying that. The girl and the guy immediately ran up to him and started asking if he was okay. Baek Woojin said jokingly that he was dying. The guy told him to drink the elixir of restoration. Baek Woojin just remained silent and looked at him. He then took the elixir and thanked him for it. "Thank you. Without you I would have died here." And I filmed the whole thing. Let him see it. He filmed everything, so there would be evidence to report to the association. Baek Woojin said it was perfectly filmed. With that, they'll be able to put pressure on Jinmu Man. Good thing, then, that he did it before the dungeon closed. The boy thanked him for that. Baek Woojin said that it was good that he had a high recovery rate. Blackstone said that if they used spirits together, it would have been much easier to win. He wanted to use it in the double sword technique in a real battle. Babe is pretty strong in combat, so the skills could increase. Blackstone marveled at how easy it was to upgrade. How greedy he was. He won the decisive battle, and his sword skills increased. His mana level also increased, and his willpower level also increased. Blackstone couldn't understand why his abilities were increasing. Baek Woojin told him not to worry. Everything was happening in reverse. I think it's called silly talk. He wondered if it was because of the darkness. Blackstone just started to be silent. Baek Woojin asked. Now he wouldn't answer. Janyuk stood for a while, noticing they weren't coming out of the portal. They couldn't figure out what was wrong. What happened there? Why is the dungeon closing? A man ran out to them and asked where the young gentlemen were. What had they done to them? What even happened in that dungeon? If they don't want to die, let them answer sooner rather than later. Baek Woojin began to use his aura against him. He said it's not a place where he can perform like that. They were immediately afraid of this guy. The guy said that the association started the matches, so he'll explain everything to them himself. They go out into the dungeon again, and they are immediately attacked by monsters no one has ever seen before. But Mr. Woojin saved them all. After that, Won Jin and Chang surrendered and joined the general group. After the master defeated the boss, the entire group was attacked by them and killed. In fact, that's why the master killed them both. But he had no right to do that. Jinmu Man's invincible warriors don't dare threaten him. He just suddenly attacked them. They're all bastards, and they deliberately trapped them to kill them. Baek Woojin thought so. Isn't it fun to watch their faces change drastically? They need proof. They have it. Here it is, the video from the scene. There are others, but they will provide them later. After that, they started watching the video evidence. Fortunately, there's no moment where he uses darkness, so we can't use it again. We need to finish them soon, but first we have to publish the article. Why aren't they picking up the phone? Then he'll write his article. Didn't they videotape it or something? Baek Woojin told them to go and tell everyone. The man was furious. Baek Woojin said that he wouldn't let it continue this time. Some man was sitting there reading about Baek Woojin doing away with all the mysterious Alexians and dark ways to increase strength. Celebrity Meklikov's youngest son destroys Jinmu Man's influence. After that, he immediately started typing rapidly. It said, I knew you could do it. He's a real bulldozer. Nothing can get in his way. His confidence level is as high as possible. There's nothing he can handle. If you turn on your inner Baek Woojin, your life will be turned upside down. When everyone saw the first reporter's article, they panicked. But once not only the articles were published, but also a video showing men attacking gifted swordsmen and Baek Woojin saving everyone, it got even more people interested. At that point, the man broke the bottle. He looked at his subordinates. He was utterly furious and used his aura. Everyone looked at him fearfully. He said they were idiots. At that moment, someone approached the mentor. The man was saying that right now, he needed to deal with this situation as soon as possible. The longer they delayed, the more their clan's reputation would fall. He will personally take responsibility for the protagonist. The man said they could kill him at any time. That's not the problem. He already knows this, so despite all the humiliation, will not step up and make sure the Beck family name rots in the gutter. The man said okay, and have him contact Baek Woojin. At this point, the father was telling the kid it was a great job, but just defeating a few idiots isn't enough. Although, considering he was able to do something like this, that means he's already been successful. Was it his plan all along to make things work out this way, or what? Baek Woojin just remained silent at this moment. The man said it was a wonderful thing to do. Tatum reported that Penji-hoo had been personally contacted by someone. Baek Woojin asked what they said. He was told that if they turned a blind eye to the incident, they would give them possession of the dungeon and some business facilities. These prideful men ended up being the first to go on tilt. He couldn't even contain his laughter. Baek Woojin asked if he accepted the offer. He accepted, but only more favorable. And now in the heart of China, there would be a branch of the great Mechnikov of their family. The man said that he had reached such a high level that he could easily take his other receivers. It was amazing. Baek Woojin thanked him for that. Maybe he wants something from him. He asked for permission to sit in the Beck family's White Sword library. The man hesitated at this request. Blackstone himself didn't understand why he wanted the White Sword library. Baek Woojin explained that it was a book depository that contained the highest level books the family had, and one could only enter it with his father's permission. Blackstone didn't understand why he had to go there. Baek Woojin replied that he wanted to see something. The man said that he had performed well, so deserved it, and gave him permission to go in there whenever he wanted. The boy thanked him for that. The man grinned suspiciously at him, as did the boy himself. Baek Woojin said it's business as usual. Blackstone didn't understand what that meant. The boy explained that his father probably knew he was injured. He's not sorry yet, I'm sure of it, but he doesn't care about his health at all. However, he knows that if a person changes drastically, most likely they will just die. Baek Woojin said that's not true at all. Either way, it was time to move on to the next one. After that, he took out the pupils. There was a very strong aura emanating from them. Blackstone said he's had it up to here. Baek Woojin didn't realize that again. Yeah, he's just scared already. He realizes he's added something to himself again. But come to think of it, his abilities will increase again. What's the big deal? Blackstone interjected. So what's the big deal? Baek Woojin said it was time to drink this. After that, he opened the elixir. Blackstone started approaching and saying he was insane. The protagonist felt something, and Blackstone asked what he was even doing. Baek Woojin said that there wasn't much elixir left. Blackstone said that's nonsense. The guy should have knocked it out now. His heart began to pound violently. Baek Woojin felt himself getting stronger. The power was immense. We had to channel it somewhere. Blackstone just stared at him. He said, how could such a man drink such low-grade elixirs? A bloody swordsman. Blackstone said that his mana seemed to have increased more than the abilities themselves. Baek Woojin asked if that was really the case. His stamina level was increased, his physical ability level was also increased, and his mana level was also increased. It wasn't a bad upgrade, but now it's probably a reduced sword speed or something. Blackstone said it was a little off, but it was okay. Let him turn a blind eye to it, and added that a level 3 reciting aura was unlocked. Blackstone didn't understand what the hell this was all about. He glanced nervously at the notification from the system. Not only did they understand the characteristics, but they opened up access to the aura. This system is overkill again. Baek Woojin said that although there's nothing surprising about it, he's certainly excited about the system. Everything is convenient for him to observe. Baek Woojin called up the status window, and Blackstone asked to listen to it for once. Now even the status window doesn't even fit in one screen. Mana has increased significantly. Most importantly, he noticed that the quality of the aura had become quite different as well. The increase in performance is truly impressive. These Duwandan and Konkursokyu elixirs are incredibly powerful. Most importantly, the top-tier elixir gave such a boost after using them. It's normal. It's not just numerical. The quality has improved as well. Plus the sharpened energy is still pressed. And if you absorb it, the characteristics will improve even more. That's why he's angry. And also La Sodom's aura is now active to many rewards from this dungeon. His floor is infuriating. Baek Woojin didn't understand what this shadow of darkness was. Blackstone himself didn't know yet. Baek Woojin said, "That means we'll have to try it out." After that, he began to use the ability. After a while, they went outside and watched the training. Blackstone was angry at this point. At something, he didn't understand how it was that everything he was given was cheating. Characteristics were one thing, but Shadow of Darkness was a cheating ability. It just annoyed him. Blackstone said he had already stopped laughing and called him a jerk. Once he meets this system, blows it to smithereens, then his fun will be over, whether he realizes it or not. Baek Woojin said that Blackstone will try to do that. But speaking of which, to take it to the next level, it absolutely needs a few things. Baek Woojin asked if he meant aura, and Blackstone confirmed that he did. To develop aura quickly, you need to use special elixirs. They say it's tied right now and where he's going to get them. Baek Woojin said that it seems like it takes a person to come forward on their own, and asked who it was. The guy said it was his informant. Baek Woojin congratulated the girl on her promotion. She replied that it was all because of him, but Baek Woojin denied it and said that the credit goes to whoever chose him for the position. His boss, or rather the deputy head, was the right choice. He can't treat as he pleases, and if it weren't for him, they'd still be parting ways with the branch head. Baek Woojin thanked her, but offered to cut to the chase by asking what had happened. The girl began to tell him that the task he had assigned last time had been completed. They found out what these things were and where they were made. For starters, the beads on this bracelet are the cores. The girl said yes. Golem cores. Elemental golems constantly appear in the advanced zone. These beads are their cores, though with some modifications. What kind of modifications? And when someone touches the beads, they begin to absorb the surrounding mana or aura, used to block their spirit summoning. Baek Woojin said that when he touched them, they didn't react in any way, but said that they shattered everything, and because of that, the beads broke. But they'll get back to the point the bracelet was created in the Ami Guild, which is located in Japan. The girl said yeah, pretty well-known production guild in Japan. They don't have many Blackstones, but they are very talented. Baek Woojin asked if it was a serial item, to which she replied that it had never happened before. Blackstone said that, by the way, his brother's in Japan now, isn't he? But getting power in Chamaman and making bracelets. And Ami, he's clearly not sitting still. I've been thinking about all of this. The girl asked if everything was okay. He replied that everything was fine. Yes, it must have been difficult for him, but thanked her for investigating everything so thoroughly. She replied that she was glad she could help. She asked if there was anything else to find out. He asked if you could get medium or higher elixirs on the black market. The girl didn't realize if he wasn't going to devour again like a true glutton. Baek Woojin said that it wasn't for his swordsman. She replied that it was hard to find such items on the market now, but she would try to get something, though she warned that everything was being sold at a markup now, and if he auctioned it off, he'd have enough. The girl didn't understand what it was. Baek Woojin said that this item was called a mana crystal. It contains mana of better quality and volume compared to ordinary magic crystals. Have her please put it up for sale. At first glance, it's something special. She suggested checking it out more closely. She sold a rank 7, maybe even an 8th rank. She was very much surprised when she noticed it. The main character was also sitting there looking at her in surprise. She just didn't know what to say. He was really going to be rich soon. Baek Woojin asked if he could beat his brother. Blackstone said that the last time he saw him, he was at a full rank 7 level, closer to his upper limit. He's not up to it yet, but catching up to him is quite possible. Baek Woojin asked if he might be hiding his power. Blackstone said the exact same people often withhold their opportunities. Baek Woojin thinks so too. Yes, you have to be on your guard against such adversaries. Baek Woojin realized that he needed to become stronger. Him and his swordsman. At that moment, the person in charge's phone started vibrating. He took it in his hands, unable to understand who it was. Baek Woojin realized that he had to go there. Then someone met him and said it was good to see him. He was Park Dayan, the representative. Baek Woojin introduced himself by name. The man said he looks even more imposing in person than he does on screen. He thanked him for coming, sent him an invitation to the association, but didn't expect him to actually show up. He would gladly fight a man with no money, saying that the movement technique of a fighting Noki was superior to even many Blackstones. He's interested in testing himself in a fight with him, so he came to catch him in person. It was impressive. He felt a little calmer now that he had seen him and heard him, but he said he must get down to business at once. The man said there was no need to start right away. Let him enjoy the holiday. When he shows up, then let him act. The man without a shadow is a talented thief, a blackstone of the first incarnation and stealthy movement. One lapse of vigilance, and he will clear them in an instant. That's right. Let Kim be guide the master. The guy said his name was Kim Jin-ta. He is counting on his cooperation. Please let them come through here and he will conduct it. Most of the documents and valuables are in a safe in the representative's office. Now he'll show him everything in order. Baek Woojin said he understood. At that moment, into the building, Blackstone said he felt something strange. Woojin asked what exactly, to which Blackstone replied that it was the man purposely trying to hide the lightness of his steps. As Woojin thought, Blackstone was attentive. Woojin said that he was the man without a shadow. Blackstone wondered if this was the secretary, and that he was the thief. Beck said, no, he was masquerading as Kim Jin-tae. Disguise and acting are his strengths. The real secretary is probably locked away somewhere. Blackstone asked how he knew all this. Woojin said that the man without a shadow of a god had described his actions in a book, and now he was finally convinced by his manner of movement. Blackstone asked if he was going to catch him red-handed stealing stuff or something, but he'll let him go. Blackstone didn't understand how this guy would let him go. Woojin said that you can't kill a goose that lays golden eggs. The guy said they were done. The guy admitted that the only thing he had shown was the office with the safe on the 4th floor. Beck thanked him for his detailed explanation. The guy smiled and said it was his job. Baek Woojin asked what exactly the man without a shadow was going to steal. The guy replied that he had sent a warning, but didn't specifically say what he was going to steal. Beck smiled and said, trying to look important but in the end just a thief. The guy asked what he meant. Baek Woojin told the secretary that he knows that a person without a shadow is an attention seeker. Right, so, of course he knows that. He added a warning to attract attention, but voicing his purpose is too boring for him, because he has no other ability. The guy said he might as well be. Beck put his 5 cents in again, saying that he pretends to be a noble thief, but is really just a parasite who fills his pockets at the expense of others. The guy started to get nervous and said that was right on. Baek Woojin noticed that his fist was trembling at this moment. Blackstone asked why he was teasing him. Jin said to fuel his excitement and make him hate him. Anyway, he thanked for the job. The guy thanked reciprocally. Afterward, they shook hands. Then the guy felt an unbearable pain. Baek Woojin looked at him sternly at this moment. He squeezed his hand with all his might. Baek Woojin apologized and said that he was just thinking about how he would punish someone without a shadow and got a little carried away. The guy just laughed and said it was okay. The party starts at 6 p.m. He can rest. Blackstone asked Aliona if he teased her on purpose to draw attention to the third service magic. Baek Woojin said that there are many ways. It's not just that. Blackstone asked, and what else? Baek Woojin said that he would find out later about it. He was going up to the 2nd floor. Baek Woojin has a great sense of what he's doing. You can't see in his gait that he's serious and angry. The guy was just at that moment pounding the table in a rage, saying that the guy was a cur and chicken out. Risked his life for justice, but all the world's attention went to him. Why was he the one who got in his way? So what's the bottom line? Is he just a thief or what? But he will watch his pride be trampled by this thief he so despises. Baek Woojin was actually watching him at this moment. At 6 p.m., Baek Woojin came to the party. He was asked if everything was okay. People started to approach him. The main character said it's fine, nothing special happened. As expected, his presence doesn't give this one a head start, not even a chance to step up. He seems to know his place. The guy said he was guarding so they could enjoy the party in peace. The man thanked him. Blackstone asked if the man was bad. The boy replied that he was. He doesn't look like a villain. Baek Woojin said that he's actually very greedy. Greedy people have no measure and will consume everything until they burst. Park Dong is a classic example of such a person. He has already overflowed his cup, and it is sure to overflow soon. The guy started telling him that the priest was calling him. It seems like he wants to talk about the man without a shadow. Baek Woojin says okay, and he'll go. The guy said he'll get the rep in the office to get the guest papers and then join him. Okay, then he'll go ahead. The guy thought Baek Woojin was a fool. He didn't know that the winner was determined from the beginning. By the time he realizes what's going on, it'll be over. At this point, the guy started to open the secret entrance. What a newsflash. It was too sloppy. At that moment, he was standing in front of the safe. He began to enter the code for the safe. Wow, he's got a lot of stuff stashed away. Alright, we can't send Park Da-han straight to the bottom for this one. Baek Woojin asked him at one point if he had packed everything. The boy didn't understand why on earth he was here. Baek Woojin said he was too slow for a thief to steal. He had time to miss him while he waited. The guy went into a rage and immediately used a smoke grenade, but Baek Woojin was laughing with him at this moment. Blackstone said his reactions are really quick in those brief moments. But anyway, he was already in his trap. The guy ran outside at that moment. He almost died. Damn it, I didn't understand how Baek Woojin had even figured it out. He doesn't get it. There's no way he can't understand it. Some man said he'd taken everything. Why is there nothing? He asked the guy if he had a cigarette. He replied that he didn't smoke. Is he afraid the smell of tobacco will deter theft or what? But he's got the right attitude, disguise and acting. Baek Woojin asked if he thought it was only his strength. The guy couldn't figure out how he ended up here, so he used the smoke bomb again. The hero had been smiling and looking at him the whole time. The guy started running again. He didn't realize what was even going on. After a while, he ran into one of the magician stores. He still didn't understand how it was so. Then he began to breathe heavily and catch his breath. A tracking device. But no, I'm sure there was no such thing. At that point, he was asked if everything was okay. A counselor began to approach him. He started to get really worried, thinking it was Baek Woojin again. But no, he couldn't think. The guy said if he felt bad, he could call an ambulance. But no need. It's fine. Let him ignore it. At this point, he was told that he was too relaxed for a thief. Not finding it. The guy didn't know what that meant. Suddenly, Baek Woojin appeared. The guy started asking if it was even a ghost or what. Maybe it's time for him to get rid of the name of the man without a shadow. The guy was saying how sick of him he was. Like a leech. There's no way he's going to let himself get to him. The main one, in short, as stiff, that is, others can't. The guy started to get worried because he realized that it was Baek Woojin again. The guy didn't realize who the hell this Baek Woojin was. Baek Woojin continued to chase after him. He said he was a man without a shadow. Just at that moment, it disappeared from the protagonist's sight. From the look on his face, everything was going right. Blackstone said he was a goddamn demon. At this point, the guy ran into some building again. He had set traps in the ancestral home, so now we had to get out of here. At that moment, Baek Woojin reappeared and started saying that it was a very cute cabin. The guy, dearly, turned fully around to look. Baek Woojin reappeared behind him. He asked if this was his lair. After that, the guy started screaming loudly out of fright. Baek Woojin started to walk closer to him. He suggested we end this game of hide and seek right here. Baek Woojin was ready to hit him. Just at that moment, he hit him. Baek Woojin said it was over. Blackstone said the guy was a goddamn ghost. He's not going to run away fast with this one. Looks like he was trying to escape. Apparently, that's what happened. There were tons of elixirs here. Well, today was clearly a good day. Baek Woojin says he'll take this and give the rest to the guys. Blackstone asked, or did he really come for the SRS? They weren't for him, they were for his men. Blackstone said, something seems like it took more for himself. Baek Woojin said he just felt like he got more. He saved money and time. Blackstone said it helped to think that there would be someone who butches even thieves. Then the guy started to come around. Stretching out, he began to recognize the place. He asked what had happened here in the first place, then was surprised to see the guy in front of him. Baek Woojin said he finally came to his senses. He then showed one of the elixirs and asked if there were more. The guy said everything he had was on display. Baek Woojin asked if it's true. He replied that this is his ancestral home. What else could he be hiding here? The protagonist realized that it seems to be the case. He then threw another elixir into space. Blackstone came in furious and said he was a trash can. Baek Woojin asked if he could have some more. Blackstone asked as the guy didn't ignore him. The guy was trying to comprehend all of this. How does he even keep tracking it? The guy knew he was strong and smart, but to have someone following him without leaving him a chance to notice it was impossible. Baek Woojin asked about it. Let him watch carefully. Then he showed the black fire on his finger. Then the guy noticed that a reaction followed to his hand. Baek Woojin said he had the location. He revealed it to him himself. So he was the culprit. The guy couldn't understand how this was even possible. Baek Woojin said that this dark energy will stay with him forever. He just can't overcome that level difference. He was completely deluded. The power is now through the day, but he doesn't even realize he's been spent. Baek Woojin asked if that was Park Da-en's bag of stuff. Look, there was money and potions. He asked what that stack of papers was. The guy instantly said he had a request, and Baek Woojin asked what it was. He knows he's going to arrest him anyway. He can't take it all away. Just please have him hand over these ledgers and documents, not just to the association, but to Chief Lee Yan-han personally. Blackstone marveled that he knew Lee Yan-han, apparently passing on the association's criminal data when he crossed paths with him. Park Da-en has been cooperating with criminals all this time, engaging in murder, robbery, blackmail, kidnapping, and other atrocities, asking to get rid of him. Baek Woojin asked, is he trying to pander to him? But no, he knows full well he won't be moved by compassion, but Park Da-en must be punished too. Many people have shed blood and tears because of his atrocities. Baek Woojin smiled afterward, and noticed that Baek Woojin started to reach for something. Jin took out his phone and called the deputy head. As they discussed, everything is ready. Have them proceed with the plan. We'll send them the address in a message. Breaking news. Rep. Park Da-en and the Gazel crime ring urgent arrest. The man hired the group to commit murders, assaults, and other crimes, using them to pressure other groups. Everyone realized that he was a real scoundrel. No wonder, the look on his face gave him away right away. Less than a day after the materials were handed over, news broke of the arrest of the man, his cronies, and members of the group. How was that even possible? Was the plan from the beginning to catch both him and the men? It was all under the control of the protagonist. A children down his spine power, intelligence, connections, justice, perfect man, ready to consider him my mentor for life. Blackstone asked, was this all planned or what? He caught the man in one blow, made the man without a shadow his subordinate. Baek Woojin told Blackstone to stop. Either way, he said he was going to give the elixirs to the guys. Why hasn't he done that yet? He's got a better idea than just handing them out. Baek Woojin said that Blackstone was watching. The girl asked him what he needed. It's not a place you can't just show up. Baek Woojin said that come on, if anyone shouldn't say things like that when he didn't even look at her sword. What, did he come here to remember that incident or something? But it's nothing like that. Then why is he even here? Baek Woojin offered to fight her. The girl was furious and couldn't understand what he was even talking about. She can't beat him yet. She has to give up. He seemed to have misspoken. He didn't mean to go around between her righteous sword squad and his hostile sword squad. The girl didn't understand what he was up to. All the righteous sword squads are at level 4, and they have level 5. The result is obvious. Did the girl ask, or did he mean it? Anyway, I asked him if he was here for a joke. Lo, he's not the man. 2 months to train and 18-man team to does that feat. Well, he'll regret it this time. Those are the words she'll say after winning in 2 months. She doesn't know what can be accomplished in 2 months, but she's told Johnny. The girl and the guy just kept quiet after that. Received an unscheduled mission to prepare a sent sword squad for a duel with a hostile sword squad, and holds more victories reward 1,000 points and a special prize. Blackstone has been waiting for something like this to come along. Spread it out. Have to win at all costs. Blackstone said he felt sorry for the guys. Everyone on the team was surprised that it was suddenly a duel with a hostile sword squad. As always, he decides things decisively, but it was as if the girl doubted it. The guy asked him when the bout was, and Baek Woojin replied that it was in 2 months. 2 months is not a long time, but it may seem like a short time. But if they started, they are bound to win, aren't they? The hostile sword squad is made up of rank 5 swordsmen, right? They surpass them in age and experience. The head cap said not to worry about it. He will make it so that they can defeat the hostile sword squad in 2 months. They just need to follow him. Blackstone said it was the clan head hall, but this time, what's he up to? He trains them like he's going to drive them to death, and then, as if nothing had happened, will distribute individualized elixirs to each, and encourages them. Even so, you can overcome the difference in cancer and experience in 2 months. Baek Woojin knows this. To overcome this difference, 2 months really isn't enough. That's why they're here in the headroom. Baek Woojin said that this is where the White Urine archive is kept. At that moment, the ugly one was standing in front of the entrance. When they saw the young gentleman, they immediately fell on their knees and said they were glad to see him. Baek Woojin said he wanted to enter the archives. It can stay in the archive for a maximum of 24 hours. If it goes out earlier, you cannot reconnect. He was then opened the doors and told he could come out. Baek Woojin said that quality is more important than quantity, so there's not much here. It's not just their kind of fencing or what. There are guild sword techniques that have destroyed stolen techniques, those that came from outside and even stolen ones. In general, their family. Baek Woojin said he had to find it first, and Blackstone asked what he meant. Hostile sword units use a technique called the dissecting sword technique, whose original form is a scattered cloud sword, and it is the one they are looking for. It can be used to develop a method to counteract it. The full hero said he found. Blackstone spoke of a sword-wielding style full of speed and change. Baek Woojin dropped the book at the moment and was very surprised. Just by reading the book, he can't imagine it in his head. Blackstone said it was natural, and the boy asked why. He said it was all thanks to his monstrous talent to develop so quickly. All the hard training had yielded results, not even training and simple luck. Let him be quiet, and now they're going to start. Baek Woojin began to internalize all of this material. After a while, he sighed heavily. Then he closed the book and said that he had accomplished his goal. Blackstone said he was a smart bastard. He'd ask, not of the kids. He had another goal in mind. The guy said he had never seen a floating sword before. You can also read about it. Baek Sen-hyun said he could also use the floating sword. He would like to know how to use it too. Blackstone said it was beautiful, but why do they give such an absurd ability? Does it even make sense? The pioneer's opposing attributes give him the opportunity to easily learn the mastery of a very complex floating sword. Let him increase his knowledge and complete the new sword path. Prerequisites: increase his sword skill to 100% and complete the sword path. Benefits of accepting a quest in the White Sword Library. Simply reading the Floating Sword Manual increases his understanding of his current sword mastery by 3%. Reward: 1,200 quality points suitable for the path of the current sword. Blackstone said what system accomplishes the path of the sword by simple reading. Really, not only do they give skill, now even for just reading books. Baek Woojin said, the wind is so good and the sky is high. Wind, his foot will not go to the Hall of Swords, and they will begin. While they are learning, it is better to start SP. Blackstone asked what time they will push him hard. Let them train him to the point where he can use the techniques just by seeing them. The girl at this point was exhausted from practicing. It's similar to scattered clouds, but a little different. It's a little faster and makes sense. He still can't use it. Baek Woojin said that he has less usable aura than her, and she can even get through it. She is the only one who has reached the beginner's level. Let her keep moving and think about how to dodge or counter this blow. The girl said it wasn't easy. Baek Woojin explained to her that it was her problem. Baek Woojin continued to attack her. The girl was surprised by something at this point. She realized what she was seeing. After that, she held her hand up. Then even Baek Woojin bounced off of her. The girl was glad it had worked. She could finally do it. Baek Woojin said with a calm expression that she did well. Blackstone said, looking like he was starting to see the techniques now. 2 weeks of using a single star sword had taken its toll. There are only 2 weeks left before the match. That will be plenty of time. In 3 weeks, he could teach him techniques and counterattacks. It all depends on his involvement. The girl had a bad feeling. 3 weeks later, someone asked, is there any point in trying? And the young lord doesn't interface. Sword squads can fall on bad times. They are talented, but still young and inexperienced. But you have to. Lord Baek Woojin never knows. He doesn't start battles he can win. No matter what happens, how can a 4th level sword squad defeat a hostile sword squad? That's exactly how they arrived. Baek Woojin and his team have arrived. Of course, then they stood opposite each other. The girl asked if they were ready to accept the inevitable outcome. Baek Woojin also asked if they were prepared for the inevitable humiliation. It looked like he had barely reached level 5, but that wouldn't be enough. Just because she has a higher level doesn't mean she'll beat someone who was humiliated in the yard by a superior opponent. The girl immediately became furious when she remembered this. Baek Woojin says that if she's so confident, what about a bet? The girl couldn't understand what bet he was talking about. Baek Woojin explained that the winner takes 1 item from the loser. What about this? The girl hesitated at the suggestion. He's pretty sure Jan's sister Jan gave her a practice necklace too. The girl agreed and said he didn't even try to assert himself afterward. She told the Vanguard swordsman to get started. Then the two of them stood in front of each other. The guy said he was Park Chan-wook from the hostile sword squad. The girl said that she was Pakari from the ruling sword squad. The referee blew the whistle to start the fight. Immediately afterward, they began to approach each other. They began their battle. The guy realized he had to duck quickly. The girl continued to attack. Looks like a young master but rougher. The girl began to run quickly toward him. The guy was surprised. He had his sword broken in a moment. He began to hold his wrist. The girl said she won. The guy said he lost. No one could understand what it had just been. How did he lose? She's at number 3 in the rankings of the hostile sword squad. What happened to the ruling sword squad? Only if they used magic. Who is that girl? Baek Woojin said with a smile on her face that she wasn't enough. The girl and the guy standing next to her were very much surprised. Baek Woojin said it was too early to have regrets. The girl's hand was trembling with anger at this moment. She didn't understand how this could have happened. That bastard. What did he do? She told Jung Woo-hak that he was going last, because that's exactly who he is. She's figured it out. This is the kid, the most promising member of the right sword squad. He must win, and be sure to let him cripple them. She'll take responsibility. Let her cut off another one or a leg, pretending it was an accident. The girl said she understood. After that, the next opponents came out. The girl introduced herself as Hong Era from the right sword squad. Please let them take care of her. Jin Woo-hat is the leader of the hostile sword squads. The referee blew the whistle to start the fight. The guy immediately went on the attack. The girl went on the defensive. Their swords crossed. They continued the battle. The girl took a step back and attacked again, but the guy dodged. He was very much impressed by the girl's technique. Even without using the scattered cloud sword, they didn't retreat, but they won't know it. After that, she began to approach. She said to herself, so the girl wouldn't take offense. She used 7 waves of scattered cloud. He's targeting the hand. The girl noticed it immediately. After that, she turned around to attack, and that's when the attack began. She didn't succeed at it at all, and the girl hurt her. She was furious about it. After that, the sword was knocked out of her hand. The girl said she won. No one could understand how it was realistic for the leader of the enemy sword squads to lose to this kid. It was simply unbelievable. What kind of magic did the younger Blackstone use, so she was able to destroy her technique with a single blow? The girl said she saw her. It's the art of the sword. Young Blackstone had shown it to her. It was enough for her to stand up to him. Baek Woojin said she took the opportunity well. Good job. The girl thanked him for it. Baek Woojin said that it was the strongest opponent. She met him without fear, all thanks to him, and let her wait. He needs to talk to this guy. Can't she go first? After that, the girl started to leave. Baek Woojin turned to him. He would try it again, and he would personally slit his throat. The boy didn't know what he was talking about. He didn't realize or Baek Woojin noticed that he wanted to kill her. He focused his intention on killing only the enemy. How could he see that? Baek Woojin said he would kill the scumbag who wanted to kill a sparring partner. I'll have to punish him so it won't happen again. Suddenly the air felt heavy. He just can't breathe. Baek Woojin started to approach him. At this point, the girl told him to stop. Baek Woojin heard her and stopped abruptly. The girl said he won. That's where they'll end the match. Let him say what he wants. Baek Woojin fell silent and looked down. He said he liked the green ring on her right hand. Blackstone asked what it was. The guy said something good. Okay, Blackstone knows that. Baek Woojin will know that. Of course, the girl gave him the ring. As he left, Baek Woojin thanked him for the gift. The girl started to walk away in a rage. Dad realized that's what he was up to. He wanted the White Sword Library as a reward. He wondered what he would do with it. As it turns out, he has that talent, too. It seems his insulation has finally improved. It's time to get ready for harvest. Baek Woojin said he worked hard. We should celebrate a day like this with a feast. The boy asked Blackstone, will there be food? The full hero said, of course, let him reserve the restaurant. Let it be on time. At that moment, someone turned to the protagonist. A man showed up and said he watched the video. That's impressive. He is so happy to see how much he has grown. Baek Woojin sternly looked at him at this moment. After that, he threw an object at him. He caught it right away. Why is he giving it to him in the first place? Baek Woojin knew it. The guy was still very much surprised. Baek Woojin at this moment began to use his aura and grabbed his sword. After that, he began to approach him. The man answered him at once. Baek Woojin then flipped him off. No one could figure out what it all meant. Let young Blackstone become. But the guy at that point told them to stay back. This isn't just a joke. What does this mean? Baek Woojin asked what it meant. He just accepted the provocation he started. The boy to him understood what that meant. It threw the jewels, the bracelets, but it didn't hit. He grabbed them so easily, but acted like if he touched the jewelry, it would be a disaster. He stepped back to avoid catching them, so much so that it looked awkward. Baek Woojin said that if he knew about the bracelet, he wouldn't have been able to just take the jewelry. Beyond that, there's a lot more evidence. After that, the guy started smiling sternly. He didn't think Baek Woojin would realize it so quickly. Baek Woojin was surprised that his mood had changed so quickly. He wanted to leave, seeing him appear as he was dying. Baek Woojin could understand what he started to say. Why did he do that to Baek Sono? He just helped her. It was her choice. Baek Woojin asked to drink the elixir and explode. Was it really her choice? The guy started throwing off his clothes. Then he said that he had forgotten altogether. Everyone was surprised by the whole situation. Looks like the Blue Sword Squad already knows how sneaky people are. Baek Woojin was shocked, even though he changed for a little while. Don't. Blackstone asked if he's thinking of fighting, but it's still early. He's going to be hard to deal with for now. To disrupt his plans, he needs to act now. More importantly, the protagonist needs to get rid of this nasty feeling as soon as possible. The man asked, or the conversation was already over. The protagonist didn't say anything back to him, just started approaching him. He said okay, he'll see how much better Woojin has gotten. After that, Baek Woojin was already in the sky. They'll see if he can handle it. How much better has Woojin gotten? Baek Woojin jumped up. Can he do it? The man, of course, immediately drew his weapon, ready to defend himself. Then Baek Woojin. The man took a confident stand at this point. Then there was a tremendous explosion. The man said it was the way it was supposed to be. The protagonist was behind him. After that, the guy started attacking him again. The man said okay, just a little more. Let her show him what he was capable of. Baek Woojin started attacking him again. The man looked up at him with a smile on his face and mirrored all of his punches. Baek Woojin asked in a moment what about the next attack. Then he stopped and was ready to strike. The man tensed up at this point and started looking at the guy. The protagonist was then ready to attack. The man began to approach him and said his energy was impressive. Baek Woojin was also approaching him. Then Baek Woojin hit his shoulder. After all this time, Baek Woojin managed to cut through his clothes. The man said that for some reason, seems like his death here won't be so bad. Baek Woojin and the man looked at each other. The man started laughing with the guy. Then he began to approach him at the speed of light. Blackstone said that the man had the last stage of the 8th rank. There's no way he can't beat him now, and the guy knows it. The man laughed and said the guy wasn't ducking. He was just having fun. Was he scared of him? Baek Woojin realized that things were completely different now. It won't work that way. If he keeps blocking punches, his cases won't hold up. He needs to interrupt the man. The man asked, or did the guy decide to counterattack at a time like this? It was quite interesting. Baek Woojin defended himself. The man then flung him away from himself a few meters. The man was furious, saying that this was just the beginning. Baek Woojin realized that he couldn't drag this out for too long. He must end it now. The man looked at him with a cold stare. Then they were ready to kill each other again. The man asked if he wanted to end things right now. He would be fine with that. Baek Woojin and the man started to approach. Then they were as close to each other as possible. In an instant, there was a massive explosion. The man and the guy bounced off each other. The man was very surprised. In a moment, the lord of the house appeared right in front of them. They welcomed the lord of the house. The man started to ask what they were doing here. He was answered that the Blackstone of this family was Baek's right sword. Surrounding objects, broken rocks, even leaves, everything belongs to him. However, he said that one must get results by any means necessary to be a successor candidate. It's been a long time. Now it's time to see the result. 4 of them have achieved worthy results for his recognition. The rest are not even worthy of mention. The candidates it chose are the following people: Baek Yoon-wee, Baek Yoon-yeon, Baek Sen-yin, and Baek Woojin. These 4, however, the elders declined their candidacy and supported the main character. The second also endorsed her as her successor, leaving the seat to him. The eldest and second supported him. It's nice to see a strong and familial bond, but brotherly love is love. Reality is reality. Their support does not affect anything. He alone makes the decision. For this reason, the chosen successor candidates are Baek Sung-hyun and Baek Woojin. The candidates have been selected, and the tests will begin in a month. The test will be held at Halishin on Jeju Island. At the moment, the dungeons are considered above the 8th grade. Gray was laughing very angrily and loudly at this point. She said it was idea. She was getting closer somewhere. She held her weapon tightly. She continued walking right beside the corpse. Afterward, she told someone that he had been drinking. She asked, "It's good, isn't it?" She fed her flesh with the blood of her weapon. Then she said it was perfect. Let him wait a little longer. Rather he tastes better blood. Baek Woojin was recovering at this moment. He prepared a place for the two of them in the dungeon. Whoever returns with the boss's mana stones and needed items inherits the successor position. If there's only two of them, that means they'll participate individually. Or of course they participate individually. Let them also prepare themselves, so as not to dishonor the name of the righteous sword Beck. Blackstone said that the most important thing was not conquering the dungeon or defeating the boss. You just have to get the boss mana stone, which means they can't just fight or steal it however they want. At the moment he's put this guy away for a month, maybe it will do him some good. Baek Woojin said that even if he put him away, he has a trump card. Like he said, in a month, at that moment, something began to happen. The protagonist and Blackstone started to fall somewhere. They continued to fall at this point. Then they landed in some sort of sea of blood. Baek Woojin didn't realize where he was. He asked what was going on. Blackstone said it looked like it was a barrier. The protagonist realized it was the sea, but its color surprised him. The guy also noticed that he had lost touch with the spirits. Blackstone said it's probably information, using magical means or an artifact. He was in the room, now he's here. The skill of mental clarity is blocked by the mental curse of bloody confusion. The protagonist didn't understand what it meant, but Blackstone explained that it was a curse that shocks the mind and slowly drives you insane. Judging by the word bloody, the barrier must be using blood. The main character was saying that whoever it is doesn't do something mean. At this moment, right out of that bloody sea, some kind of healthy hand appeared. Then they both came back and saw the people, but as it later turned out, they weren't people, but some kind of zombies. The protagonist, of course, took notice. He said it was very strange. Blackstone asked what he had seen so far that was strange. Baek Woojin sat looking at their clothes. It was all modern clothing. He was completely right. They couldn't leave them like this. The boy, of course, was in agreement with that. He remembered these people roughly. Blackstone was telling the guy to use it to get them back in quickly. It was a good plan. Baek Woojin clenched his weapon tightly. After that, he began to attack them. They immediately began to disappear from this world. Baek Woojin said he was a little overzealous, need to send them back as soon as possible. Then something began to appear in front of him from those corpses. Baek Woojin said that fortunately, it didn't seem like they were regenerating or resurrecting. And why exactly is that? Why were they starting to fall somewhere else again? Woojin found himself already in his room. Blackstone said he came back feeling a little uneasy, needing to get to the bottom of what happened in the first place. At that moment, the protagonist received a phone call from someone. Baek Woojin was surprised that it was Lee Yun-Hyen's boss. He dialed him and called him the prosecutor, asking how things were going. He replied that everything was fine and asked if the man had anything to report. Leave something about the recent mass disappearance of people. He was just about to report on it. Yes, he can't show pictures of missing people, crime scene photos. Of course he can't find them if he needs to. The main character said to please send him pictures of recently missing people. Then he seems to have a hunch. If all goes well, he thinks they can't catch them. The girl's weapon was absorbing energy at this moment. She said he landed perfectly. She hadn't expected it to mature so quickly. The protagonist has no choice but to kill these bloody spewers to get out of the barrier. These bloody spewers are directing their energy not at her, but at the protagonist, and she can't wait for the day when she can't fight him and offer him her heart. Woojin said that, as expected, they are unusual zombies. It was all missing people. What a new story. Baek Woojin really noticed this detail. Baek Woojin said that it looked like Gray was doing it. Blackstone didn't understand why so suddenly. These zombies had a lot of wounds, which was unusual. If his guess was right, it wouldn't be long before they attacked, but said they probably would. If they think the curse worked, then now it must be. They were just starting to reabsorb into the barrier. Baek Woojin said that was his start. And, after a while, they were in that place. The protagonist realized it was her. Gray stood and glared angrily at them at that moment, and she asked in surprise, or did he recognize her right away? So did he miss her or something? Baek Woojin asked, or is it all her business? The girl said he outdid her by not forcing her to use such methods, that it's not a single sign of a blood curse at all. She couldn't understand what this guy had done. Of course, she became furious afterward. She then proceeded to use her weapon. After that, she pounded the ground. At that moment, a wave began to come over them, and something began to appear. They could see a man of some dark species or something appear. Blackstone said it's dangerous, it's a curse in its purest form. Baek Woojin said it was disgusting. Blackstone explained that they were inactive, and if he didn't deal with it, he'd never be able to escape. When Blackstone said there was one but, the protagonist asked what that was. He said that for a sword demon of his caliber, this curse was no problem, and he could stroke it like honey. Let him have it. The protagonist noticed that Blackstone is always bragging. After that, Baek Woojin hit the ground. His power was beginning to reach the bottom, or rather curse. Of course, he didn't have time to do anything at that point. The girl was very much surprised. Then something incomprehensible formed in front of them. It all started coming toward her. The gun started to do something. It began to say that a man who could not be sacrificed. He hadn't seen one of these in a long time. Baek Woojin couldn't understand what it was. Blackstone answered him that it was a demon spear. The difference is as stark as heaven and earth, but there is something like it inside this spear. The curse barriers that tried to catch his ear were all spear skill. Normal spears don't show up, but now they've shown up in this form, and he can't see that. The sword she wields is all about him. He told the guy that he made a huge mistake. Baek Woojin asked what the mistake was. Meeting him here is the biggest mistake of his life. He will gladly take his soul. Baek Woojin said, or rather asked if he was done talking. After that, Baek Woojin began to use his power. The guy said he was just standing around because he didn't want to help this guy. That troublesome bastard needs a lesson. Who the hell is this guy? Is that a sword reincarnated or something? And that or he can even move. Then Blackstone began to attack him. He said it was time to beat someone up. My fists are itchy. Of course, the opponent went into a rage and started saying that Blackstone was a bastard. He then literally grabbed his attack with one hand. Blackstone takes his words back to him. The biggest mistake of his life, it was to meet him here. Blackstone then attacked him from the back. The demon said he was just a man, and then he started using his powers too. Blackstone was watching all of this closely at this moment. Then the demon started attacking him again. Blackstone realized it was a shape-shifting transformation. He said even that was done too sloppily. After that, Blackstone also started defensively. Then he closed the demon literally in some cloth. The demon inside fell to the ground. Blackstone started to ask what he was saying there. Was it a mistake to meet him, or what? No need to make him laugh. Gray, of course, couldn't believe it at the moment. Kirika's should have been virtually invincible in this space, but how did he get outclassed so quickly? When he was involved with Kirika's, at least she got to kill the main character. At that moment, Blackstone noticed that the protagonist wasn't around. Anyway, did he ask for it? Found him. He didn't realize how he ended up behind her. He said he'd finish it as fast as that guy. Gray became enraged and began to attack. Baek Woojin, of course, started to get defensive. She promised that she would start tearing her hearts out. He then proceeded to attack her. The hero was looking at her with a confident expression at this moment. Then he bounced off her. After that, he landed right on his feet. Gray said he's running away like a coward, but Baek Woojin said he's not going to end it that quickly. After that, she became furious and began to approach him. Then she jumped up. She was right in the air and said that Baek Woojin had died. Baek Woojin began to formulate a plan in his head. After that, he used a sunset strike against her. This surprised her very much. She couldn't even do anything about it. Then she just landed on the ground, not even on her feet. The hero continued to attack. He said it's for the long haul. Let her release the innocent people she's consumed. Let her do it now. She didn't understand what release meant. They have long been sacrifices, so he thinks he can't save them or something. As long as Kirika's was here, there was nothing he could do. She called him a crazy bastard. She did not foresee this situation. She'll be back soon. Baek Woojin realized what needed to be done now. Just don't let him kill him right away. Baek Woojin asked, wondering why. This is a virtual space. Even if he kills him here, he won't die in real life. Absorb. He'll use the blood energy to find out his location. When Gray breaks out of this space and have him try to kill him, then all they'll have to do is track him while he's unconscious in real life. The guy was pretty surprised. At that moment, space began to collapse. Baek Woojin was very learned already at home. Blackstone said okay, he can't feel his energy. He said he could meet him right away. He said the guy wasn't far away. Blackstone asked her to regain her strength and hit the road. At this moment, it was as if Baek Woojin had started using blood energy. He stroked Kirika's purified blood energy. All internal damage, physical stats increased. His muscles and dantian became stronger. The protagonist noticed that it was a very pure energy. Baek Woojin then destroyed the place. He enlisted somewhere on the street. The protagonist said he wasn't far away. Blackstone realized that he was just playing the role of his filter again. It was highly annoying and frustrating at the same time. At this point, the guy came to his senses. Gray didn't realize how much time had passed. He was furious, but the main character was saying he was a monster, a bastard. Then he looked at his weapon and didn't realize Kirika's hand returned. Of course, he realized he had to get out of here. After that, some purple smoke started to appear. Then there was a hole in the wall. In the moment, Baek Woojin appeared right in front of him. He said it was a rat hiding here. The girl didn't understand how he was able to find this place. The hero said it was none of his business. Judging by his condition, he had just woken up, and the magic spear is back. Blackstone said on the guy thief, Baek Woojin. Why did he suddenly call him that? He stole the purified energy, so of course he's a thief. Either way, he found the survivors. Let him use it when he encountered the magic spear, but just in case he wasn't that strong right now. Baek Woojin said he understood everything. The guy said it really was. It really did, but amazingly it was just unbelievable. Baek Woojin said that it was useless to fight. They are not inside the barrier. The guy asked if he thought he was doing it because he wanted to live. He sure is. Kill him? After that, he literally thrust his weapon into himself. Immediately afterward, Kirika came to his senses. He began to look at his master. After that, the guy started towering upward. He looked like a crazy person. At this moment, his facial expression spoke for itself. He kept shoving the weapon farther and farther in. Blackstone told the guy to grab his gun finally. Baek Woojin drew his weapon. He said that Baek Woojin finally died. Baek Woojin said Blackstone can't take it. Well, if he loses, even after using everything she has, he could die too. The guy kept attacking him. Baek Woojin began to defend against his attacks. Baek Woojin attacked at this moment. The guy was surprised he was blocking it so easily. Baek Woojin asked, or is it all wrong, as he's been on the inside in his career? Baek Woojin continued to trade. Gray was trying his best to defend himself. Then he just sat down on his knees to fend off this lower attack. Immediately afterward, there was a massive explosion, but the guy managed to survive. He started running away. Did he realize that even outside the barrier, the difference was that big, or what? Then he noticed something interesting. Baek Woojin noticed it at this moment. Then there was another explosion. The guy just fell over from that, and the attack was so strong that he started coughing up blood afterward. His body was completely trembling. He realized that he could die so hopelessly. He decided that he would concentrate all his life force, then releases it in one powerful blast. Baek Woojin asked if he had found him. I thought he said his power wasn't enough. Given all those sacrifices, he doesn't want him to die so easily, but losses aren't his style. Let him die in atonement. After that, Baek Woojin attacked Kirika's. The guy started yelling at the main character not to do it. His hands began to shake, and it was as if he was floating in front of his eyes. After that he began to scream, for he realized that he had lost. Baek Woojin stood. He was watching this whole moment. Then he just turned around and started walking away. Let him suffer and agonize even in the afterlife. Baek Woojin asked if Blackstone was done eating. He replied that he wasn't yet. He won't let him take it this time. At this point, his name began to be called out. The main thing was that the general had arrived. He didn't understand how this had even happened. What happened anyway? Whose business is it? Baek Woojin said it's Xenon Gray's case. Heads it up. The man said it was a witch. He won so easily. It was amazing. Then he looked at the boy. Baek Woojin stared back at him. The man was very much surprised. He bent down and thanked him. Baek Woojin told him to take care of the people who were captured. Let him make sure the criminals were dealt with properly. The man said they would definitely deal with them. Blackstone had said they were lucky to get energy before the big battle. Indeed they were. Blackstone asked if now all he had to do was gather his energy and prepare. Baek Woojin said that yes, he would start right away. It seemed to Blackstone that something was wrong. At this point, a window started popping up, a system window. A spatial interference point skill is created for Hakon. Blackstone chuckled and said finally, Baek Woojin would pat him. But what is spatial interference with a pet doesn't know. Just laugh because it's something good. Blackstone said the guy has been watching. Something is coming again. He can't feel it. He didn't realize it was sympathy. He was looking at the guy at this point. Then he started screaming like something bad was going to happen. Barrier field skill created. Barrier field score but difficulty increased. Physical strength scored increased. Perception level increased. Sunset reduction range increased. Sunset activation speed increased. Blackstone didn't understand if he was a purifier, why everything was going through him and going to this guy. Today it annoys him the most. He thinks he's just going to let him take the bait and take his energy by saying good job or what? Baek Woojin asked, or is his skill? The name alone makes it clear that it's this skill. Blackstone showed defiantly, said something. Baek Woojin fell down and said he was a very simple guy. Baek Woojin offered to test this skill, since it had such a cool name. The rank this skill had was legendary. Slashing the enemy's dimension allows you to penetrate it. No wonder it's legendary. The system is really red hot on this. Baek Woojin said that with such legendary skills, isn't it fair that he lost some energy, but he thinks that a generous person like him can't turn a blind eye to it. Based on the description. What other description? What other description? What other description? Baek Woojin said that it says that penetrating an opponent's dimension means only beings who control dimensions can use it. Or what? Blackstone is subject to closer scrutiny. Blackstone said it couldn't be. What a lot of creatures don't parry dimensions at all. Baek Woojin said that there's no need to be angry. You never know when that skill might stop. Blackstone said he showed it, so why would it only make him more upset? Blackstone told the guy to shut up and just showed the description. More barrier uranium, legendary uranium barrier, and grade 8 arrays that adversely affect the wearer's sense, ability, or traits. Blackstone, in the legendary rank barrier and array realm, is nullified. After that, he started foaming at the mouth. From the looks of it, Blackstone just fell over. He said the system is a piece of shit. Baek Woojin of the Right Sword Squad, after eliminating corruption in Park Da-en, investigates the case of mass disappearance of the main group, defeats Xenon Grey, one of the 8 ghosts, rescues the missing without eraser talent, who committed a bounty about the hellish disappearance of the youngest prosecutor of the Sword family. No need to joke. First they say he caught the ghost of Denia, and now that he fought and defeated 8 ghosts, or what? Down is a real monster, flies through everything. Grey had even killed an 8th grade Cryan. How could he find her? This was serious. Not much older than them, but his level was several times higher. Let them forget the cooperative match. They should call him cooperative hero or cooperative emperor. Just one day please. He wants to be the main character. Xenon's headquarters in the Pacific. Some guy was telling someone to come in. Some men came in to see him. As he ordered, Grey's death was confirmed. Grey died just like that in the Magic Spear Co. If Baek Woojin would really kill her, he would have to have a demon sword. Back then, if it wasn't for demons, or absolutely no one would have been able to kill him. Have them gather all the information on the main character, search the black market, associations, guilds, wherever, and have them summon Choke. But he's the one who destroyed the Kimber Guild 3 days ago and is resting. It doesn't matter at all. That old monster is sure to love it. Baek Woojin greeted his father. The man asked, or is he not at ease? Baek Woojin just remained silent. He didn't answer anything in return. He planned to leave him to calm down as the decisive battle approached, and all he managed to do was kill Xenon Grey and save the survivors as well. Not to mention that his strength had increased to a level incomparable to the past. Not even wounded, it must have been a one-sided victory. A man asked how he found Grey. Baek Woojin replied that he used a patch. Asked what other bait. Baek Woojin replied that he couldn't reveal more details, so that's how it is. But then he believes that he has his own secrets to keep. Baek Woojin thanks for understanding. Blackstone said they seemed to be in a particularly good mood today. He wondered to himself. The boy didn't realize what it was he was so happy about. In any case, Better didn't come here for praise. So why did he come? Baek Woojin said he would like to leave the country for a while before the receiver's competition. The man was surprised that he wanted to leave for the same reason. Little said that ensures his victory. At that moment, some girl was holding a letter. She said she found a slower pace for fast growth, just like Baek Woojin told her. The location is the Sahara Desert, and a huge forest has appeared there, where monsters are breeding. Rez told me that since it was still growing, they might find unusual items or something just as valuable there. And this document identifies the hostile factions that are targeting him. Several large and medium-sized criminal guilds, a great expansion, and Xenon was even surprised there were so many. Hihiro laughed and said it was even a few factions. With that, Baek Woojin remembered something. He said to the part-time Supervisor, please spread the word that he is going to the desert. Then come there be. Baek Woojin said that they won't deal with it on the way in the desert. Let him tell them that Baek Woojin is going alone. We heard Baek Woojin going to get sugar and said he would kill him. No matter how strong he is, it would be reckless to fight the protagonist without much training. But he was proving to him that it was okay. But is the protagonist already on a transcendent level? How much does he even know about Chogui? Only something about him had he recently returned and becoming an unusually strong warrior. Adaki Toriyama is Kogui's latest opponent. What in general? Is he referring to the one called Japanese Light? Or what? Hand over responsibility to Kokui. Eliminate the protagonist with a read move given his growth potential. So let them give him the support he needs. Arrogance always pulls him into a noose. The protagonist was elsewhere at that moment. Blackstone said he's getting some very strange looks. Indeed, they were mixed up. There were several of them here, and they have a pretty strong killing intent. There's a perfect chance in them to kill them all at once. Since they can have them now, they'll give them an opportunity. For starters, don't move out. It's bigger than the Blackstone houses. It's not like a forest in the desert. Then the lands began to break through something. Some kind of monster appeared right in front of the protagonist. He said that even in the forest dungeon, something like disappears. After that, Baek Woojin cut it in half. Blackstone asked, he noticed, not channeling similar monsters. Baek Woojin said that yes, there are 3 of them somewhere, watching and toning down at a convenient opportunity. Baek Woojin couldn't get deeper into the forest. Blackstone said they're persistent bastards. At this point, the man was saying that they had moved further west. Have them send more familiars. They move out immediately. Let them prepare for a surprise attack. They begin to move out. Everyone, have them stop in position. Attack as soon as he comes out. The man asked, what is the status of the protagonist? Just now, it looks like the ghost spirit has been destroyed. I was very much surprised. Then what did his last location before the signal cut off mean? He showed up and said right here. Then he immediately, of course, went on the attack. The man started yelling for them to start the information, but it was quite late, and there was a tremendous explosion. The protagonist has made the decision to clean this place up. After a while, Baek Woojin was done with everyone. Blackstone told him to stop acting like he was so cool. Blackstone noticed that although they came alone, their overall skill level was quite high. Jin had definitely gotten stronger. The man without a shadow, did he really compliment him or something? Some of the opponents said that even though it was a surprise attack, they lost so easily. That's just the way he is in general. Baek Woojin didn't say anything back to him, only to start attacking again. Then he attacked again, and the ground shuddered. Someone asked, was it him? A brat called a master apprentice. Blackstone said it looks like another Fang came in. The protagonist looked at his opponent carefully. Those eyes seem very strange. Who is he anyway? Why is he here? The man said you started it, but you won't remove all the bugs. After that, he began to form something in his hands. Then this sphere began to grow stronger. After that, the sphere became even larger. The man who was survived was surprised. They couldn't figure out what it was or what to expect. Baek Woojin at this moment was defending himself as best he could. He said the man was a monster, even though they were tired after the battle with him. But to fall from a single blow, motherfucker, what the fuck is that? Blackstone said it looked like a monster aura. Baek Woojin was surprised that it was a monster. The guy then asked who he was. The man answered him that he was Sinan. Let them deal with him first, then let him ask. Baek Woojin said as he himself wishes. Right after that, the guy used a Black King bullet. The man said he liked that he was such a straightforward kid. Instead of him defensively, he began to approach the attack bearing down on him. After that, he literally flew into that sphere. Baek Woojin was surprised that he was able to block it. Baek Woojin could then observe that he was already right beside him. Even if he didn't give it his best shot, the speed of response is simply impressive. He was the first to duck without even trying to block the blow. And he certainly is. Interestingly enough, the soliloquize is going to be fun. Blackstone was very much surprised by something. He said this guy uses aura. The man asked with a surprised look on his face. Only the guy noticed. He pointed a finger somewhere. Oh, that was right. He's favoring us with the aura. There's nothing more satisfying than hunting down tools like him that have only just entered this realm. Let him show him whatever he needs to show him. He's capable of something that will die immediately. He's just a brat. who can't even muster the will to wield his sword. Blackstone said to deal with him. If he's such a foundation, this guy should be. Blackstone asked if he would use the spirit. Baek Woojin said it wasn't his. Is he out of his mind? His power isn't strong enough to break through yet, and he knows it. But if he can't deal with this monster on his own, he will be able to approach his brother and even his father. Well, be spirit or weird, let him put his best foot forward. Otherwise, before he could finish speaking, Baek Woojin was already in the air. After that, he attacked the man, at first deciding to use only the sword arts. What a giveaway from compliance. Baek Woojin lands a nice-looking body shot. It began to clone itself and attack from all sides. The man said that of course he couldn't keep up with his speed, but that was it. Then he held his hand up in the air. He said such blows wouldn't work, no matter how long he tried. Baek Woojin jumped up as he attacked. After that, Baek Woojin landed on his feet. He realized there had to be a way. He had a little more to go. Blackstone looked at him scornfully. Blackstone said he's always been a stubborn guy. Ever since he first met him, he'd only tell him once. At that moment, something began to happen. The atmosphere has changed slightly. Baek Woojin continued to just stand there. The man said it was only a 20-year-old. He's not even a monster. But that was the end of it. He got faster, stronger. It didn't matter. It took strength and determination to break through an iron ghost. It's not enough to kill Chalgui. Good thing they didn't send an iron demon. The man said the guy was about to run out of power. He was going to die. Even a young monster is no match for an old monster. Are they going to end it all, or what? Turning back, they couldn't believe what they saw on the screen. I'm very much surprised. Baek Woojin continued to stand. Then he opened his eyes. The man began to shout that he could now control his power. Eventually, he gets more and more disgusting. Now he would put an end to his own attempts to buy time. Baek Woojin was ready to attack him. He then repelled his attack. The man was very much surprised. He noticed that the guy didn't even take a step back. Baek Woojin said it still wasn't enough. The man said he was having a hard time. Blackstone said he focused only on himself. Let him try to put on his sword of his own free will. Let him not focus only on violence. Let him let her loose, along with the judge's sword he's been looking for. Have them fired and the sword becomes one. Baek Woojin used the Dark King's explosion. The man noticed he was using the same technique. Baek Woojin continued to attack. The man tried to defend himself with all his might. He didn't understand how this could be. After that, there was again a tremendous explosion. Baek Woojin stood and looked at his opponent. The man had blood on his hands. He said the guy was a jerk. What the hell did he do? He won't give him more time. He started approaching the guy after that. Baek Woojin raised his hand in the air. He then used a ghostless punch. The man began to be consumed by some kind of force. Then there was another explosion again. The man was already on his knees at this point. He couldn't tell if the guy was even human. A sphere that some could never reach reached his fence. A moment of enlightenment. He had dreamed all his life of fighting someone like him. Will end the battle satisfied? Baek Woojin spotted the monster's core. Blackstone said he was a bastard. He controlled the aura with. The man squeezed him tighter and tighter. Then he just broke it altogether. He became furious after that, and his expression changed. A very powerful aura began to emanate from him. Then some sort of skull appeared right above him. He told Skull to let him enjoy him. His boundless talent. Baek Woojin and Blackstone continued to watch him. The man told him to let him enjoy his endless talent. After that, he clenched his fist, ready to attack. Immediately afterward, he began attacking the protagonist. Baek Woojin looked at him in surprise. A short time later, a huge crater was left from the man's attack. Blackstone said it was an incredible power. Blackstone started to say something about what he was thinking. The protagonist interrupted him and said he knew. In a case like this, it's best not to persevere. Plus there was something else. He is curious to know what his current state is after receiving enlightenment. The man said it looked like they were ready. They will play with no regrets. Then he pushed off and began to rise into the air. Baek Woojin thought about the fact that so much aura was created from simple movements. The man began to approach the boy, for he was ready to attack. At that moment he had several fists and flew with them right at the guy. Baek Woojin sighed heavily and prepared to defend himself. Baek Woojin used a weapon. Baek Woojin activated the first sword of darkness, the will of the heavens. Baek Woojin tried his best. Then his power began to consume the man. The man, of course, was very much surprised by this. He said it was just incredible. Then there was a tremendous explosion. The man was immediately thrown to the ground because of it. He immediately started saying something about the last sword. What is the name of the last sword? Baek Woojin said it's the wool of heaven. Immediately afterward, the man began coughing up blood. Heaven's wool is appropriate for this absurdity. Looks like he's tired, having used all his power or what? Rolling back after using all his enlightenment, the outcome was already decided. He thought his estimate was exaggerated, but on the contrary, it turned out to be even higher. With his strength, even Xenon wouldn't be a hindrance to him. Why was he telling him that? His talent seemed to make his heart beat faster. Maybe that's why he's going to be an amazing Blackstone of the sword. Baek Woojin just remained silent. He said the man was satisfied. Blackstone said they got the benefit for themselves too. So it's all good. At this point, they were definitely paying attention to something. A giant entity appeared directly from them. Blackstone asked, "Or is that your owner here?" The guy replied that it looks like it. Bones has made such a fuss. It's about time the owner showed up. The man was furious, pounding the ground at this point. The man said it couldn't be. He was controlling sword energy in the middle of a battle or something. The man asked if it might be time to raise the protagonist's threat level to top tier. But even if honestly, would it change anything if he went there? That beast was very strong. The man asked Blackstone. He said Xenon would need to hide for a while, until the births are completely forgotten about. Baek Woojin was fighting against the owner at this moment. He told Blackstone that it was big, explaining that it was a huge earthworm after all. He looked like a king and zone. Blackstone didn't understand why on earth he was smiling all the time. Baek Woojin gripped his weapon even tighter after that. Then he literally cut it in half. The boy answered Blackstone's question because he felt he could do anything now. White family, ancestor of the sword. Blackstone considered the blessing of the earth, a ring infused with the energy of Terra, the earth goddess of justice, strengthens the wearer's bond of earth, and increases their spiritual power to resist demonic energy. Rank legendary, equipment requirements, earth affinity 50 or higher. Blackstone was surprised that another legendary item. This guy was living on one luck, but Baek Woojin said he hadn't gotten one in a long time. Reached Blackstone, defeated a boss and got a legendary item, all because he's lucky. He's just good, and he was wearing legendary armor. Baek Woojin said that he created it himself. At this point they were asked what she was doing there. As it turned out, it was the protagonist's sister. She told him that they had not seen each other for a long time. She said there's an ongoing war of heirs. He must be very busy, but he still has time. She asked if she had some kind of clever plan and offered to wait a second. He had become a real monster since their last meeting. At this rate, a family successor may not only be a dream come true for him, but he still has a long way to go. Either way, he thought, she was off hunting demons. What brought her here had to do with demons. She had come to ask her father for help, but she didn't seem to need it anymore. So can I help her or what? Baek Woojin didn't understand how on earth he could help her. She said there was a new demon. At that moment, somewhere else, some guy didn't realize what was going on or where he was at all, and they were definitely in the dungeon. At this moment, someone's silhouette could be observed. The subject turned around to look at him. She was surprised he wasn't discouraged. Usually people can't even wake up. The boy was surprised to see the demon in front of him. She began to move quickly toward him. He immediately started panicking and begged her to let him go. He didn't even have much magical powers, so he was useless. But no, it wouldn't work. The fun was just beginning. She plans to have fun with them all. The guy asked what exactly she wanted, since he knew where they got their power from. He said people's fear. That's right, they take strength from people's negative emotions. So she has some fun ideas. What if she could create a god for him in the same way that they were alien forces at all? Some of her power resonated well with his. Now let him watch. The guy couldn't figure out what it was. He had the honor of being a victim of their so-called god. That's what she created. Their god. The guy said it was impossible, but she said you were strong enough. They are children. It's too early to name them. With that, she just snapped her fingers. At that moment, they all died. The pumps began pumping their flesh and blood. A god created by a demon. She liked it a lot. The girl asked where the young gentleman was. Why on earth he was leaving again? He's just recently returned from the sugar desert. Baek Woojin, slyly saying that everything was fine, right? The girl said that one day he would just faint. Then they just went silent. Baek Woojin says he appreciates her concern, but he'll be fine. He needs to prepare for the air war. Now is the time to strengthen his skills. If there is a conflict later, they should focus on learning. He'll get stronger and come back. At that moment someone approached him. He was told that the sword department had approved his dungeon expedition. Baek Woojin said the approval took longer than he thought. Was there a reason for that or what? The man had heard that the head of the family had made the trip with the third young Blackstone. Traveling with his brother could mean not coaching him, but preparing him as the next receiver. Blackstone said it looks like they gave up on him. Does he regret it? Baek Woojin says not at all. He'll just have to defeat Baek Hyun and then his father to show him that there are some things even he can't control. The key is not to play failure. Or it was that dungeon. Yeah, it's a dumb dungeon of hellhounds. The actor tells him it's an open dungeon, so the entrance is open before he lets it inform him. Hellhounds are monster beasts known as the guardians of hell. They don't look like Dobermans, but are the size of African lions. The guy with the glasses said their methods include both fire magic and physical attacks. The approximate number is about 100. The main thing, the Edge asked, are the demons still no information? Not only to know what he has now after this way, and monsters aren't harmful strong beasts, even considering they're awesome monsters. Even guilds and clans don't dare to continue searching. Baek Woojin said that it was clear to him. We need to deal with this dungeon. Okay, he offered to go in alone. Ow. He said that yes, the opponents they would meet would be much stronger than this dungeon. After a while, they were already inside the dungeon. Baek Woojin was looking somewhere in surprise. Of course, there should be about 100 hellhounds. The man could not understand why they were not there, for according to the report of the Baek Woojin said that it was strange. It's one thing to get the number wrong, but it would be strange if they didn't see any monsters here at all. The man didn't understand. Could the report be wrong? Could such a thing even happen? He apologized sincerely to the inspector. It seems there had been a mistake. Maybe he'd let him request a demon search now, but the guy said they'd wait a bit. It was too suspicious that there weren't even any monster corpses here. At that moment, the man in charge felt something. He realized they were demons. Just at this moment, the demon was standing beside his so-called god. She said she didn't need a victim anymore. She touched the mirror beside her with her hand. She stood and watched in the mirror, and people were being squeezed out. The animals were also being squeezed out of their juices. She said that now that she was so close, she couldn't let anyone else get in the way. Then what should she do? All right, she's gonna test that skill. At this point, she said she would do it all now. Then said someone was being sent forward. Immediately afterward, inexplicable things began to happen. Baek Woojin said it was a demon, and the man couldn't figure out if that was actually true. Baek Woojin said he was sure of it. The man said he would contact the people outside immediately. He said they would wait for now. Immediately afterward, there was an explosion. Baek Woojin saved the man by running out at the last moment. Some kind of monster was looking at them. Baek Woojin looked into the smoke and saw some kind of monster. Baek Woojin asked the man if he happened to know what it was. The man wasn't sure, but it definitely didn't look like a demon. In front of them, then some kind of incomprehensible creature actually appeared. It went on a rampage as soon as it spotted the humans. Blackstone said he doesn't know what it is, but he can definitely feel the demonic energy, and boy does he know it. Something's still wrong. Realizations that use demonic energy would normally throw it outward, but this being doesn't do that. Blackstone said the guy was completely right. The creature continued to rage. Baek Woojin started to approach him. The man told the inspector to just duck. Could it even be that he loses? He plays. Just at that moment, bouncing back, Blackstone said he's constantly energized. I'm sorry, but the source, what is he even talking about? This creature is constantly receiving negative energy from the outside. He said he realized what was wrong. The monster was furious and pounced on the guy. Kin didn't even move, even though the monster's hand was already near. The protagonist instantly attacked with his sword and hurt the monster's arm. He started screaming and the guy asked if he had enough fun. The man was quite surprised at this moment. Baek Woojin said that now that he had fallen asleep, he needed to send him back. After a while, the main character's game ended with him and they thought it would be so easy. As expected, the title partner, it wasn't just for the sake of the show. Darkness, this entity is set to receive negative emotions from somewhere. Isn't that right? Beck asked. And negative emotions are the source of the demon's power. Exactly, Blackstone confirmed. Then does that mean the demon that is here created this creature or what? Beck asked. Given that it's driven by demonic energy, then it might be true. right in front of the main character, something started to happen. Baek Woojin put his hand forward, then something incomprehensible began to form in front of them. Blackstone said it's an aura. It's definitely a demon, but it's not really demons, something full of demonic energy. It still seems to be asleep, but it seems far more dangerous than a demon. Haven't come back now. But the question is, why did Baek Woojin say that there's demonic energy coming from some demon here, and he feels something fierce? So how is he going to be himself? Baek Woojin said he had a case. He was telling the man to hurry up and leave soon. The man was very much in a state of distress at this point. Baek Woojin was furious and told the man to get out quickly. The man said he would then go up and get her people. Baek Woojin gripped his weapon tighter. After that, he leaned over and then started running forward. Baek Woojin was confident at this moment. He began waving his weapon to clear his path. Then he disappeared. Blackstone said that the magic energy was strong enough to block the attacks. Baek Woojin realized that he was definitely here. He'll have to use the Holy Spirit bracelet. He gripped his weapon tightly again. Then a beam of darkness rose upward. Baek Woojin created an abyss with his sword and his magic. Baek Woojin started to descend and said that they needed to hurry up. After a while, he landed in the water. He was greatly surprised when he saw it. He saw a giant broken egg with water coming from it. Baek Woojin, of course, didn't realize what this place was. He wondered why there were sacrifices being made here. There are even hellhounds here. Blackstone said it was disgusting. He'd never seen demonic energy so vicious. Judging by the broken eggs, it looks like it's already awakened. Jin wondered where he had gone. Just at this moment, Bat was already at the feet of this monster. Baek Woojin was scared. An emergency request has arrived. A demon has created a false god. Let them eliminate the false god and the demon to save this land. The goal is to destroy a false god created by a demon. Reward 20,000 points and bonus awards. Blackstone didn't understand what false god meant. Is this creature supposed to be a god or what? But that didn't matter to the protagonist. Beck reminded him that it said they were going to have a special award. Blackstone replied that he meant that idiot was obsessed with the award. Just at that moment, the false god grabbed his weapon and swung. He put his hand up to finish the guy off. Then he attacked him after all. The impact was very strong, and an explosion was created. The man was terrified at this point. He ran toward the portal, saying that even a swordsman probably couldn't handle it. After that, some kind of earthquake started, and then he realized that the battle had already begun. But there's no time at all. He needs to get people here as soon as possible. And we're back to the battle. After a while, the false god was lying on the ground. He had once again missed. Baek Woojin said it was hard. Probably didn't care about that. For a god, a sword should be light or what? Jin asked with a smirk. Of course, the false god continued to attack him. They looked at each other at that moment. Baek Woojin was confident that he was better than his opponent. Baek Woojin continued to resist. The demoness realized it was him. I think his name is Baek Woojin. She remembered. He looks a lot stronger than she's heard. She can let herself be pushed aside, can't she? With that, he would become a true god. And the monster's eyes lit up. A man got out of the dungeon and tried to communicate. This is Menace 2. Let someone answer. The guy shouted into the radio. He began to report that a demon had appeared here. Reinforcements were needed immediately. They began to ask him where he was now. He explained that they were now in the Hellhound dungeon. He turned around in surprise and was startled. Just at that moment, he saw that false god. He began to be told from his walkie-talkie to report his location. The man said they would know the location soon. Just at that moment, the false god crushed him. He began to make his way through the mountains. The monster continued to move forward. Then he saw the city in front of him. No one in town understood what it was. Is it computer graphics or what? It looked scary. Residents said. One of them yelled out that he was coming this way. They needed to run. Everyone started running away. The little girl cried and looked up at him. There was panic in the city because of the giant. People screamed and ran. The demoness said that as expected. There was so much negative energy here. It wouldn't take that long to become an actual god, would it? She ordered him to kill them all. Immediately afterward, he raised his hand to attack them. The guy asked for someone to save him. The girl said it was too late. Just at that moment, Baek Woojin appeared and began to attack. Immediately afterward, he began to fall. Baek Woojin was confidently approaching him. Then the so-called god fell down and could not stand on his feet. She started yelling that the guy was an idiot. What can a mere man do in front of a god? The demoness was angry. Baek Woojin lands a nice straight right on the inside of his leg. Baek Woojin couldn't understand what god meant. he laughed and apologized, and he said he wasn't religious. A moment later Jin collapsed. Blackstone called his name, then asked, "Are you dead?" He didn't get it. "You mean he died?" He was simply caught off guard by the suddenly strong attack. Blackstone said, "That's what it means." It was obvious from his expression that he didn't really believe Jin's words. Baek Woojin asked, "What does he mean by that? The sword finesse he possessed earlier, where did it go?" Blackstone asked. Someone who had mastered the subtlety of the sword would not lose to such brute force. The demoness was furious, her monster wallowing. She began to order him to get up. She repeated once more for him to begin to rise. "Let him kill that bastard Jin," demoness shouted. The false god rose up and immediately swung his sword. Baek Woojin immediately blocked the punch. Jin was having a lot of trouble keeping his punches down. After that, he was able to fend off the attack and move it down. Baek Woojin was furious. He fought the god using all his strength. After that, he concentrated his strength and flew straight at the enemy. He then attacked the god and the god fell to the ground. Baek Woojin couldn't understand. A god was going to lose to a human right now. This is something new. The demoness couldn't realize what had happened. She didn't have time to react at all. But how was he able to dodge like that? What happened in such a short period of time? Baek Woojin set the alarm. "She is too weak. Is she okay or what?" The demon started saying that this arrogant idiot doesn't know where he belongs. That was just the beginning. Even though she said so, the energy coming from outside was getting weaker. It must have been a long time coming to see her lose. Now she has to show her hustling power. She has to create people to fear even more. She should totally kill this guy. She yelled for the monster to unlock the second skill. God immediately began to shout with rage. Then he started throwing punches with his fists. Baek Woojin bounced out just in time. Then he landed on the ground. God began to get to his feet with his last strength. He stood up fully, composed himself, and began to breathe calmly. Then, in a full fury, he started attacking Jin with his sword. But he missed again. Baek Woojin continued to just stand still. After a while, he was in some sort of sphere and held back all that attack. Demon said this guy has one annoying trick. Despite this, the hero went on to win. He also went on the attack. This attack was very strong. You could see that from the outside. Baek Woojin continued to restrain his opponent. Blackstone said his energy surged again. The townspeople watching the battle seemed to feel fear. Blackstone began to worry. He needs to keep going before he gets stronger. Baek Woojin began to think about what he should do. He noticed that the opponent's energy was getting stronger and stronger. Of course, he was furious about the whole situation. Then his opponent threw him off of him altogether. He gambled but couldn't do anything. Kept flying into the building. A short time later, it crashed into the building and there was an explosion. What the hell is going on? No way. This guy just flew in from the other side. Did a boulder break off or something? Baek Woojin came to his senses at this moment and realized something. He began to rise to his feet. They all realized that it was Baek Woojin. Some were seeing him for the first time but were happy to see him. Has he been asked, or is he seriously fighting this giant? No way. Even Baek Woojin can't defeat such a monster. A guy from the crowd of residents was worried. Blackstone didn't understand what they were trying to say. Should they just give up or what? During a disaster like this, it's best to just run away. Let Baek Woojin stop this and evacuate with him. The most important thing is to survive. Let him hurry before it's too late. What is he even doing? Let him not say he's going back. Let him stop. How can he fight such a monster? The man shouted that he must realize his limit. After saying those words, Baek Woojin stood up and turned around. He said that if he thought that way, he wouldn't have gotten this far, and it will continue to move forward. Baek Woojin looked at his opponent with confidence. He prepared to return to the fight. Baek Woojin pushed off and began to approach his opponent. Blackstone asked, why not just say no more fear? But what is there to even say that with? Baek Woojin thought he'd better show them. Blackstone thought how cool Jin was. Now he understands. Baek Woojin swung around to attack. He now fully understands the spirit of the sword. A sword containing speed, marksmanship, substance, and destruction, the pine of divine execution. Baek Woojin was ready to attack the opponent. The demon was very much surprised when she saw this. She couldn't figure out what it was. She didn't believe a human being was capable of such a thing. Baek Woojin began to form an attack. He asked what she was staring at. Let her become his now. The monster screamed and was ready to respond to this attack. By the way, he started to hold back this attack. There went a very bright and sharp flash of light. After a while, the monster was very much surprised. His weapon was broken and he was cut in half. The demon still couldn't understand how this was even possible. After that, her god just started to fall. Baek Woojin just stood there calmly. Then an opponent fell right in front of him. Beck didn't look tired. He'd take down another monster like that. Baek Woojin gave her a very stern look. Crying, she immediately ran away after that. Just like that. Just like that. It ended so easily, she thought. Then she turned around to see her creation one last time. She saw her false god begin to simply vaporize. She couldn't let it end so senselessly. First, they need to regroup. Baek Woojin showed up at that moment. Where is she going? The demon couldn't understand how he'd ended up right here so quickly. Baek Woojin said he'd like to make a mess out of her, but he knows someone who can do it even better. Then he began to approach her. Baek Woojin grabbed her face and told her to atone for her sins. After that, some understanding began to come to her. After a while, she found herself in a very different place. She still didn't realize where she was. She had never seen this place before. She was surprised that her power had returned to this level. Someone had told her she was on time. She didn't know what he'd done, but just at that moment, a very healthy Blackstone was in front of her. He said they would see what tricks she had. After that, he started putting a very heavy load on her. Stretching out, she was excited at this point. Blackstone looked at her without emotion. Baek Woojin asked if it was over. Blackstone said it didn't even compare to a good workout. Baek Woojin asked what he had learned, just roughly the number of dead and some of his memories. Baek Woojin asked if he knew for some reason, but they didn't seem to have a concrete plan. Demons live to torment people, don't they? They had to go. Baek Woojin said to come over and tell him about Frey's energy. He did all the work this time. Let him give it back. If he doesn't give it back now, the system will add bonuses and send everything to him. Blackstone thought it was unfair, but it didn't seem fair to give it away for nothing either. Said if he continued like this, the system would forcibly take it away. Since he'd given him a little advice, the advice was to split her in half. What did he think? Blackstone said he's been working so hard lately, finally acting like a normal person again. Blackstone told the guy to wait. He started to rebuild it. Baek Woojin started saying that such and such would give him almost everything. Does he see? Should he have been given when he asked for it? Blackstone said he was going to give it to him. He stroked the demon Frey's energy. The sword mastery index increased. The star stats increased. The black ship bullet level increased. The sword princess trait level increased. The battle trait manifestation twins body increased. Just let him see how his levels increased. He really wanted to divide everything equally. According to eyewitnesses, presumably a swordsman who is a clone, the hero fights an unidentified giant. It has been confirmed that the battle has been going on for more than 10 minutes, but the extent of the damage is still unknown. No one understood. Is it really Baek Woojin? Why is he fighting a giant over there? What's with the giant? When he arrived there, didn't he go overseas last time? What's he talking about? A nerd. He'd never seen a creature so big before. Blackstone still thought the system was still that big. Then the sun reward interested him. Blackstone remembered for her. He asked, where is everyone not legendary level? He thought it was just all crazy. Baek Woojin asked, what should he choose? Blackstone replied, the one on the right. Of course, the system won't give him the point he wants. Baek Woojin laughed and chose the one on the right. Baek Woojin pressed on. It was created a legendary trait, a diamond body. The guy didn't realize what it was. Blackstone was having another seizure. After that, he just fell to the ground. It's a black system based on one luck, according to Blackstone. Blackstone, of course, was furious. He was very repetitive about the diamond body. Baek Woojin started to get stronger. Blackstone kept asking what the heck the system was. He asked if the guy was happy and called him a freeloader. Baek Woojin clenched his fist at this moment. The guy then said he didn't feel anything had changed, but Blackstone said he was an idiot. With his level, he should be able to withstand most powerful attacks. Blackstone added. Baek Woojin asked, was that why he was foaming at the mouth? Blackstone didn't understand how such a skill could be given. A student ran in to see him. He said he was wondering where he was, and Jin had been here the whole time. The head of the family returned with a third young Blackstone. Blackstone asked, meaning it was done. Baek Woojin said that was probably the end of it. By then the dungeon, love you receivers, was ready. Now he has to go to battle for the family's head. Baek Woojin says that he understands everything, but the day has finally come when the throne will collapse. After a while, they came to a point of knowledge. The main character was greeted by Baek Hyun. Why don't they go inside? He'd like to apologize, the guy suggested. Baek Woojin couldn't understand what he was talking about. He knows that last time he was disappointed and felt betrayed, watching how fast he was growing up, thinking that he had unknowingly become jealous. The older brother has shown such an ugly side. Looking back, he feels just as pathetic. He was so ashamed, only now he realizes how big a mistake he made. He would like to be a good brother to him again. Please let him forgive him. He began to beg for his forgiveness. Baek Woojin said it was bullshit. Of course, he was surprised by such a thing. Baek Woojin said that he had never been kind to him. Even the Pommel Stone was for him. He just wanted to test him, didn't he? The guy started smiling and asked, so did he have it all figured out yet? He wanted to suck up to him, so he could be useful to him later, but it didn't seem like it would work. He'd heard that he trained with his father and gotten much stronger. It's so good to see his talented little brother after all this time. So good that he can't even hold back from killing him. Was he looking forward to a battle with him or what? But no, he just had to wait a little longer. Just wanted to see his face before it started. At that moment, he was told that the head of the family was calling for them. The guy offered to finish the duel that they couldn't finish last time. Blackstone said he was really savvy. Baek Woojin asked, or he felt it, so good at controlling his energy. He got cheated last time. This time, Woojin will trick him. The receiver battle mentioned earlier will start tomorrow. The victory conditions are the boss monostone, the item he mentioned earlier. They have to participate alone. Many others will also come out to the dungeon. That's all. Any questions? The old man asked. The guy said there were no questions. At that moment, Baek Woojin said that he had a question. The man, of course, asked what the question was. Baek Woojin asked if he was recognized as the heir. Could he make one wish? He wants to know if it's true. The man doesn't know where he heard it. Well, yes, it was true. Is that a wish? He only wants to know on the day he is chosen as heir. Baek Woojin said he understood everything. He had said all he had to say and they could go. To go out at night. The man looked at the two of them in surprise. He said that Baek Woojin has gotten stronger since their last meeting. This is going to be very interesting. The old man smiled. After a while, people gathered near the portal. Blackstone didn't realize. Was this it? For a dungeon with such a high level, there were too few reporters and spectators here. The family must have intervened. But he's wrong, and boy was he glad. The protagonist didn't realize. Was it that obvious? Jin almost forgot. He knows this dungeon. Really, it must have left good memories in his past life. He couldn't help but think of him. It really is a special place. Beck smiled wryly. Since he says that, does that mean there's something scary in there? Or what? Baek Woojin replied that they were orcs, and Blackstone wondered if they were in a level 8 dungeon. If they were regular, there would be no problem. But this dungeon was never conquered. Many of those who guarded the entrance died, which is why he knows the place so well. Blackstone said it's ridiculous. Even a strong orc is still just an orc. How can he have a skill? Baek Woojin said that there was one who knew how to use aura. Blackstone was very surprised because of that. Baek Woojin says he'll understand when he sees everything. At that moment, something surprised him. He didn't realize who the guys in the masks were. Baek Woojin said that they might be from the Hero Guild. They are all about special powers. They specialize in physical attacks and usually work as a strike team. They are likely allied with Baek Song-hyun. Blackstone asked how he knows all this, but the guy doesn't appear to have any proof. But his brother certainly wouldn't play fair. Jin is sure that other groups are also directly or indirectly involved in this, so it would be easier to just consider them all enemies. The dungeon is open to all ability holders participating in the raid. They asked to come forward. Baek Woojin began to move forward. The man said this must be his first disaster-level dungeon. Isn't he afraid of dying? Baek Sang-hyun asked with a smile. The protagonist began to approach him. Baek Woojin said he was acting like he already was. There's been a lot of commissions going on there that he doesn't know about, but this time he's going it alone. Baek asked that he was the only one going in there. Jin asked, or it wasn't true. He already knows about the Hero Guild. Everything was organized so strictly that even his father didn't know about it. But how does this guy know about it? What a rat. He found out it was his guild. Baek Woojin asked if it was really his guild. He just assumed. He's already laid it all out. He just made an assumption. How could he know it was his guild? Baek Sang-hyun got furious and said he was a bastard. Let him say what he wants, but the test has already begun. It's also part of what his father built. No need to waste power on idle chatter. It doesn't matter what he or his people try to do, it doesn't matter. He will destroy anything that stands in his way, being the first to destroy the dungeon balls. After all that has been said, let him not let it be empty words. Baek Woojin said that he disappointed him too much. After that, the guy just had to keep quiet. The main character turned around and said with a smile on his face that he had forgotten something. Jin didn't think Baek Sen-hyun would easily buy into a simple provocation. He was more naive than he realized. Of course, after that, he became even more furious. Good, let him enjoy his last moments. Even his corpse won't return from this dungeon.